Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. 4 Ma Chapter 123 Immortality, Grand Route, Impel City. Level 5 Underground, Freezing Hell. This is a prison with a temperature comparable to that of a large cold storage all year round. The prisoners held here are all pirates with bounties reaching hundreds of millions of berry. Different from the eternal hell on the 6th floor, the monsters imprisoned there are all monsters from the New World that are not allowed to exist by the world government, and each of them is extremely powerful. The 5th level, relatively speaking, is a mixed bag. Pirates ranging from just over 100 million to 300 to 400 million, with pirates approaching the strength of a lieutenant general, are all detained here. However, no matter how strong they are outside or how arrogant their style is. In this hell where there is neither enough to eat nor warmth to wear, everyone has no choice but to survive. Because there is a limited amount of food every day, and unlike other prisons, there are many supervisors. At this level, due to the temperature, most supervisors prefer to huddle in the office, happily holding hot tea and bragging. Therefore, many criminals will form gangs. In the final analysis, it is just to have a full meal. Boom. Get out of here quickly, don't force me to do it. A sturdy man wearing a prison uniform and thick hair raised his foot and kicked a skinny man away. Please, give me a bite, I haven't eaten in 2 days. The thin man who was kicked away seemed to be having a flashback, hugging the strong man's thigh tightly, wailing and crying, praying to inspire a little kindness in him. Unfortunately, this is a prison and there are no good Samaritans. Ha 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 ha, you don't have anything to eat, right? Come on, kneel down and bark like a dog 3 times, and I'll give you a bite. The leading strong man laughed and did not kick him away. Instead, he grabbed a mouthful of rice with his hand and stretched out his hand to seduce him. Woof, woof, woof. Regardless of his dignity being insulted, the thin man squatted on the ground obediently, staring at the rice in the strong man's hand with longing eyes, and barked loudly. Ha 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 ha, there are really stupid guys with frozen brains. Instead of the expected mouthful of rice, the strong man's laughter came. However, he doesn't care, as long as he has something to eat, as long as he can survive. Unexpectedly, the strong man did not follow martial ethics, and his words did not mean anything, so he kicked the thin man away. In front of him, he ate the mouthful of rice. At the end, he even said sarcastically, "Bah, do you think you deserve to eat like this?" Advertisement. After saying that, the strong man took his younger brother and walked away. The thin man himself is a pirate with a bounty of 101 million. The reason why his bounty is so high is because he has attacked many small countries and caused heavy casualties to civilians. Because of the threatening nature of his actions, he was offered a reward of over 100 million. In fact, his strength may only be in the tens of millions. This is also the biggest difference between bounties and real combat power. The bounty can only reflect the strength of the person being rewarded to a certain extent. It is more about the degree of harm he brings to the world, or the degree of harm defined by the world government. For example, for those who bully civilians and plunder the country, the bounty will be far higher than those for pirates who are just taking advantage of others, or who cause harm because of their adventures. After all, the world government is nominally the government of the world. It is an organization that prides itself on protecting civilians in the country. Therefore, when criminals with the same bounty are imprisoned together, the difference in strength comes out. Weak people are always weak wherever they are. Just like the civilians who were bullied, killed and plundered by him, now he is also the one being bullied. Food, I want food. He was in poor condition due to hunger, and even more unconscious under the attack of the strong man. I could only keep mumbling in a low voice, food. Power, freedom, hold me and you will get everything you want. The hungry, thin man suddenly heard whispers in his ears. He struggled to open his eyes, and at some point, a strange weapon appeared next to him. Regardless of thinking, the instinct of survival made him hold the hilt of the sword tightly. A warm current flowed into the limbs and bones of his body. In an instant, his eyes brightened up, and an imperceptible bloody light flashed through them. This feeling, in an instant, the thin man who felt like dying seemed to be resurrected with full blood, and his whole body was full of strength. Do you want more power? The voice that sounded like a devil's whisper sounded again. The thin man who fell into ecstasy couldn't help but pinch his thigh to make sure that this was not a dream. Advertisement, think, I want power, the power to defeat everything. The lean man shouted out eagerly, fearing that if he spoke a step too slowly, he would miss the opportunity. Relax your mind, I will give you supreme divine power. Hearing the mysterious voice sound again, the thin man didn't think at all and just closed his eyes and waited. As for the cost, the thin man was about to starve to death, so he didn't care about the cost. Let's just survive. Different from the warm current just now, the bloody torrent opened the meridians of the thin man like a bull. The whole body of the thin man was as red as a cooked prawn, steaming in the ice and snow. Ha! The thin man was panting heavily, his entire eyeballs turned a strange blood-red color, but the corners of his mouth were grinning widely, looking extremely weird. Blood. Flesh. After receiving the message from the magic sword in his hand, the thin man understood the origin and power of this sword. This sword is the darkened demon sword that disappeared 800 years ago. It is the only 3 supreme magical weapons in the world. The name of the sword, Atrox. Because the ability is too powerful and the way of using it is too evil, it has been hidden in history by the world government. However, because there was a demon living in the sword, after hard work, he managed to leave the sealing place of the world government while exerting his strength. He accidentally fell into the Impel City and was picked up by a thin man. Because the seal had been sealed for 800 years, its power had greatly decreased, so the deal with the thin man was made. Providing flesh and blood, even vitality and lifespan, can be exchanged for powerful power. As for the devil in the magic sword, the thin man didn't know whether it was true or false. Anyway, there is a way to obtain power. In order to survive, he has no choice but to believe. How much life do I have left? After thinking for a moment, the thin man asked about the magic sword in his hand. Since lifespan and vitality can be replenished through plunder, it is not impossible to exchange them in advance. In fact, the consumption of vitality can be replenished through flesh and blood magic, but the lifespan of the sacrifice really disappears. However, the supplement of vitality will not be visible at all for a while. Atrox didn't say this clearly. After all, as the caster of the curse, it is up to him to decide how much life he will get in exchange for it. He can completely cut it off and store part of his lifespan for emergencies. The most superficial usage can forcibly transfer the lifespan to the person holding the sword at a ratio of 10 to 1. This means that if enough people sacrifice their lifespan, theoretical immortality can be achieved. Chapter 124. Thanks to the rules for saving you, remaining life, 42 years. Atrox's voice sounded in the thin man's mind, sacrifice for 40 years. He couldn't bear to let the child trap the wolf, and he didn't know the specific effect ratio between lifespan and strength. Thinking about the previous humiliation, he gritted his teeth and spent almost all his lifespan in it. The deal is done. Get ready to receive the gift of power. As Atrox's low and hoarse voice sounded, a red light that was the same as before flowed into his body. As he screamed in pain due to the transformation of his flesh and blood, the red light gradually disappeared. Atrox did not skimp on his 40-year lifespan at all. After all, now was the investment period. After his reputation was established, there would be a steady stream of fat sheep hungry for power. After the transformation, the thin man became strong, and his strength was even comparable to that of a large pirate of about 3 to 4 billion people. In other words, he can already defeat some ordinary lieutenant generals, and even absorb life force through flesh and blood magic. By exchanging injuries for injuries, he cannot kill his lieutenant generals instantly, but will lose first. It can be said to be quite cost-effective. After all, an ordinary person may not be able to beat a major general even if he trains for 40 years. And the biggest drawback of this sudden power is that the degree of fine control of the power is quite low. The exchange of power through curses can be understood as aging for 40 years in an instant, but with the support of flesh and blood magic, nothing can be seen in a short time. But after all, it is not accumulated bit by oneself, and the power gained through overdraft of life means that without a steady stream of vitality replenishment, one will soon become an old man who is about to become Kuchiki. Not an old man like Garp who is called an old man but is actually a monster. Instead, the body is dry, the energy and blood are declining, and the old man has half a foot in the grave. However, this is nothing. After all, power is hard won. For example, not everyone can master the armament-colored hockey and the knowledge-colored hockey that are necessary for strong men. And excluding domineering, pure physical progress is even more difficult. Now, as long as you move your mouth, you can enjoy the fun in advance that you may not enjoy in your lifetime. I believe many people will enjoy it. Even the lost vitality and lifespan can be replenished, over and over again, which in their eyes means they don't have to pay anything. It's a pity that all this is the devil's trick. In a place they can't see, they have lost the most precious thing, lifespan. So strong, I feel like even a general is no more than that. The man who suddenly mastered powerful power thought somewhat ecstatically. Advertisement, go, plunder, hunt the whole world, and you will harvest everything you want. Like a demonic whisper, it echoed in the man's mind, tempting him to step into the abyss of power. With this power, even the superior celestial dragons are just a bunch of lambs to be slaughtered. Like most pirates, the country where the man lives is also oppressed by the supply of heavenly gold to the celestial dragons, which has made the living conditions of most civilians dire. Otherwise, how could there be so many people wanting to find the legendary secret treasure? Isn't the purpose of living a free life with enough food and clothing? The man carrying the dark and demonic sword walked step by step in the direction where the sturdy man left. The 6th floor of Impel City, eternal hell. Ah! A shrill scream echoed throughout the empty and dark prison. It takes the already eerie atmosphere to the next level. A-hole, you and Senju Hashirama are two damn guys, don't let me get out of here. Looking at the cold and arrogant man in red armor in front of him, Shiryu of the Rain screamed and growled at him, frantically venting the resentment in his heart. If this wasn't a prison, you wouldn't even have the right to scream. Condescendingly, Uchiha Madara said coldly, looking at the Shiryu of the Rain who was sweating profusely and lying on the ground with some twitching. Just like what he said, if it weren't for the fact that as the warden, he was not allowed to kill prisoners without any reason, the entire Impel Down city would have been cleared out by now. It can only be said that the rules saved their lives. Uchiha Madara is not Senju Hashirama, he doesn't care about what is sustainable or not. He only knows that the weak are not worthy of wailing. A bunch of trash. A powerful aura spread from Uchiha Madara to the entire prison. In an instant, everyone was shocked by this amazing momentum. Conquerors. A white-haired old man huddled in the corner murmured. Advertisement: this person is the legendary, aloof Red, who, with his own power, occupies the same status as Whitebeard, Golden Lion, Roger and others, Valoric Redfield. The entire 6th floor of Eternal Hell, Uchiha Madara is not all in uniform. At least, without using the complete Susanoo, there is no good way to deal with the legendary big pirates like Redfield and Walder, Uchiha Madara. After all, although Mangekyo Sharingan's genjutsu ability is very strong, coupled with his strong mental power, even Shiryu of the Rain is not an enemy of one. However, for a monster with Conqueror's domineering power, pure genjutsu seems to be insufficient. Because Susanoo is huge and has too much destructive power, it is difficult for Uchiha Madara to use it without authorization unless there is a big commotion. After all, he is still a member of Marine's original Impel Down city in name. In addition, there is a director with a poisonous fruit on his head. Uchiha Madara, who has no idea of becoming a pirate, can't catch all the money. Unless, someone can cause riots in Impel Down city. Sir Uchiha Madara, this is bad. There is a prisoner riot on the 5th floor of Freezing Hell. A jailer hurried over and shouted to Uchiha Madara. Oh, riot. After hearing that what he had been longing for finally happened, the corners of Uchiha Madara's serious face could not help but curl up. The 5th floor of Impel City, Freezing Hell. Laugh, please. Please, spare me. Yes, this is your meal, as well as my food reserves for the past few days, all for you, please, spare me. The burly man who had been showing off his power just now, mocking and toying with the thin man, was now like a bereaved dog, kneeling on the ground begging for mercy. No wonder he was so frightened. If the scene in front of him hadn't been too terrifying, he wouldn't have been frightened to death. Time goes back to 1 hour ago. The sturdy man who had come back from grabbing the food was ready to find a place to have a meal over a fire. Who knows, there is a follower behind him. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be the man who had just imitated the barking of a dog. He was carrying a strange sword that he found somewhere. Coupled with this, the skin was a little red due to the transformation just now, not to mention it was really scary. However, the burly man and others are all big pirates who kill without blinking an eye, so how could they be frightened by such a little trick? Just now you were kneeling on the ground learning how to bark, but this time you dared to make trouble with a weird weapon. Chapter 125 Become the enemy of the world. A new storm has appeared. Boy, you are very brave. While Grandpa and I are in a good mood today, leave the weapon and get out of here, otherwise. Afterwards, the sturdy man did not say any more, but only showed a cruel look. After all, it's an icy and snowy environment. If you're really hungry, there's nothing you can't eat. As long as the person is not killed directly and some parts are missing, the jailer will not show up. Listening to the threatening words of the burly man, the man holding the dark sword was not only unafraid, but showed a strange face. He was obviously smiling, but his whole mouth was grinning almost to the base of his ears, as if his entire jaw was opening and closing. The sturdy man and others were so frightened that they trembled all over. Later, the sturdy man felt that he was afraid of such a thing and was a little embarrassed, so he ordered a group of younger brothers to give him some advice. As a result, something happened that shocked his outlook. He didn't understand how the guy who was just like a dog, only wagging his tail and begging for mercy, turned into a man-eating demon in the blink of an eye. That's right, it's cannibalism. In front of him, one after another, the younger brothers were turned into mummies by the man holding the magic sword. It's as if the Huxia herbal medicine has been dead for many years and has been exposed to the sun, and it feels like it will break if touched. It's absolutely terrifying. Come on, weren't you very arrogant just now? After the vitality replenishment of 7 or 8 younger brothers, the man who felt full of strength in his body stepped forward and looked down at the tall man, wagging his tail and begging for mercy, and roared with some pleasure. No. Don't dare. Seeing the distorted facial features of the approaching man, coupled with the scarlet blood, the sturdy man was so frightened that he could not speak. Puff. Looking at the burly man who looked completely different from just now, the man suddenly felt bored and turned the man into blood with a knife in his hand. Ha 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 ha. After killing the enemy who had oppressed him for a long time, and with the huge power he gained, the man who was already a little delirious due to the transformation of flesh and blood laughed like a maniac. Power. I want stronger power. Feeling the life force flowing through and finally gathering into the sword, the man yelled crazily. At this time, the man who was already half mad and half awake had already forgotten the rules of the prison. In other words, he suddenly gained great power and didn't care about any rules at all. Just like what the devil in the sword said, when he picks up this sword and chooses to rely on devouring flesh and blood in exchange for powerful power, his enemy is the entire world. Advertisement: in other words, he is against the world. Go fight, go plunder, and gain supreme glory. The bewitching whisper sounded in his mind again. Let the man, who was still addicted to power, follow suit and walk towards the gathering place of other prisoners. Push forward to the 4th floor of the city, the scorching hell. Office of the Administrator. Director, something happened. There was a prisoner riot in Freezing Hell. Many prisoners and guards were killed on the entire 5th floor. What, damn, wait for me. Gululu. After hearing Hannibal's report, Magellan was about to stand up and suppress the blind prisoners, when an untimely sound rang out from his stomach. Magellan's expression changed, and he immediately sat back on the toilet and said solemnly, Go to Warden Uchiha Madara, I'll be right back. The 5th floor of Impel City, Freezing Hell. Kill. as more and more people fell into his hands, he felt more and more excited. In fact, all the life force was absorbed by Atrox, leaving only a small amount for the man holding the sword to stay alive. In fact, the so-called lifespan of 42 years was just what Atrox said casually. How could he know exactly how many years a person could live? By strengthening skills through curses, he could only vaguely perceive a person's vitality and roughly quantify it. Although the accuracy is less than a single digit, the year to the full 10 can still be perceived. In other words, the real lifespan of a man holding a sword is probably more than 40 years old. It's hard to say exactly how long it is. Anyway, after gaining strength from the transaction, there is no unlimited supply of vitality, and it is possible to turn into a mummy in a few days, maybe. Atrox is not a kind person. It is his greatest kindness to not shorten his life for the first time. As for the future, whether the user lives or dies depends on his luck. Anyway, Atrox has already obtained the vitality and experience points. If the user can't stand it and it hangs, then it's not impossible to replace it with another one. After all, there are many people in the entire Shangcheng city who are willing to sell their lives in order to survive. Monster, monster. Advertisement seeing the mummified corpses one after another, the jailer holding a musket was frightened and backed away, fearing that he would follow suit. Boom. Just when the jailers were deep in fear, a man in red armor stood in front of them with his arms folded across his chest. A huge blue skeleton figure appeared behind the man and knocked the crazy man away with one punch. It's the warden. We're saved. The jailers who followed Uchiha Madara saw the familiar blue giant, and they knew that the godlike man was coming. A mere monster dares to dance. Through Mangekyo Sharingan, Uchiha Madara clearly sensed that the man in front of her was not so much a human being as a puppet of power. People who have already lost their hearts are not looked down upon by Uchiha Madara at all. Kill. The man who was shot away rushed towards Uchiha Madara with a magic sword in his hand and disheveled hair. 10-fist sword. Boom. There is no suspense. Uchiha Madara, who has long been firmly ranked as the emperor, cannot compete with someone who obtains strength through sacrifice. Even adding Atrox would not help. After all, the level gap is insurmountable. Uchiha Madara took back the Susanoo, walked to the crushed body, and picked up the darkened demon sword. Feeling Uchiha Madara's majestic spiritual power and heroic courage, Atrox fell into silence. Feeling the familiar aura of the magic sword in his hand, Uchiha Madara understood that this was another newly born peer. Although the clones do not know each other, the specific number and location of the clones. But when they get close, there will be a strange feeling. Although Uchiha Madara doesn't understand what's going on with the new colleague being a sword. However, this did not prevent him from trying his inner thoughts. After a while, Uchiha Madara put away the darkened demonic sword, and Magellan, who felt more comfortable in his stomach, hurried over. Looking at the messy ground, he hurriedly commended Uchiha Madara. Seeing that it was nothing serious, he hurriedly covered his butt and left. Because of the distance, no one except Uchiha Madara knows where the sword went. In other words, the jailers didn't pay attention to the so-called magic sword at all. The jailers were so frightened that they wished they had 8 legs, so they didn't have time to observe the perpetrators. Chapter 126 I am the darkness among all things, the ruthless destruction. The 6th floor of Impel City, eternal hell, inside Shiryu's prison. Who? An inexplicable aura suddenly appeared in Shiryu's perception. He was recovering from the mental trauma caused by Uchiha Madara. He suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the source of the aura. I saw a weapon covered in blood and glowing with a strange red light lying flat there. This is. Looking at this weapon that exuded a faint sense of oppression, Shiryu's eyes narrowed. Because of his imprisonment, his saber Leiyu was kept in the director's office. As a result, he could not display half of his strength. In addition, he did not have enough food and rest, and his combat effectiveness and mental state declined sharply. Only then did Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama treat him like an experienced child, brushing him off. So, looking at this strange weapon that looked like a sword but not a sword, a bold idea flashed in Shiryu's mind: jailbreak. However, due to his physical condition, even with weapons, he may not be able to defeat Uchiha Madara, let alone Magellan. Although, Shiryu looks down on Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. However, he knew in his heart that even at his peak, holding Thunderstorm, he might not be able to defeat the two of them. Fortunately, now that Senju Hashirama has been transferred, and with this weapon, as long as one of Uchiha Madara or Magellan leaves, Shiryu has the confidence to rob a warship and leave. Thinking about it, Shiryu stepped forward, ready to try out the feel of the new sword. Are you hungry for power? Are you hungry for killing? As Shiryu held the sword with both hands, a demonic whisper sounded in his mind. Because he had been obsessed with Uchiha Madara hypnosis recently, Shiryu was subconsciously shocked and got rid of Atrox's temptation. Who are you? Shiryu snapped after coming back to his senses. I am the darkness among all things, the ruthless destruction, and the source of all power. Come on, open your heart, accept me, merge with me, and control everything. Speak English. Advertisement. You can call me Atrox. Outside prison. Watching Shiryu pick up the darkened demon sword, Uchiha Madara's eyes flashed, and then she turned and left. Shiryu, the opportunity is given to you, don't let me down. Next, Uchiha Madara decided to take a leave of absence for a while. After all, with him around, Shiryu would never dare to escape from prison. After making up his mind, Uchiha Madara decided to find his good brother. He didn't know if he had thought about himself after not seeing him for so long. Thinking of Senju Hashirama's silly face, Uchiha Madara couldn't help but smile and walk towards the director's office meeting. Ah sneeze, Senju Hashirama, who had just completed a pirate capture, sneezed inexplicably. Blessed by the immortal human body and the essence of the ancient tree of life, he can recover in an instant even if he is injured, let alone a cold. His recovery speed is not far behind Kaido's, and may even be faster than Kaido's. What's wrong, Lord Hashirama? Did you catch a cold last night? Do you want to take a nap? Seeing Senju Hashirama suddenly sneezing, little Sati in sexy marine uniform quickly put down the torture tools in her hands and ran over to express concern. I don't know why the serious marine uniform looks so tempting when worn on little Sadie. Ha 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 ha, it's okay, it's a small problem, let's go, keep going. Touching his nose, Senju said nonchalantly. After all, he knew his body best, and it was probably just a simple itchy nose. Without thinking much, Senju Hashirama took Lil Sati back to the cabin where pirates were held, preparing to start a new round of torture. Because Senju Hashirama had been transferred back to the marine headquarters and could not go to Impel Down, he specially opened a floor of wooden cells on his warship to hold pirates. With the blessing of Sage Mode and the essence of ancient trees, its hardness is far inferior to that of the warship itself. It's a pity that the number of cells is limited, and Senju Hashirama can only keep some non-powered people with bounties of over 100 million. As for the capable people, because of the limited number of handcuffs, they are basically sent to Impel Down City. After all, although he is not here, his good gay friend Uchiha Madara is still there, which can be regarded as a small comfort to the lonely good friend. North Blue, Kingdom of Maryland. Captain, the port of the Kingdom of Maryland is ahead, otherwise we should. Advertisement. Watching the enemy's island slowly approaching, Lorraine couldn't help but feel a little timid. Although, Kimimaro stepped forward and wanted to help him get revenge, which moved him very much. However, not knowing Kimimaro's true strength, he was still a little scared, worried that such a kind and gentle captain would be hurt because of him. Even death, after all, these days, the pirates they attack are all small pirates with bounties of no more than a few million or even tens of millions, and none even have a bounty of 30 million. Although North Blue has many more pirates than the East Daxia Sea, the truly powerful pirates will not cower in the weak world. Unless they are people like Mr. Hay who are exhausted, more pirates are more willing to go to the legendary Great Route for their ambitions and dreams. This was also what Lorraine was most worried about along the way. He has lost his family, and he doesn't want to hurt such a good captain because of himself. After a month of getting along with each other, Lorraine also discovered that Kimimaro is a person who is cold on the outside and hot on the inside. Even though he talks little and kills decisively, he is indeed a kind-hearted person. At least, Lorraine had never seen Kimimaro kill any civilians. Instead, when civilians were attacked by pirates, he took the initiative, and then left a small bag of Bailey and left in a cool manner. Perhaps, for Kimimaro, it is just a small amount of money, but for the refugees who have just suffered a disaster, it is a real life-saving straw. This is also the reason why Lorraine is willing to help Kimimaro do things. Otherwise, Lorraine could have found a group of big pirates, similar to the Black-Face pirates, and let them both suffer losses, while he would take the opportunity to escape. I have everything. Seeing Lorraine hesitant in speaking, Kimimaro just said calmly. That kind of calm expression can give people a considerable sense of security. Strangely enough, since Lorraine boarded the ship, he has never seen Kimimaro's smile, or in other words, he has never seen Kimimaro's expression other than facial paralysis. Lorraine was curious, but didn't dare to ask any more questions. After all, it might have a distressing past just like his scarf. In the original work, Kimimaro was already numb and expressionless due to suffering from blood disease and the pain of broken bones and flesh. And here, Muxue also subconsciously preserved Kimimaro's paralyzed face. Otherwise, Kimimaro with a bright smile, to be honest, is a bit perceptive. So, a beautiful misunderstanding unfolded. In fact, many things are not afraid of you asking more, but they are afraid of you thinking too much. Self-braining is the most deadly. Chapter 127. The Black-Faced Knight and the White-Faced King. Kingdom of Maryland, capital, in the Palace Hall. Glittering glass chandeliers, carved wooden windows decorated with gorgeous silver ornaments, and various antique calligraphy and paintings form a beautiful picture. The entire hall is gorgeous, magnificent, and dazzling. It is hard to imagine that a small country from North Blue can have such luxurious decoration. I'm back, Boomala, how was the harvest this time? Sitting at the head of the dinner table, a man wearing gold and silver, showing off his wealthy temperament, looked at the dark-faced man who walked in and asked. It's okay. Didn't I tell you not to come to me unless there's an emergency? Why do you want to come to me this time? The black-faced man, Boomala, sat casually at the second seat of the dining table, picked up a knife and fork, and asked impatiently while eating. Seeing his child's impatient appearance, the man sitting in the first place, the King of Maryland, Kirill VII, put down his knife and fork, frowned slightly and said, How many times have I said that as a noble, if you want to look like a noble, look at the difference between you and a local ruffian? Hearing the words of Kirill VII that he hated iron, Boomala shrugged indifferently and said, You find me annoying? Then I'll leave. With that said, Boomala put down the knife and fork in his hand and gestured to leave. Boom. That's enough, put your temper away. You don't want the big kingdom, but you want to be a pirate. Do you know how many blood-sucking bugs I have to feed every year in order to prevent you from being caught in marine prison? Money. Kirill 7 looked at Bamura's appearance of cutting meat, slapped the table angrily, and roared. The Kingdom of Maryland, a small country that arose decades ago, was first famous for producing Maryland red wine, and gradually became famous. After catching up with a high-ranking official in the world government, he obtained the qualification to establish a country. Later, as the wine industry grew bigger and stronger, relying on its considerable financial resources, it became somewhat famous in North Blue. And Bumula is the only son of this king, Kirill 7. Oddly enough, ever since Kirill 7 married a wife and gave birth to Bumura, he never gave birth to a son or a daughter. This made Kirill 7 very fond of Bumura. Even if Bumura wanted to go out on an adventure and ended up indulging in all kinds of so-called plays that oppressed the people, Kirill 7 could tolerate it. This is also the reason why Bumura, as the captain of the Blackface Pirates, can freely enter and exit the Kingdom of Maryland without being arrested by the Marine Branch. Advertisement Kirill 7 dare not say it outside, but in the Kingdom of Maryland, Kirill 7 is the rule. Even the Marine Branch of the Kingdom of Maryland was fully funded by him. Why are you coming back? To inherit your throne? Please, I don't want to be so boring. Bored? What you call fun is just going out and causing mischief. Hearing Bamura's words, Kirill 7 was so angry that he had a toothache, and he shouted angrily at Bamura. Although Kirill 7 doesn't care about the untouchables outside, every transaction is real money. What could he do with this money? If it weren't for Bumula being his only son, he would really want to slap him to death. It is strange to say that after several generations of genetic improvement, the men of the Kirill family are all fair and decent men. After all, this has been passed down for decades. But when he arrived in Bumula, he not only became a black boy, but also extremely strong. He had amazing martial arts since he was a child. He also loved knives and sticks and fought with others together. There is absolutely no aristocratic temperament. Okay, Your Majesty, calm down. You too, Bamura, why don't you come over and apologize to your father? A lady who looked to be about 40 years old and still charming came over. While following the rising and falling chest of Kirill 7, he scolded Bumula. Following the noble lady was a black-faced knight in armor, a bodyguard who had grown up with Kirill 7. He was responsible for security issues inside and outside the palace, and was also Bumula's martial arts teacher. Your Highness Bamura. Looking at the queen with a sad look on her face, the black-faced knight yelled angrily at Bamura, looking like he hated iron. Teacher, Queen Mother. Bumula, who had acted fearless just now, behaved like a little chicken after seeing the black-faced knight walking with his mother, and did not talk back. As the teacher who had trained him since childhood, Bumulana was quite in awe. After all, I don't know why, but Bumula is close to him from the bottom of my heart, even though the black-faced knight always lectures him. Report, Your Majesty the King, there's a red-faced man outside who claims to be a friend of His Highness. Just when the scene was getting a little anxious, a palace guard ran in. Advertisement, Mother, Teacher, the person here is my deputy captain. I'm afraid something has happened. I'll leave first. Please help me persuade my father. After hearing what the guard said, Bumula's heart skipped a beat. He had told him not to go into the city unless there was something urgent. Although he was protected by his father, it was better to do less than to do more. He didn't want to be nagged every day. After apologizing to his mother and teacher, Bumula left in a hurry. The traitor, cough, cough. Kirill 7, who was angered by Bumula's reckless behavior, cursed angrily and coughed. It was obvious that he was not in good health. After all, he is a rich king. Although he cannot give birth to children, it does not affect his enjoyment of life every day. Since he was unable to give birth to a second child, Kirill 7 felt a little inferior every time he saw his wife's disdainful eyes, so he gradually stopped looking for a wife, and instead found someone who could flatter him and satisfy himself. Woman. As for whether his wife is empty or not, he doesn't know. Anyway, my wife's face is quite rosy. Ahem. You take a team of guards to take a look and try not to cause any trouble. After all, it is his beloved son who cares deeply, Kirill 7 ordered to the black-faced knight on the side. Yes, Your Majesty. Seeing the anxious state of Bumula just now, the black-faced knight was actually very worried, but because of His Majesty the King, he did not dare to reveal it for fear of any accident. Go, take care of us. Our Highness Bumula, Your Majesty, I am here. The queen, who almost spilled the beans in desperation, quickly changed the subject so that he didn't have to worry about the king. Fortunately, Kirill 7, who was still angry and a little worried in his heart, did not pay attention to his princess's words. Otherwise, I'm afraid there won't be a new story unfolding. The other side, after Bumula ran out of the palace. What's going on? Didn't you say you shouldn't enter the city without permission? Captain, there's no time to explain. Come back to the ship. A monster came this morning. Chapter 128 Whose son? What a mess. Kingdom of Maryland, port. The Blackface Pirates, on the ship. Puff, I'm telling you, our captain has a bounty of 69 million Baileys, North Blue's famous pirate, Blackface. You'd better get out of here, otherwise your life will be at risk. Looking at their companions falling one after another, some pirates shouted threats, as if to put pressure on the killer or to cheer themselves up. Where is your captain? Kimimaro, who was holding a bone sword, asked as he looked at the pirates in front of him, and even the hand holding the sword was trembling. Captain, there's no one in the cabin except these Baileys. Lorraine carried a large backpack and walked out of the cabin behind Kimimaro. Although the main purpose of this trip is to avenge Lorraine, the Blackface Pirates are a well-known large pirate group, which can be regarded as an additional gain. After some searching, Lorraine found that there was not much property, only about 100 million, which was still a deposit dug out of the captain's cabin. As for the rest of the pirates, they basically have no money. But it's normal. After all, ordinary pirates don't know when they will die one day, so they naturally don't save money. In addition, it had been several days since we were close to the Kingdom of Maryland, and those pirates had already landed and consumed Bailey completely. If Bumala hadn't received a summons from Kiril 7 today, I'm afraid they would have left here today. Kimimaro and the others were nowhere to be seen. Looking back at Lorraine, who was packed with bags, Kimimaro nodded lightly, and then looked at the surviving pirates. The vice captain just went to see the captain. I advise you to leave as soon as possible if you are sensible. There was no direct answer to Kimimaro's question, they just kept repeating threatening words. Puff. Kimimaro, who was too lazy to talk nonsense, saw that he couldn't find any useful information, so he directly raised his hand, pierced the bullet with his fingers, and killed the remaining few people. Captain, why don't we leave? Anyway, the Blackface Pirates are basically in name only. Looking at the corpses on the boat, Lorraine said carefully. Blackface's bounty is close to 70 million belly, which is somewhat scary. Wait. Kimimaro found a relatively clean place and sat on the floor. Entered into a state of meditation with eyes closed. Advertisement, damn it. Who is it? Stand up for Lousy. Lousy will chop you up alive. I don't know how long it took, but there was a burst of anger. It could be heard that the owner of the voice was in a very bad mood. Captain of the Blackface Pirates. Kimimaro opened his eyes, looked at the visitor's face as black as charcoal, and said calmly. Who are you? Looking at Kimimaro, who was spotless and looked like a troubled young master, the black-faced Gamora said in a serious voice. Because he doesn't read newspapers often and has been living a life of entertainment recently, Bumala doesn't know Kimimaro's name and strength. However, he dared to kill everyone except the two captains by himself, which shows his strength. However, Bumala did not panic. After all, most of the bounty on the entire ship was supported by him. Although his bounty was inflated due to burning, killing and looting, his overall strength was at least 50 million Baileys. If he could acquire armed hockey, he would at least be a supernova-level pirate. Kill your people. Although Bumura does not have a positive Kaido problem, looking at his appearance, he completely fits the title of Blackface. It can't be the red-faced burly man next to him. Don't be arrogant, our captain is a thief in the sea with a bounty of 69 million Baileys. Before the red-faced man could finish his words, Kimimaro ducked out of the way and chopped off the head of the black-faced Bumura, who didn't react quickly. The red-faced man was shocked and speechless. You know, Kimimaro is a clone who was born with the strange velvet chrysanthemum, a gifted clone. Although the initial attributes are not as high as Atrox, the accumulation over time and the difference in level cannot be underestimated. Now Kimimaro, even a lieutenant general, has to deal with it seriously under normal circumstances. Once the imperfect sage mode is turned on, even an elite lieutenant general will find it quite difficult. Not to mention a little pirate whose strength is only equivalent to that of a school officer. Maybe in North Blue, he is a good big pirate, but for Kimimaro, it is just a matter of one sword. No. My son. The belatedly arrived black-faced knight looked at the head of Bumura, who had the same black face as him, and rolled to the ground, and roared in anger. For a moment, all the guards who followed were stunned. I don't know if it's because of the death of His Highness or the shocking scandal of the black-faced knight. You die. Advertisement. The angry black-faced knight roared, raised the katana with a thin layer of domineering aura in his hand, gathered all his strength, and looked at Kimimaro. Having been gifted since childhood, he was sold to the royal family and trained as a personal guard. Once again, unexpectedly, he met the woman who would make his heart beat for the rest of his life. Bumura's biological mother, the princess of the Kingdom of Maryland. However, having grown up in the royal family since childhood, he understood that they were destined to be fruitless. But unexpectedly, he learned about the king's infertility, and a small idea was born in his mind. He concealed the scandal of His Majesty the King and had an affair with the Queen in an accident. Finally gave birth to a son. I thought that I could use this to let my son inherit the throne. As a result, his son, like himself, yearned for a life of swords and blood, which gave him a headache. Fortunately, the infertile king could only rely on his own son to inherit the throne. He was not in a hurry as he came and went. In addition, after giving birth to Bumala, he also lost his fertility due to an accident, so he relied on Bumala to continue the family line. As a result, today the white-haired person gave the black-haired person a gift. The black-faced knight vowed to cut off Kimimaro's head with his own hands to comfort his son's spirit in heaven. Seemingly seeing the angry black-faced knight, Kimimaro just turned around slightly to avoid his hateful sword. Then the bone knife in his left hand flicked away the samurai sword in his hand, and his right hand stabbed straight towards his neck. Puff! In a flash of lightning, the hateful black-faced knight went to see his own son. His Royal Highness is dead, and so is the commander. Run. Watching the leader, Maryland's #1 warrior, die tragically from a knife, the guards on the side dispersed in a rush. What? Listening to the guard's words, Lorraine was a little confused. How could an executioner with blood on his hands still be the prince of a country? In addition, the black-faced knight who was the commander of the guards just now shouted that he was clearly my son, which made the quick-thinking Lorraine a little confused. For a moment, he was not clear about their relationship. Follow up. Lorraine was in chaos, but Kimimaro was not. Although he didn't know whose child Blackface was, he must have something to do with the Kingdom of Maryland. Coincidentally, he has almost stayed in North Blue, and it's time to head to the Grand Line. But before that, it's time to do something big. Chapter 129 Animal Department, Snake Fruit, Ancient Species, Titanaconda Form. December 3, 1510 in the Hyuan calendar. A shocking scandal broke out in the royal family of the Kingdom of Maryland, the place where North Blue's famous Maryland red wine was produced. Her only heir was actually the product of an affair between the queen and her personal guard commander. After learning the news, the current king of Maryland, Kirill VII, who was already in poor health, was immediately furious and died with hatred. Judging by the time, we might even be able to catch up with the father and son of the black-faced knight. The leaderless royal family was completely robbed by Kimimaro and his two men. They were able to help the helpless queen to keep the huge property. Otherwise, how can a weak woman protect her property in this dangerous world? Of course, these are fake news, spread by word of mouth. The real situation is, the bounty hunter, Silver Bone Slayer, Kimimaro, was greedy for money. After killing the king and commander of the Kingdom of Marilla, he looted the royal family's property and then left with his men. At least, that's what the queen said. As for the blackface and pirate thing, what does it have to do with her? Marine headquarters also quickly issued the latest wanted order. Codename: Silver Bone Killer. Name: Kimimaro. Bounty: 120,000 Baileys. Requirement: no matter life or death, and Kimimaro's younger brother. Codename: Servant. Name: Lorraine Avery. Bounty: 8 million Baileys. Requirement: no matter life or death. Kimimaro's title came from his nickname when he was a bounty hunter. In addition, he also had a backup in Marine, so he quickly calculated the approximate bounty. As for Lorraine, he was just making up the numbers. Even the photo on the bounty showed him carrying a load of treasures on his back and unable to straighten his waist while walking. Anyone who looked at it would look like a weak follower. North Blue, on the way to Upside Down Mountain. Looking at the latest reward order, Lorraine excitedly and fearfully handed the wanted order to Kimimaro. Captain, we are being rewarded by Marine. Do you think we will be caught by Marine? Lorraine was scared and excited when she was put on a bounty for the first time. He is afraid because he is very weak. I'm excited because as a pirate, having a bounty on my head feels very powerful. Give. Ignoring Lorraine's complicated emotions, Kimimaro threw a devil fruit in his hand to Lorraine. Advertisement: he found this in the palace treasury. For some reason, people from all over Maryland did not eat this fruit. Simply, Kimimaro kept the devil fruit after asking Muxue. Since Kimimaro turned in a large sum of Baileys, Muxue, who was in a happy mood, didn't care about a devil fruit. It would be troublesome to cash in this thing anyway, so he simply left it to Kimimaro. As for the devil fruit Kuina needs, Muxue plans to find an opportunity to get her a phantom beast species, which will improve her physique and give her special abilities, which is quite cost-effective. Really? Ooh, Captain, I love you. Although he knew there was a devil fruit in the treasure house, he was grateful and did not eat it secretly. Instead, he obediently gave it to Kimimaro. After all, Kimimaro has been acting for Bailey since they met. One devil fruit costs hundreds of millions at least. Lorraine also didn't expect that one day he would be able to obtain the devil fruit. Excited, he burst into tears and was about to give Kimimaro a hug. Eat quickly. Eat clean. Unexpectedly, Kimimaro just turned around slightly to avoid Lorraine, who was full of runny nose. After leaving a faint sentence, he dodged aside. In a corner that Lorraine couldn't see, Kimimaro's mouth curved slightly. It was so tiny that you couldn't tell it if you didn't look carefully. It can be seen that Kimimaro is in a good mood. Soon, Lorraine calmed down and took a bite of the devil fruit. Lorraine, with a distorted face, swallowed it with force. Then, he obediently ate the fruit cleanly. An inexplicable message came to his mind. It is the name of this fruit. Animal Department, Snake Fruit, Ancient Species, Titanicona Form. A huge, black-purple snake, a bit like the psychic creature in Longny Cave, Wand Snake. Captain, you are so little. It hurts so much. I was wrong, Captain. Hiss. It turns out to be a snake fruit. Damn it. I knew I would have kept it for Kuina. By then, the snake waste. Through Kimimaro's vision, Muxue felt a little regretful. No matter, after thinking about it, isn't a fantasy beast species more delicious than the nine-tails fox, white tiger, etc.? None of them are better than the mere titan python. After comforting herself, Muxue disconnected Kimimaro's vision and prepared to see the situation of other clones. Advertisement: Marine Headquarters, Marineland. Fleet Admiral Office. Suck. Don't tell me, this Fleet Admiral's special tea is even more fragrant than the tea given to retired employees like us. Zepha, who was holding a teacup in one hand and senbei in the other, said to Garp, who was also eating and drinking. Yeah, the senbei here in the Warring States period is much more delicious than the ones outside. Garp also nodded with deep understanding. Boom. That's enough, you two bastards. Get out of here if you have nothing to do. Don't hinder my work here, and don't eat my senbei anymore. Senguo, who was rubbing his temples, couldn't stand the sound of the two walking around drinking tea and the crunching sounds of chewing, so he slapped the table and yelled. It was already enough to have Garp's meat on a hob, but after Zephyr retired, he not only bothered me every now and then, but also imitated Garp and stole his own senbei. What's more, he also stole his senbei drink, a special tea that is limited to a limited amount every year. Sengoku, who was originally in a good mood because of the appearance of Erza and others, was made quite depressed by these two bastards. He was hit and beaten, and scolded, but he couldn't stop it. It made Warring States want to resign and go to Kong to complain. Don't worry, Warring States, come on, you can have a drink too, it's quite delicious. Looking at the anxious Sengoku, unlike the indifferent Garp, Zephyr calmly picked up an empty teacup he brought with him and poured a cup for Sengoku, signaling him to calm down. Suck, isn't this tea good? Zephyr looked at Senguo's expression of enjoyment and joked. It's really good, no, this is my tea, of course I know it. After reacting, Warring States wanted to raise his hand to slap the table, but after looking at the teacup in his hand, he finally couldn't bear it and could only sip one mouth after another in silence. By the way, how are those two boys doing recently? Should you consider bringing back the boy from Impel City? Looking at the silent Warring States, Zephyr said casually. With his current status, he has no rights. He can only rely on his thick skin to speak a few words for the people he likes. You're talking about Uchiha Madara, that's right. It's said that that kid defeated the Fire Dragon and is at least a lieutenant general in strength. It's time to bring him back as well. After listening to ZFA's words, Warring States thought for a while and agreed. You are indeed the soldier I brought back, ha 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 ha. Listening to the discussion among his old friends, Garp also boasted about getting on the pole. Dong dong dong, enter. A rapid knock on the door interrupted the conversation of the three. It's not good, Warring States Fleet Admiral, urgent report. Chapter 130. Calm down, what, say it again. It's not good, Warring States Fleet Admiral, urgent report. Seeing Marine from the Intelligence Department rushing in, Zephyr and Garp also looked solemn. It's okay to joke around normally, but when there's a real emergency, they will never hold back. Even though Zephyr is a retired Marine in name, he will help Sengoku if necessary. Take a breath, don't rush yet. As a Marine Fleet Admiral, Senguo has long been trained to remain calm, and he will not be surprised no matter how big the news is. Yes, Fleet Admiral. Looking at the calm face of Sengoku, Marine from the Intelligence Department also calmed down and said slowly, it's like this. I got the news today that the Fire Dragon Natsu, the leader of the Flying Sixth Cell under the Beast Pirates, will be leaving next week. On Cake Island, I got married to Charlotte Smoothie, one of the 3 dessert generals of the Big Mom Pirates. The calm tone of the messenger sea soldier seemed to be saying that his next-door neighbor was getting married tomorrow, very calm. Puff. Sengoku, who was sipping his tea calmly, couldn't help but spit out the tea after hearing that the Beast's pirates were going to marry the Big Mom Pirates. What? Say it again. Who is marrying whom? Warring States didn't care about spraying juice all over the table, slammed the teacup on the table, and yelled. It's Fire Dragon Natsu and Juice Minister Charlotte Smoothie, Fleet Admiral. Wiping a handful of tea on his face, the messenger looked at Warring States, whose expression changed greatly, and replied in a daze. Didn't you say you should be calm? Why did Fleet Admiral look more panicked than me? Boom. Where's Perusalino? Didn't I ask that B********** D to monitor the Big Mom Pirates? How did I know such big news? Warring States slapped the table hard and roared at the messenger. General Kizaru, he. After opening his mouth, the messenger didn't know what to say. He was the messenger, so how could he know the whereabouts of the general? But looking at the furious Warring States, the messenger did not dare to say anything and could only stand there aggrievedly. Okay, you go down first. Just as the messenger was sitting there as if on pins and needles, Lieutenant General He's voice came from the door in time. Advertisement. When she got the news, she was also shocked. In order to confirm the authenticity of the information, Lieutenant General Suru also immediately contacted Kizaru, who was monitoring the Big Mom Pirates outside, and asked his sailors to send a message to Sengoku. Okay, you go down. Seeing the crane coming in, Warring States also calmed down, and then waved his hand to signal the messenger to retreat. Hey, what's going on? Warring States glanced at it, and Garp and Zephyr, who were pretending to be quiet and sipping tea silently, asked Lieutenant General He. None of the people present here were outsiders, and Warring States didn't hide it and asked directly. Do you still remember that a large number of ships were dispatched from Cake Island last month? Lieutenant General He did not answer, but asked instead. Isn't that Charlotte Linlin going to hold a tea party? Zephyr from the side interjected. Although he has retired, he is still quite knowledgeable about various major events at sea. You mean, the tea party is a cover? Warring States thought for a while, and then asked uncertainly. After all, the Big Mom Pirates are different from other imperial groups. The entire Big Mom Pirates are a force established entirely through marriage. Moreover, because of Charlotte Linlin's childish nature and love of sweets, she would hold a tea party almost every few years, sometimes even once a year, depending on her mood. Therefore, when he learned that a tea party was going to be held, Sengoku didn't think much about it, and just let Kizaru continue to watch there, as long as there was no big trouble. Yes, in addition to the tea party, there is also the wedding of Charlotte Smoothie, the 14th daughter of the Charlotte family and the current dessert star. As you know, Charlotte Linlin occasionally holds her children's marriages and tea parties together, so there was some news about marriages at that time, and I didn't pay much attention to it. It wasn't until just now that the undercover agent of the Big Mom Pirates recovered in the ward and found an opportunity to spread the news. In addition to the fact that Fire Dragon Natsu is suspected of having a method of harming souls similar to Charlotte Linlin's, which directly affects the soul, there is also information that he and Charlotte Smoothie will be preparing for a wedding at Cake Island next week. That kid Kaido has some connection with Charlotte Linlin. I'm afraid this time, it's a joint signal sent by them. At the end, Lieutenant General he couldn't help but frown. After all, it is a trivial matter for Charlotte's children to get married, even the so-called generals and big posters, they don't care. Advertisement, but the meaning behind this, whether it is the union of the two imperial groups, is worthy of their investigation. Originally, due to the establishment of Shichibukai, there is now a balance of power among the three parties. Once two of the royal groups unite, there will be a storm sweeping this new world. By then, I'm afraid there will be a melee. What are you afraid of? Maybe the young couple is in love with each other? Seeing that the atmosphere in the office was a bit solemn, Garp rubbed the back of his head and said nonchalantly. It's impossible. In their status, every move represents the power behind them. It's absolutely impossible to act on their own initiative. Before Sengoku could open his mouth to refute, Zephyr denied Garp's statement first. He knows this kind of thing best, and he would never let Shichibukai be established if he couldn't help it. Unfortunately, his position forced him to suppress his ideas. In fact, although Sengoku and he didn't speak, they had the same idea as Zephyr. After all, as Marine senior executives, they can't do many things however they want. What they carry on their shoulders is everything that belongs to hundreds of thousands of people at Marine. Except for Garp, an old B*************** D who takes time off to go home and enjoy himself. Everyone else wants to use one day at a time so they don't have time to do other things. As Doran himself, as the leading candidate of the Imperial Group, how could Natsu have time to fall in love when the competition is at its fiercest, and how could it be a coincidence that he is a well-matched general? How could there be such a coincidence in the world? Kaido must be behind this. Don't look at Kaido jumping off an island to commit suicide every day, but actually planning the Wano country. You can see how thoughtful he is. As for Charlotte Linlin, it's a matter of speculation, but I can only say that we cannot rule out the possibility of her planning. But most likely, she was just acting on a whim. The top priority is to send people to the Totland Sea area to support Kizaru, so that if anything happens, we will have time to respond. There was no time to think about the reasons behind this matter. General he pointed out the most critical issues so far. Where are Erza, Hashirama and the others? Considering the manpower problem, warring states immediately thought of them. Chapter 131 Who do you think Laozi is? Pull the boat over? It just so happened that Erza requested a place as an alternate general, but she still lacked some merit. Once this is done, I believe even the five elders can't say much. As for Hashirama, he can also take the opportunity to accumulate some achievements for promotion to lieutenant general, and take him to experience the situation in the new world. Hashirama just left a few days ago. Erza, you know, he is out catching pirates every day, and it will be too late in a while. Speaking of these two people, Lieutenant General he couldn't help but rub his temples. Obviously, he, who is responsible for intelligence management, knows the intelligence of the two people very well. Naturally, we also know about Erza's fighting personality and some minor flaws in Senju Hashirama. Erza was okay, at most she was overly dedicated. As for Senju Hashirama, Lieutenant General he doesn't know how to evaluate him. He seems to be a simple and honest boy, how could he have such a strange hobby? Fortunately, the targets he attacked were all pirates, so Lieutenant General he forgot about them. In that case, let Cake and Gion go. Hearing his words, warring states frowned slightly, then glanced at Lieutenant General he and said tentatively. Well, now it seems that we can only let them go. Lieutenant General he nodded as if he didn't see Sengoku's eyes. In fact, she didn't hate the boy Jaji. Although he was a bit ugly, he was indeed a qualified soldier, maybe a bit talkative, and a bit cheeky. However, Lieutenant General he is an older person after all, and she will not pursue the emotions and life issues of the younger generation too closely. Therefore, there will be no prejudice against people with special hobbies. Marine Headquarters, Port. Gion-chan, we're going on a date together. Not long after he recovered, he was about to go on a date with Gion, whom he had longed for and whom he hadn't seen for a long time. Suddenly, he received a mission to go to sea and to monitor the dangerous mission of the Emperor's Corps. At that moment, he was ready to rest for a few more days on the grounds that his injury was not healing. As a result, when he saw that he was with his favorite Lieutenant General Gion, Kaji's head suddenly stopped hurting, his waist straightened up, and he almost flew to Gion's side in excitement. No, Kaji, who had been waiting on the boat for a long time, holding flowers in hand, ran over to Gion the moment he saw him, saying greasy words that made others uncomfortable. Sorry, this is not a date, it's a mission. Gion, who had long been accustomed to Cake's strange behavior and words, rejected Cake's show of love very calmly and walked past him as if there was no one else around. Gion-sama is so charming, and he is so polite even when he refuses. Advertisement, yes, it's a pity that Gion-sama is not thinking about her private life. Maybe this is the reason why she became a female lieutenant general. Poor Lieutenant General Jaja, he is obviously very good, but unfortunately he fell in love with someone who doesn't love him. Marine on the warship has long been accustomed to seeing the scene in front of him. Some people lamented Gion's pursuit of strength and the monotony of his private life, while others regretted that Kaki's infatuation was destined to be fruitless. Departure, target New World, Talon Sea. Jiaji, who was rejected on the side, was not disappointed. As a Marine Lieutenant General, getting to this position step by step did not rely on luck. Kaji quickly gathered his thoughts and shouted loudly, causing Marine who was still watching the excitement to react, and quickly Kaido went to their respective posts. Although Jiaji has a bad mouth when it comes to pirates, he is still very good to his Marines and civilians. At least, when others laughed at him, he always laughed and passed away. New World, a certain sea area. Damn it, it's that crazy red-haired female Marine. Seeing the unstoppable Erza in front of him, a pirate leader roared in horror. Just go ahead and capture me, I will give you a happy life. Erza said threatening words, and the three-dimensional sword in her hand did not stop. The reason for talking is to make the resistance of these pirates weaker, so as to reduce the time to kill them. In this way, this battle can be ended soon and the search for new pirates can begin. Ever since she went to sea, Erza's life has been either killing pirates or on the road to killing pirates. The entire cabin, including the temporary prison where the pirates were held, was filled with treasures. Every time, when it is almost full, Erza will consider returning to the ship to deal with these trophies. Otherwise, she would keep fighting until supplies ran out. This is why in just 9 months, she has accomplished what others may not have accomplished in more than 10 years, and has taken the position of Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters. Soon, the pirates who had no intention of fighting were slaughtered. Except for a few pirates who chose to jump into the sea to survive because of fear, all of them were converted into experience points for upgrades by Erza. Her highest level agility attribute has reached an astonishing S, and even her physical fitness has reached A+. With the swordsmanship level of a great swordsman and the advanced armed color domineering, even the current red-haired girl has to deal with it seriously. It's just that it's hard for Erza to win against the red-haired one who has mastery over the tyrants. Unless Erza's armored haki increases again, or her agility attribute increases again, and she relies on her extraordinary agility to bully the red-haired body's weak defense, otherwise she will be more likely to lose. Advertisement, however, as of now, Erza is unlikely to rival the red-haired one. After all, the red-haired people have no fixed abode and are drifting on the sea. No one knows where they are. Vice Admiral Erza, we spotted a pirate ship in the distance. It looks like it must be a cadre of the Beast's pirates. After counting the treasures, Erza sat in the cabin and began to close her eyes and rest, preparing for a battle at any time. As expected, after a while, good news came from the lookout soldiers. As for the fact that the person she met was a cadre of the Imperial Regiment, Erza didn't care at all. Even when Natsu comes, she has to ask him to call her sister. Lean over. Yes. A pirate ship with the flag of the Beast's pirates. Different from ordinary Beast's pirates ships, this ship has a special bow just like Natsu's. It looks like an elephant head, with 2 huge cannons mounted on the thick and long tusks, which is very scary. This person is none other than Jack, one of the 6 flying brothers of the Beast Pirates. It is different from the Fei Liubao who were all moles 10 years later. The current Fei Liubao are all loyal people. They are Natsu the Fire Dragon, Black Maria the Tarantula, Jack the Mammoth, Sasaki the Triceratops, Runti the Swollen-Headed Dragon, and Peguin the Stupid Spinnyback Dragon. Jack, who is only 16 years old, is just an ordinary flying 6 cells who is 8 meters tall and has eaten the ancient mammoth fruit. He was originally the most promising heir to the drought, but because of Natsu's appearance, he can now only live quietly as a flying 6. Captain Jack, there is a marine ahead of us, should we give way? The pirates under his command looked at the tall and strong Jack and tried cautiously. This time, because Natsu was preparing for a wedding, they replaced Natsu to complete the handover of goods with Doflamingo. Therefore, in order to avoid accidents, the pirate boy does not want to cause trouble. Boom. Who do you think lousy is? Get the boat over here. Angrily, he slapped his little brother away, and Jack roared angrily. He couldn't beat Natsu, but he wouldn't be scared by a small marine. Obviously, except for the slight difference between his strength and 10 years later, his temper is not bad at all. Chapter 132 Madara, this is Little Sati. Undercurrent is surging. New World, the country of Wano, brother Kaido. What's wrong? Kaido, who was lying on the seat and drinking heavily, heard someone calling him, burped, rubbed his groggy eyes, and said a little unhappy. Brother Kato, Jack was captured by Marine. Quinn, who is 6 meters tall and 6 meters wide, with braids, spoke carefully, fearing that boss Kaido would take advantage of the drunkenness and beat him up. Although, Kaido is not like Big Mom, who takes lives at every turn. However, Kaido, who loves to teach his subordinates, always uses training as an excuse to beat his cadres. The euphemistic name is to help them exercise. To be honest, it is indeed very effective. After all, it can be said that a strong general-level warrior can help you train. However, the pain is really painful. Forget about others, Quinn considers himself a scientist, and he doesn't want to accept Kaido's trial at all if it's not necessary. It's a pity that his eldest brother Jin is on top, and Natsu is not on the bottom, so the other flying 6 cells cannot catch Kaido's blow. After much deliberation, he was the only one who was most suitable to report the news to the drunken Kaido. What? Woo, how come Jack was caught? Hiccup, damn marine, where are they? Upon hearing Quinn's words, Kaido was stunned for a moment, as if he was searching for who Jack was in his mind, and then he began to cry bitterly as if he thought of something. Because he had been drinking, he even burped, which made him look nondescript. It's in the test C, but, before Quinn could finish speaking, Kaido, who had transformed into a dragon form, suddenly rose into the sky and punched a big hole in the room above him. This. Quinn, who was helpless, opened his mouth, glanced at the big hole, and swallowed the words. Then, as if he thought of something, he ran out quickly. Advertisement. New World, Test C. A marine medium-sized warship and a special-purpose warship for the propulsion city walked side by side. Ha 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 ha, Madara, why are you here? Seeing Uchiha Madara suddenly appearing in the early morning, plywood on his ship, and Senju Hashirama without Marine's justice code, they went up and gave him a bear hug. Perhaps it was because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. Madara didn't dodge, but she didn't show any joyful expression either. She just crossed her arms and said lightly, passing by. Hashirama, who knew his good brother well, didn't care, and just enthusiastically pulled Madara into his secret base. How about it? Hashirama walked around with Madara. He pointed at the half-dead and weak pirates in the prison on the ship that he had carefully built, and said proudly to Madara like a big kid who bought a new toy and showed it off to his good friends. Not bad. Madara, who understood Hashirama's meaning, did not show too much emotion and still had that indifferent expression. People who don't know may think that there is something wrong with the relationship between the two. Master Hashirama, come here quickly, I have discovered a new method. Just when Hashirama was about to ask the reason for Madara's arrival, little Sadie, wearing Hashirama's marine justice coat and her cheeks flushed with excitement, ran in. Seeing the woman who suddenly appeared and disturbed her in Hashirama's world, Madara couldn't help but frown slightly. When he saw that this woman was wearing Hashirama's clothes, he showed an unprecedented look of surprise. Uchiha Madara, whose expression did not change even when he was caught by Garp at sea, showed a shocked expression for the first time. It was as if he had seen something incredible. Looking at his friend's expression, Hashirama casually pulled Lil Sati over and introduced. This is our colleague in Impel Down City, Lil Sati, who is working under me now. Hello Madara-sama. After being pulled by Hashirama, Little Sadie noticed that there was another person, Uchiha Madara, who was known as the cold-faced warden. She said hello respectfully. It's okay, don't be nervous. Madara is my best brother and is easy to talk to. Looking at the nervous Little Sadie, Hashirama also said with a smile. Hello. After hearing Hashirama's introduction, Madara came back to her senses and carefully looked at the woman in front of her. Advertisement. He was very curious about what kind of woman she was that actually asked his good brother to take her with her after leaving Impel Down City. You know, Hashirama didn't even say that he would take him away, although there were reasons for his absence. Moreover, if he saw it correctly, this blushing, charming woman was wearing a general's cloak. Generally, there is only one general on a warship. So, the conclusion is that what this woman is wearing is the cloak of his good brother, Hashirama. Madara, who came to the conclusion, couldn't help but fell into deep thought. Uchiha Madara began to recall the days when she was the warden in Impel Down City. After thinking about it, she finally couldn't find anything special about the woman in front of her. Could it be that when he left Impel Down and went to North Blue, he missed something big? In short, as the words fell, the three of them fell into a strange atmosphere. Fortunately, the wooden man Hashirama didn't care and continued to pull Madara to introduce her. Test waters. Marine warship. Damn it, you despicable marine, let me go. Jack, who was imprisoned by Erza, shouted angrily. Just yesterday, the stubborn Jack saw Erza's warship approaching. Not only was he not afraid, but he bravely stepped forward, saving Erza a lot of effort. When she saw the flying 6 cells who were the same as Natsu, Erza remembered again how she used Sasaki to attract Natsu. Thinking about the last battle that was interrupted by a blind swordsman who called himself Yishao, I couldn't help but feel depressed. Repeating her old trick, she hit Natsu again. As a result, Natsu, who had been a little busy recently, had no time to take care of Erza. After dealing with it in a hurry, he passed the news to Quinn. After Quinn got the news, he didn't tell Jin, a otaku who didn't really want to go out, so he ran to give the news to Kaido. This was the scene where Kaido soared into the sky. Therefore, Natsu, who was too busy to touch the ground, didn't know that Kaido would take action himself. Erza didn't know that Natsu had let her go, and Quinn didn't expect that Kaido didn't send Jin to take action, but chose to do it because he was drunk. Go out in person. Everything goes wrong, except for this grand wedding. Another battle that shocked the world begins. Chapter 133 Surprise Attack Shichibukai. The first half of the Grand Line, the Kingdom of Alabasta. Rainy ground. Inside Hatake Sakumo's temporary headquarters. Boss, what's the matter? After receiving Hatake Sakumo's instructions, Nico Robin quickly appeared in his office. I am preparing to go to the New World. During my absence, everyone must hide themselves and wait until I come back to talk about anything. You too, be careful to hide your identity. After a pause, Hatake Sakumo glanced at the expressionless Nico Robin again and gave instructions. Yes, boss. Hearing Hatake Sakumo's words, Nico Robin did not make too many expression changes, but just nodded calmly. Obviously, she had just experienced betrayal and was not able to come out of it so easily. Maybe it's because, unlike Luffy, a sunny boy with super infectious energy, who always shows a serious expression, Hatake Sakumo doesn't have such a strong affinity. Seeing Nico Robin's movements, Hatake Sakumo didn't say much. As a new killer organization and part-time leader of an intelligence organization, he has many things to do every day and does not have much time to comfort the people around him. But with the shadow ninja around, at least there would be no chance of being betrayed without knowing it. But before that, I'm going to meet our new neighbors for a while. As soon as he finished speaking, Hatake Sakumo's figure disappeared in front of Nico Robin. Be safe, boss. Looking at Hatake Sakumo disappearing, a flash of worry flashed in Nico Robin's eyes. Obviously, she is not as calm as she appears. That's right, Nicole Robin, who started running away when she was only 8 years old, has long been accustomed to the warmth and coldness of people. Although, Hatake Sakumo is different from the West Blue Mafia godfather Lawson who adopted her for 3 years. Advertisement Hatake Sakumo didn't have so many smiling faces, he looked serious every day, and occasionally expressed his concern very bluntly, but Nico Robin felt very at ease. The feeling of not being ignored, but not being forced to breathe, she felt inexplicably not bad. Although, so far, the historical text has not been found, but she has been waiting for 10 years, and it is only a few months, and she is still not losing her temper. As for the new neighbor Hatake Sakumo mentioned, it was Shaw Crocodile who came after attending the Shichibukai meeting and brought his subordinate Baroque Studio. Some time ago, at Rapeseed Port, Shaw Crocodile defeated several pirate groups. Coupled with the news that the world government had whitewashed Shichibukai, he suddenly became Alabasta's new hero. A dignified sea pirate was turned upside down and became a great hero who protects the country. What a shame. On the surface, Baroque Studio has nothing to do with Crocodile, but Hatake Sakumo, who has already set eyes on the entire Alabasta, is very aware of every move of the entire studio. You know, with the help of the dark ninja hiding in the shadows, there are basically no secrets for him in the entire Alabasta. Even King Nefertali Cobra knows exactly what color underwear he wears every day, and what kind of food Princess Nefertali Vivi eats every day. Hatake Sakumo knows it clearly. It is precisely because of such a terrifying intelligence network, coupled with the fastest and most accurate intelligence supply, that the underground organization established by Hatake Sakumo quickly became famous. Even the newly settled Baroque Studio is quite afraid of this. They are also afraid that someone around them may be the other party's spy. Originally, when Hatake Sakumo was here, he would not care about Baroque Studio. After all, the business scope of both parties is not the same. What Hatake Sakumo does is accept bounties, conduct assassinations, and buy and sell information. Crocodile, on the surface, is a studio established by a group of pirate hunters, but secretly controls some underground businesses such as gambling, as well as the core plan to steal the country. This is no conflict for Hatake Sakumo. However, recently he learned that Crocodile had the idea of looking for the legendary power, the Pluton battleship. Although I don't know why he suddenly had this idea, the most important thing to find clues about Pluton is the historical text that contains his information. However, the person in today's world who has the ability to decipher historical texts and is known to everyone is undoubtedly his son of the devil, Nico Robin. Crocodile is currently sending people to look for Nico Robin, although he doesn't know whether Crocodile knows the specific clues about Nico Robin. Advertisement, however, in order to prevent his home from being stolen while he was away, he decided to strike first and give Crocodile some warnings. By the way, let's also try the so-called Shichibukai's true power. After all, since the birth of Hatake Sakumo, he has never faced off against other clones or the top experts in this world. Now that Crocodile has taken the position of Shichibukai, which is said to be on par with Marines and pirates, his strength must be among the top ranks. In order to prevent the boat from capsizing in the gutter, Hatake Sakumo started his old business again. Start to hide your figure, and use the special skills brought by the ghost mask to sneak into Crocodile's shadow and give him a thunderous blow. It's also a good way to gain an advantage for the subsequent battle. Rainland, Baroque Studio, Underground Headquarters. An office filled with crocodile bathtubs. A slouched man with a straight scar on his face sat on the boss's chair and smoked a cigar, feeling very uncomfortable. Damn Gildarts, damn Whitebeard, and that damn Erza, when I find the legendary Pluton, I will make you all go to hell. Touching the fist mark on his chest, Crocodile cursed in a low voice. This mark is a trace left by Gildas' slight use of crushing magic and his extremely powerful two-color domineering force. With Crocodile's physique, he may not be able to recover it in the next few years. This is also the reason why Crocodile puts Gildas in the most hated position. Once you take off your shirt, the sandbag-sized fist marks will be exposed in front of others like a shame. This is something Crocodile, who is arrogant and has extremely high self-esteem, cannot accept. Even the scars left by the battle with Whitebeard did not make him so angry. After all, the scar is a man's merit, but the fist mark is an insult to the enemy. Putting down the information in his hand, Crocodile tapped the table with his index finger and began to think about how to find talents to decipher the historical text. If it were 10 years ago, even if such people were rare, there would still be a place to find them. However, since the destruction of O'Hara, the Tree of Omniscient, the real scholars have either died or are hiding, with nowhere to start. Chapter 134. That's it? My little friend, do you have many questions? After thinking for a while, Crocodile, who had no clue, put the cigar in his palm angrily and clenched it tightly. Looking at the fierce expression on his face, I don't know if he thought he was killing his enemy. Hitaki's sword technique Breath of Thunder 1 type Thunderbolt Flash Super Speed. A low voice suddenly sounded from behind him. Because the power of seeing and hearing was not as strong as that of Hatake Sakumo, Crocodile didn't even have time to react. His chest was pierced by a flash of lightning. What frightened him even more was that after being pierced through the chest by the short sword, he seemed to be locked by a sea tower stone. He lost his elemental power and couldn't even feel a trace of the power of the shasha fruit. If his physical strength hadn't been there, he would have thought he had been thrown into the sea. Puff! Who are you? The lightning came and went quickly. Crocodile, who felt the short sword withdraw from his body, spat out a mouthful of blood and said sternly. Hitaki's sword technique Breath of Thunder 3 types gathering mosquitoes into thunder. Ignoring Crocodile's angry shouts and understanding that the sealing time was short, Hatake Sakumo directly raised his sword and attacked again. Sounds like the flapping of mosquito wings came from all directions, making Crocodile, who was already a little flustered, even more irritable. Before he could react, several wounds appeared on his body. Apart from knowing that the attacker was extremely fast, he couldn't see any clue. His speed is second only to Gildarts who fought against him. As for Whitebeard, I'm sorry, Whitebeard didn't use any speed at all, he just used the force to overwhelm people and beat Crocodile completely. Hatake Sakumo is completely different. His strength and physique are not strong, but his agility attribute is extremely high. In addition, Hitaki's sword technique completely focuses on speed and the blessing of Thunder Breath. In conjunction with the noble phantasm, breaking the law of all things, the sharpness and sealing properties of the talisman caught Crocodile off guard. Otherwise, it would not be an exaggeration to say that Crocodile, who is in the sand, has the ability to awaken from the fruit. It's a pity that in such a narrow place, Crocodile, who was attacked by surprise, was completely unable to parry and could only continue to be beaten passively. This feeling is worse than being crushed by Whitebeard. After all, facing Whitebeard is a situation where he is completely crushed and has no courage to fight. However, the person in front of him still had the strength to fight, but because of the sneak attack, he could only endure it in frustration. Advertisement, laugh. Laugh. The sound of sharp blades cutting through flesh and blood was heard, and Crocodile could only barely protect his vital parts with a golden hook, without any chance to fight back. Damn it. Don't let me catch you. Crocodile, who was at a disadvantage, could only fall into incompetent rage, uttering harsh words in an attempt to anger his opponent. Unfortunately, he was facing the most professional killer. If it weren't for the fact that Hatake Sakumo had no intention of killing him, the first knife would have pierced his heart. This is also the reason why Hatake Sakumo lacks information about the strong men of the sea. I thought that the person who was one of the three major forces standing at the top of the sea was an unparalleled strong man. In order to prevent the opponent's sixth sense from sensing the crisis in advance when aiming at the enemy's heart, resulting in the failure of the first sword, Hatake Sakumo even abandoned the power and used Thunder Breath Izakata, which accelerates the speed to the extreme. A flash of thunder and lightning speed, just to catch the enemy off guard and put them at a disadvantage first. The result was unexpected. Crocodile didn't seem to be as strong as he had imagined. Even if he fought head-on, it wouldn't necessarily be difficult. This made Hatake Sakumo secretly relieved and at the same time a little speechless. He inferred Crocodile's strength entirely based on the growth curve of his own strength and the information in the newspaper about Gildas, who was also a Shichibukai. As a result, now it seems that Shichibukai is not as powerful as imagined, or in other words, there are always a few parallel imports among the 7 people? Hatake Sakumo, who couldn't figure it out, didn't think anymore. Instead, he stopped attacking Short Sword, ducked into Crocodile's blind spot, prepared to strike the final blow, and ran away. Breath of Thunder type of land electric boom and thunder boom. A flashing black light, a very thick thunder pillar hit Crocodile. Extremely fast. In an instant, Crocodile was shrouded in lightning. Seeing this, Hatake Sakumo didn't waste any more time and disappeared into the office in a flash. Get ready to set off for the new world. Originally, he had already planned to take Nico Robin out of the rainy land and run away if the battle failed. If the sneak attack is successful, let Nico Robin and the others hide their whereabouts until he comes back. As a result, it seems that not only was the sneak attack successful, but without a period of training, Crocodile may not even have the ability to fight. It can be said that the mission was overfulfilled. Advertisement until he left, Hatake Sakumo doubted whether he had met a fake Shichibukai. Boss. Not long after Hatake Sakumo left, Crocodile's top cadre, Mr. 1, Paramesh's fruit-killing user, Daz Bonus, hurried over after hearing the thunder. After seeing that the office was in ruins, he quickly ran over to look for his boss. Cough. I'm here. A weak voice sounded under a wooden board, and Crocodile, who had lost too much blood, replied feebly. Until he was buried in the ruins, Crocodile didn't even think about what kind of person he had provoked. Without saying a word, he just started hacking randomly, and finally left calmly. The Great Sea Route, the Windless Zone. The legendary daughter country, Amazon Lily Kingdom. This is an island where only women exist, and women are solely responsible for working and fighting. Even the children they give birth to are all girls, no boys. At the same time, because it is located in a windless zone where Poseidon species infest, even if it is all women, few people visit. As a result, the entire Nine Snakes clan on the island, except for the members who joined the Nine Snakes pirates, basically lived on the island all their lives. However, although the entire island is filled with women, their strength is indeed extremely powerful. Every qualified female warrior masters at least one domineering skill. It can be said to be a powerful race where all the people are soldiers. In the center of the daughter kingdom, in a luxurious palace. Where is this? Arturia, who fell into a coma after the war, sat upright in confusion, looked at the gorgeous decorations around her, and muttered to herself in confusion. Because the stupid hair on his head did not warn him, and the gorgeous room in front of him was completely unrelated to anything like a prison. For a moment, Arturia could only tilt her little head and look straight at the scene outside the window. Gululu. After a while, Arturia was brought back to reality by the sound of her stomach. After looking around for a while, Arturia couldn't see any food. She clutched her belly in a depressed mood, curled up in the bed, frowned slightly, and her little head with reddish cheeks was exposed, which made people feel pity for her. Chapter 135. So cute. At this time, some people must be curious as to why Arturia didn't stand up and go find food by herself. The answer is simple, because the armor and sword on Arturia's body were stained with some blood. Hancock, who loved cleanliness, cleaned them and placed them in a secret place to prevent them from being discovered by the tribe. Now, Arturia is only wearing one piece, the special pajamas of Daughter's Island. It is said that the clothes lifted up. If it weren't for a few pieces of fabric, it wouldn't even be called clothing. In desperation, Arturia could only huddle up in bed and hope that some kind-hearted people passing by would feed her. Ah, Lord God Killer, you're awake. Hancock, who came in with a fruit plate, looked at Arturia, whose face was slightly red, and ran over excitedly. He put the fruit plate on the table and reached out to touch Arturia's forehead. Perhaps his body had adapted to Hancock's touch while he was sleeping, or perhaps he was hungry and didn't want to do any activities. Arturia didn't make any move, but after glancing at Hancock, who was also very cool, her eyes looked straight at the fruits on the table. But because someone was present and she was dressed too immodestly, she did not leave the bed. Lord Godslayer, are you hungry? Let me peel an apple for you. After discovering that Arturia had recovered, Hancock noticed Arturia's gaze and followed it, only to realize that Arturia had not eaten for several days. As we all know, in the world of pirates, those who can eat may not necessarily be the strong ones, but the strong ones can usually eat them. And Arturia is obviously also a foodie. After clearing the fruit plate brought by Hancock, she ate 2 roasted whole lambs made by sheep-like creatures in her surprised eyes. If Hancock hadn't been worried that Arturia, who had just woken up, overeated and hurt her stomach, it was horrifying to see Arturia sticking out her pink tongue and licking the corners of her mouth, as well as her shining eyes. I can eat a lot more. Thank you, kind-hearted person. After eating the food, Arturia was satisfied, rubbed her flat belly, bowed slightly to Hancock and thanked him. Arturia is just a little cute and greedy, but that doesn't mean she has a bad mind. The woman in front of him, who looked either rich or noble and had excellent looks, had obviously taken care of him for a long time. Judging from the way she naturally tested the temperature on herself and wiped the corners of her mouth, she had been doing this for a long time. Therefore, Arturia was very grateful to her. After all, it is not an honorable thing to take in a god-slayer who killed the celestial dragon. Advertisement. No need to thank you, Lord Godslayer, I would rather thank you. Looking at Arturia, whose chest was shaking because she was bowing, Hancock held his red face and said in a shy voice. My name is Arturia. If possible, could you change my clothes for me? Although she didn't understand why the person in front of her didn't call her by her name even though she knew the title for which she was being rewarded, Arturia still introduced herself solemnly. Then, with the same blush, he tilted his head slightly and said embarrassedly. Arturia, who had just been dazzled by the aroma of roasted whole lamb, realized after the meal that there was something slightly wrong with her clothes. Ah, I am going to prepare clothes for killing, Lady Arturia. Because he was still immersed in the excitement of Arturia waking up, Hancock even forgot to hand over the prepared clothes to Arturia. This is a piece of clothing that she personally found the best tailor to customize after measuring every inch of Arturia's body with her own hands. This is also the reason why Arturia did not make any changes after having physical contact with Hancock. Because the body has adapted. Thank you, excuse me, where is this place? After changing her clothes, Arturia did not rush to find her noble phantasm, but asked about her situation first. In fact, after the noble phantasm is bound to the clone, it can return to you with just a thought. However, there is currently no danger, and after receiving so much goodwill and concern from others, Arturia does not show off too much. Finally, if the other party doesn't give it, it's not too late to recall it secretly. This is Amazon Lily, the legendary daughter country, located in the Windless Zone. In order to prevent Arturia from not knowing about the Amazon Lily Kingdom, Hancock specially added 2 sentences of explanation. Windless Belt. Even so, Arturia still had a blank expression. When she was in the Revolutionary Army, she just followed the organization and did not know the specific geographical location of each island. She had heard of the Windless Belt by chance, but she didn't know where it was exactly. She is even confused now about what she should do. After the battle with Xigu, she had no contact information with the Revolutionary Army and was completely out of touch. In addition, Muxue has no tasks assigned to her for the time being, so she can be said to be very confused now. Advertisement. Lady Arturia, what are your plans next? If you're not in a hurry, you can stay in my 9 Snakes Island. Not even Marine will come here. Oh, by the way, I forgot to introduce myself. I am the Queen of 9 Snake Island, Boya Hancock. Perhaps seeing Arturia's confusion, Hancock thoughtfully gave her some advice and invited her to stay, which was considered as showing his kindness as a landlord. Or, maybe Hancock has some little tricks up his sleeve. Here, as long as I'm here, there won't be any trouble. Looking at Arturia, who was thinking silently, Hancock thought that she was afraid that her status as a god killer would harm him. He quickly comforted him with a proud and firm tone. After all, even Marine cannot come to Nine Snakes Island just because it wants to. By the way, there are many delicious beasts in the nearby Four Seasons Island. Lady Arturia can taste them to your heart's content when the time comes. Finally, Hancock looked at the skeleton beside him and mentioned the island's special delicacies as if he had thought of something. Arturia, who was still a little hesitant, her eyes flashed and she nodded seriously. Sorry to bother you. Hearing this, Hancock was stunned, looking at his serious face that said, I didn't stay just because of the food. He couldn't help but smile. I thought to myself, as expected of the God Slayer, you are really unique. New World, Test C. In the somewhat gloomy and depressing sky, there were dark clouds with flashes of lightning from time to time. Roar. A huge green-blue figure flashed through the clouds. Even if lightning strikes him, it will not hinder his actions at all. On the sea, in a marine-style warship. Lady Erza, it seems like it's going to rain heavily. Do you want to return? A navigator wearing a marine uniform walked up to Erza and reported. Suddenly, Erza's closed eyes suddenly opened and she ignored the confused navigator and gave the order directly. Get ready for battle. Chapter 136 Erza vs Kaido, Big Crisis. Get ready for battle. Seeing Erza suddenly opening her eyes and shouting sternly, the navigator next to her was also startled. Then, without asking why, she decisively turned around to convey the order to the other sailors. On this ship, this warship led by Erza, every marine who followed Erza into battle knew that once Erza reacted like this, it means that a strong person is coming. Erza, who possesses space magic and elemental affinity, is extremely sensitive to changes in the environment. Naturally, he also sensed an unabashedly powerful aura that he had never seen before, coming from the sky. That kind of oppression was something Erza had never seen before. Even Gildarts in his normal state and Natsu after his transformation are far inferior to this terrifying pressure. Standing on the splint, Erza looked solemn as she pulled out the 3-yuan sword from her waist and stared at the dark clouds in the sky. It seems that there is a great horror inside. Roar. Hot breath. I saw among the black clouds, an orange-red fire pillar several kilometers long, rushing from the sky. The high temperature brought by the burning fire pillar caused ripples in the air it came into contact with, as if it was distorting the space. At the same time, the extremely fast fire pillar also brought a powerful impact. Armed, a prairie fire and 100 cuts. Feeling the scorching air near her skin, Erza's expression remained unchanged, and she condensed her high-level armed color hockey onto the 3-color sword in her hand that changed from 3 colors to a single fiery red, and also condensed a flame-colored slash. Swing towards the oncoming pillar of fire, boom. The blessing of elemental affinity and the bonus effect of the tri-yuan sword itself allowed Erza to easily block the blow. However, Erza did not relax, but instead looked more serious. After all, this is just a greeting gift from the other party. Oh, you are the one who kidnapped my lovely subordinates. After a searing breath, a green-blue dragon-shaped creature in the sky hovered over the warship from top to bottom. Its unique laughter and penetrating power made the marines present couldn't help but cover their heads. Ear. Beasts, Kaido. Erza, who had seen almost all wanted posters, immediately recognized the person in front of her. It is none other than one of the current emperors, one of the strongest men standing at the top of the New World, and the current governor of the Beast Pirates, 100 Beasts, Kaido. An extremely strong man with a changeable personality and unparalleled strength. Advertisement, little guy, try this trick, bad wind. The airflow poured into Kaido's bloody mouth. As his abdomen swelled slightly, the dragon's mouth opened wide. A large number of wind blades were spit out from the mouth like a sickle and weasel slashing. It looked like countless swordsmen, slashing and slashing regardless of losses, making people's scalp numb. Armed ice dance. Faced with this large-scale damage skill, Erza, who did not have many long-range skills, turned the 3-dimensional sword in her hand into ice blue. Then, streaks of sword light trailed by frost-tail feathers defeated the flying wind blades. It's a pity that Erza, alone, can't stop the many wind blades spit out by Kaido. After a while, the entire warship became riddled with holes. If it was not repaired, the warship could be declared to be scrapped in advance. Oh, you're very good, come again, let's have a good fight. Kaido was delighted to see the hunter, and because he had not yet sobered up, he immediately forgot the purpose of his visit. I don't care about rescuing my subordinates, I just want to have a happy fight. Come, take my blow, Thunder 8 trigrams. Kaido, who transformed into an adult form, pulled out the giant mace from his waist, and swung the mace at Erza with the weapon color and conqueror's hockey at extremely fast speed. Not to mention the size difference between mace and Erza. Just the purple lightning wrapped around the stick gives people a sense of invincible pressure. Marine, who was injured due to the bad wind next to him, was shocked by the sudden attack of Uchiha and lost consciousness, falling to the ground. Fortunately, Erza, whose mental attributes were not high, was already equipped with top-level mental immunity, so she ignored Kaido, who unleashed Conqueror's pressure. Armed crazy thunder and electric shock. A golden light flashed in Erza's eyes. Facing Kaido's move, Erza launched the most lethal lightning-type attack. Coupled with her extremely high agility attribute, Erza narrowly avoided this fatal blow. Erza, who passed by and avoided the attack, stabbed the scar on Kaido's chest with the sword blade that gathered golden lightning. Puff! With the strength of the three-dimensional sword comparable to the Supreme Sword, Erza easily buried the blade into Kaido's body. Knowing that her strength and physique were not as good as her opponent's, Erza did not dare to be greedy for more. After succeeding in the attack, she quickly dodged and stepped aside, staring closely at Kaido. "Oh, hey, this little injury, are you tickling me?" Advertisement. Kaido glanced down at the wound on his body, which was as thick as an arm, and laughed as if nothing happened. Then, in Erza's slightly surprised eyes, the wounds on her body seemed to have been partially accelerated, and soon sprouted and recovered as before. It was as if this wound had never existed before. Obviously, for Kaido, who is more than 7 meters tall, a wound the size of an arm, which cannot even penetrate the body, is just like the loss of human hair, and it is not harmful at all. In addition, Kaido's natural special physique and the super physical activity and recovery power brought by the animal-type Phantom Beast fruit make ordinary attacks not even as fast as his recovery. This is also one of the reasons why he can reach the top of the New World and become the Emperor. As Muxue's first clone, Erza's own foundation, that is, her natural attributes are very average. Even though Muxue later added a lot of skills and was still in the first echelon, he still didn't have the strength to confront the Emperor head-on. Although Erza has an S-level agility attribute and a great swordsman-level swordsmanship. However, the weakness of her strength attribute and the difference in weapon color levels meant that although her attacks could break through defenses, they were unable to cause effective damage to Kaido. This is just a Blood Bowl with extremely high physique. If you encounter a guy like Big Mom who is born with the talent of Steel Balloon, I am afraid that defense alone will be enough to stump most strong people. It can be said that a tank like Kaido with high attack power and thick blood can completely restrain an agile attack swordsman like Erza. Of course, it is not absolute to say that it is restraint. If Erza's armed color hockey can reach Garp's level, or her swordsmanship strength reaches a higher level, the so-called Blood Bowl will be a joke. After all, even monsters will die after being beheaded. Clone. Erza Shukaredo level, 21 experience, 16,622,900. Strength. B+, strength, constitution and agility can grow naturally. Physique. A+, elite lieutenant general, ordinary Shichibukai, about 700 to 800 million pirates. Agility. S, average level for generals and emperors, not outstanding enough, but definitely not inferior. Spirit. D+. The spiritual attribute of the clone will not be affected by natural growth. Will. D+. The will attribute of the clone will not be affected by natural growth. Attribute points. 0 abilities. Cold Weapon Grandmaster, cannot be upgraded, Equipment Modification, cannot be upgraded, Kendo, top level, Space Magic and Dress Up, Advanced, Elemental Affinity, cannot be upgraded, 10,000 Swords Return to the Sect, Advanced, Armed Color Hockey, Advanced, Kong Wooly, cannot be upgraded, Sanyuan Sword, already equipped, Mental Saving Throw, Top, Marine 6 Styles, Advanced. Erza does not possess Conqueror's Hockey, so willpower is not the main attribute to add points to, and Spirit is no longer a shortcoming with the help of mental immunity. Chapter 137 Powerful Outfit, Fusion, Come Again. Erza, who is determined, will not be provoked by Kaido's emotions at all. Perhaps, Erza will fail in this battle or even die. However, no matter what he swore when he put on the Marine Justice Cloak, he would fight to the last moment for those who were harmed by the pirates. Still, because of the desire to fight and the determination in her heart to never escape from a fight, she will never take a step back. Fighting, fight until the blood is drained. Fight to the last minute. Taking a deep breath, Erza summoned all the weapons that had been transformed and captured so far and were stored in the magic space. In an instant, all kinds of weapons appeared in the sky. There are long swords, broad knives, pointed spears, giant hammers. The only thing the 5-flowered 8 gates have in common is that they all have jet black armed domineering energy. This was the weapon Erza developed through space magic, and Natsu could only retreat from this move. After that, Erza finally developed the remote attachment application of elemental power based on her research on the 3-element sword. I saw all kinds of lights flashing on each of the different weapons. A long sword surrounded by flames, a broadsword possessed by frost, a sharp spear with 4 flashes of lightning, etc. In an instant, the light of the weapon shone half of the sky, and even the dark sky due to the dense clouds suddenly became brighter. All weapons and weapons, all swords returned to the clan. Following Erza's low shout, all the weapons in the sky, like cavalry ordered by the general, all attacked Kaido. Boom, boom, continuous roars sounded, like missile bombings, incessantly. Advertisement. Erza, who had gathered all her strength, couldn't help but kneel on one knee, holding the 3-yuan sword, breathing heavily. Even the armor that wrapped her body was slightly deformed due to the violent breathing, which showed how heavy the load this blow was on Erza now. Ha. When the smoke and dust dispersed, Kaido, with tattered clothes, stood there covered in blood, letting out a deafening laugh. What a pleasure, what a pleasure. Even though he was covered in blood, Kaido laughed heartily. It's as if this is not the blood after being baptized by sword rain, but the water droplets after being sprinkled with warm water. Looking at the man who was laughing wildly in front of her, Erza just stared for a moment, then stood up with a solemn expression. Even though her body was trembling a little, her eyes were still full of firm fighting spirit. It was as if she was not the one who had just tried her best but had no results. I acknowledge you, Marine, say your name. Seeing Erza, who was a little unsteady on her feet, Kaido did not rush to attack. Instead, he put the mace on his shoulder and asked seriously. Obviously, for Kaido, an opponent worthy of respect in a hearty battle are better than all intrigues. Erza. Erza Shukaredo, panting heavily, Erza took a deep breath and spoke firmly. Erza, I remember you. You must also remember the person who killed you, Kaido. For a moment, Kaido seemed to be remembering carefully, squinting his eyes slightly, then suddenly opened his eyes, raised his mace and rushed over, shouting loudly. Looking at the mace getting closer and closer, Erza didn't react too much. Perhaps, the previous blow consumed her too much energy so that now she has no fighting ability, or something else. No one knows what Erza, who seems to be waiting for death, is thinking at this moment. Sage Art Wood-style wooden dragon's art. The next moment, a giant green dragon with just a dragon head, which was as big as Kaido's body, bit Kaido in one bite and pushed him away from Erza. It's okay, Erza. Senju Hashirama, who had a special red makeup on his face, came to Erza's side, helped her aside and said with concern. Don't worry, I'm fine, I'll leave Kaido to you. Seeing the reinforcements arriving in time, Erza's expression relaxed, she leaned against the cabin wall a little weakly, and said to Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Advertisement yes, it is Madara and Hashirama, two good brothers. In fact, they also appeared in the Lister Sea by coincidence. After sensing a big fight taking place nearby, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara were also ready to join in the fight and start Amanda's hunt for cicadas. As a result, when they got closer, they discovered that the people fighting turned out to be Kaido and their colleague, Erza. And Erza, who had astonishing perception, also discovered the two of them immediately. Only then did he take the risk and use all his strength to try and see if he could beat Kaido away. If successful, it will be a considerable sum of experience points. If it fails, the two brothers Hashirama will take care of it. Don't worry, leave it to us, right, Madara? Senju Hashirama patted his chest and assured, and then mentioned his good brother Madara. Unlike Senju Hashirama with a hearty smile, Uchiha Madara just nodded lightly. But those who know him well know that as long as Madara nods his head, there is nothing he can't do. Here come two more little bugs. After being baptized by seawater, the blood on Kaido's body was basically washed away, leaving only the dense wounds on his body, indicating that everything Erza had done before was not in vain. This is why Kaido recognized Erza. Madara, a quick victory, use that one. Feeling Kaido's momentum, Senju Hashirama said with a serious expression. Susanoo who complete body. Uchiha Madara, who understood the meaning of Senju Hashirama, didn't talk too much. The special symbols in his pupils rotated crazily, and a huge blue giant tens of meters tall rose from the ground. Sage Art Wood-style wooden golem's art. Seeing that his good brother understood his intention instantly, Senju Hashirama raised the corners of his mouth, clapped his hands, and shouted loudly. An equally huge wooden golem stood up slowly from beside the blue giant. Prestigious outfit Susanoo wooden golem mode. In the horrified eyes of everyone, two giants tens of meters tall slowly merged together. A warrior giant wearing blue warrior armor and standing 100 meters high appeared on the sea. Behind it, giant wings nearly 100 meters wide spread out. It means that this giant is a real monster that can fly into the sky and escape from the earth. Chapter 138. The name of the majestic outfit resounds throughout the sea. The timing is wrong, a little embarrassing. Is this the power of Hashirama-sama and Madara-sama? On the warship several kilometers away, little Sadie looked at the fairy-like figure on the horizon and couldn't help but murmur to herself. WC, Major General Hashirama has become so big. Uchiha Madara-sama is also very powerful. His body shape is the same as that of Major General Hashirama. This is the true power of the Warden. It was this move last time that defeated the fire dragon Natsu of the Beast Pirates in one fell swoop. Combined, two adults have merged. Because of the distance, the people on the warship were not affected by Kaido Conqueror's haki. Instead, they were completely shocked by the power of Hashirama and Madara. Marine, who had only seen Senju Hashirama use the wooden golem, was amazed at Uchiha Madara's ability. Similarly, Impel Down personnel who had only seen Uchiha Madara's power were also amazed that Senju Hashirama also had the power to transform into a giant. What surprised everyone even more was that the two giants merged into one, even taller giant. This scene undoubtedly had a huge impact on them. This kind of power, is this the power of giants that Linlin said? Kaido looked at the ants that had grown from the size of his palm to suddenly becoming much larger than his entire body. Kaido muttered to himself in a daze. Obviously, Kaido, who was unaware of their specific abilities, regarded this sudden power of transformation as the giant power that his friend Charlotte Linlin had been pursuing. In fact, it is more terrifying than the so-called giant. You know, even Oz, the ancient giant known as the Demon of Fortune, is only 67 meters tall. The tallest existing giant, the Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the Oz Pirates, descendants of the demon Oz, the ancient giant race known as Oz Jr., is only 38 meters tall. Even though he is at the bottom of Fishman Island, as a red-finned fishman, Aizu Mi is only 80 meters tall. It can be seen that the majestic giant created by the fusion of Madara and Hashirama, that giant that is 100 meters high, has a terrifying figure that is simply terrifying. Just standing there can make 90% of the people in this world lose the courage to fight. Even Kaido, who has strong self-control and extremely high physical recovery ability, can't help but lose consciousness when facing such a sudden behemoth. Advertisement. What's more, it's those people with mediocre strength. Normal attack. Under the absolute suppression of body size, Madara and Hashirama did not use any fancy skills. Just raising their hands and releasing their palms, this simple move, with the blessing of 100-meter body size, was like a meteorite falling from the sky. A strong wind arose. Below the warship where Erza was located to an unknown distance. It can be regarded as putting Erza in a safe position. Great Weed Thunder 8 trigrams. A huge palm came from the sky, and the entire light disappeared instantly, becoming like a black Yoruichi. Kaido couldn't care less about his surprise, and immediately held the stick in both hands, wrapped around Conqueror's Haki and armed Haki's mace, and struck hard towards the giant palm. Boom! Just like Erza's attack hit Kaido just now, Kaido's attack on the 100-meter large majestic giant was like an embroidery needle pricking the palm of his hand. It was neither painful nor itchy. The wounds and cracks, which were more than 10 meters long, could only be spread over the palm of a hand. The wooden golem, blessed with the immortal body and the essence of the ancient tree of life, has a resilience that is not inferior to Kaido. In the blink of an eye, it was restored to its original state. If it weren't for the wooden debris floating on the sea, no one would think that this giant had been injured. Even Kaido couldn't help feeling a little helpless when he looked at this blue armored giant that seemed to be a super enlarged version of himself. For the first time, he hated this kind of monster with extremely high physique. Like Kaido, the powerful giant has to maintain its huge size, so the two of them, who are still at a relatively low level, have no better means of attack. If it weren't for the lack of level, a powerful Senju, using the weapon color and the Conqueror's entwined Buddha on the top, might not be able to directly hammer Kaido into a meat pie. Fire Dragon Torch. Feeling a little aggrieved, Kaido could only spit out blazing flames, forming a huge fire dragon to wrap around his body. The temperature was so high that Marine, who was several kilometers away, felt a heat wave coming. Rising Dragon Flame 8 trigrams. Knowing that the opponent's recovery power was astonishing, Kaido did not rush to attack with the Fire Dragon Torch, but used Conqueror's Haki to wrap around its head. Then Kaido in dragon form ejected his tail and flew towards the majestic giant, coming. Boom! Advertisement. A violent explosion sounded, and the blast of air blew away all the dark clouds overhead. As the sun fell, the majestic giant with dense cracks on half of his arms stood in the sun. Roar! What an interesting opponent. I pray that you two bastards can still be together the next time you meet me. Knowing that the fight would be fruitless, Kaido shouted angrily and then flew into the sky. Senju Hashirama, who had removed his power, slightly covered his chest and shook his swollen head. Because of the problem of mental attributes, the entire powerful titan is mainly driven by Uchiha Madara, and Hashirama is mainly used as the energy core to provide a steady stream of power for the powerful titan. This is the reason why the two of them were able to beat Kaido away. Just like Kaido's roar, once the two of them are missing one, no one can be his opponent alone. It's a pity that the two of them are close comrades in arms, so why should they be separated? What's more, next time, maybe they alone have the strength to fight the Emperor alone. Now Hashirama and Madara, with their own strength, have fully stepped into the threshold of the general. It's just that the attributes are unbalanced, so when they face the general alone, they may be at a slight disadvantage, or even lose unfortunately as time goes on. However, once the two merge, even the man known as the strongest in the world, Whitebeard, may not be their opponent. As long as Whitebeard can't kill two people with one move. Then, time will become their most powerful weapon. Moreover, apart from the huge amount of experience points, the biggest gain from this battle is its reputation. It was different from when he defeated Naz and captured Wabel alive. Repelling the current leader of the Imperial Regiment head-on, this achievement has never been achieved by even the current three generals. Even the current Marine Fleet Admiral only fought against Whitebeard, one of the Imperial Regiment. Only Marine hero, Garp, has this honor. Now, there are two more people in Marine. From this moment on, the fame of Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara will be heard throughout the sea. Chapter 139. No, you came at the right time, Test Waters. 3 warships float on the sea. One of them was in tatters, like a rag doll that could break at any time. It was the fleet led by Erza. After experiencing a big battle with Kaido, the warship, which had been worn out due to high-intensity sea battles, could now be declared completely scrapped. Even the bottom area of the warship began to see water to varying degrees. Fortunately, the warships Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara arrived in time, and all the treasures on the ship, as well as 2 huge sets of ivory, were successfully transferred. As for the pirates in the warship prison, except for Jack who had disappeared, Erza had no intention of capturing the pirates alive. So far, all the pirates who have escaped from Erza alive, except Natsu, are the bait used to seduce Natsu. Other than that, no one is alive. This is also the reason why Erza's level increases so quickly. Perhaps from the perspective of long-term returns, it is not as stable as Senju Hashirama. But in a short period of time, you can indeed quickly upgrade your level. As for who is good and who is bad, perhaps only those pirates have the opportunity to judge. Anyway, In Senju Hashirama's hands, at least there is hope of living. What are your plans next? Looking at Uchiha Madara, who was holding his arms and pretending to be cold and silent, Senju Hashirama came to Erza helplessly and asked. Go back to headquarters, but... Erza glanced at the sinking warship and stopped talking. Looking at Erza, who was also not good at words, Senju Hashirama shrugged helplessly, then chuckled. Let's go. I'm just about to return home. The prisons on the ship are full. It's really nerve-wracking. HMPH, the prison is full, can't we just kill them? Uchiha Madara on the side snorted and interrupted. Okay, we are all colleagues, please be considerate. Senju Hashirama hugged Uchiha Madara's shoulders and said with a smile. Snort. Looking at Hashirama who was so close, Madara didn't say anything more, just hummed softly, acquiescing to Hashirama's behavior. The relationship between Hashirama-sama and Madara-sama is so good, it's enviable. Little Sadie on the side looked a little depressed. Looking at the two people hugging each other, she couldn't help but speak in an envious tone. Advertisement Little Sadie, who has been regarded as an alternative and perverted person since she was a child, longs for such a sincere friendship to be by her side. Okay, come here too. After coaxing Uchiha Madara, he saw that his right-hand assistant had some emotional problems. Hashirama reluctantly stretched out his other hand and motioned for Little Sadie to come over. Ying, seeing Hashirama about to hug him in public, Little Sadie's cheeks turned red instantly, lowered her head, and threw herself into Hashirama's arms in the blink of an eye, letting out a delicate gasp of unknown meaning. Okay, we are all good brothers, don't get emotional. Hashirama was like a gentle big brother, rubbing Little Sadie's head while comforting Madara, whose face was twitching. Sorry, excuse me. Erza, who was originally expressionless, turned slightly red after seeing this scene, as if she had seen something she shouldn't have seen. After leaving a word, she ran into the cabin. The Marines on Hashirama's ship were all doing their own things, as if they were accustomed to this scene. At first, they were still very excited. After all, the boss's exciting news was so exciting. Later, they discovered that Senju Hashirama was just a man of nerves and didn't care about men and women, love or anything like that, so they stopped paying too much attention to him. On the contrary, when the survivors of Erza's fleet saw such an explosive scene, their faces turned pale with fright, fearing that they would see or hear something they shouldn't know. Seeing his boss leaving, he quickly pretended that the wound had recurred and left the deck. What's wrong? Senju Hashirama, who was confused as he watched everyone walking and running, asked the two people in his arms with some doubts. Uchiha Madara broke free from Senju Hashirama's hand and said nothing. She just glanced at the nervous Hashirama, and then glanced at the little Sadie in his arms. She ducked to the observation deck and quietly I looked at the sea quietly, not knowing what I was thinking. Hey, as for little Sadie, she is now in a steam engine state, leaning against Hashirama's arms with blurred eyes, and making strange noises from time to time. Seeing this, Hashirama didn't have the nerve to push her away, and just looked helplessly at the sea with the sun shining on it. On the other side, the slightly weird atmosphere is different from Hashirama and others. Jack, are you okay? A big bird, covered in black and wearing a black suit, asked Jack, who was holding on to his claws and had lost his ivory decoration. This person is one of the big posters of the Beast's Pirates, Fire Disaster, Jin. He is also the ability holder of the animal type, Dragon Fruit, Ancient Species, and Pteranodon Fruit. At this time, Jin looked at Jack with some worry. The ivory decoration on his claws had lost, as if he had lost his soul, and he asked tentatively. Woo, brother Jin, that woman actually. Advertisement. Even if Jack was beaten up by Erza and finally imprisoned, without blinking an eyelid, without eating for a whole day, he was now a kid who was bullied outside and went home to complain. Coupled with the fact that Jack is 8 meters tall and keeps crying to Jin who is 6 meters tall, this scene makes people want to laugh. Okay, isn't it just ivory? Let Quinn get you another pair later? Jin, who had a headache, helplessly comforted Jack. As for whether Quinn can do it or not, it has nothing to do with him, as long as he doesn't bother himself. Really? Woohoo, thank you, brother Jin. The moved Jack once again shed tears of excitement. Okay, if you make me cry like a ghost again, you can swim back by yourself. Jin, who was a little irritable, shouted sharply. I know, but even though I am a fishman, I am a mammoth fishman who cannot swim because I ate a devil fruit, so. Oh, I was wrong. Brother Jin, don't. Gulu gulu. Unable to stand this stupid guy on his feet, Jin lowered his height and gave Jack a good rinse. It can be regarded as a mere bad luck for him. Jin, why are you here? Kaido, who had mostly recovered from his previous wounds, suddenly appeared behind Jin and asked in confusion. Brother Kaido, it was that guy Quinn who told me that he was afraid that you wouldn't be able to fight freely, so he asked me to bring Jack back first. This is a lie. In fact, Quinn was afraid that Kaido, who drank too much, would forget to bring Jack back, so he went to find Jin, hoping that he, who could also fly, could be an insurance policy. As expected, luckily Jin is here, otherwise Jack might not have become Hashirama's new punching bag. With Jack's character and brains, he doesn't need any messy moves. As long as he stands in front of him, his hostility will be full. Kaido, who had been disgusted just now, didn't bother to study it carefully. He simply flicked his tail and passed Jin. It can be seen that Kaido is not in a good mood and urgently needs some wine to comfort him. What's wrong with brother Kaido? Spitting out the fish in his mouth, Jack asked with some confusion. After all, the usual Kaido is not like this. You're the only one who talks a lot. Gulu, not. Gulu, Chapter 140. Taste the tea in your mouth and enjoy the beauty in your heart. Marine Headquarters, Marineland. Fleet Admiral Office. Bulu Bulu, hey, this is the Warring States period. What? Say it again. After Warring States picked up the phone bug, he listened to the report coming over there, and looked at the red-haired phone bug with a serious face, and asked in disbelief. If the person speaking opposite was not Erza, whom he personally promoted, Sengoku would have thought the other person was joking. You mean, you, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara defeated Kaido, the 100 Beasts, away. It's not some fake thing like, White Beast, or, 10 Beast. Correction, Fleet Admiral Sama, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara teamed up to repel Kaido, I was just assisting. Erza's calm voice came from the phone bug. When the Warring States period heard this, they were in disbelief. Help from the side? If the three of you can escape from Kaido's hands, it's already breaking news. If the two of you work together to repel Kaido, it's simply a fantasy. Tell the whole story from beginning to end, don't miss a single detail. After all, as a Marine Fleet Admiral, Sengoku took a deep breath, then returned to his serious expression and spoke solemnly. Bada. After a long time, Warring States put down the phone bug, closed his eyes, and leaned back. Just so silent. Ha 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 ha. The next moment, Warring States could no longer restrain his emotions and burst out laughing wildly in the office. What's wrong? What makes you so happy? Hearing the excited laughter of Warring States in the corridor, Zephyr, who was not sure why, opened the door and walked in with his own tea set. Ha 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 ha, it's Zephyr, come on, come and try the latest tea that I snatched from Fleet Admiral. This is a rare tea that is specially supplied to Tenjin every year. I usually can't bear to part with it. Drink. The excited Warring States reached out from the secret compartment on his desk and took out his most precious tea leaves, pulling Zephyr to taste them together. Oh, isn't this bad? After all, a gentleman will not take away others' love? Instead of being infected by Sengoku's excitement, Zephyr glanced at the tea cake in Sengoku's hand warily, and then looked at the man known as the Wise General with a slightly suspicious look. He wondered if he came to Warring States every day to steal and drink tea, which made Warring States, who was much older, go crazy. Otherwise, why would Duan take out his most cherished tea leaves that even Garp can't find? Why, I've never seen you so reserved when I'm rushing to drink. Now that I'm on the pull for you, you're even more modest. Advertisement. Warring States pressed Zephyr on the sofa and rinsed and brewed the tea with his own hands. After a while, the unique aroma of top-quality tea filled the office, stimulating people's nasal cavities. Zephyr, who was a little wary just now, couldn't help but relax and immerse himself in it. The clear and elegant tea slowly touches the taste buds of the Warring States period, savoring it carefully. This indescribable deliciousness, coupled with the unsuppressible joy in the heart, creates an indescribable sense of comfort throughout the body. Seeing Zheng Guo with such a happy expression, Zephyr also took a sip of doubt. It's okay, but not bad. After taking a sip, Zephyr was a little confused. Although it was not bad, it shouldn't be so exaggerated. Bang bang bang. A rhythmic knock on the door interrupted ZFA's thoughts. The person who came was none other than Lieutenant General He, the General Staff Officer in charge of Marine Headquarters Intelligence. Having also received the information, she immediately came to the Warring States office, preparing to make a big publicity about this topic. After all, this is a truly brilliant achievement. Hey, you're here, come and try this. As if he had expected He Zhang to come, Warring States handed the third teacup to her. It has a rich aroma that leaves a lingering fragrance on your lips and teeth. It's a top-quality tea. Like Warring States, Lieutenant General He took a sip and spoke highly of this cup of tea. This made Zephyr doubt himself even more. It was obvious that everyone was drinking the same pot of tea, but why did it seem to be different? Zephyr, who did not believe in evil, took another big sip. This time he put all the tea leaves into his mouth and chewed them, hoping to discover the secret of the tea leaves. Bah, it's so painful. Spitting out the tea leaves, ZFA's face was full of doubts, and he began to wonder if there was something wrong with his sense of taste. Ha 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 ha. Such good tea, I gave it to you for nothing. Warring States looked at the performance of his old friend and complained with a smile. Okay, stop teasing him. He looked at the old naughty boy looking Warring States, chuckled, and said. Who let this old B************** D come to the office every day to annoy me? Warring States, who was in a good mood, also rarely complained. What are you talking about? Isn't it tea? Looking at the expressions of Sengoku and he, Zephyr realized something was wrong, and then he came back to his senses and asked. No matter how fragrant the tea leaves are, how can they compare to the lush branches of marine, which brings the fragrance of birds and flowers? General Hujon opened his mouth to explain to Zephyr. Advertisement? Did those boys make any big noise again? Zephyr listened to Crane's metaphor and then thought of Hashirama, Madara and others. After all, Zephyr was not stupid, he was just preconceived and was fascinated by the special tea. Only after hearing his reminder did he realize this. The delicious food tasted during the Warring States period was not the tea in the mouth, but the beauty in the heart. It's a long story, so I'll make it short. In short, it was Hashirama, Madara, and that girl Erza who defeated Kaido. Looking at the eager Zephyr, Warring States rarely joked about it. What? That, 100 beasts, Kaido, because this sentence came from the mouth of Warring States, ZFA's brain suddenly shut down. It seems that the investiture ceremony was held last month, or the month before last. What did he miss? Why did he transition to fighting against the Imperial group? Yes, after confirmation, Kaido took the initiative to retreat when faced with the joint efforts of Hashirama and Madara. It is correct to say that he was repelled. Seeing his old friend's shocked expression, Lieutenant General he also smiled and agreed. I didn't expect that those two little guys would have come to this point. After receiving his confirmation, Zephyr had to accept this surprising news, sighing with some relief and some loss. I am gratified that the recruit back then has become a big shot who can stand alone. Disappointed because of his own disability, he could no longer fight side by side with them. Okay, don't be so sad. The point of us sitting here is to let these new shoots grow into towering trees, isn't it? Warring States patted Zephyr on the shoulder, looked at Zephyr firmly, and comforted him. Yes, this is also my original intention when I chose to become a recruit instructor. Okay, let's discuss the rewards for the three of them. Erza can try to apply for the candidate general spot. Hashirama can also nominate a lieutenant general. Madara can be transferred back from Impel City and given to a suitable general, official position. He looked at the two people who were suddenly sad for spring and autumn, and quickly interrupted. Well, Ahe is right, but as for Hashirama and Madara, they should directly nominate their replacement generals. This time's record is real, and coupled with their penultimate contribution in Impel Down, it is enough. But, it's okay, I'm Marine Fleet Admiral. This time is the meaning of my existence, what do you think, Ahe? Warring States looked solemnly into the distance. This kind of unusual promotion and replacement of generals is likely to encounter resistance from all parties. After all, there is no shortage of manpower in Marine now, and if someone like Madara, who currently does not have an official position in Marine, is suddenly airborne, there will probably be a lot of pressure. But Warring States is not afraid. As he said, the purpose of the towering trees with lush branches is to protect them, so that the growing seedlings can thrive. It's true that at such an age, he is still as motivated as when he was young. Chapter 141 It's okay if your brain is broken, as long as your head can be used. Holy Land, Marie Joya. What do you think of Warring States' proposal? Holding the sword, the five elders handed over the proposal of the Warring States period to the commander-in-chief of the armed forces, Sora, and placed it on the table for the other five elders to watch together. It's nonsense. It's really nonsense. Others don't know. As a Marine Fleet Admiral, how can he not know the meaning of a candidate for Admiral? Also, what is that guy Sora doing? Sengoku is messing around, and he is also messing around. The bald and mustached five elders, who were responsible for connecting with the ZF franchise countries, yelled loudly. I think it's not a bad idea. You, the old guy, only think highly of the candidates for General. Without this status, they will not become lieutenant generals. Why not give them favors at this time, and win over them when the time comes? Heart to the world. The blonde old man in charge of managing intelligence retorted. Same old, vote, watching every meeting, there will be people arguing. The sword-wielding five elders proposed at first, then interrupted. Those who agree, raise your hands. Agree, be opposed to. Agree, 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 very good, 4-1, the proposal passes. The sword-wielding five elders nodded with satisfaction. After all, he, who is in charge of the three armies, also hopes that the people under his command will be as strong as possible. Humph, you will regret it, five elders, the only one with a bald mustache who voted against, said with some indignation and stubbornness. Well, even if you become a junior general, you are still working for the world's government. What's the difference? Five elders, the peacemaker with a white beard and white hair, offered words of comfort. The next proposal is about New World, Moby DK. Dad, look, big news, Kaido was beaten away by 3 new Marines. The Whitebeard Pirates, captain of the first team, and newspaper delivery elite who works part-time as ship's doctor. After reading the news, Marco came to his father, Whitebeard, with a solemn expression, his tone full of disbelief. Kula la la la, what's wrong, good son? Whitebeard looked at Marco with a solemn expression and let out a hearty and reassuring laugh. Advertisement, this is. The white-bearded man who took the newspaper also restrained his smile, and then his expression became calm. I don't know what he was thinking. Moment. Kula la la la, silly son, lousy is Whitebeard. As long as Dad is still around, the Whitebeard pirates will have nothing to fear. Whitebeard, who regained his hearty laughter, took a swig of wine and shouted loudly. The sound was so loud that ripples appeared in the space near Whitebeard. It can be seen that the laughter this time is a little more deliberate than usual. However, the members of the Whitebeard pirates who were attracted by the sound did not notice it. After all, in their perception, their father is the strongest man in the world. Young ladies, let's have a party. Looking at the unconcerned Whitebeard, Marco felt relieved and immediately called the brothers around him to prepare for a grand banquet. Newcomer. After Marco went to notify the brothers on each ship, Whitebeard showed a rare solemn look. He didn't know the strength of Marine's 3 newcomers. However, he still knew something about Kaido's situation. Even if he takes action personally, he may not be able to keep Kaido. After all, time is ruthless, the growth of age, the decline of physical strength, coupled with the fact that Whitebeard relied on his strong body when he was young, the ability to use the earthquake fruit without scruples, and the lack of professional care, resulting in many left behind in the body. Hidden wounds. Now, I even have to take a bottle occasionally. However, Whitebeard is just a little worried about his sons. Now that he is here, he is confident that he is not afraid of anyone, but what about in the future? Look at the talented Marines and pirates, and then look at these sons who have grown up safely under their wings. Whitebeard doubted himself for the first time. Was this really the right thing to do? Looking at the sparkling sea, a huge sea beast was about to eat a small fish. Boom! Whitebeard's fist, which flashed with colored light, hit it hard from the air, and the sea beast under the sea was instantly shattered into pieces. Captain Rox is wrong. That kind of pirate group has no emotions at all. As long as I am alive, I will definitely protect my sons. There was a firmness in Whitebeard's eyes, and his expression was no longer confused. Even if the future is unknown. But, who is he? He is known as the strongest man in the world. Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, advertisement. He doesn't need to be confused. The knife in his hand, the clenched fist, enough to break all shackles. New World, Totland Sea, 100% island fruit tree town. In a castle that resembles a juice glass. My dear, look, there is news about your governor in the latest newspaper. Smoothie, who was wearing baggy pajamas, handed the latest newspaper to Natsu, who was lying on the bed, looking slightly tired. Ah, you're still here. Ah, Governor. When Smoothie's tender and juicy fingers touched his waist, Natsu subconsciously exclaimed. Then he heard the words in Smoothie's mouth and realized that he had thought wrongly. Then, he quickly sat up and looked at the newspaper handed over by Smoothie. New Marine, repel Kaido. Puff. It also comes with a picture of Erza half kneeling on the ground, which proves the authenticity and difficulty of that battle, and highlights Marine's strong determination and unyielding fighting spirit when facing a powerful enemy. However, that is for others. After Natsu saw Erza's miserable state again, he couldn't help but burst out in joy. Although he didn't do it himself, Kaido can still be considered half of his own. Whatever Kaido does is equal to what he did. This made Natsu, who was bullied by Erza, instantly feel relaxed. Honey, what are you laughing at? It was obviously negative news about his husband's captain, but he was still so happy. It couldn't be that his brain was squeezed by him. Thinking of this, Smooth reached down to Tess with some worry. It's okay if your brain is broken, as long as your head can be used. Boo, it started in broad daylight and it was wonderful. Tokai, Shimotsuki village. Outside, the latest news, the three marine generals are taking action together. Hearing this outrageous news, Muxue couldn't help but stop and looked over. This means that in the East Daxia Sea, bullying of those civilians who don't know why should be done in a big place and not make people laugh. Chapter 142 Nominate 3 general candidates. Thank you Xiao Yinshui for the 10 reminders. Give me one. Although Muxue clearly knew that the news headline was false and was used to attract the attention of passersby, Muxue just wanted to see where the news was false and what it was based on for exaggeration. I have to say that these people who sell news are really very popular. Kaido, the top powerhouse who rules over the New World and the governor of the Beast Pirates, fled after being severely wounded by the Marine Headquarters Generals, Erza, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in the Test Sea. Marine Generals Erza, Senju Hashirama, and Uchiha Madara have been nominated as general candidates. The successors of the three Marine Generals in the future are revealed, and they will conquer the New World's Emperor. Just looking at the news headlines one by one makes me feel uncomfortable. After reading it, Muxue finally understood the true situation of what the person who just sold the newspaper said. The three of them, Erza, were nominated as candidates for generals in the Marine Headquarters. They are expected to succeed the current three generals and become the new generals. In addition, the three of them took action together to repel Kaido, the leader of the Imperial Regiment. With the exaggerated statement just now, are all of them nominated as candidate generals? Muxue rubbed her chin and murmured to herself. In less than 10 months, Erza and the three of them had transformed from an ordinary Marine recruit to a candidate general. In addition to his own excellent strength, luck also accounts for a large part. Without the hawkish General Doberman to introduce Erza to the Marine Headquarters, Erza might still be just a branch general, or even just a school officer. After all, strength is only part of promotion, and the help of noble people is also an indispensable part. Like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, because they were recruited by Garp from Donghai, they had the opportunity to jump in and enter ZFA's training camp, and they had a teacher-student relationship with Zepha. Many generals and school officers who came from ZFA's training camp had a natural affinity for the two of them. This also allowed Sengoku, a close friend of Garp, to step forward as a guarantee for the two of them. Without enough position support, he still got the general candidate spot approved by 5 elders. If it weren't for Sengoku's hard work, I'm afraid only Erza would be able to get the spot as a general candidate this time. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. It's not like I'm going to join the officialdom myself. I'm just an ordinary little swordsman living in a small dojo in the East Daxia Sea. The troubles in the world have nothing to do with me. Shaking her head, Muxue no longer thought about these troublesome communication problems. In her previous life, Muxue didn't like too much intrigue with others, so she chose to live at home and rely on games and animations to live a leisurely life when she had a large inheritance. Now, when there are so many clones worrying about themselves, why bother asking for trouble and only adding to the worries? Advertisement. All you have to do is to set the general direction, and let the people below figure out the rest of the small details. Thinking of this, Muxue began to take a leisurely walk while enjoying the sea breeze. East Daxia Sea, Windmill Village. Alternate General, you are indeed the soldier I brought here, it's really amazing. Looking at the latest newspaper handed to him by the adjutant, Garp said with some emotion. After all, he brought Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara in with his own hands. Now that the two have achieved this, Garp can be considered proud. Ah, it's the big bad grandpa, run, Ace. Just as Garp was immersed in that joy, Luffy's voice came from the treetop in front. After hearing his grandson's B************* D words, Garp's originally good mood was instantly filled with anger. Damn it, you two little bastards, I must change your minds this time. After saying that, Garp dodged and hit Ace and Luffy hard with his iron fist full of love. It hurts. Why does Big Bad Grandpa's fist hurt so much? Luffy, who couldn't escape Garp's claws at all, covered their heads and shouted with tears in their eyes after being hit by Garp's iron fist of love. Humph, this is my iron fist full of love. Also, do you two want to go to Marine headquarters with me and become a glorious Marine? It hurts, alas, forget it, you two come along. But to dare to challenge such a behemoth as the world government alone, Long's spirit and ambition are definitely beyond the reach of ordinary people. Neither Ace nor Luffy went as he thought. Thinking of this, Garp glanced at the two men who remained silent but had stubborn eyes. In addition, the three of them are from the East Daxia Sea. I am afraid that the pirate forces in the East Daxia Sea will usher in a cold winter again. Okay, if you have meat to eat, Grandpa is the best. Advertisement. Luffy and Ace followed him involuntarily. Ace, who was older and more sensible, just held his hand and kept silent. Luffy, who was younger and had just experienced the baptism of red hair for less than a year, shouted very forcefully. He originally thought that all the plans he designed for them were their best lives. Looking at the two people lying on the ground, rubbing their heads, Garp showed a cheerful smile and said loudly. Although, he also looks down upon the world government. And once the two of them go to sea and become thieves, even if they are far away, any one of the three people who have just been nominated as candidate generals can defeat the two of them. Ha 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 ha. You brat. Sighing in his heart, Garp said something to the two of them, then turned and walked towards the mountain. I couldn't help but think of the last time Long met him before he left. The back that should have been upright showed a hint of desolation and age. Grandpa Badass, where are you taking us? Because of this, he hopes that his two grandsons can join Marine. At least, in terms of safety, Garp can definitely take care of them. Was it because he was young? After the pain, Luffy asked again carelessly. But pirates are, after all, a piece of loose sand. Any single pirate group is like fragile thin ice in front of Marine, and it will break if touched. Even his own son, whom he trained at Marine headquarters, is now on the opposite side of Marine and even the world government. They are also young, passionate and energetic. It's really disgusting. I've just brought out two general candidates, but why is my grandson so disobedient? It's a pity that God did not fulfill people's wishes. Looking at the two people who were no longer talking, Garp sighed helplessly. However, the hardships involved are not enough for outsiders to appreciate. I will take you to eat meat. Compared with the Revolutionary Army, the overall strength of the pirates is stronger, and it is stronger than the Marine. Luffy rubbed the big bump on his head and rolled on the ground in pain. Boom. This time Garp did not turn around to educate the two of them, but just waved his hand. No, I want to be a one-piece man. Chapter 143. Captain? You decide. The first half of the Grand Line, Whiskey Peak. As one of the first stops on the Great Route, a large number of pirates with ambitions and dreams pass by here every year. According to rumors, this island is a pirate island. As the name suggests, this island exists for pirates, and it naturally welcomes pirates. Today, as usual, a group of pirates were welcomed here. Of course, it might be a bit exaggerated to say they were a group. In fact, there were only two people on the ship. Captain, ahead is Whiskey Peak. It is said that this is an island composed entirely of pirates. It is similar to a tavern on the street, where passing pirates can resupply and rest. Lorraine, who was wearing a whitewashed scarf, looked at the outline of the island that appeared in front of her, and said to Kimimaro, who was standing motionless at the side, not knowing what he was thinking. I don't know if it's because of eating the snake fruit, but Lorraine always spits out snake layers from time to time, and occasionally reveals his vertical pupils to look around. In addition to these, with the blessing of the Titanoboa fruit, Lorraine's figure is also much stronger than before, at least no longer so thin. Captain, what are you thinking about? Lorraine spat out a snake letter and swam to Kimimaro like a snake and asked. It's okay, watch the road carefully. Kimimaro avoided the snake letter that was about to touch him without leaving a trace, and said calmly. Roger that, Captain. Since eating the devil fruit given by Kimimaro, Lorraine's mood has become more and more joyful. Perhaps, before he was forced to become a pirate, his character was not so cowardly. However, in the pirate world where the jungle prevails, powerlessness is the greatest sorrow. But now, with strong strength and the belief that she will follow her whole life, Lorraine's character has gradually become more cheerful. Lorraine, who knew that her captain was cold-faced and hot-hearted, always wanted to get close to Kimimaro and talk to him from time to time. On the one hand, sailing on the sea with only two people is really boring. On the other hand, Lorraine was also afraid that Kimimaro would always hold back and say nothing because of his personality, which would affect his mood. Therefore, Lorraine would come to Kimimaro after a while to talk to him. As for the snake spitting and vertical pupils, they are just using the snake's own thermal sensing and thermal imaging capabilities to prevent accidents. Advertisement. It can also be regarded as a kind of exercise. After a while, the ship moved into Whiskey Mountain. This is a not-wide river with towering peaks on both sides. It feels like walking into a thin line of sky, which is a bit tight. If it weren't for the moist river, no one would be able to get in. Ever since entering Whiskey Mountain, Lorraine has maintained a state of heat induction. After all, the hillside with dense forests on both sides looked like a good location for an ambush. As for Kimimaro, he just watched Lorraine's performance quietly. He didn't know whether he was testing Lorraine's ability or whether he was fearless of the ambush. No, don't shoot. I am the recruiter of the pirate house on Whiskey Peak. I am here to welcome all the pirate gentlemen who come to adventure on the Grand Line. A kind-faced uncle emerged from the jungle, looked at Lorraine who was pointing a pistol at him, and said nervously, "Pirate's house." Lorraine was a little confused when she heard the words of the man in front of her. When did a pirate get such a warm title, Captain? Lorraine looked back at Kimimaro and asked softly. After all, it is all basic popular knowledge, and only people who live all over the world feel new about it. After thinking for a moment, Lorraine decided to try his best to see what the person in front of him could tell. Kimimaro's eyes were unwavering, and he still nodded coldly. Soon, a group of 3 people arrived in front of the tavern with the door sign of Pirate's House. There is me. Although it was not the first time that Kimimaro trusted him, the feeling of being supported unconditionally still moved Lorraine, who had gone through a lot of hardships. Lorraine felt that there must be a monster when something went wrong. As a pirate, he was lucky to be given money for meals. Now, suddenly there is a pirate house that specializes in providing supplies to pirates. There must be some indescribable conspiracy. You decide. Advertisement. Lorraine glanced at the man with his head down playfully, and then glanced at Kimimaro. Introduce your pirate home. Fortunately, although the man in front of him had ulterior motives, he still told the truth about the basic information about the Grand Route. Captain, be careful, I'm afraid there's a scam ahead. Kimimaro also spoke softly. Kaido. The answers were basically fluent in the rest, so Lorraine couldn't find any flaws. Lorraine deliberately slowed down, walked to Kimimaro, and whispered to Kimimaro. In desperation, Lorraine could only ask for some information about the Grand Route. It doesn't matter. Lorraine dares to challenge even 200 to 300 million pirates, not to mention that behind him, there's a captain who is far more powerful than him. Lorraine, who received Kimimaro's approval, motioned to the man in front of him to lead the way. 2 adults, our pirate house specializes in providing food and lodging for powerful past pirates like you. You can rest here for free for 1 night, but the price of the food may be a little more expensive. Let's go, lead the way. It's a pity that the man in front of me should be a veteran, except for the initial panic when the gun was pointed at his head. The man puts on a, expression, which makes people subconsciously believe that what he says is true. Lorraine, who felt full of security, nodded sharply, then walked quickly to the man and began to talk incessantly, hoping to find some clues. They are in the heroic spirit of, the sky is high and I can fly, as long as they lower their posture a little, flatter them a little, and tell their own benefits in a small way, many pirates will let down their guard and let them slaughter them. After all, Lorraine is not the same as he was back then. Even though he is physically weak, with the blessing of the ancient devil fruit, when he fully displays Titanoboa, he is really no match for an ordinary pirate worth over 100 million. The man who was asked the question was obviously not the first time he was suspected. He introduced the specific situation of the pirate house very skillfully, and at the end he specifically mentioned the price issue. After all, although pirates are cruel, they're indeed rich, especially those who have just entered the Grand Line and plundered all over the world. Although Kimimaro gave him full responsibility, he was not stupid. No matter what the reason was, his respect for the captain would make him choose to seek Kimimaro's consent before making a decision. As cold as ever, these 2 simple words fully explained Kimimaro's trust in Lorraine. Oh, that's great. Take us to have a look. The food on the ship is almost gone. What do you think, Captain? He signaled Lorraine to go ahead and do it boldly, with him behind her. Chapter 144. Captain, leave it to me this time. Pirate's house. Looking at the brightly decorated building in front of me. If it weren't for Lorraine's thermal imaging field of view, there would be a dense crowd of people in the room, holding weapons. Lorraine almost believed the lies told by the man in front of her. Come, 2 adults, we have prepared fine wine and food for you to taste, and there is also a hot spring with a suitable temperature for you 2 to enjoy. The man with a flattering smile bowed and indicated that the 2 of them could enjoy themselves. Are we enjoying the delicious food, or are you robbing us? Looking at the heavily armed crowd inside, Lorraine didn't bother to give in to him and just showed off his cards. I thought I could get some information for free first, then enjoy a big meal, and then take action. Now it seems that the other party probably saw that they had few people and planned to take action directly. Ha 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 ha, since you 2 already know it, if you don't obediently offer the treasure, you might be able to save your life. The leader, a strong man with a height of 2.5 meters, walked out with a meteor hammer in his hand and laughed wildly. You are so arrogant. Lorraine curled her lips disdainfully. Then he turned to look at Kimimaro and said, Captain, leave it to me this time. Looking at the people who appeared, Lorraine confidently wanted to take over the task of fighting the enemy. After all, according to my induction as a snake fruit ability user, the strength of these people cannot bring any pressure to me at all. However, Lorraine didn't wait for her words to finish. Kimimaro, a man of few words, burst out with bone spurs all over his body, rushed into the crowd and danced wildly. In less than a minute, this battle with a huge disparity in numbers between the enemy and ourselves came to an end. After the battle, looking at Kimimaro wiping the blood as if nothing was wrong, Lorraine felt dumbfounded and sighed inwardly. This captain is so heartwarming that he is reluctant to let go of his men even in battle. We are a subordinate organization of the Baroque Working Society, the House of Bounty Hunters, The only person who survived was the man who led them up in the first place. At this time, he was slumped on the ground, exuding a strong stench, with a look of horror on his face, and said tremblingly. Advertisement Lorraine couldn't help but cover her nose when she saw the scene in front of her, and glanced at the yellow water stain in disgust. Looking at Kimimaro who was wiping the blood again, Lorraine had no choice but to frown and step forward and wrap his tail around the man's neck. Well, I am. But I work in Baroque, it's no use even if you're from Julok. After squeezing the man's neck hard, Lorraine also wiped his tail with some disgust. Then, he looked at Kimimaro with a slightly resentful look. Unexpectedly, Kimimaro didn't look back at all and entered the tavern minding his own business. Hey, wait for me, Captain. The first half of the Grand Line, a small island. In a dark basement. Little, do you still want to do it? 5 days, the last 5 days, if you can't hand over the mermaid slave, you will be bombarded by cannons at your door. Bada. Boom. As the yelling and cursing on the other end of the phone stopped abruptly, the man with curly black hair and a scar on his face, Little, hammered the desk hard. Little, with a fierce look in his eyes, said in a gloomy tone. Prepare the boat and go to Fishman Island. This time I want to do it myself. Little, who was filled with anger, scolded the steward who was responsible for delivering messages to the celestial dragons, and Alvarado, who had gone to Fishman Island but had no news so far. A young man wearing a blue turban came in and asked respectfully. It can be called the Underground King in the first half of the Great Route. As a professional mermaid salesman, Little knows many things about Fishman Island. Counting the time it took Little to deliver the mermaid slave to the Draco steward, who then handed it over to the Draco, 5 days was already a long delivery time. As a result, last month, the slave auction house located in the Sabaldi Islands was attacked by a fishman who knew nothing about the world, causing a large number of wealthy people to be injured or even killed. Then it was only Nipton's personal action that prevented Alvarado, who was Paramecia, a clay fruit ability user, from missing. Advertisement as a result, many people no longer trust Little's ability. What a fool, do you really think that you are a celestial dragon? You are just a dog of the celestial dragon. Little calmed down and then shouted at the door. Unfortunately, as time goes by, the pirate lineup becomes more and more exaggerated. After becoming a high-ranking official in the world government, Little's underground business began to grow bigger and bigger. It wasn't until he accidentally used a fishman slave to hook up with a celestial dragon steward that it gradually became bigger and stronger. Coupled with his age, Little's main business became the slave business. In addition, the underground king who ruled the New World was also interested in the business in the first half of the Grand Line. For a while, Little was very busy. So this time, Little will take action personally to teach Neptune a lesson. Because the news of Tiger's accident has been reported by the world government, now only Neptune and Jinbei are left, and Jinbei is not on Fishman Island most of the time. Because the anger in his heart kept boiling, Little, who was a little out of control, even had a layer of black wolf hair as thick as a steel needle emerging from his body. And that Alvarado is such an idiot, he can't even catch a little mermaid. For example, he knows that the 3 most powerful people on Fishman Island are the king of Fishman Island, Neptune, the captain of the Sun Pirates, Fisher Tiger, and the sea hero, Jinbei. It's not long until December ends. Head, what's the matter? The younger brother on the side couldn't help but shudder. Because there have been a lot of things recently, Little's mood is not very stable. Last month, 5 of the boys who stood at the door were torn to pieces by Little, who was in a rage. Neptune, I hope you are wiser. Otherwise, as a result, the mermaid slaves that will be supplied to the celestial dragons next month are not ready yet. After receiving the order, the younger brother immediately retreated, fearing that he would be torn apart by his boss if he left late. After all, the underground world is so cruel. When you show fatigue, no one will lend a helping hand. They will just be like jackals, eating you alive, cramping and sucking your marrow. Under the attack of many desperados who wanted money for nothing, many of Little's industries were affected. After all, it doesn't matter whether you are an underground emperor or not, the stupid young man who went to sea with his passion. Mainly as a buyer, he takes over the bulk goods from the slave-catching group and sells them to rich people through auction. Yes, head, someone is coming. If Little had not performed well in previous years, he might not even have been able to get 5 days now. Chapter 145 Riot. The first half of the Grand Line, Impel Down City. The 6th floor, Eternal Hell. Have you heard? It is said that Warden Uchiha Madara and Warden Senju Hashirama teamed up to defeat Kaido the Beast. You're talking about this, of course I know it. He is worthy of being the warden of our Impel Down City. His actions will move the world. Yes, it is said that they have nominated alternate generals, which is great. I wonder if I will become the warden one day. Stop dreaming and stand up quickly. It's my biggest wish to be able to change shifts and go home early to see my wife. Listening to the whispers coming from his ears, the thin-looking Shiryu of the rain slowly raised his head. A flash of blood flashed from time to time in his dark eyes. It seems that the guy you were worried about has left here. In a corner where others could not see, a deep voice sounded in Shiryu's mind. It's time to leave here. Just wait. When I finish absorbing the blood of the strong men on the sea, by then, whether it's the arrogant Uchiha Madara or that damn Senju Hashirama, I will make them look good one by one. Listening to the voice in his head, Shiryu also suppressed his voice and said in a dark voice. After getting along with each other for a period of time, Shiryu has understood the origin of the magic sword named Atrox in his hand and its magical effect. It's a bit similar to the legendary vampire fruit of the animal type, but it's not the same. Shiryu guessed that this was a magical weapon that swallowed devil fruit in ancient times. After all, the world government now has in its hands a scientist who is said to be 500 years ahead of the world, Vegapunk. There is no reason why those guys who were at the top of the world in the distant past did not master this technology. Maybe, this thing is similar to the combination of soul fruit and fantasy beast species. This is what Shiryu figured out after a long period of trial and error. After all, he is the former warden of Impel Down City. He has a lot of knowledge and insights that are far beyond the comparison of the bug pirate who had a low bounty before. As for these messages, in fact, they were designed by Muxue for Atrox, and the background was on the surface. The experimental product produced by an ancient experiment, after being cultivated by an unknown number of hosts, finally gave birth to wisdom similar to living beings. Moreover, the origin history of the magic weapon has been corrected by Aizen, the commander of CP9, and loaded into the overall intelligence library of the CP department. In this way, the 5 elders who are not very aware of the situation can also relax their vigilance. As for Muxue doesn't think a so-called magic sword will attract this person's attention. Advertisement, go, leave here, go to the sea, where there is endless blood and battle. Seeing that Shiryu was not in a good mental state, Atrox appeared in his mind at the right time and used the devil's whisper to try to interfere and confuse Shiryu's mind. This is also the reason why Shiryu's face lost a lot of weight in less than 10 days. The thick dark circles under his eyes showed his fatigue. That's enough, put away these boring tricks. Shiryu, who was slightly absent-minded, flashed red in his eyes, and then let out a low drink. Although Shiryu is used to the entanglement of the magic sword in his hand, he still gets a little distracted due to lack of rest and poor physical condition. However, these are all minor problems. After he gets out, this magic sword will be the foundation for him to become stronger quickly. This was also intentional on Atrox's part. After repeated trials, Shiryu reacted quickly every time, giving Shiryu the illusion that his resistance was getting higher and higher, and that one day he would be able to completely control this magic sword. This is also the reason why Shiryu is not in a good mental state, but still does not abandon the sword, but is more confident. After all, there is no pie in the sky. How could Shiryu use a magic sword that was honest and never caused trouble? Only by exposing some shortcomings and hazards can Shiryu dare to use it with confidence. This may be the usual self-confidence of a strong man with self-esteem. A strong person who is confident in his own strength will not be afraid of the erosion of external objects. Be honest and cooperate with me fully from now on, otherwise, you will prepare to return to that dark forbidden space. In particular, Shiryu is not in good condition in all aspects now. He is not sure whether he can escape alone. In front of Atrox, whose all attributes have reached a mere prison cage cannot resist him at all. Look, I'll make them regret keeping me here. Seeing Shiryu who suddenly drew his weapon and broke open the cage, many pirates who had been locked up here for a long time shouted. Let's go, it's up to you whether you can escape or not. A pirate with a bad temper and obviously lost his mind due to being locked up for too long shouted angrily. Boom. Shiryu didn't tolerate him either. He raised his hand and slashed open the prison in front of the pirate. Before he could get overjoyed, he beheaded him with another slash. After all, if this old guy can attack him, he will naturally attack others. Advertisement, a-hole. Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? Hey, kid, let me out quickly, I will give you all my treasures. Don't listen to him, come and help me, I know where the treasure of One Piece is. Base. Seeing Redfield's action, Shiryu breathed a sigh of relief subconsciously, and then whispered. You bunch of bastards, please be quiet. Beloric Redfield, who had white hair and black eyes, spoke. With a cruel smile on his face, Shiryu used the magic sword in his hand to cut off the chains that bound him, and then slashed at the railing in front of him. Shiryu nodded with satisfaction, then glanced at everyone with bloodthirsty eyes. After a long silence, Shiryu released all the other pirates. I owe you a favor. Base. Ignoring Shiryu's vigilant look, Redfield said calmly, and then strode towards the elevator. After all, Shiryu was also afraid that this old guy would not keep his words and attack him directly. The implication is that Atrox compromised with Shiryu. After all, on the surface, the two were indeed grasshoppers on the same rope. Feeling the blood and power coming from the sword, Shiryu once again confirmed that the magic sword in his hand was not exaggerating. Once the old guy Redfield dares to take action, no one will stand idly by. You know what the heck, you've been here for 20 years, how do you know that with your big A? Boy, how about I help you stop the director? Shiryu, who was originally planning to escape directly, suddenly had an idea when he looked at these half-dead inmates. After all the pirates were released, he cut off all the cages in front of Redfield and the shackles that bound him. Although Uchiha Madara is not here, Magellan is still a very troublesome guy just as the current director. Boy, I will keep an eye on you. When you fall down, this body may not belong to anyone else. An extremely powerful conqueror's domineering force surged out from the depths of the prison, causing Shiryu to wake up instantly after regaining his physical vitality. Puff. Chapter 146 The monster eliminated from history. What sound? The jailer who was at 8 trigrams just now hurried over after hearing the tapping footsteps. Because of their strength, they were all far away from the prison, for fear of being caught by these monsters to vent their anger. It's Beloric Redfield and Warden Shiryu. And there are those monsters. The jailer who was the first to come over looked at the prisoners who had somehow escaped from the cage and shouted in horror. Puff. What are you talking about? She is the most beautiful woman in the world. The long-nosed, burly and strong female pirate, Katrine Deem, pierced the jailer's heart in one go, and then made a sound of dissatisfaction. Trash, you don't deserve to live on this sea. Douglas Bullet glanced at the man with the same burly build, blonde hair, and a fixed earmuff on his right ear, and said disdainfully to the jailer who was still staring at him. What delicious blood, this gorgeous red color, full of vitality. Red Earl, after Redfield killed the jailer with his fingers, he looked at the blood flowing on his fingertips, showed an evil smile, and sighed. Because of his age, Redfield's physical vitality was not as strong as before, so he longed for the legendary Phantom Beast fruit. The vampire fruit that can restore youth through blood. Push forward city, 4 underground floors, office of the administrator. Boom. Director, it's bad, the prison on the 6th floor underground has been lost. A jailer stumbled in, not even bothering to knock on the door. What? Damn, it's exactly this time. Magellan ignored the surprise, quickly picked up his pants and strode out of the office. Because Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama were transferred back to the Marine headquarters, there was no new manpower to supplement the Impel City for a while, and the defense coefficient dropped greatly. Even he, the director, was forced to take action personally. Marine headquarters, Marineland, Fleet Admiral Office. Bulu Bulu, hey, this is the Warring States period. What? There was a riot in Impel Down. Hold on, I'll send someone over right away. Hearing the panicked voice on the other end of the phone, Warring States knew that Impel Down City might have fallen into the most critical moment in history. Even more difficult than the Golden Lion jailbreak back then. After all, the proud Golden Lion just left alone. But this time, all the criminals in Impel Down City went on a rampage. Notify Erza, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara immediately and rushed to Impel Down for support. Warring States quickly dialed the phone number and gave instructions to the communications department on the other end. Advertisement at this time, only the 3 people who had just finished fighting Kaido and were still repairing at the Marine headquarters, waiting for the world government to award medals, had the strength and time to take action. Moreover, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who have worked in Impel Down City for a long time, are also old acquaintances of Impel Down City. They know more or less about the prisoners, so that they will not be tricked by the inexplicable abilities. A riot. It's somewhat useful. After receiving the information, Uchiha Madara raised the corners of his mouth slightly, and Shiryu's complacent look appeared in his mind. Notify all personnel and prepare to set off to advance to the city. Uchiha Madara gave a rare and energetic shout, which startled the guards around him, and then quickly stood up and prepared to go out. Because the 3 of them were nominated as replacement generals, with the funding from the world government, the 3 of them had their own specially made large battleships. However, due to time constraints, the warship has not yet been produced. Currently, Uchiha Madara is still using the warships and jailers brought from Impel Down City. After a while, the 3 people who received the order each led a warship and headed to Impel Down City together. At the end of the year 1510 in the Heian calendar, a shocking scandal emerged that shocked the world. An appalling prison riot occurred in Impelda, the Impelda city known as the Iron Wall. Although Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, former wardens and current Marine alternate generals, and Erza, also Marine alternate generals, arrived in time and killed most of the prisoners. However, some prisoners still managed to escape. The world government and Marine have issued new wanted orders for these escaped criminals. They are: bounty of 740 million belly, Basque Shot, known as the Big Barrel. With a bounty of 770 million belly, the San Juan Wolf is known as the Giant Battleship. There is a bounty of 830 million baileys on the head, and the person known as Wakatsuki Hunter, Katrine Demai. There is a bounty of 880 million belly, and the man known as the King of Evil, Avaro Pizarro. Bounty of 960 million baileys, former Impel Down Warden, Shiryu of the Rain. With a bounty of 3 billion belly, Berndy Waldo is known as the Destroyer of the World. With a bounty of 3.7 billion baileys, Douglas Bullet is known as the Descendant of the Devil. As well as, with a bounty of 4.5 billion baileys, Beloric Redfield is known as the Solitary Red. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Is it a mess? Looking at the newly released wanted notice, Muxue murmured to himself. Because of the time difference, the strongest prisoners, namely Redfield and the others, quickly rushed from the 6th floor to the 1st floor, plundered the warship, and quickly evacuated. Director Magellan, because there were too many prisoners to suppress, did not choose to stop them. After all, releasing a few big pirates will have a completely different impact on the world than releasing a bunch of small and medium-sized pirates. The big pirate will only go to the Grand Line and will not have too much impact on the world. As for the small and medium-sized pirates, after experiencing the baptism of the Grand Line and the life in Impel Down City, they may return to the Four Seas and remain anonymous. This will greatly increase the risk index in the world. Therefore, Magellan made a prompt decision and chose to stop these pirates whose bounty was not high. It is not ruled out that Magellan could not stop a gang of monsters from joining forces. Advertisement even though, due to being detained for too long, his strength has declined slightly. However, a total of 8 big pirates who were at least as strong as a lieutenant general joined forces. Even Magellan, who had a general-level combat power, could not stop him by himself. Not to mention, there are also Redfield, Bullet and Waldo, these 3 monsters with the strength of a general. The 3 Erzas who hurriedly arrived also hurriedly cooperated with Magellan to kill the rioting prisoners. Even Senju Hashirama, at this moment, did not choose to capture him alive, but took action with iron blood. It can be said that after this battle, Impel City no longer needs combat power subsidies. All the strongest prisoners on the 6th underground floor escaped, and the remaining 5 floors were basically killed by Erza and the 3 of them. This wave can be said to be a bloody profit. By the way, the captured Whitebeard too, Edward Weeble, failed to catch up with the departing warship because of his brain failure, and was easily killed by Uchiha Madara. After all, if nothing else happens, they will not come here again, and all the leaks will have to be harvested. Clone. Uchiha Madara level, 25 experience, 19,932,300. Strength. C physique, agility, B spirit, S+, top general level. Will. D+ attribute points. 0 abilities. Blood succession limit Sharingan Eternal Mangekyo, full level. The more you fight, the braver you become. 6/6, cannot be upgraded. Soul Pill, already used. 10 Fist Sword. The Courage of the Strong. Activate Conqueror's Haki. Conqueror's Haki, advanced. Thor's Wrath, Marine 6 styles, advanced. Clone. Senju Hashirama level, 25 experience, 932,300. Strength. A physique, S agility, B spirit, C+ will, D+. Attribute points. 0 abilities. Wood style, top level, physical strength, cannot be improved. Sage mode, cannot be improved. Immortal body, cannot be improved. At a loss. Essence of the Ancient Tree of Life, Marine 6 styles, advanced. General level. Weak General Emperor level, attributes and advanced skills. Ordinary General level, attributes and top skills. Strong General King level, attribute S+ and top level skills. Super General level, attribute S+ and full level skills. Just take a look, this is a general strength and weakness. In a real fight, it still depends on the comprehensive judgment of talents, skills, and attributes. After all, except for Big Mom, everyone else's defense is average. There is nothing that cannot be broken. Even those with white beards and red hair will be killed by the swordsmen without the domineering appearance of their weapons and equipment. So, this is a rough grading, in order to let you feel more intuitively the difference between S and S+, as well as the gap in skill levels. By the way, the limit of human beings is S+. What are the things that exceed S+ and reach SS? Do you know how many of them? Funny. Advertisement chapter 147. A little freshness, a little beauty, a little luck, new activity, pray for free gifts. After this battle, Erza's level has also been upgraded to level 26. Her highest agility attribute has even reached an astonishing S+. This means that except for the Flashman Kizaru, no one can surpass Erza in terms of speed. Shaw. Even Kizaru only surpassed Erza when he was in elemental form. If he didn't use the fruit's ability, he couldn't reach Erza's level. After all, what this world focuses on is physical fitness and domineering strength training. Simple agility is not what most people pursue. Moreover, compared to physical strength and domineering strength, speed is difficult to train. Apart from special fruit abilities, it is difficult to quickly improve it. After all, not everyone has the ability to upgrade and add points. But it's okay, these guys who ran out can just be a stepping stone for Erza and the others. Looking at the surging sea surface due to the wind, Muxue murmured to himself. After all, except for Erza and Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara has very few achievements as a marine. These famous big pirates can just add a few more strokes to Uchiha Madara's promotion path. Brother, you're sitting here alone with a newspaper in a daze again. Are you worried about something? Kuina, whose hair was already shoulder length and tied in a ponytail, looked at Muxue worriedly. She didn't know when she started to feel that Muxue's strength was becoming more and more unfathomable, and even in terms of swordsmanship, she could no longer see Muxue's back. This frightened her a little. It's not that he's afraid that Muxue's strength far exceeds his own, but that he's afraid that Muxue, who has such outstanding strength, will suddenly choose to go to sea. After all, over the years, Kuina has heard many people in the town describe the scenery of the sea and their dreams of finding the legendary treasure. Kuina is afraid that one day, when Muxue decides to go to sea, her own strength will not be able to help, so she can only watch him leave. Don't be afraid, I'm always here, no matter when. Muxue, who has the domineering ability to listen to the sounds of all things, immediately understood what Kuina was thinking. The deep worry, fear and worry about gains and losses all explained the thoughts of the girl in front of her. Therefore, Muxue did not answer Kuina's question, but gently held her in her arms and whispered in her ear. Advertisement. Kuina felt the breath coming from her ears and said nothing. She just blushed and hugged Muxue tightly, feeling this beauty. Just like what Muxue guessed. I don't know when this boyish tomboy stopped being as carefree as before. Instead, he started to grow his hair long and always stick to him, for fear that he would disappear. Okay, let's go back to morning exercises, otherwise the master will be angry. After a while, feeling the beauty in his arms calm down, Muxue said softly. Kuina hummed slightly, then blushed and stretched out her white hands. When Muxue saw this, the smile on her face became even brighter. Without saying anything, she stretched out her hand to hold it. Because she has been holding swords all year round, Kuina's hands are not as soft as those of other girls of the same age. Instead, they are soft and have a slightly frosted feel, like a piece of beautiful jade that has not been polished. Wearing a white flowered hat and a pink dress, with short blonde curly hair and blue eyes, a beautiful woman with elegant appearance and good looks walked forward. Could it be that the miraculous effect of juicing fruits? It turns out that the Queen of Happy Street has arrived. I wonder at what price you can invite our beautiful Miss Stussy for a drink. A man with a big black beard and an island hat interrupted. Oh, rich? That's even better. Master Feld is really joking. This little girl is just like a willow tree. How can she catch the eyes of Lord Fortune? Miss Stussy, you are a golden flower of our underground forces. If you want to call yourself Puluji, who else has the nerve to call you a beauty? Of course, if you don't want to go, that's okay, we can. Dear, the leaders of the underground forces are here. Brother Perisparrow and the others don't have much time and want to ask for our opinions. As the richest underground king, Feld, known as the King of Loans, naturally coveted her. The relationship between the two of you is as good as ever. Advertisement. I feel that since Perisparrow is not free, as the son-in-law of the Charlotte family, I am also half the master. I should go out to greet the guests, what do you think? Looking at this beautiful beauty in front of him, Feld's eyes under his sunglasses were full of desire. He is obviously the one with a body comparable to that of a giant dragon, but how come Smoothie, a long-legged member of the Juicing Fruit clan, is braver than him? It's still the same, but you should wear some sunglasses every day, so you don't become blind. If you can't see the road one day, something will happen to you. Gibberson glanced at Felder and spoke in a neutral tone. New World, Todland Sea. No matter it was Muxue's little warmth or the big riot in Impel Down City, they could not affect Natsu, who was in the New World and was about to experience major events in his life. Long time no see, Gilbertson, how are your recent profits? You haven't been robbed, right? Feld, the king of loan sharks with fat head and big ears, wearing sunglasses and holding a cigar, is known as the God of Fortune. Looking at the king of warehousing industry who is wearing a striped suit and has a sharp red nose, he is known as the Hide Master, Gibberson asked. Hearing Feld's unabashed greed, a cold light flashed in Stussy's eyes. However, because of his identity, Stussy did not immediately turn his back, but instead laughed at himself. Cake Island. At the end of the sentence, Smoothie couldn't help but blush, and gently touched Natsu's earlobe with the tip of his tongue. It is also the largest maritime transportation force today and the manager of deep ocean currents. Feeling the passion of the person next to him that had not diminished since he entered the island, even Natsu, who practiced dragon-slaying magic, couldn't help but take a breath. 10,000 Kingdoms, Cake Island. Since my dear is interested, let's go take a look at those underground gangs. It is said that they all have average strength, but they are all very rich. Smoothie lay on his side next to Natsu, gently drew circles on Natsu's chest with his fingers, and said the news that Perisparrow had just delivered. It was Umid, the king of shipping, who had just landed. Just like the owner of the hand, soft yet strong, gentle and considerate, without losing that ray of heroism. Natsu, who was just preparing to rest his body, his eyes gleamed when he heard that these guys were very rich. Hiss, this woman who is in charge of the largest flesh and blood business in Happy Street is not only very talented, but her figure is also curvy and graceful. Chapter 148 An Unexpected Gain. TCH, he is really a second-rate dealer who only knows how to flatter. After hearing Umid's flattery, Pycro sneered at the burly man carrying a scythe and wearing half a clown mask. What are you talking about? You, a vulgar butcher who sells organs, are worthy of me. When Umid heard what Pietro said, he suddenly retorted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Okay, this is Linlin's territory after all, you'd better calm down. Seeing that the smell of gunpowder between the two people was getting stronger and stronger, Stussy also quickly stood up and persuaded. Huh, rubbish. Hearing Stussy's words, Umid calmed down instantly as if cold water had been poured on a fire, and then glanced at Pycro with disdain. A mere second-rate dealer is really looking for death. As a funeral parlor magnate, Pycro, known as the big-handed undertaker, didn't care about so much. Seeing that a guy who just relied on the channel ship and resold goods dared to mock him, he instantly became angry and rushed towards Wumit. Seeing this scene in front of him, Stussy, who was still trying to break up the fight just now, also had a dark expression, and then with a smile on his face, he moved back to avoid affecting himself. Madman, this is Big Mom's territory, you don't want your life. Umid didn't expect that Picro would be set on fire by just one word, and he would rush towards him like crazy. Thunder flamed Dragon's iron fist. Just when the two were about to fight, a cold voice came. Boom! With one blow, Picro and Umid were directly knocked away. Picro, who was under intensive care, even had a dent in half of his body. With the wounds scorched, it was obvious that he had been severely injured. Cough. Compared to Picro's miserable state, Umid, who was only affected by flames and lightning, just vomited a mouthful of blood mixed with internal organs, stood up staggeringly, and said honestly, silent. Is this the true strength of the elite cadres of the Imperial Regiment? Advertisement. The sudden blow made Feld, whose eyes were full of Stussy, come back to his senses and thought with some fear. No one expected that the two of them, who were also the 6 kings of the underground forces, would be defeated by a rising star pirate with one punch. Even Stussy was a little surprised. Even though she was hiding her strength, she felt full of pressure when facing Natsu. This is just Natsu's human form. If he really enters the dragon form of fighting, I'm afraid not even the 6 people present can beat him. Even Stussy, who is secretly the most powerful, only has a general as a backup. The rest, even Picro, who was born as a killer, is just an elite lieutenant general, or even less than that. After all, it was hard to believe in Picro's strength after being knocked down by Natsu in his human form with one punch. If you cause trouble on Cake Island, one person will be fined 500 million belly. Do you have any objections? Natsu looked around at everyone, waved the flames mixed with thunder and lightning in his hand slightly, and said with a smile. The 3 people standing in the field looked at me and I looked at you, but no one spoke to refute. The situation is stronger than the person. At this time, even Stussy, who maintains a good relationship with Charlotte Linlin, does not dare to speak easily. Hey, little fat guy, it's okay. What's your name? Not everyone can build such a large ship with a huge size. This contact information can mobilize materials to the maximum extent. Any New World goods will be delivered to you in no more than 3 days. Things that can be solved with money are not called problems. Apart from the organized Marines in the world government, among the pirate forces, only Whitebeard, Big Mom and Kaido's vehicles are large ships. Feld, right? I remember you. Seeing Feld giving away 1 billion Baileys with a wave of his hand, even Natsu, who had seen countless riches, couldn't help but their eyes lit up and they asked him. I run a warehousing business in Gilbertson. Except for 500 million belly, I can get whatever goods Natsu-sama is short of. Hearing Feld's words, Natsu's smile became even bigger. It's rare to see a money bag on a pole like this. You have to remember it. When you don't have any money, you can use it at any time. Looking at the slightly anxious atmosphere in the field, Stussy smiled slightly, walked towards Smoothie, and said. Oh, 2 large ships. Even Red Hair uses a medium-sized ship? Advertisement. I never thought that Natsu-sama would be so powerful. I will add another 500 million belly personally, for a total of 1 billion belly. I wish you both a happy wedding and a perfect future. Everyone, this is Cake Island. If you have any grudges, please get out and sell them. When Smoothie saw her dear husband take action, he quickly stood up, ignored Stussy's eyes, and said seriously to the remaining 3 underground kings. Even Umit, who was rubbing the wound, was shocked by Gibberson's grandeur. Seeing that Stussy and Felder had expressed their opinions, Gibberson couldn't keep silent. However, since his cash flow was not very abundant, he could only grit his teeth and hand over a special card to Naz. Sir Natsu, I am on the lower road, Feld. Thanks to the favor of my friends on the road. I am called the God of Fortune. I am mainly engaged in the loan sharking business. If I need money in the future, please let me know and I will be there whenever I need it. Of course, we don't rule out the reasons why others don't like it. Who doesn't know that this Natsu could kill the ruthless people of Skull Island for more than 1 billion Baileys? I didn't expect that Sister Smoothie is so old, and she has reached the age of marriage in a blink of an eye. These 500 million belly can be regarded as a gift from my sister's blessing to you. After a long silence, Stussy looked at Smoothie, who had just arrived. Hearing Naz call him fat, Feld not only wasn't annoyed, but instead walked up to Naz with a shy smile and introduced himself enthusiastically. The rest are generally sailed by small and medium-sized ships. Obviously, Smoothie wants to be by her husband's side more than her mother's friends. Even in the Imperial group, not everyone can enjoy this privilege. It is said that during that time, all the caravans that had contact with Skull Island were given special attention by Natsu. Although they are taking the elite route, it also shows how precious large ships are. You know, even as the heir to the big sign, Natsu's car is only a medium-sized ship. Hearing Stussy's words, Feld's eyes also lit up. Anyway, this money can't be escaped, so it's better to give more, which can be regarded as a friendship. As the last one to speak and the culprit of this farce, Umit could only grit his teeth and suppress the pain in his heart before speaking. Except for Charlotte Linlin, who loves desserts, and Kaido, who is searching for animal devil fruits, no one has this authority. Natsu-sama, it was my negligence just now. In addition to 500 million belly, I am willing to unconditionally give you 5 medium-sized ships and 2 large ships as your wedding gift. Since Bailey can't save this money, let's just make a friend. After all, he, Feld, is known as the king of loan sharks, and not much else, he just has a lot of money. Chapter 149. I will let everyone in the world remember this day. Did I miss something? Morgans, who had arrived late, couldn't help but wonder when he saw Picro, who was lying on the ground not knowing whether he was alive or dead. Umit who looked pained, and a group of Gilbertson and others who looked unnatural. Each of us sent a congratulatory gift to Lord Natsu. I wonder what Mr. Morgans, who is known as the Intelligence Emperor, has prepared. Umit looked at the newly arrived Morgans and asked with some evil intentions. Since everyone is bleeding profusely, you, Morgans, can't escape. Ah, what did you give me? Morgans was a little confused. Why did he attend the tea party and give gifts to others? Sister Stussy contributed 500 million berry less, Feld contributed 1 billion berry less, Gibberson sent 500 million berry less, plus special channels for goods, Umit gave 500 million berry less, plus 5 medium-sized ships, as well as 2 large ships, ugly. Pycro fell into a coma, wait until he wakes up. Smoothie on the side used a small notebook to write down the gifts given by everyone, and when Morgans asked, he read them out directly. Good guy, even Morgans, who writes exaggerated news every day, couldn't help but be shocked by this gift from everyone. The lowest price was 500 million Baileys, and the highest one was Umit. The ships sent were worth billions of Baileys, not to mention 500 million Baileys in cash. This makes him a poor man who only relies on selling news and a few pieces of information. What should he do? How about I do an exclusive interview about Natsu and Smoothie's wedding? Morgans asked tentatively. Then what? Natsu raised his fist filled with high-temperature flames and asked Morgans with a smile. Of course. Of course, there is also 500 million Baileys, no, 700 million Baileys in cash. Morgans looked at the burnt black feathers and quickly took out his handkerchief and wiped his sweat. Perhaps it was because the temperature was too high, or because he remembered Natsu's impressive record. Morgans gritted his teeth and added another 200 million as his own gift. That's so polite. Then I'll wait for the good news from you all. As for the one lying on the ground, if you're not satisfied with the compensation, you can come to me. After saying that, Natsu instantly transformed into a dragon. A majestic dragon power pressed into everyone's heart, and a burning feeling that penetrated into the soul made everyone present frown subconsciously. After glancing at everyone's expressions and knowing that his goal of establishing power was achieved, he casually hugged Smoothie's waist, flapped his dragon wings, and flew to the center of the cake island. This is really scary. Advertisement Morgans, who felt that Natsu's momentum was completely different from that of Skull Island before, couldn't help but feel scared. Unexpectedly, just a few months later, this person's strength has undergone earth-shaking changes. Center of Cake Island, inside the castle. Welcome everyone, today is the day when my mother holds a tea party, and it is also the wedding of our Charlotte family, the 14th daughter, Charlotte Smoothie and Natsu Dragneel. The dressed-up Perisparrow, as the eldest son of the Charlotte family and the Minister of Sweets of all nations, personally hosted the wedding and tea party of the two. Then please invite our newcomers to enter. Seeing the fiery atmosphere in the audience, Perisparrow did not delay too much and directly announced that the wedding had officially begun. The wedding in the pirate world is completely different from Muxue's previous life. There are not so many twists and turns. Instead, after all the guests are seated, the start of the wedding is announced directly. There is only one Big Mom sitting in the first place. Kaido did not come over because he was injured. In addition, the meeting between the two royal group leaders was too sensitive. In order not to affect the progress of Natsu's wedding, Kaido did not choose to come in person. In addition, pirates are different from other professions after all. As the emperor's own power in business, they also need someone to take care of them. Kaido only sent one of his big signboards, Fire Calamity, Jin, to come and sit under Big Mom, sitting on the same level as Katakuri, Cracker and others. In addition, there are Sasaki, Runti and Peggy Wan who are also flying 6 cells, as well as Doppin, a kind of younger brother on Natsu's ship, and others who come to support Natsu's reputation as the Beast Pirates. As Perisparrow's words fell, sugar flakes like snowflakes fell from the roof. In this auditorium filled with desserts, Smoothie, who was wearing a snow-white wedding dress, and Natsu, who was wearing a black suit, were holding hands. Hands walked in. In order to reflect this beautiful atmosphere, Natsu has always maintained a dragon-like state of about 5 meters, which is just a head higher than Smoothie, forming a perfect height difference. Well, that's great. The child born from these two people must be a great guy. Big Mom, who held a cake in each hand, looked at the two holding hands and smiling happily, and said inarticulately. Mom is right. Smoothie's talent is very powerful. Coupled with Natsu's genes, he will definitely become the top powerhouse in the sea. Katakuri also looked at his sister below with relief and echoed. Talent is out of reach, but its existence is undeniable. Natsu's talent is definitely the top existence in this ocean. As the poster child of the Beast Pirates and Natsu's family, Jin naturally has good things to say. Moreover, he told the truth. If it weren't for Big Mom's character, Jin even felt that with Natsu's potential, it was not impossible to become a general-level warrior. Advertisement, Natsu-sama's bride is so beautiful, I really hope I can wear a snow-white wedding dress one day. Looking at the two people below who looked extremely happy, Runti couldn't help but envy them. Come on, sister, you are such a tough girl, how could anyone marry you? Peggy Wan, who was eating dessert, looked at her elder sister speechlessly and complained. Get out of here, I can't even stop your stinky mouth. Runti looked at Peggy Wan angrily. If the environment wasn't inappropriate, Runti would have wanted him to see what a real headbutt was. Smoothie, are you willing to stay with Natsu for the rest of your life? During the lively discussion in the audience, Perisparrow looked at the two people walking beside him, raised his head and asked. I do. Smoothie looked at Natsu with a firm gaze and shouted loudly without hesitation. Natsu, are you willing to stay with Smoothie for the rest of your life? With the same words, Parasparrow looked up at Natsu again. I do. Natsu also did not hesitate, looked at Smoothie with stern eyes, and said firmly. I declare that Natsu Dragneel and Charlotte Smoothie are officially married. Pa bang bang, as Parasparrow finished speaking, everyone in the audience applauded with interest. Wow, I actually saw Natsu-sama getting married, I was so touched. Duopung, who was sitting in the guest seat, couldn't help but shed tears of emotion as he watched the man step by step reaching his current position. Although others didn't know how moved he was. Smoothie, today is our wedding, and I will let everyone in the world remember this day. After the ceremony, Natsu suddenly whispered to Smoothie mysteriously. Then, under Smoothie's somewhat confused eyes, Natsu rose into the sky. Everyone, witness this moment. I want the whole sea to remember that this day is the wedding of Smoothie and I. Chapter 150. Everyone, witness this moment. There's an event, pray for free gifts again. What's the situation? Watching Natsu fly away from the venue, Jin looked at Katakuri beside him with some confusion, thinking that this was some kind of rehearsed performance. Let me ask. Katakuri was also confused by Natsu's statement, and then quickly looked at Parasparrow on the stage. Parasparrow looked at Smoothie in confusion, because he only saw Natsu whispering to Smoothie, and then he did this. I don't know. Smoothie also stared at Kaido at a loss. God knows why the groom suddenly came to such a good wedding. Regardless of his doubts, Smoothie didn't even ask Big Mom for instructions, so he picked up the wedding dress and chased after her, ready to see what Natsu was going to do. Mother. Parasparrow looked at Big Mom, who was calmly eating the cake, and asked with some confusion. Why is my mother not surprised at all? Well, this is an energetic little guy, go and have a look. Big Mom didn't explain anything, and gestured for everyone to follow him out to have a look. Big Mom, who has the soul fruit and the domineering power of seeing and hearing, knew what Natsu was going to do when she saw the direction in which Natsu was rising into the sky. All I can say is that young people are different and have more energy. After getting Big Mom's signal, Parasparrow began to direct the guests to leave the cake castle in an orderly manner. Of course, there is no requirement. If you want to stay and enjoy the tea party and desserts, you can naturally stay. However, most people were roused by Natsu's curiosity and wanted to see what the newlywed was going to do. Sister, why did Natsu-sama suddenly leave the wedding venue when he was in good condition? Wasn't he trying to escape? Boom. Are you stupid? If you dare to say such nonsense, you are risking your life. Before Peggy Wan could finish speaking, Runty hit him with a headbutt, fearing that Peggy Wan would be interrupted or that he would say something shocking. Advertisement, Natsu-sama has already said that he wants the world to witness their wedding. How could he possibly do something like what you said? Even if it is, it can't be now. Runty retorted loudly, then her voice became smaller, and she spoke a little uncertainly. What nonsense are you talking about? Natsu-sama is not that kind of person. On the contrary, it was Natsu's most loyal younger brother, Dappon, who stood up and retorted to the two Flying Six compatriots. As a witness to the entire process from their acquaintance to their marriage, Dappon did not allow others to doubt Naz, not even the two of them, who were Flying Six. Yeah. Sorry. I don't know why, but looking at Duopung with such firm eyes, Runty apologized a little guilty. Obviously she is a Fei Liubao, and Duopung is just a real one. Yes, Dappon is right. Lord Natsu is just a little out of the box in his thinking, but he is definitely a person worth trusting for life. Sasaki touched the short hair that had just grown on his head, his tone full of determination. He felt that a man who dared to come to the appointment alone to save himself was definitely a responsible man. Although he occasionally tied him up for fishing and even burned his hair until it was all gone, Sasaki was still very grateful and trusted Natsu. Okay, don't talk about this anymore. If you want to know, why don't you just go out and take a look? Jin walked up to the crowd, interrupted, and then transformed into a half-human, half-bird form, spreading his wings and flying into the air, ready to find out. Let's go and have a look too. Looking at the action on his big sign, Sasaki also glanced at everyone and said, Second brother, what do you think Natsu is going to do? Cracker also asked Katakuri curiously. After a period of contact, Cracker also knew that his sister and Natsu had a very good relationship. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Katakuri used rice cakes to stick together. There would definitely not be any oolong incident of escaping from the marriage. Who knows, let's go and have a look. Katakuri was also full of curiosity, but on the surface he still looked calm, shrugging and saying, You go ahead, I'm going to stay and host the tea party. Parasparrow came over and said to the two of them, Advertisement. Although most of the guests were curious and rushed in the direction that Natsu left, there were still some guests who were not interested. Instead, they started chatting and enjoying desserts. Therefore, it is difficult for Parasparrow to leave, and Big Mom is also enjoying dessert in the castle. If anything happens, he will be needed to deal with it. Well, don't worry, brother. Cracker patted the biscuit armor on his body and promised. After saying that, the two of them also walked out. Outside the cake castle. Stussy, what do you think Mr. Natsu is going to do? Is there something that must be done at the wedding? Gibberson looked at Stussy with some confusion. Get ready to see what women think about this situation. Haha, the little girl doesn't know. Maybe this is Natsu-sama's unique romance. Stussy covered her mouth and chuckled, ambiguous Kaido. Natsu-sama must have his intentions. Maybe we can witness this romantic moment together. Feld, who was chubby on the side, interjected. He was prepared to go to great lengths to get Natsu's cooperation. He would definitely have something nice to say, and he would definitely not say anything detrimental to Natsu. Ha 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 ha, no matter what it is, it must be big news. It's really the right news this time. Unlike other people who were full of curiosity, Morgan's face was almost crooked with a smile at this time. In itself, the wedding between the royal family is enough to attract attention. In addition, the identity of both parties, the star of the dessert, and the future big sign, further increases the importance of this wedding. But now, Natsu, who is the important actor in the wedding, leaves suddenly after the ceremony, leaving a few words. Everyone will be curious about what will happen next. However, no matter what happens, Morgans will be very happy. After all, this is all big news. It is nothing more than the difference between no matter how big the news is and the bigger news. As for Umit, who was wearing a pirate hat, he just followed the crowd silently and did not make any remarks. No one knew what he was thinking. Soon, everyone followed the direction in which Natsu flew and arrived at the edge of Cake Island. Chapter 151 Natsu vs. Kizaru, Reunion after 5 months. Todland Sea, outside Cake Island. Several marine-style warships float on the sea. It's so boring. Why'd I have to lie here bored at the pirate's wedding? The bored Kizaru lay lazily on the sun lounger and sighed helplessly. General Kizaru, don't complain, we're here too. Gion on the side looked at Kizaru helplessly. This operation was led by Kizaru, assisted by Gion and Cake. As a result, Kizaru has been fishing. Although Kaki is completing the task seriously, he always wants to confess to Gion outside of the task. Going back and forth made Gion feel a little irritable and helpless. Seeing Kizaru complaining there, he couldn't help but retort. Okay, General Kizaru has been here for so long. It's normal to want to complain. Moreover, General Kizaru, it's best if we are fine. If they suddenly come to trouble us, it will be really serious trouble. Seeing the conflict between his sweetheart and his boss, Jiaji felt a little helpless and it was not good to take sides. Although Kizaru is an elegant and easygoing general, as a subordinate, it is not a good thing to openly conflict with his superiors, especially during missions. Therefore, Kaji could only appease Gion first and then agreed. Seeing Cake's somewhat wretched look, Gion frowned slightly and said nothing in the end. If Cake hadn't been bothering Gion all this time, Gion would never have said such a thing according to his temper and style. Unfortunately, the Marine headquarters at that time did not have enough manpower, so they were transferred here. Okay, let me enjoy the sea breeze here quietly. Kizaru glanced at the two of them, then lay lazily on the chair and said lazily. What is that? Just when Kizaru was relaxing and preparing to take a nice nap, Kizaru's adjutant suddenly shouted. Somebody is coming. Gion also quickly looked in the direction pointed by Adjutant Kizaru, but due to the distance, he could not clearly see the person coming, but felt a strong aura threatening him. This breath is that fire dragon boy. Advertisement. Hearing the adjutant's shouting, Kizaru also slowly sat up straight, and then released the powerful haki of knowledge, and a powerful and familiar yet unfamiliar aura reflected in Kizaru's perception. The reason for the familiarity is that Kizaru remembered this guy with great strength and potential during his battle on Beehive Island. The reason for the strangeness is that the power of this aura is far beyond what Natsu could compare with at first. The difference between the two can be said to be visible to the naked eye. Cake Island edges. That seems to be the direction of the marine warship. All the guests looked at the direction in which Natsu was flying, and some people immediately recognized that that direction was the surveillance ship sent by Marine to monitor all nations. In fact, every time Big Mom holds a tea party, Marine will symbolically send 1 or 2 warships to conduct surveillance here. Of course, that's all. The Warring States period, which pursued the balance of power in the sea, would not have any overreaction to this kind of thing. Therefore, these guests who have attended Big Mom's tea party all year round are no strangers to this. Anyway, as long as they don't intercept them, they don't care at all. Some people even have secret connections with certain marine generals. Or business, or informants, or something else. Who is coming to monitor this year? Some people asked curiously. What kind of identity does Marine have that would make Natsu, today's groom, rush there in person? I don't know, Morgans, as the president of News of the World, you should know something. Gilbertson on the side asked curiously, because, when they discovered that it was the direction of the marine warship, Morgan's expression was first stunned and surprised, and then turned into panic, as if he was some big shot. Gulu, it's the 2 Marine headquarters Lieutenant Generals Gion and Kaki, and Marine General Kizaru. Awakened by Gibberson's words, Morgan swallowed, followed by Kaido who felt a little thirsty. Obviously, he was restrained by his inner speculation. You know, he personally reported the news about the battle on Beehive Island a few months ago. How could he not see the difference in strength between Kizaru and Natsu? Advertisement after a few months, Natsu is going to have another serious battle with Kizaru. After all, if the current Shichibukai and Gildarts hadn't appeared in time last time, there might not have been the current Fire Dragon Natsu. What? General Kizaru? No way. Could it be that Natsu-sama wants to fight General Marine alone? Not only that, there are 2 outstanding lieutenant generals on the ship. It is said that if Erza, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara hadn't suddenly emerged, both of them would have been nominated as alternate generals. Their strength cannot be underestimated. This, Natsu-sama, After hearing what Morgan said, no one would doubt the authenticity of the information. After all, this is what they do. Therefore, after receiving the news, everyone was shocked by Natsu's bold behavior. You know, Marine General is the top combat power in the world. Even as the leader of the Imperial Regiment, no one dares to say that he will be able to defeat the general, especially Kizaru, who is famous for his speed. Listening to the words Natsu shouted when he left the venue, it was clear that this was all planned by him. So, does this mean that Natsu thinks he can single out two quasi-substitute generals, plus a real current general? Everyone who understood the meaning of the general's identity was shocked by his bold guess, and their hearts began to stir up uncontrollable waves. Have you grown to this point? Jin raised his head and looked towards the horizon, feeling a little disappointed. Initially, when Natsu was introduced to the Beast Pirates by Doflamingo, Jin didn't pay any attention to the newcomer. After all, every year, there are too many new people who want to join the Beast Pirates, and many of them have potential. Not many have truly grown up. It wasn't until the battle on Honeycomb Island, the battle that brought out the reputation of the Fire Dragon and the momentum of the Beast Pirates, that Jin faced this little guy for the first time. Unexpectedly, when they meet again, Natsu is ready to fight General Marine. This is something Jin doesn't dare to do easily now. Although he was confident that he could last for a while in the hands of a general, that was based on the physical advantages brought by his own animal fruit. Once caught in a stalemate, Jin was not sure how long he could last in the hands of the general. Anyway, judging from the strength of his Admiral Kaido, he probably won't be able to last long. Otherwise, his bounty would not be 1 billion, but 2 to 3 billion. Chapter 152 5 months to the east of the river, 5 months to the west of the river, don't bully Naz. Is it Fire Dragon Natsu? Jiaji looked at the figure getting closer and closer, narrowed his eyes slightly, and then shouted in surprise. He was a little confused. After all, according to the intelligence, today was the day of Natsu's wedding. Why not attend the wedding properly, enter the bridal chamber, and come to see Marine properly? Could it be that he has taken a liking to Lieutenant General Gion and is planning to rob a maid from the same house? Thinking of this, Jiaji shook his head vigorously to get rid of this thought. Impossible. Gion is my true love, and I will never let it go. What's wrong with you? Hurry up and get ready for battle. Seeing Cake, who suddenly had firm eyes and raised his head to shout, Gion was stunned for a moment, and then scolded him sharply. Okay, Miss Gion. Only then did Jiaji realize what he had said accidentally. However, he didn't care. After all, it wasn't the first time he said it. Boy Fire Dragon, what's the matter? I'm just here to enjoy the sea breeze. Kizaru dodged, his body turned into a flash of light, and then came to Natsu. Looking at Natsu, who was about 5 meters tall and in dragon form, he asked cautiously. After all, that astonishing aura cannot be faked, and even if it is possible not to take action, Kizaru still doesn't want to do it. Paluzolino, do you still remember the battle on Beehive Island? Natsu didn't answer Kizaru's question, but instead called him by his name. Kizaru was confused by Natsu's question. How long ago did this happen? Why would he mention this suddenly? Besides, you clearly took advantage of that battle, so why are you looking like you're going to attack now? Kizaru thought a little confused. Today, I want to finish the unfinished battle and bring a perfect ending to this wedding. Looking at Kizaru with a confused expression, Natsu didn't waste any time and directly stated his intention. He wants to use this battle to tell the world about Natsu's true strength, and he plans to use Kizaru's reputation as Marine General to announce his wedding to Smoothie. As long as Marine is still here, as long as Kizaru is still a general, everyone will remember the man who personally defeated the general at the wedding, and remember the newly married woman, Smoothie. This is a romance unique to Natsu. Although he was occasionally a little dull and wooden, he could feel Smoothie's tender love and attachment. Advertisement therefore, Natsu was also preparing to respond to this expectation in his own way. This time, Natsu is no longer fighting for Bailey. He is fighting for himself, for that true love and fight. Just a pirate, don't be too arrogant. Before Kizaru could say anything, he was preparing to show off his heroic skills to Gion and flew up on the moonwalk. A mere lieutenant general dares to bark. Thunderflame Dragon Mode. Thunderflame Dragon's roar. Unexpectedly, Natsu just glanced at Jiaji with his sharp dragon eyes, and then sprayed out from his mouth a pillar of flames wrapped with purple thunder and lightning, rushing towards Jiaji. Armed, iron, and pigskin. Seeing the sudden breath and the high temperature brought by the fire pillar, Jiaji couldn't avoid it and used the Marine's strongest defensive physical technique, the iron block. Boom. This idiot, what can you do at this time? Gion on the ship looked at the pillar of fire that greeted him and brought a fatal threat to him, and he couldn't help but grit his teeth and cursed in a low voice. I thought Jiaji was just a little dull in life, but I didn't expect that at this time. He still wants to show off his power. This is hopeless. However, scolding is enough. After all, he is a colleague, and he should be saved when he needs to be saved. Afterwards, Gion stepped on the moonwalk and fell from a high altitude. He picked up the blackened body and then turned back to the warship. Natsu looked at Kizaru, who was expressionless, and followed up with his move, and gave a somewhat cheerful shout. Seeing Gion's honest look, Natsu looked at Kizaru with satisfaction, then touched his fists and shouted with a hint of excitement in his tone. Then, the joints of Natsu's limbs were all wrapped in flames with thunder and lightning, and they blasted towards Kizaru. Even Kaido has this power. Unfortunately, Kizaru was not alone. There were 3 warships behind him. Once the fight started, Natsu might be able to bear his damage and attack the warships. It's really scary. Kizaru felt a little uneasy in his heart. If he continued to fight head-on like this, he might have problems. Thinking of this, Kizaru glanced at Gion on the warship, and then rushed towards Natsu again. Even though he was enveloped by Natsu's Conqueror's haki, Kizaru still reacted quickly and instantly formed a lightsaber made of all photons to resist Natsu's attack. Advertisement: this dragon power mixed with Conqueror's domineering power caused everyone to feel tingling in the depths of their souls. Even Kizaru couldn't help but frown, apparently shocked by Natsu's sudden Conqueror's dominance. Come again. The hook claw of the Thunder Flame Dragon. Thunder Flame Dragon mode. Thunder Flame Dragon strike. As soon as he made contact, Kizaru felt the tiger's mouth tighten. If his arms were not covered with armed domineering energy, the tiger's head would have been shattered by this blow. It's Conqueror's domineering, but it seems a little special. As a Logia and a user with the Shining Fruit ability, Kizaru's only real advantage is speed. This powerful force cannot be matched by the mortal Kizaru. After several collisions, Kizaru's hands holding the sword trembled slightly. Obviously, this battle was no longer something that a little lieutenant general like her could intervene in. After all, Natsu is still a pirate at the end of the day, so attacking Marine is justifiable. Boom. 5 months to the east of the river, 5 months to the west of the river. Don't bully Naz because he is poor. Looking at the charred khaki on the surface, and feeling that the khaki still had the breath of life, Kizaru came back to his senses and looked at Natsu's calm face, as if he had blown away a fly, and his tone was indifferent, said. Boom. Ho, what a strong force. Feeling the pressure from the sky and the burning feeling deep in his soul, Gion muttered to himself in fear. After 5 months, Natsu, whose strength has greatly increased this time, decided to teach the wretched old man in front of him a lesson. Because Kizaru is a flashman and is very fast, Natsu did not choose the slower breath attack, but rushed directly to Kizaru, preparing to fight hand to hand. I saw a powerful wave of energy spurting out from Natsu's body. With the emergence of the wave of energy, a supreme dragon's power pressed on everyone's heart. After all, Natsu's physical strength was due to the approaching dragon, plus the blessing of dual dragon-slaying magic, and the baptism of the Thunder God's wood, and he was still in a special dragon transformation state. Although his tone was nonchalant, looking at Kizaru's serious face, he knew that he was not at peace inside. Okay, there are no unsightly guys coming out this time, let's have a fight. Tien Kong Yun's sword. Except for Gion and a few school officers, everyone on the warship fell into a coma with painful expressions. Chapter 153. Well, my dear is the strongest, the best, and the most powerful. Wake everyone up quickly and retreat. Gion, who received the signal from Kizaru's eyes, quickly issued an order. Fortunately, the main target of Natsu's Conqueror's haki just now was Kizaru. The marine on the warship was in a mild coma and woke up quickly after being poured with cold water. After a while, all marines woke up except Gigi, who was seriously injured and fell into a severe coma. And under Gion's order, they began to retreat in an orderly manner. As long as they leave here, Kizaru, as a shining man, can advance and retreat freely. What a slippery guy. After Marine began to retreat, Kizaru began to use his speed advantage to play and fight with Natsu. Natsu, who was a little unhappy, glanced at the evacuating fleet and did not intercept it, but just complained a little unhappily. I can't help it. I'm getting older and don't want you to be so energetic. After hearing Natsu's words, Kizaru was not angry, but instead laughed at himself. Unexpectedly, one day he will be bullied by others. What a shame. Natsu, who knew that today's battle was almost over, stopped chasing and floated in midair. Old man, this is the last move. After this, I'm going home to hug my wife. The brilliant flames of the Thunder Flame Dragon. After saying that, without waiting for Kizaru's reaction, Natsu gathered the flames in his left and right hands together and raised them above his head. A great fireball comparable to Ace's use of Entei appeared in the eyes of the world. At that temperature, even everyone on Cake Island felt a heat wave coming and began to sweat on their foreheads. I saw that huge fireball mixed with purple lightning, hitting Kizaru like a golden crow falling from the world. Boom! In an instant, a large amount of water vapor evaporated from the sea. The violent explosion and high temperature caused the sea animals and fish on the sea to smell like barbecue. A large amount of scalding seawater, accompanied by red-bodied fish, rushed around. The first thing that bears the brunt is Cake Island, which is just around the corner. Mirror Nuchin, Tough Cookie, Fire Dragon Emperor. A group of strong men on the edge of Cake Island also quickly used their own moves to block the invasion of seawater. Advertisement otherwise, I'm afraid half of the entire Cake Island will be submerged. After a while, the seawater, which had been evaporated by the high temperature and created a large gap, began to slowly shrink. Soon, except for the high temperature of the seawater, which indicated that a fierce battle had just occurred, the entire sea surface gradually calmed down. Is this the strength of Natsu-sama? Oh my god, even General Marine was beaten away. It's so scary, you must never mess with him. This power, even for Admiral Kaido, is nothing more than this. As the seawater poured in, everyone was deeply shocked when they saw that the previously cold seawater was now like a hot spring. Damn it, I only brought 1 billion Baileys this time. I must bring more next time. Feld looked at Natsu's masterpiece and couldn't help but regret in his heart. This power is already a true general-level powerhouse, even more terrifying than the average general-level powerhouse. The well-informed Stussy was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that Natsu was more powerful than she thought. Honey, are you okay? When he saw Natsu flying back to Cake Island, Smoothie, who didn't even bother to lift up his skirt, flew towards Natsu without thinking about the possible heat on Natsu's body. Fortunately, Natsu lowered his body temperature in time and held Smoothie in his arms. How about it? Surprise or not, after this battle, our wedding will be resounding throughout the sea. Natsu revealed a big white fang and asked Smoothie for help with a smile. Well, my dear is the strongest, the best, the most powerful. Looking at Natsu, who was completely different from when he fought just now, looking like a big child asking for praise, Smoothie leaned into Natsu's arms helplessly and spoke in a doting tone. But please be safe next time. Rather than becoming famous, I want to be by your side forever. Smoothie's tone was full of worry, distress, and a trace of fear. Although she believes in her man's strength, however, the name of a person, the shadow of a tree, and the name of a general are all too scary. Fortunately, this time the operation was very successful. Ha 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 ha, okay, I listen to you. Natsu touched the back of his head, then smiled innocently. Advertisement looking at Natsu, who was threatening him with a flame in the morning and now looked like a naive boy, Morgan still didn't dare to take a picture of this scene. It would be terrible if Natsu thought that he was deliberately smearing his image and even extorting money from himself. Morgan's, who was sincere in his heart, only took pictures of Natsu's instant kill, stunning Marine, beating Kizaru away, and the seawater pouring in, preparing to produce this big news overnight. On the warship where Gion and others were, cough. General Kizaru, are you okay? Seeing a golden light flashing and Kizaru appearing on the warship, Gion quickly stepped forward to check. After all, if Kizaru hadn't sacrificed his life, I'm afraid the people in these ships would have to answer for it here. Ahem, it's okay. Kizaru coughed lightly, and Kaido felt a little weak. Because of Natsu's last sentence, about going home to hug his wife after the fight, Kizaru was a little distracted for a moment, and was accidentally affected by the huge fireball. As a result, his entire lungs were now burning. Even the exposed back was covered in large burns. If he hadn't transformed into elements in time, he might have turned into a charred man just like Jiaji. What about Jiaji, are you okay? Kizaru, who has been slowed down, smells like coke, which adds up to the situation. The ship's doctor said that although he is still in a deep coma, his injuries have been stabilized. It's just that his lower body has been burned due to high temperature and has a big problem. He needs treatment with our equipment urgently, otherwise I'm afraid. Gion didn't say anything else about the rest. When Kizaru heard this, his lower body suddenly tightened. This is really an unpredictable world. It seems that there will be one less good brother drinking flower wine from now on. Hope it's not too late. Return at full speed. By the way, give me a phone bug. After giving the order, Kizaru asked Gion for a new phone bug. The one I held in my arms before has completely turned into a baked snail and is no longer able to work. Bulu Bulu, hey, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, this is Kizaru. Just. Chapter 154 Big Sign, Deputy Governor, the end of the year 1510 in the Hyuan calendar. A news comparable to the rampage in Impel Down City spread across the entire sea. The top combat force in the world today, the general of the Marine headquarters, was beaten and fled in panic by a rookie pirate who had been at sea for less than a year. At the same time, with the gradual fermentation of this news, there was also an active overture from Morgan's. The wedding of this new pirate, Natsu and Smoothie, was also successful as Natsu hoped, spreading throughout the sea. Suddenly, Natsu's unique romantic qualities caused his popularity to soar among female pirates. Marine Headquarters, Marineland, Fleet Admiral Office. Oh, I didn't expect that such a thing would happen. Warring States glanced at he, who had an indifferent expression, and said with some fear. As a Marine, this kind of thing happens a lot. Lieutenant General He's expression did not change at all, and he just said calmly. Don't worry, Sengoku Fleet Admiral, I will definitely bring Natsu to justice with my own hands. After dealing with the Impel City riot incident, Erza returned to the headquarters and waited for the specially made warship, and offered words of comfort. Well, don't underestimate this fire dragon, Natsu. I'm afraid his strength is not weaker than 100 beasts, Kaido. After hearing Erza's confident speech, Sengoku didn't refute anything, but just reminded Erza to pay attention to safety and not to underestimate the enemy. Announce the new reward for Natsu. Finally, looking at the serious and dull atmosphere in the office, Warring States made a final decision. Codename: Fire Dragon. Name: Natsu Dragneel. Bounty: 3.999 billion Baileys. Requirement: no matter life or death. New World, Cake Island. A few days have passed since the battle between Natsu and Kizaru. Advertisement because of the battle with Kizaru, Kaido, who had already woken up, knew about it. Therefore, today Natsu is preparing to take Smoothie back to Wano country and accept the position of deputy governor. That's right, it's not a predetermined big sign, but a position that has appeared for the first time since the establishment of the Beast's Pirates. Lieutenant Governor, after all, Natsu's strength is now obvious to all. Not to mention a mere deputy governor, even if he goes out alone to form a pirate group, he is still a prominent person. A small big sign, isn't that insulting? This makes other people think of the beast pirates and how they think of him, Kaido. Those who don't know think that he has a small belly and is incapable of being tolerated. Therefore, after Jin's suggestion, Kaido followed suit and made Natsu the deputy governor of the beast pirates, which is also the deputy captain. At that time, one team and two generals will be comparable to Roger's lineup of One Piece back then. For a moment, Kaido was also very excited. Therefore, after letting Natsu enjoy the happiness of being married for a few more days, he told Natsu this latest decision. My dear, we can stay in Wano country for a while this time. Anyway, there is no shortage of me in the 10,000 kingdoms. Smoothie leaned against Natsu's chest and said softly. Since marrying Naz, Smoothie has become more and more like a little girl who has fallen in love. She wants to be by Naz's side all the time, and even her cold lady look is rarely revealed. Perhaps, this may be Smoothie's true face suppressed under the mask. It's different from the sweet atmosphere there. After all, it would be difficult for a girl who grew up in a chaotic sea to survive in this world of cannibalism without wearing a cold mask. It doesn't matter, you can do what you like. I'm behind you. No matter who dares to stop me, I will beat them all away. Therefore, after having Naz to rely on, Smoothie completely let herself go. If she were not afraid that her mother would go crazy, she would even want to resign from the position of Minister of Juice, stay with Naz, and be a husband and child. Woman. I can only take advantage of now, when nothing important happens, to spend more time with Natsu. The leader, who was kindly trying to comfort him, even had a hint of resentment and coldness in his eyes when he lowered his head. Roll. Like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, Pycro shouted loudly to stop his men's persuasion, casually pulled out the sickle on the side, and began to threaten his younger brother. Advertisement Talon C. Natsu looked at the woman in his arms, clenched his fists, pretended to be fierce, and comforted her. The younger brothers on the side were so frightened that they dared not say a word when they saw their boss looking like he wanted to eat him. Boss, let's just give the money to him honestly. That big guy, Natsu, is a figure that even General Marine would shy away from. Let's. On a ship with a cabin that looked like a coffin board, Pycro, who was wrapped in thick bandages, cursed angrily. This group of subordinates was frightened and chilled, and at the same time, some small ideas began to grow. That damn Umit, and Natsu, even if she is a big mom's child. But those lawless pirates don't care. I thought that after a disastrous defeat, Pycro would be restrained, but in the end, he became more aggressive, looking like he would take action at any time. Well, I believe you, a kind of little brother, you look at me, I look at you, and both of them lowered their heads in fear. I don't know if there are too many organs being sold, which makes Pycro a bit nervous, and even the slightest offensive words will make him fly into a rage. Lousy is a big-handed undertaker and a giant in the funeral parlor. Would I be afraid of him? Feeling the love of his beloved, Smoothie leaned on Natsu's chest and showed a happy smile. Pietro, who was under Natsu's special attention that day, was in a coma for 2 full days. He woke up leisurely the day before Natsu was about to leave for Wano country. Hitaki's sword technique Breath of Thunder 1-type Thunderbolt Flash Super Speed. In fact, I don't know when Pietro's temperament changed drastically, and he even started to fight against his subordinates. Even though he knew that Natsu could kill him instantly with one punch, he still wasn't afraid at all. This was totally off the charts. If these young men hadn't followed Pycro for many years and had a bad reputation as organ traders, they would have dispersed long ago. Damn. He was so angry that he vomited blood on the spot. If it weren't for the pain in his body and his somewhat weak left hand, which constantly reminded him that this was not his territory, nor was it a place where he could run wild, he might not have rushed out long ago to have a showdown with Natsu. Male and female. He is just a young boy who just went to sea. If anyone dares to mention him again, don't blame me for being ruthless. Unfortunately, as a desert star, she also has a mission that she has to shoulder. Just when the atmosphere on the ship fell into silence. Later, he was informed that at least 500 million belly must be sent as a gift as compensation. Chapter 155 Change of Ownership, Cooperation? Just like the surprise attack on Shichibukai, Sand Crocodile. A deep voice suddenly sounded. Then, a bolt of lightning flashed away and penetrated directly through Pycro's chest under the bandage. Puff. It's different from facing Crocodile. Hidden among the guests, Hatake Sakumo, who witnessed Pycro's strength with his own eyes, was confident of killing him directly. Therefore, taking advantage of Pietro's injury and his current emotional instability, it was a good time for a sneak attack. Hatake Sakumo, lurking in the shadows, directly used his maximum power to deliver a fatal blow to Pietro. Head. The younger brothers, who had lowered their heads just now, raised their heads after hearing the sound, looked at Pycro who was penetrated by the lightning, and exclaimed in surprise. However, the strange thing is that no one chose to stop him. I don't know if it's because I'm afraid of the attacker's strength, or if I have other ideas. Who are you? Pycro asked in disbelief as he held his bleeding chest. Just an ordinary killer. Seeing Pycro's life gradually disappearing, Hatake Sakumo still didn't say his name. Ahem. Is it normal? Pycro, with a look of unwillingness on his face, breathed his last. A well-known king of underground forces has come to an end. No one expected that an ordinary tea party would lead to so many things. Sir, the younger one's name is Seka, and he is responsible for intelligence and transaction management. Looking at the dead Picro, the younger brother who had just stepped forward to comfort him kneeled down next to Hatake Sakumo without any nonsense, and directly revealed his own value. Obviously, he knew that if he wanted to survive today, he had to show his worth. Fortunately, because Picro had been in a bad mood during this period, Seka was responsible for a large part of the business. As for the rest of the business, it is controlled by another Picro's confidant who is stationed in the lair. Also because Picro's temperament changed drastically and he was somewhat dissatisfied, Sokka was confident to persuade him to join the new master. After all, in New World, strength comes first. Without strength, you can't accomplish anything. Advertisement, White Fang. Glancing at his younger brother who was kneeling on his knees, Hatake Sakumo replied lightly and left the cabin. Hatake Sakumo doesn't care about these losers, but their business and funds are indeed what he needs. Therefore, Hatake Sakumo did not refuse their surrender. Brother Sokka, this. Looking at Hatake Sakumo's decisive back, some of the boys looked at the leader Sokka in confusion. It's done. Mr. White Fang has accepted our surrender. The rest depends on our performance. Keep your spirits up. Sokka patted the stupid boy on the head and encouraged him loudly. Overboard. Come out, follow me all the way, can you give me any advice? Hatake Sakumo stood on the observation deck and shouted to the empty shadow. Haha, little girl Stussy, congratulations on taking over Pietro's position. Seeing Hatake Sakumo's look, Stussy, who knew he was exposed, didn't even struggle and stood up from the shadows generously. She was actually quite surprised that she was discovered. After all, she has been transformed and has special hidden abilities. Even if she is domineering, if she does not sense it carefully, she will subconsciously ignore her. Unexpectedly, the perceptive ability of the person in front of me was astonishingly strong. No wonder in just a few months, he went from the first half of the Grand Line to the New World and successfully replaced Picro. Queen of Happy Street. What's the matter? Hatake Sakumo didn't care about the charming words of the charming woman in front of him, but said gate of opening straight to the point. After all, with his top-notch domineering attitude, he felt a faint sense of fatality in this seemingly non-threatening woman. Just like a piece of cake hidden with deadly poison, it looks delicious but is actually deadly. You also know that sisters in our profession will always have all kinds of troubles. Looking at the confused Hatake Sakumo, Stussy was not in a hurry and patted her chest gently, complaining like a weak woman. Really, girls won't like Ice Cube Man. Looking at Hatake Sakumo, whose eyes were still cold, Stussy said with a sweet smile. Base. Looking at Stussy who was pretending to be charming, Hatake Sakumo directly drew out the talisman of breaking all laws of all things, as if you were talking nonsense, don't blame me for taking action. It's so charming. Seeing the unmoved Hatake Sakumo, Stussy also put away her fake temptation. Would you like to cooperate with me? You also know that the customers in Happy Street, apart from the dignitaries, are just a bunch of guys who lick blood with their swords. I will give you information and you will do your part. How about that? Advertisement. In fact, Stussy and Picro had collaborated before, but recently, something went wrong with Picro, which led to the termination of their cooperation. Stussy originally wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of Pietro and support a guy who was easy to control to take over. However, he met Hatake Sakumo who had the same idea and far surpassed Pietro in strength and professionalism. This gave Stussy a new idea. It's all about cooperation anyway, and it's not better to be stronger. It's a pity that the white hair in front of me doesn't look like he likes women. Cooperate? Elaborate. Fishman Island, Coral Hill. Pink-haired Talina and purple-haired Brianna were walking on the way to the Fishman Cafe while holding Kisame's arms. Obviously I was the one who found brother Kisame first, why did you come with me too? Talina looked at Brinner aside, whose arms were completely sunken, and then looked at her side, with most of her arms exposed, muttering in a low voice with some envy and some dissatisfaction. What does it matter? Kisame-sama will be happy if both of us are here, right? After saying that, Brianna gave Inakasaki Kisame a flirtatious look. Really, brother Kisame? Talina looked at Inakasaki Kisame in a daze. Yes. That's it. Kisame Kazaki, who was a little at a loss, could only follow the words. Look, I said Kisame-sama will definitely miss me. No, brother Kisame is just trying to take care of your mood. Looking at the two people who were confused and started to quarrel, one was the bigger one and the other was bigger. This felt more troublesome than facing the siege of Marine and CP0 at that time. By the way, what are we going to do today? Feeling the softness on his arm that was constantly rising and falling, Kisame and Ikasaki quickly interrupted, fearing that the two of them would continue to argue. Humph, I won't tell you anymore. Today I'm going to take brother Kisame to see our Fishman Cafe, and by the way, do a divination, hee. When Talina heard what Kisame said, she slightly curled her lips at Brianna, and then explained to Kisame. At the end of the sentence, Talina seemed to have thought of something, her cheeks turned as pink as her hair, and she let out an unexplained giggle. Chapter 156 Prophecy? Idiot Talina, she must be looking for divination and ghosts. Woo woo woo. Shut up. Just when Brianna was about to say something, Talina quickly let go of her arm holding Kisame Kazaki, and at an extremely fast speed, she stepped forward and covered her mouth. Okay, let's go quickly. Seeing the two of them fighting, Kisame Inigansaki couldn't help but show a helpless smile and stopped him. Great. After a while, the doorway of the Fishman Cafe appeared. Sister Shirley, we're here. Talina shouted excitedly at a Mako mermaid with short dark hair, cold eyes, wearing a hooded top and holding a pipe in his hand. This person is Mrs. Shirley mentioned by Talina, and she is also the sister of Eren of the Sun Pirates. It's little Nana, here you are with your little lover. Looking at the excited Talina, Shirley also chuckled and joked. I'm sorry, this is my brother Kisame, and the other annoying one is Briano. First meeting, Mrs. Shirley, Your Honor. Ignoring Talina's words, Brinner bowed slightly like a noble lady. Hello, Mrs. Shirley. Kisame Kazaki also said hello. Sister Shirley, please give brother Kisame a fortune-telling. Tarina, who couldn't wait, quickly urged Shirley to divine the future situation for Kisame, who was thinking about her dearly. Like marriage, marriage, marriage and so on. Okay, little Nana, don't worry, hand me the crystal ball first. Please, Mr. Kisame, put your hand here. Shirley chuckled lightly, took the crystal ball for divination, and apologized to Kisame Mikigaki. In fact, the divination itself does not require the presence of the person. However, after all, this is about other people's privacy issues, and many things require the consent of the person. In addition, the pain of seeing a tragic future but being unable to change makes Shirley not very fond of doing this kind of thing. If it weren't for the fact that Talina was the sister she brought up, and that she was also very curious about the future of this hero of Fishman Island who had recently become famous, she would never have done the divination. Soon, after Kisame Kazaki put his hand on the crystal ball. Advertisement a scene that only Shirley can see gradually emerges on the crystal ball. The sky was covered with dark clouds, and from time to time some invisible creature flashed past. Below is a red earth continent, but the red earth continent is full of cracks across the continent, as if someone has broken it open with brute force, which is very scary. You know, since ancient times, the red earth continent has been a symbol of dividing the sea, and its solidity can be imagined. Just as she was curiously looking for Kisame Kazaki, a man with a naked upper body and strange lines on his body raised his head and glanced at her as if he noticed someone peeping. Ah! Shirley felt a stabbing pain in her brain, and without thinking, she hugged her head with both hands and let out a scream. What's wrong, Sister Shirley? Looking at Shirley who suddenly looked painful, Talina asked with some fear. Who? With heavy breathing, Shirley gradually recovered. His eyes were filled with fear as he glanced at Kazaki Kisame, and finally he forced a smile and said, It's okay, I haven't done divination for a long time, and I'm a little too mentally exhausted. Just rest. That's it for this time. I'll give it to you next time. Brother Kisame fortune-telling. After saying that, Shirley hurriedly retreated into the room without waiting for anyone else to say anything. Everyone looked at me and I looked at you, and for a moment they didn't know what to say. Only Kisame Kazaki, who felt connected, narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Shirley's leaving back in deep thought. Although the instrument that his mind is bound to is Simeji, it does not mean that he cannot perceive other spiritual objects. Therefore, he also had a vague feeling about the picture in the crystal ball. However, other than an inexplicable pressure, he didn't see any reason. It can only be settled. Okay, since Sister Shirley is tired, why don't I make you a special drink from our Fishman Island? The stone snapper mermaid with a bun haircut, Ishiri looked back with a slightly worried look and said to the three of them, Inigaki and Kisame. Well, brother Kisame, let me tell you, Sister Ishiri's craftsmanship is the best in our Fishman Cafe. Really, it seems that little Nana doesn't like my sister's craftsmanship. The mermaid on the side, Sarah, pretended to be sad and joked. No, it's just, well, ha, little Nana is still so cute. Advertisement looking at Talina who was in a hurry to explain but accidentally bit her tongue, the mermaid elder sisters around them all laughed. HMPH, brother Kisame, they're bullying me, knowing that she was being teased. Talina also pretended to be dissatisfied, took the opportunity to lie in the arms of Inigaki Kisame, and said coquettishly. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the coffee shop became lively again. Dragon Palace City. Brother Jinbei, why don't you stay a little longer? Neptune looked at Jinbei who came to say goodbye to him and asked with some reluctance. Your Majesty the King, I want to inherit Boss Tiger's legacy and see all the scenery of the sea for him. Besides, the Sun Pirates still have their due mission. Jinbei said in a very solemn tone. After some time of thinking, Jinbei decided to lead a group of brothers from the Sun Pirates and continue to gallop on the sea. Not just for fish or tiger, see the scenery. It is also to help fellow fishmen and mermaids who are in need of help due to various reasons. It is the mission of the Sun Pirates to rescue them. Well, now that you have made your decision, I wish you all the best. Remember, Fishman Island will always welcome you. Neptune patted Jinbei on the shoulder, his eyes filled with respect. After all, everyone who bravely moves forward for their will and dreams deserves to be respected, right? No, it's not good, Your Majesty the King. Just as the two were preparing to have a farewell banquet, a palace guard hurried in. When Neptune heard what the guard said, he frowned slightly and said, What's wrong? Your Majesty, the port, a human slave-catching group came to the port. They robbed everyone they saw. Many of our compatriots were kidnapped. The Dragon Palace guards did not dare to delay and quickly told what they saw during their patrol. What? Did you see who it was? Jinbei heard what the guard said and asked quickly. After all, people who dare to act so boldly in broad daylight are usually strong and powerful guys. Ordinary pirates don't have the courage. Let's talk while walking, brother Jinbei. It looks like I'm going to delay you for some time. Chapter 157 Ancient Species Dire Wolf, Fishman Island Port. Ah. Be smart with your hands and feet. How many times have I told you to catch the young mermaids first, and chop down all the mermaids that are in the way? After glancing at his younger brother who was still trying to catch the fisherman, Little yelled with some dissatisfaction. Because in recent days, pressure from all sides has made me very anxious and behaved very violently. As soon as he got off the boat and arrived at the port of Fishman Island, he began to command his younger brother to capture female mermaids and ordered the killing of all fishmen and male mermaids who dared to stand in the way. Due to some delays on the road, he had little time left to deliver the goods. Only by catching more mermaid slaves could he continue to be under the command of the celestial dragons and live an unscrupulous life. Therefore, he now has no scruples and looks like a madman, constantly shouting at his men. Even some of the younger brothers who were not agile enough were kicked severely by Little. That bloodthirsty look made it hard not to suspect that Little would kill someone with a knife in the next second. Fortunately, Little still had some sense and would not injure his men at this time. Ah, help! A young fisherman with a graceful figure looked at the slave trader running towards him with a squinting look on his face in horror, his voice full of uneasiness and fear. Stop! Murloc karate hit the water. An angry shout suddenly sounded. Immediately, a fist-sized water ball flew quickly from a distance and knocked the slave trader away. Who dares to act so recklessly on Fishman Island? Neptune, holding the golden trident, looked at the chaotic scene in front of him and said angrily. Neptune, I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. I am doing things for the great celestial dragons this time. If you are interested, just get out of here. Little looked at Neptune and Jinbei who were coming over, and the threat in his tone was palpable. Assholes, damn slave catching group, come and die. Fishman karate Same was shoken, looking at Little's proud look, and then looking around. The ground was stained red with the blood of fellow fishmen. Jinbei shouted, and his muscles bulged, and he shot out like a cannonball, rushing straight towards Little. You. Advertisement, armed dire wolf hard claws. Little's clothes on his upper body exploded in an instant. On his swollen body, hairs as black as iron stood up, and his palms turned into sharp wolf claws as black as ink. Little is an esper who ate the animal type, the wolf fruit, the ancient species, the dire wolf form. Although his strength is not comparable to that of the Emperor of the New World, he is at least as powerful as the beast pirates. This is also the reason why he can firmly occupy the first half of the Great Root and the king of underground forces. Otherwise, even if he relied on the Tianlong people, he would not be able to build such a huge family business. If it weren't for the fact that he rarely took action in recent years, causing some fearless newcomers to lack understanding of him, he would never have chosen to do it himself. The faint cold light on his wolf claws shows that even if he has not fought for many years, his strength cannot be underestimated. Boom! Under the Samewa Shokan attack that Jinbei mustered up all his strength, Little's body remained motionless, as if he was not the one being attacked. Obviously, Jinbei, who is now barely capable of being a lieutenant general, is far from being a match for Little, who has been famous for a long time and is quite famous on the sea. Boy, you are still a little young. Little, who transformed into the form of a dire wolf, kicked the still surprised Jinbei away with a whip kick. Obviously, the strength of the two is not on the same level. Perhaps, 10 years later, Jinbei, who has led the Sun Pirates alone and has been training at sea for a long time, can be called the real, sea hero, Jinbei. Cough. Neptune looked at the nimble Little and shouted in disbelief. Now, with one hand seriously injured, it is difficult for Neptune to use the powerful skill just now. If you don't get out, don't blame me for being ruthless. After all, killing was never the purpose, wealth and status were what he longed for. The most important thing is that Neptune, with his huge body, is far less agile than Little, who is a werewolf. Ha 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 ha, old guy, my brain is not working well and my reactions have become slow. Glancing at Jinbei who was holding his wound and coughing up blood, Neptune reached out to stop him from getting up and continuing to fight. After all, in their hearts, the strongest person on Fishman Island is His Majesty Neptune, the king of Fishman Island. With Neptune's roar, a huge stream of water with a diameter of nearly 10 meters was drawn out from the river on the side, gathered in his hand, and turned into a huge blue water column, heading towards Little. Attack. Advertisement instead, he used his own dire wolf fruit and his proud speed, combined with the 6 style skills he learned from the world's ZF, to dexterously avoid Neptune's straight water column, and then rushed to Neptune's side. Neptune, who had not fought in person for many years and was quite old, did not expect that he would be at a disadvantage with just one move. The Fishman clan is born with the ability to live underwater, and has the Fishman fluid technique passed down from generation to generation, as well as the ability to control water flow. Therefore, rather than tempering their domineering energy, they are more interested in practicing this long-established Fishman fluid technique. Armed dire wolf strangulation. I didn't expect that this guy who was defeated by Roger back then would have such strength. Your Majesty Neptune. Even those with the Logia Devil Fruit ability will reveal their true form when faced with attacks from seawater containing the Sea Tower Stone Factor. Little spat out the pieces of meat he had just torn off, a trace of bloodlust flashed in his eyes, and mocked Neptune, who looked solemn. Little, who was well aware of his own weaknesses, did not directly resist the impact of the water flow containing the seafloor stone factor. Little, Fishman Island is not a place where you can be arrogant. Along with the bite of sharp teeth, blood spurted out for a moment. They were powerless and could only pray in their hearts that their Majesty Neptune could use Kamui to repel the enemy. Mermaid Jutsu Super Current. Neptune's small eyes suddenly widened, and a sense of self-reliance emerged from his body. Laugh. The Dragon Palace guards on the side, looking at Neptune flowing with blood, shouted in anger and helplessness. Neptune, who had no time to dodge, raised his hand to block Little's bloody mouth. What, brother Jinbei, leave it to me. But now, Jinbei, who has experienced the tragic death of his eldest brother and has just come out of a period of confusion, is still not strong enough to stand alone. After all, Neptune was the king of Fishman Island and had a certain friendship with Whitebeard. Little didn't want to kill Neptune unless necessary. In addition, most fishmen rarely go to the sea. Neptune, whose main battle zone is at the bottom of the sea, is naturally more interested in the Murloc fluid technique. Even though Kisame Kazaki has become famous recently, in their hearts, His Majesty the King, who has protected them for decades, is still more powerful and prestige. Chapter 158 Mr. Black Dog, Shown Teeth is not a good dog. Seeing Lil's arrogant look, Jinbei had mixed feelings in his heart. There is anger, there is regret, and most of all, there is hatred for one's own weakness. This scene is just like when Fisher Tiger chose to cut off the queen in order to protect them. Jinbei clenched his fists and gritted his teeth, just as he was about to stand up and fight to the death. Mr. Jinbei, it looks like you need a little help. A familiar voice sounded from behind Jinbei. It was Kisame who came from the Fishman Cafe. In addition to notifying the two Neptunes, the patrol guards of the Ryugu Palace also had some admirers of Kisame, who immediately went to look for Kisame. Under the guidance of the enthusiastic Murlocs around him, the guards successfully found Kisame, who was trapped in the Rui, in the Murloc Cafe. After learning about the crisis at the port, Kisame Kazaki didn't waste much time, comforted Talina and others, and rushed over without stopping. After hurrying, this was the scene in front of me. Brother Kisame, this person is very strong, especially his speed. You must pay more attention. Looking at the person in front of him, Jinbei, who was a little desperate, became hopeful again. Others didn't know it, but he knew very clearly that the man who brought back Tiger Boss's turban from a bunch of pursuing soldiers was far more powerful than he could match now. Sorry to trouble you, brother Kisame. Neptune, who was covering his wound, looked at Kisame Akiaki apologetically. However, his arm was seriously injured, and he was huge and slow. Going to help at this time would only be unnecessary. Therefore, all the burden fell on Inigaki Kisame. Mr. Neptune, don't worry. In response, Mikigaki Kisame just responded with a reassuring smile. Another fishman comes, I won't show mercy this time. Looking at the fishmen who came to challenge him again and again, Little's heart was filled with anger. If it wasn't for Whitebeard's sake, how could he give Jinbei and Neptune a chance to stand and talk? Now, another fishman whom he has never seen before appears and dares to come forward to challenge him. It's really a slap in the face. Because Marine had orders from the world government at that time and was reluctant to capture the Sun Pirates. Therefore, there was no reward for the meddling Kisame Kazaki. In itself, the matter of arresting Tiger, who was a slave liberator, was not a glorious thing. Advertisement Marine also did not make much publicity about Kisame Kazaki, who performed outstandingly among them. As for the world's government, they don't care much about a mere Murloc. In addition, Kisame Kazaki has been staying in Fishman Island since then, so this matter has just gone unnoticed. Except for the original Marine and the residents of Fishman Island, no one else knew the name of Inigaki Kisame. After all, the most eye-catching person on the sea is Natsu, a big pirate. This Mr. Black Dog, a toothy little dog, is not well behaved. Kisame Inigaki looked at Little with fierce eyes and bristling hair, and used his most skilled verbal attacks. A sharp-tongued Murloc, I hope your bones are as hard as your mouth. Little, who was very angry, kicked the ground with his thick hind legs and came to the side of Inigaki Kisame. Armed dire wolf claws. Boom. The dire wolf's hard claws, which had jet-black armament-colored domineering aura, struck hard on the broadsword Samahata, which also had armament-colored domineering aura. As a Murloc of tiger shark descent, Kisame Inigaki also has the talent of alien nemesis, so he can cause extra damage to Little, who is a human or a half-orc. So, impossible, how could a mere fishman do it? Little said in disbelief when he saw that the little guy in front of him, who was less than half his height, could easily resist his move. It seems that Mr. Black Dog is nothing more than scary with his bared teeth. The indifferent teasing laughter reached Little's ears again. As an underground king, he has not been so insulted in many years. Even decades ago, when I fought against Roger, I had never been so humiliated. Suddenly, Little's eyes became even redder, like red eyes filled with blood. Fishman, die. Little, who summoned all his strength, clamped the sword Samahata tightly with both hands, and bit the dried persimmon Kisame with his wolf head. Hey, Mr. Black Dog, are you going to bite people with those little baby teeth? Unfortunately, biting people randomly is not a good dog. The secret of the Fishman. 5 Eating Shark. Seeing Little losing his mind, Inigaki Kisame decisively let go of the sword Samahata, stepped aside, and touched the river with his hands. Advertisement I saw water sharks several meters long spurting out of the river and biting Little, who was still holding on to the shark's muscle. What? How could that happen? Little was obviously taken aback when he saw Kisame Kazaki letting go of his sword. He couldn't understand how a swordsman with a sword could let go of the weapon in his hand. What's the difference between this and a strong physical practitioner who doesn't use fists? Obviously, Little, who is an authentic strong man in the pirate world, has never seen an opponent with a bad mouth, nor has he ever encountered a swordsman who just threw away his weapon. This battle directly refreshed Little's outlook on life. Don't all young people today have martial ethics? This was the last thought in Little's mind, because after being bitten by a large number of water sharks, Little lost his fruit ability and became inhuman. Soon, a famous underground king was cut into pieces at the bottom of the sea by an unknown fishman. Jinbei, who was watching this scene, was still a little unresponsive. Inigaki Kisame, who was clearly at a disadvantage just now, why did he suddenly win in just a few words? Also surprised was Neptune, who now wondered whether he had failed to keep up with the times. Why do I feel like there's something wrong with this way of fighting, but I can't tell what's wrong? Neptune was confused and even forgot about the pain from the wound on his arm. Soon, in their surprised and confused thoughts, Kisame Kazaki controlled the water shark and bit all the other slave catchers into pieces. This is also Kisame's warning to other people with bad intentions. Sharks' sharp teeth are not pretty to look at. Long live Kisame-sama. Long live Kisame-sama. Looking at the understatement, Kisame, who had eliminated Little and the younger brother he brought, the mermaid who had been rescued, and the fishman who had just been hiding, all stood up and cheered. This time, it can be said that the status of Inigaki Kisame is not weaker than that of His Majesty the King Neptune, and may even surpass it. After all, Kisame Kazaki defeated an enemy that even Neptune could not defeat this time, which shows how powerful he is. And the strong should be respected at any time and anywhere. What's more, this strong man is still their compatriot and their patron saint. Chapter 159 Everyone is Evil. Activity, please give me a free gift. What's going on? Not long ago, she and Saint Don Quixote Masquerade went to the world government to pray for the residents of Fishman Island to gain the right to live on the sea. Princess Odahime, who came back, looked at the cheering scene in front of her and asked with some confusion. After Don Quixote Masquerade Saint woke up, he found that he was not as arrogant as before. Instead, Princess Odahime looked like a different person. She took the opportunity to talk to him about her ideals. Unexpectedly, Saint Masquerade miraculously agreed and chose to be the guarantee himself. Only then did the two go to the world government to discuss living on the sea surface on Fishman Island. However, despite the guarantee of Saint Masquerade, the world government still wanted her to collect the opinions of all the residents of Fishman Island. Euphemistically speaking, this is the sentiment of taking care of all the Fishman residents. Therefore, Odahime rushed back without stopping after bidding farewell to Masquerade Saint. As a result, I saw this scene. Princess Odahime, you are back. Due to location issues, Jinbei, who was knocked away, immediately saw Odahime coming off the ship. Jinbei, what happened? This matter is a long story. Let His Majesty Neptune explain it to you in detail after we return to the Dragon Palace. By the way, was this operation going well? Jinbei looked a little unnatural when asked by Odahime. He quickly changed the topic and asked her how her trip went. When this matter was mentioned, Princess Odahime's interest immediately increased. Let me tell you. The first half of the Grand Line, a certain island. What are your plans? Shiryu held a cigar in his mouth, leaned under a coconut tree and looked at the inmates fighting side by side. Hearing Shiryu's question, everyone fell into deep thought. They have been imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down City for many years and do not know much about the outside world. They're like deep Yamanaka people who suddenly went down the mountain and faced the bustling world, somewhat at a loss. Although it is a bit exaggerated to say so, this is a true portrayal of them now. Looking at the silent crowd, Berndi Waldo, as the oldest pirate, spoke up. Let's talk about it. We are all comrades fighting side by side, right? Looking at the people who were minding their own business and not saying anything, Berndi Waldo laughed boldly and said, let me tell you first. I plan to find my subordinates first, so if nothing else happens, I will be here with you. Farewell everyone, next time we meet, we might be enemies, ha 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 ha. Advertisement. Although he was betrayed by his subordinates back then, there were also subordinates who were extremely loyal to him and were still waiting for him to come out. Therefore, he decided to respond to the expectations of his subordinates and lead them to continue exploring the sea. In other words, a truly strong man must not only have the ability to stand alone, but also have a courage far beyond ordinary people. Muluhuhu, I have nothing to do, what about you? Judging by her age, strength, and seniority, Berndi Waldo spoke up, and Katrine Demai also spoke out her thoughts. Everyone shook their heads or remained silent. Obviously there was nothing good to do. Unlike Berndi Waldo, everyone here except him is alone, so naturally he is like a headless fly with no direction. As for Beloric Redfield and Douglas Bullet, they parted ways with them since they came out of Impel Down. According to Bullet, the weak are not worthy of traveling with him. Due to strength reasons, no one came out to refute. After all, Redfield, who could fight him, was a lone ranger from beginning to end. After finding a small boat, he left directly with dry food. Waldo didn't leave, but because he had just been released from prison, he didn't want to get into a fight with this man who seemed to have a mental problem. Not to mention the rest of them, even though they all look weird and cry like children, their personalities are not as casual as their appearance. After many years of getting along with each other in Impel Down City, they have already understood their respective strengths and know how to respect others. At least that's the case when they can't beat them. Are you interested in joining my pirate group? It seemed that everyone had no opinion at first glance. Shiryu suggested with a glint in his eyes. With our strength, combined together, even Marine will be afraid of 3 points. Looking at the somewhat agitated crowd, Shiryu continued to add more words. After all, their current identity is that of big pirates with a new bounty on their head, pirate hunters who want their bounty, and countless pirates who want to step on them to get to the top. They can be said to be very popular stepping stones at the moment. They are famous and powerful, and defeating them is a good opportunity to become famous. It is foreseeable that once they show up, they will be attacked by many self-righteous guys. Perhaps, this phenomenon will be alleviated only after they prove their strength with blood. Unless, as Shiryu said, we unite, perhaps it will be possible to scare away these red-eyed people. Gudong, that's fine with me, as long as I have wine to drink. Advertisement buster Jock said nonchalantly as he took a swig of wine. Back then, because he loved drinking, he attacked a warship that was preparing to send a special supply of wine to the Tianlong people. As a result, he was accidentally caught. Therefore, for him, he doesn't have any big wishes. It is enough to have good wine to drink 24 hours a day. I also can. Next to him, Sanwan Wolf, who had a butt-shaped chin, scratched his chest and said in an angry voice. As a super giant who ate the blowed fruit, he doesn't have any bad intentions, but just like his name, he gets hungry easily. Wherever he walked, he plundered a large amount of national food, including the marine warships he had seen. As a result, he was arrested and sent to jail because of a mistake. He belongs to a person who has no intention of doing evil but is full of evil. After all, with his size, if you don't pay attention to it, the earth will shake, the house will be destroyed, and everyone will die. Muluhuhu, since you all have joined, you can count me in. Katrine Demai shrugged. She had nothing to do anyway. Joining a pirate group would be a return to her old profession, and she could also find some people to serve her. I'll join too, but I want to be the captain, meow. The last person to speak was Avalo Bizarro, the king of evil. He obviously looked ferocious, but he added a strange catchphrase at the end of his sentence that made people's hair stand on end. He likes power and does not want to be subordinate to others. If Redfield or Bullet were here, he would endure it. But why should a mere Rain Shiryu lead him? How about we fight and win the captaincy? Waldo, who was watching the excitement from the side, spoke at the right time. It just so happened that there were no entertainment activities in this wilderness, so a fight would just add to the fun. Shiryu glanced at Bizarro, who was slightly excited, and agreed. After being strengthened by drinking blood through Atrox, he is as confident as anyone else. Even Waldo, who has mastered the power of Momo Fruit, can't see his opponent in hand-to-hand combat. After all, Waldo is more like a mage than a warrior, or a fort to be more accurate. 5 Ma Chapter 160 New Year, brothers, happy May Day. Sure enough, Bizarro, who had just left Impel Down and whose physical condition had not yet returned to its peak, was held to the neck by the magic sword in just a few moves by Shiryu. Taking advantage of the chaos of the fight, Atrox absorbed a lot of Bizarro's blood. Bizarro, who was a little tired due to blood loss, didn't think much, and happily gave up his position as captain, and then won the position of vice-captain. As for Demai and others, they did not refute. It's not that they think Bizarro's strength is higher than theirs, they just simply don't care. Anyway, although their relationship is nominally that of captain and crew, in reality, it feels more like partners. In this way, the Thunderstorm Pirates were established. The name Thunderstorm naturally comes from their captain, Shiryu's previous favorite sword, the famous sword Thunderstorm. Because now that there is a new magic sword, Lei Yu is naturally no longer needed. However, as a swordsman, he still chose to use the name of his old friend who had accompanied him for many years as the name of the pirate group, which can be regarded as a kind of companionship. The rest of the people didn't have any objections, they were quite Buddhist crew members. In this way, December 1510 came to an end quietly. Unlike previous lives, there is no New Year's Day holiday in the pirate world. For pirates, there is no difference between January 1st, 1511 and December 30th, 1510. There will be no extra 10,000 belly, nor will it allow them to eat an extra piece of meat. In the pirate world, all months have 30 days. Don't expect pirates who haven't read books and licked blood from their knives all day long to be able to distinguish between the 30 days in that month, the 31 days in that month, and the 28 days in that month, because I can't tell the difference. Unlike the precarious pirates, Muxue, who had a relatively good family background in this life, actually enjoyed this day. Shimotsuki Dojo, where people live a prosperous life and don't have to worry about survival, holds a small family gathering on this day every year. There is no other meaning, just because when Muxue was young, she suggested it, saying it was to bid farewell to the old and welcome the new. Advertisement as a samurai from Wano, Shimotsuki Koshiro finds this statement very meaningful. Therefore, the Shimotsuki family gathers together on this day every year to have a small talk, summarize the gains and shortcomings of the past year, and look forward to the future. Originally, Muxue did not propose this. His original intention was to miss the past. As a result, Koshiro, who is very serious, feels like a company annual meeting report, which is very annoying. Despite this, Muxue still enjoys being together as a family in Meimei. Use magical candy on Erza. On the last day of December, Muxue opened the system panel and gave the magical candy he bought at the beginning of the month to the highest level Erza. This was actually what Muxue had expected. Erza had a stronger personality. Even if Muxue didn't ask for anything later, she was still strict with herself and was always on the way to capture the pirates. If it weren't for the exclusive warship she had to wait for later. The production, I'm afraid, her level will be improved a lot. After a hearty and warm dinner, Kuina took Muxue's hand and walked in the back mountain, sitting on the top of the mountain where they often go. Under the starry sky, the two cuddled up against each other. There are no words, only a sense of tranquility remains in my heart. A night of silence. Facing the rising sun, the first day of January 1511 arrived. Along with it, there are also updates to the System Mall. By the way, System, do you have a New Year's gift package for the Huxia New Year? It doesn't need to be much, just give it a Uranus. I'm quite curious about that stuff. With the rare good weather and the warm sun, Muxue chatted with the system in his mind in a relaxed tone. Ding, sorry host, there is no gift package, advertisement. Listening to the system's cold tone even after the New Year, Muxue was not surprised. Then it's okay to give me a blessing. Ding, host, Happy New Year. Happy New Year, open the mall. After receiving the system's blessing, Muxue happily opened the system mall, ready to see if anything good could be refreshed with the system's blessing. 1. Son of the ocean. Blessings from the world, you are the son of the sea, a man protected by the entire ocean. All marine creatures will subconsciously get close to you and protect you in the ocean. Price, 3 billion Bailey. 2. Lightning-style Rakery, a famous S-class ninjutsu from the world of Hokage. By gathering the thunder attribute chakra in his hands, and through the changes in the nature and form of the chakra, he finally formed a weapon that can cut through natural lightning. Powerful trick. Price, 300 million Baileys. 3. Reinforced iron bone. From a certain world, a special physical talent can give the clone a body like steel and iron bones, greatly enhancing the clone's strength and physique. Price, 200 million Baileys. 4. Stone of Agility. A stone with magical power from a certain world that can increase the agility attribute of the clone by 1 level. Price, 100 million Baileys. 5. Separate Additional Magic. From the world of Fairy Tail, a special kind of magic can consume magic power to give a specific target special abilities, or deprive the target of its abilities. After system modification, physical strength can be used to replace magic power. Consumption. Price, 300 million Baileys. 6. Characteristics. Invisible Fist. From the Pokemon world, a magical creature has a special ability that can be given to clones. It can use contact attacks to ignore defense and cause direct damage to the body. Price, 200 million Baileys. 7. Combo Flow Water Flow Combo. From the world of Pokemon, a special ability of a magical creature. It is a combo that is like flowing clouds and flowing water after practicing the water school to its culmination. It is given to the clone. When using this skill, it will definitely hit the vital point. Ability. Price, 200 million Baileys. 8. One-hit style Dark Strike. From the Pokemon world, a special ability of a magical creature. It is an earth-shattering and violent blow that has been mastered in the evil school. It is given to a clone. When using this skill, it will definitely hit the vital point. Capacity. Price, 200 million Baileys. 9. Innocent Heart. From a certain world, an extremely special state of mind ability gives the clone a pure heart like an innocent child. Depending on the world, it will have different effects. For example, in the world of pirates, the clone will automatically awaken the ability to see, hear, and hear the voice of all things. Price, 400 million Baileys. 10. Receiving Magic. From the world of Fairy Tail, a special kind of magic can accept the power assistance from the contracted creature, or the possession of part or the entire body. Note. Possession will not affect the body of the contracted creature. Price, 200 million Baileys. 11. Bear Fur Bloodline. From the world of pirates, a special racial bloodline can give the clone super physical fitness, the ability to control thunder and lightning, and can enter a special moon lion state under the moonlight. Price, 200 million Baileys. 12. Bodybuilding. A special skill of magical creatures from the Pokemon world. It uses all its strength to tighten its muscles to improve its attack and defense. Price, 100 million Baileys. 13. Hold On. A special skill from the Pokemon world, a magical creature. After using it, even if it is attacked, it will forcibly lock in a drop of blood and launch a final attack. Price, 100 million Baileys. 14. Storm's Choice. From the Freljord in Runeterra, located in the north, a kind of ferocious and aggressive bear human power, which can give the clone the ability to quickly restore vitality and physical strength when dying. Sale price, 300 million Baileys. 15. Violent Blood. From the world of Warm Snow, it can give the clone the ability to superimpose anger. As the anger accumulates, the damage of the clone can be increased. Price, 200 million Baileys. Chapter 161. The decision is yours. Old 14. Facts have proved that the system's blessings are of no use. Still a mediocre ability. It can't be said that it is mediocre, it can only be said that it does not have the highest level of ability. Looking back so far, it seems that except for the physical master who was brought up with the promotion card, the most advanced ability has never been refreshed at all. It seems that if you want to have the highest level of ability, you can only use that cumulative card. Thinking of this, Muxue took a look at the props in the storage space. Forget it, Wait until you have no money to use it. It will be uncomfortable not to buy it when you have money. Thinking of this, Muxue came back to her senses and continued to look at the system mall. There are a total of 15 products with a total value of 3.3 billion, which is quite satisfactory. For Muxue, who holds nearly 10 billion Baileys, it is a blessing. Same old, pack them all, ding. The system level has been improved. Current level, 14, 64,000 6400,000. As usual, Muxue first looked at the abilities assigned to each clone. First up is the first one, Son of the Sea, a buff skill similar to Blessing. There is no doubt that this is for Muxue's only Fishman clone, Inigaki Kisame. Not only will the clone be protected by the sea, but it can also be protected by marine life. Except for not knowing whether it can command the super large Poseidon class, the rest is simply a replica of Poseidon. I don't know if this sea creature includes mermaids and fishmen, tisk tisk tisk. Muxue pinched her chin and said on a whim, then, there's the second ability. Lightning style rakery, a very famous skill, it can be said to be one of Erzu's big cheats, comparable to Naruto's signature skill, Rasengan. There is nothing to say, it is only natural that the son's skills should be given to his father. Just arrange it directly with Hatake Sakumo, steel and iron bones. Seeing the ability of this kind of snake oil, Muxue began to have difficulties. After all, Tiger Bomb means that it can be given to anyone, and it is the most difficult to judge the situation where it can be given to anyone. Think about it for a moment. Muxue decided to assign this skill to Kimimaro. One is because, as a pirate, Kimimaro is single and weak. He is also in a dangerous place like the Grand Line. Without strong strength, accidents are easy to happen. In particular, with the addition of Erza and the other three, Marine's strength has been greatly improved, and a lot of its combat power has been given more insufficient time. Kimimaro's situation has become even more unfavorable. Advertisement according to Muxue's idea, Kimimaro is a strong man who wants to be at the top of the new world. He is probably similar to the Red Earl. One person is against a group, so appropriate strengthening is necessary. As for his followers, Shao Snake can also be considered as a fighting force. The next one, which was also a stone of agility, was thrown to Kimimaro by Muxue, who was too lazy to think about it. Clone. Kagaya Kimimaro level. 18 experience. 5,320 16,900. Strength. A physique. S agility. A spirit. B will. D+. Attribute points. 0 abilities. Blood succession limit Macabre Bone Pulse. Cannot be upgraded. Macabre Bone Pulse physical skills inheritance. Advanced, Qirong Tianju, loaded, pseudo-sage mode. First stage, armed color hockey. Intermediate, knowledge color domineering. Intermediate, steel and iron bones. Loaded, stone of agility, used. Since then, under normal circumstances, Kimimaro's strength has been firmly ranked among the elite lieutenant generals, and even in terms of physical fitness alone, even compared with the general candidates, he is not far behind. Once he enters the rampage state of pseudo-sage mode, I am afraid that even a strong man of the level of a general may not be able to defeat Kimimaro. Unfortunately, because the time is short, the level of armed color hockey is not high enough. However, after this improvement in steel and iron skills, Kimimaro's physique has reached S, and it is estimated that he will soon be able to upgrade his armed domineering level to a high level. After all, in addition to the use of skills, the quantitative and qualitative changes in armed color mainly rely on strong physique. In other words, a strong physique can effectively promote the improvement of armed domineering. After arranging Kimimaro, continue reading. Separate additional magic. This is a powerful magic used by Irene Berserian, the founder of additional magic and dragon-slaying magic, and the mother of dragon-slayer magicians. Unfortunately, there is only the separated additional magic part, not the complete additional magic. However, this is enough. You must know that separation magic can extract all the magic power and even personality of a person's body. However, the separated person will be very painful and will die directly after the magic power is drained. Although there is no magic power in the pirate world, Devil Fruit has special magic power. As for, those who are separated will die. Please, I have defeated him, is it still up to him to decide whether to die or not? Thinking of this, Muxue fell into deep thought. Once such a powerful ability is revealed, it will definitely be feared by everyone. It is different from the martial arts Bearmaster who has different images due to different schools. Attribute points. 0 advertisement after all, fur people are too rare in the whole world. The first thing to bear the brunt is the peak from the world government. First, exclude the East Daxia Sea, or in other words, exclude the 4 seas. Clone. Martial arts Bearmaster strength. C+ abilities. Fur Clan Bloodline Bear Fur, cannot be upgraded. Characteristics Invisible Fist, cannot be upgraded. Storm's Choice, cannot be upgraded. Combo Flow Water Flow, Elementary, One-Hit Flow Dark Power Strike, Elementary, Bodybuilding, Elementary, Hold On, Elementary, Heart of Innocence, cannot be upgraded. Receive Magic, Elementary, Violent Blood, cannot be upgraded. See, Hear, Color and Dominance. Listen to the voice of all things, Awakening. After pinching the image, Muxue opened its panel. He looks like a pure bear who is bent on pursuing martial arts. After thinking about it, it seems that Aizen, the commander of CP9, is the most suitable. Ursine, he is a senior official in the intelligence department of the world government, and coupled with the power of Kyoga Suigetsu, it all shows that Aizen is the best holder of this ability. Experience. 0-100's physique. B. Moreover, Aizen, who has a lot of information, can also spend the shortest time to find the needed ability users. It's okay like Whitebeard and so on. They are highly self-sufficient and not afraid of this kind of heresy at all. Only the world's government, which controls information about various devil fruit users and secretly imprisons devil fruit users, covets this the most. However, this has nothing to do with Muxue. For safety reasons, this ability can only be given to those with the most flexible minds, the most meticulous actions, and preferably those who will not be secretly observed. Muxue, who had customized her face, shows the image of a bear master in the one-hit style martial arts who looked the most courageous. Muxue didn't quite understand. Maybe there was some flaw in the dark fruit, or else Blackbeard had reached some kind of deal with the world's government. After arranging this special ability, Muxue looked at the remaining 10 abilities and fell into deep thought. It can be seen that this is the most luxurious panel since Muxue fabricated the clone until now. Apart from not having mastered armament hockey and being unable to cause effective damage to those with Logia abilities, there are basically no flaws. However, the only thing that needs to be paid attention to is where to place this clone. See, it seems that they can all be arranged together, so that's it, it's all for you. Grade 1. Come out, Old 14, Martial Arts Bear Master. Agility. C. In addition to the natural attributes, which are slightly inferior to Atrox, the number and types of skills are far beyond that of any clone. Spirit. C. However, one thing is strange, that is, Blackbeard's Darkness Fruit ability in the original work seems to have an effect similar to the ability to capture dead devil fruit users. Why was it not captured by the world's government? Then, with the combination of Storm's Choice, Violent Blood, Fitness and Perseverance, it is possible to complete a comeback even if you are at a deep disadvantage. Advertisement Chapter 162. Remember, take care of yourself in the future. The first half of the Grand Line, the Kingdom of Alabasta. Rapeseed Port. Captain, this is delicious, do you want to try it? Lorraine, who had a roasted leg in each hand, approached Kimimaro who looked indifferent, handed the delicious roasted leg that made him shine to Kimimaro's mouth and said, "No need." He still had that familiar cold tone, as if nothing roused his interest. "You really don't want to try it? It's said that this is their specialty barbecue and it's not available anywhere else." Lorraine recommended without giving up. After finally getting out of the sea and onto land, what a pity it would be not to taste the local delicacies. Unfortunately, no matter what Lorraine said, Kimimaro's expression did not change at all. Grr. Seeing Kimimaro who couldn't persuade him after a long time, Lorraine helplessly picked up the glass of rye he just bought and drank it in a big gulp. Boom. My lord, please give me a few more days and I will pay you back, please." A burst of crying suddenly came from Lorraine's left-hand room. "You know how to beg me now. What have you done? You owe money and you dare to think about running away without asking. Who in the entire Alabasta dares not to pay back the money he owes to our Baroque studio? Let me tell you, the money you owe, including principal and interest, totals 700,000 belly, and not a single belai is less. As for having no money to repay the debt, don't you still have 2 ready-made goods?" As he said that, the strong man at the head looked lewdly at the mother and daughter who were hugging each other and hiding in the corner, shivering behind the debtor man. "No, sir, please, when I make money, I will pay it back, I will pay it back. Go away. I will use them to pay off your debt first, and when you have collected the money, you can come to me to redeem them." The strong man kicked away the thin, debt-ridden man who was holding his thigh and then said viciously. The thin man was in pain, clutching his abdomen and sweating profusely from the pain. However, due to the group of young men brought by the strong man in front of him, they dared not speak out in anger. "Hey, you said you were from Baroque Studio? Advertisement?" Suddenly, a frivolous voice sounded from behind the strong man. It was Lorraine who had just heard the sound. Originally, Lorraine was not interested in this so-called drama of being unable to repay gambling debts and then having his wife and daughter kidnapped. What does this kind of thing have to do with him being a pirate? When his head was stuck in the waistband of his trousers and he was in danger, no one showed any kindness to save him. If Lorraine hadn't met the nobleman in his life, Kimimaro, the grass on the grave might have been several meters high. Moreover, for this kind of thing, to put it bluntly, it is the debtor's own fault. Who made him unable to control himself and fell into the abyss of gambling? However, just when he was about to leave and try other delicacies, the words of Baroque Studio reached his ears. Lorraine, who has a good memory, suddenly remembered this somewhat familiar organization. Wasn't it the same man who threatened the organization behind them before he died when they killed the bounty hunter's house in Whiskey Peak not long ago? Thinking of this, Lorraine and Kimimaro exchanged looks. It was because of the eyes, but in fact, Kimimaro ignored him at all and just calmly sipped the hot tea in his hand. Seeing this, Lorraine, who understood deeply, stood up and prepared to inquire about this organization. The reason for being so direct is that in Lorraine's perception, these strong-looking guys are just little Karami. "Who are you, kid? If you know we are from Baroque Studio, why don't you get out of here?" The strong man who was originally going to be tied back and have a good time was suddenly interrupted by someone else and shouted angrily in an unhappy tone. "Don't worry about who I am. Tell me everything you know about Baroque Studio." "Huh, you are very arrogant." Soon, under Lorraine's fist, these silver gunwax heads revealed all the news, even what they had eaten today and what color underwear they were wearing. "Big brother, thank you. The mother and daughter huddled in the corner, looking at the debt collector who was knocked unconscious, walked out with some fear. The little girl walked carefully to Lorraine, handed a small wrinkled yellow flower in her hand to Lorraine, and said playfully. Advertisement. Lorraine glanced at the little girl, then at the little flower in her hand, and suddenly she was filled with thoughts. If a hero had fallen from the sky when the pirates invaded his home, everything would have been different. You're welcome, little sister. After regaining consciousness, Lorraine looked at the little girl's expectant eyes, took the little flower in her hand, then reached out and rubbed her little head, and said in a gentle tone. Thank you, sir, thank you, sir. With the support of the woman, the thin man walked up to Lorraine and thanked her. If Lorraine hadn't taken action, his wife and children would have been separated, and his family would have been destroyed. This is his true portrayal. Remember, take care of yourself in the future. Glancing coldly at the timid man, Lorraine ignored him, just squatted down and spoke gently to the little girl. It will get better in the future. Finally, Lorraine, who was just about to get up, patted the little girl on the shoulder as if she remembered something. Immediately, he ignored them and left the alley. How about it? Kimimaro looked at Lorraine with an unnatural look in his eyes and said calmly. Well, I asked all the questions. Baroque Studio is. I told you how you were doing. Before Lorraine could finish speaking, Kimimaro interrupted directly and asked again. Lorraine, who was caught off guard by the question, was at a loss for words for a moment. Captain, Lorraine seemed to be distracted by Kimimaro's question, or perhaps the little girl's experience brought back her own tragic memories. Lorraine didn't know what to say. Seeing this, Kimimaro handed a barbecued leg with teeth marks into Lorraine's hand, then patted him on the shoulder, turned around and said. Let's go. Seeing a clear bite mark on the barbecued leg that she had just recommended to Kimimaro, Lorraine choked up and took a hard bite, shouting. Yes, Captain. Chapter 163. Defeat the Sand Crocodile again. Alabasta, Rainland, in the underground office of the casino. What happened? Looking at a younger brother who hurried in, Crocodile, whose bandages had not been completely removed, frowned slightly and asked dissatisfiedly. Boss, there is. A pirate named Kimimaro is coming to cause trouble. Looking at the gloomy face of his boss, the younger brother trembled a little. A mere rookie pirate is worthy of all the fuss. Where's Daz Bones? Let him deal with it. Crocodile thought it was some big shot who was causing trouble, but it turned out to be just a rookie pirate with a bounty worth over 100 million. If he hadn't been recruited early, he would have at least started with a 10-digit bounty based on his record against Deadless Bullet that year. Therefore, Crocodile simply looked down upon this stupid green pirate who dared to cause trouble everywhere just because he had some strength. Crocodile waved his hand and motioned to his younger brother to find his first combat force, Paramecia Quick/Fruit user, Daz Bonus. But, boom, before the younger brother could finish his hesitant words, the sound of a wall collapsing suddenly came. Daz Bones? That's not what you're talking about. Lorraine walked in carrying a dark-skinned bald man and said jokingly. Looking at the lifeless Daz Bonus in the hands of the stranger, Crocodile frowned and said, Who are you? Although Crocodile looked down on rookie pirates, as the future leader of the Kingdom of Alabasta in the first half of the Grand Line, Crocodile still looked at every pirate with a bounty of over 100 million. After all, he still vividly remembers the last sneak attack. A person with that kind of strength is by no means an ordinary person. However, after looking through all the wanted posters for pirates with a bounty of over 100 million, Crocodile still found no clue about that person. However, it did make me remember many famous new pirates. For example, Kimimaro, who was known as the Silver Bone Slayer, was definitely not the person in front of me. Me? I am Kimimaro, who is known as the Silver Bone Slayer. Your Excellency's #1 follower, the servant, Lorraine, with a bounty of 8 million Baileys. Lorraine proudly recounted her lengthy introduction, leaving Crocodile stunned. After working for a long time, he was just a little shrimp with a reward of 8 million Bailey? Impossible. How can it be possible for a piece of rubbish worth 8 million Baileys to defeat Daz Bones? Crocodile put out the cigar in his mouth and questioned with disbelief. Advertisement. Why? Do you look down on someone who has a reward of 8 million Baileys? I remember that your reward is only 81 million Baileys, which is not as high as my captain. Why are you so confident? Lorraine said with an indifferent expression, as if the opposite person was a loser who was even more finished than herself. You, armed with 10 finger-piercing bullets. Just when Crocodile was getting angry and was about to teach Lorraine a lesson. An unexpected sound broke through the air, suddenly sounded. Puff. A sound like a bullet-piercing flesh came from Crocodile's body. It was Kimimaro who suddenly attacked while Crocodile was distracted. Before attacking Rainland, Lorraine was worried that relying solely on Kimimaro's strength might be at a disadvantage in the battle with Crocodile. After all, Crocodile is not only one of the 7 warlords of the sea handpicked by the world's government, but also a well-known Logia Shasha fruit user. Lorraine's worries are natural. Therefore, Lorraine decided to deploy a small wave of tactics. According to the information obtained, the top thug of Baroque Studio, Daz Bones, is also in the Rainland. First, Kimimaro defeated Daz Bonus with thunderous means, and then Lorraine carried the still-breathing Daz Bonus to see Crocodile. In this way, it can not only attract Crocodile's attention, but also use Daz Bonus, who is still alive, to prevent Crocodile from taking action directly without respecting martial ethics. After using words to attract or anger Crocodile, Kimimaro takes the lead and takes advantage. As a result, Crocodile, who happened to be injured, was successfully attacked by a sneak attack after being attracted to his attention again. Damn guy. Covering the wound on his shoulder, Crocodile shouted angrily. Shalon, Crocodile, who was still concerned about the lives of his men and did not take action, immediately used the power of the sand fruit to form a sandstorm from his hands and blew it around after being attacked by surprise. Armed Macabre Bone Pulse Karamatsu's dance. Kimimaro didn't dare to be careless. Without saying a word, bone spurs burst out all over his body and he rushed towards Crocodile in the sandstorm. Ding! Unexpectedly, Kimimaro ignored Crocodile and rushed in regardless of the sandstorm. He quickly raised the golden hook in his hand to resist. What a madman! Crescent Dune! Advertisement Crocodile roared angrily, and then used his arm to grow huge and turn into a crescent-shaped sand blade to slash at Kimimaro. Armed Macabre Bone Pulse Dance of the Eiju. Although Kimimaro didn't know that as long as this attack touched the body, the water in the body would be absorbed, but his body's intuition told him that he should never take it forcefully. I saw Kimimaro, using the bone knife covered with jet black armament and domineering, to thrust forward at high speed and destroy the sand blade in front of him. Then he exerted force on his calf and ducked behind Crocodile. All the bones in his body instantly protruded, forming a huge cone-shaped bone spur and stabbing him. Puff. Cough. Just wait for me. Crocodile, who was severely injured in the abdomen, did not bother to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He turned into a small sandstorm with all the elements in his body, broke through the roof, and left the casino office. That's it. Lorraine, who was watching the battle, looked at Crocodile who was running away in despair, and complained with some disdain. It was as if he had beaten him away. Captain, are you still chasing me? Looking at Crocodile who disappeared after being transformed into elements, Lorraine slightly pulled out the corner of his mouth and turned to look at Kimimaro. No need. Kimimaro shook off the blood on the bone spurs and said calmly. Puff. Then, he used 10 finger-piercing bullets to kill the unconscious messenger boy and Daz Bonus who was acting as a shield. After all, no matter how small a mosquito is, it's still meat. If you can't eat a big piece of fat like Crocodile, you can still eat some small pieces. Besides, if you run away this time, you can brush it again next time, no loss. After finishing all the enemies, Kimimaro put on the purple robe that he had just taken off due to the battle, and looked at Lorraine quietly, searching everywhere in the office for the property that Crocodile had no time to take away. Wow, you've made a fortune. As expected of a Shichibukai who has legal qualifications to plunder, he is so generous. Captain, why don't we become Shichibukai hunters for a time? This is not much better than hunting ordinary pirates. Lorraine shouted in surprise. Kimimaro looked straight at Lorraine, who was a little carried away, and said nothing, but it seemed that he had said everything. Well, of course I'm joking, just kidding. Lorraine, who was a little hairy at being stared at, scratched the back of his head and said with a smile. Chapter 164 Bears are out. Sorry, I had a Mayday dinner and didn't have time to write, so there are only 2 updates. The first half of the Grand Line, Swallow Island. In a small town, extra, Shichibukai Sand Crocodile was defeated at the hands of the rookie pirates. Outside the number, the children selling newspapers began to sell newspapers in every corner of the town after getting the latest newspapers from the supplied newsbirds. Unlike the sea where only newsbirds sell newspapers. On land, many residents don't buy their news directly from newsbirds. After all, newsbird can't always be there waiting for residents to buy it. Therefore, the newspaper boy appeared. They get up early every day and buy the latest newspapers in bulk from newsbird. Then, throughout the morning, he went around selling newspapers to people who needed newspapers but couldn't get up. Give me one. A man was attracted by the news from the child's mouth. He stopped his morning run, stopped the newspaper seller, and bought a newspaper. Latest news, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Sand Crocodile, known as the Sand Crocodile, was defeated by the new pirate, Silver Bone Killer, Kimimaro, in the rainy land of Alabasta Kingdom, and fled, then disappeared. Can the 7 warlords of the sea, who cannot even subdue newcomers, really be able to protect civilians from pirates? Close black lens bracket. About the secret behind the election of 7 warlords of the sea, you have to know, close black lens bracket. Looking at the headlines placed on the front page one by one, the man reading the newspaper was a little stunned for a while. Unexpectedly, the 7 warlords of the sea, who had just been announced not long ago and had the strength to check and balance pirates, were actually defeated by a newbie pirate who had just been out at sea for less than half a year. Sorry, can you show it to me? Just as the man was reading carefully, a roaring sound suddenly came from his head. Oh, no problem. A newspaper was not valuable, and he had finished reading it, so the man didn't care. After finishing speaking, he turned around and handed it out. Ah, there is a bear. The clerk who had just opened the store door and was about to open the store looked at the 2-meter-5-meter high black and white giant bear behind a man and exclaimed in shock. Looking at the clerk who looked like he had seen a ghost, the man complained behind him in confusion. Where did the bear come from so early in the morning? Do you think it was an old bear? Ah. Looking behind him, with 2 turban-like hairs fluttering in the wind, the man looked like a calm and intimidating bear. He exclaimed and fled the scene as fast as he could in his life. Some martial arts bear masters who didn't know what was going on looked at the clerk who was huddled behind the store door, muttering something unknown, and then at the man who had left the newspaper and disappeared, and scratched his head in confusion. Advertisement ever since being thrown to this island by Muxue, Erza had passed by. The martial arts bear master is ready to start exploring the secrets of martial arts with various wild beasts in the dense forest. At least that's what the martial arts bear master thought at first. It's a pity that the beasts in the dense forest don't want to have friendly exchanges. As a result, the beast that only drooled at the martial arts bear master became a lonely soul under his fist. According to the pure martial arts of martial arts master Shang, the competition is divided into superiority and inferiority, as well as life and death. Since you dare to take action, you must be prepared to die. However, the martial arts master Shang with an innocent heart is also a very principled person. Unless it is an opponent he believes is worthy of challenge, he will take the initiative. Otherwise, it would be difficult for him to be interested in some weak guys. Unless the other party sends a battle signal first. Just like those beasts that drooled over him for no reason. After several days of exploration, the martial arts bear master finally found this town inhabited by humans. As a result, everyone who saw him was basically like this, running faster than a chicken in the forest. The martial arts bear master glanced at the clerk who was slumped on the ground, his body weak, and then walked to her side. Hello. Don't eat me, I don't taste good, I haven't showered in 10 days. Looking at the yelling clerk, the martial arts bear master was speechless. Although he doesn't look like a human being, he doesn't think he can eat people. Excuse me, do you know how to get to Swallow Island? I don't taste good, I don't taste good, hey. Seeing that the martial arts master Shang, who looked obviously very scary, but spoke in an unusually polite manner, the clerk froze in place at a loss. Swallow Island is over there, it will take about 3 days. Looking at the serious expression of the martial arts master Shang, the clerk pointed out the direction for him. Thanks. After performing a standard fist-holding ceremony, the martial arts bear master disappeared at the end of the street just as he came. Nakamura, what are you doing sitting on the ground? The store manager, who couldn't sleep because of Nakamura's yelling, got up and said in a bad tone. Store manager, there was a really big bear just now, if I hadn't reacted quickly, it would have almost eaten me. What a bear in broad daylight, if you don't work again, I will eat you. Advertisement, no, store manager, the first half of the Grand Line, Judiciary Island. CP9 Commander's Office. It's so boring, Captain Aizen, do you have any battle assignments for me? My sword is crying out of boredom. Looking at Aizen who was checking the information meticulously, and Kenpachi Zaraki sitting cross-legged on the sofa with his sword in his arms, he kept complaining. After Aizen became the new commander of CP9, he naturally transferred Zaraki Kenpachi from Tokai to his subordinates. After all, such a reliable and militant thug is not easy to find. Don't worry, it will be quick. Aizen looked at Zaraki Kenpachi, who had a slumped face and was depressed, and comforted him gently. Since Muxue assigned him the latest abilities, Aizen has also begun to pay attention to the information about various ability users on the sea. However, in order not to attract attention, after learning the information about the ability user, he did not rush to take action. Instead, continue to wait for the information to be perfected. One is because, when he is unsure of his strength, he doesn't want to take action rashly. The other is because if every ability user he dealt with died, it would inevitably attract attention. Even if there is even the slightest possibility of being exposed, Aizen will try his best to avoid uncontrollable accidents. Therefore, Aizen has been waiting for a reasonable opportunity to take action. For example, the mission target happens to be a person with abilities. Bang bang bang, Lord Aizen. Different from Zaraki Kenpachi's title, others will respectfully call Aizen, Sama. Not only because of his strong personal work ability, but also because of his consideration for the small details of his subordinates, which made these staff members who were bullied by Spangdine feel warm. Don't be anxious, speak slowly. Aizen looked at the visitor with a smile and asked gently. Yes, Lord Aizen, this is the latest mission information. The intelligence officer looked at Aizen's smile, took a deep breath to calm down his inner excitement, and then handed the mission information to Aizen. Sorry to trouble you, don't be so anxious next time, it'll be okay. After receiving the information, Aizen gave him instructions first, and then looked at the information. Thank you Aizen-sama for your concern, I will leave now. It looks like the opportunity has come. Aizen closed the information and whispered to Zaraki Kenpachi. Chapter 165 Fei Luan. It's over, I ate it for 2 days, my brain was frozen, so I just choked out a chapter. Marine Headquarters, Marineland. The port usually doesn't have a lot of people. Wow, this is Vice Admiral Erza's warship. It's so handsome, when will I get a warship of my own? It's simple, go and capture the Kaido of the beasts, and I guarantee that the Sengoku Fleet Admiral will grant your little wish. Me? Catch Kaido. You're probably not dreaming, isn't it a dream for you to have a warship of your own? Whoa, what are you talking about? Many newcomers from the Marine training camp who do not yet have military ranks or official positions, led by Zepha, the former Marine chief instructor, visited the ribbon-cutting ceremony of the Erza 3-man warship. It is worth mentioning that although the 3 Erzas were appointed as alternate generals, they still nominally belong to the rank of lieutenant generals. However, in terms of treatment in all aspects, it is basically the same as that of a general. For example, salary and benefits, etc., but you don't have to run errands for the Tianlong people like a general. Today is said to be a ribbon-cutting event, but in fact it is to let the officers and soldiers of the Marine headquarters see that as long as they are capable and contribute, they will be valued and rewarded. It can be regarded as a kind of encouragement from the top to the middle and lower level soldiers. Similarly, today, the 3 Erzas will also give their own unique warships names. Coming. I don't know who suddenly shouted, and everyone fell silent and watched 3 large warships gradually approaching. The large warship at the head is still the dark blue color of Marine Standard warships. The difference is that it is covered with fiery red ripples. At the bow, there is a bird-like bird with red feathers. The Luan bird headdress has a large caliber cannon placed in its beak, which serves as the warship's main bombardment firepower. Artemis. This is the name Erza gave her warship. It comes from the friendly sponsorship of Muxue, who will not name me. Although Muxue is a bad namer, it does not prevent him from knowing many meaningful names. For example, the name Artemis was taken from the legend by Muxue, the goddess of hunting who symbolizes the hunting of all things. Advertisement just like Erza has behaved since she went to sea, all pirates are her prey. As for the crimson Luan bird headdress on the bow, it is derived from the legendary creature, the Luan bird. The color of the phoenix comes from Erza's long crimson hair, and it is also the symbol of Erza's title after she was appointed Marine Candidate General. Fei Luan. The word, Luan, also means that although Erza is born as a girl, she is a woman and a woman. Further back, there is a ship with green lines. The bow is a large wooden giant sculpture several meters high. The raw materials of the entire giant are kindly provided by Senju Hashirama. It is no exaggeration to say that its hardness and tenacity are not even comparable to those of Adam the treasure tree. If Senju Hashirama hadn't pretended to be drained of weakness after building this tree, he would have been annoyed to death by Marine shipbuilders. As for Uchiha Madara's warship, it is very similar to Senju Hashirama's warship, except that the lines are blue. Basically, it is not an exaggeration to say that they are copied and pasted. Even the blue giant sculpture on the bow of Uchiha Madara is also kindly provided by Senju Hashirama. The names of the 2 warships were also provided by Muxue. The green one is called Mars. Zephyr, who had not been so happy for a long time, became excited for the first time. It's like this. Today happens to be the graduation assessment day of the Marine training camp. I would like to trouble you to show your style to these juniors and juniors, so that they will not know the heights and heights of the world day by day. In the square where Navy soldiers usually train. In the event of a battle, all attacks are invincible and all battles are invincible. Soon, the brief appearance came to an end. I think back then, Uchiha Madara was the most thorny one. There was not a single Marine recruit in that class who had not been beaten by him. If you want to compare, I don't need to say anything more about the importance of grades. The department you are assigned to for your graduation internship will be determined entirely by your grades. If you can't go where you want to go, don't cry to lousy. The implication is that on this sea, when the 2 of them unite, the god of war is alive. Just like the friendship between Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara. Advertisement standing on the high platform, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel with a dark purple mohawk, shouted at a recruit below. By the way, Hashirama, are you free? I just finished collecting the warship, and there are still a lot of pirates in the temporary prison, which is enough to last for a while. Due to ZFA's resignation, there is currently no one to serve as the general instructor of the Marine recruit training camp, and only the available lieutenant generals can take turns to serve. As for the meaning, the 2 are the same, and both belong to the same ranks as the god of war. Seeing Senju Hashirama agree so happily, Zephyr was very relieved. Zephyr pointed at the large warship of Senju Hashirama and others, and encouraged the new Marine training camp students with a red face. Yes, Teacher Zephyr. See, as long as you work hard, one day you will have your own warship. I feel like the fat has gone to my brain. I'm sitting in front of the computer, looking at the outline, and I can't figure out a single plot. It's so uncomfortable. There's only one update today. It might be better if I get a good sleep and there's no dinner party tomorrow. Thank you all again for your great gifts. Looking at your gifts, I feel so guilty, MD, I just can't type and it's so annoying. This chapter is a bit watery. I originally wanted to write it in a more majestic way, but my brain is too stiff, terribly sorry. Today is the day for you to take the graduation exam. Although he didn't know what Zephyr was going to do, Senju Hashirama still nodded honestly to Kaido. He didn't want to be like Erza, who wanted to go to sea and kill pirates all the time. No problem, just trust me. Therefore, Muxue also named the 2 of them after the same god, the god of war. Saying that, Zephyr seemed to have thought of something and looked at Uchiha Madara behind Senju Hashirama with some joking. The blue one is called Ares, Marine Headquarters, Marine Training Camp. At this time, the square formation was standing neatly. For a person who has half a foot in the coffin, there is nothing more proud than watching his children grow up. Since going to sea, the 2 of them have been like twins with different appearances and different personalities. One is enthusiastic and generous, the other is cold and arrogant, but deep down, they cherish each other. After all, they are Marines' new recruits. After all, they need to find some generals with rich qualifications and experience to better teach them to grow. When Zhu Jian heard about this good thing, he also expressed it in full. Zephyr seemed to suddenly think of something, and suddenly asked Senju Hashirama who got off the warship. Chapter 166 The Appearance of a General. Huh? Teacher Zephyr, why are you here? Do you have anything to give me? After motivating the Marine recruits below, Flying Squirrel returned to the audience, looked at Zephyr who was walking with Senju Hashirama, and stepped forward to ask. It's no big deal. Isn't this just in time for this year's graduation assessment? I'm going to let Hashirama show these little guys the true strength of this sea, and save them from going out and regretting it for the rest of their lives because of their carelessness. Zephyr looked at the flying squirrel with a smile. Although what he said was a bit unpleasant, his tone was full of concern for the students. After all, this Marine recruit training camp was founded by Zephyr. Looking at each one of them with the same immature and green faces as him back then, I always couldn't help but want to help them and avoid suffering. That's just right. I was planning to train them myself. Now that Lieutenant General Hashirama is here, I can also take a good rest. In fact, in the last section of the annual graduation assessment, Zephyr, or ZFA's former general officer students, give a chance to challenge those with the best scores. If he performs well, he may be taken away by the promising general in advance, which is certain. This year, because of ZFA's resignation, other people did not have such a big face, so they specifically asked the general to come over. After all, basically the only thing you can do to stay at Marine headquarters, apart from your duties, is to have a rare vacation. If it weren't for Zephyr being their mentor, who would have given up their wonderful vacation to play house with these new sailors? That's right, it's just playing house, although occasionally there are recruits who perform well and are taken away early, but most of them are ordinary. After all, most lieutenant generals seem to be inferior to other generals in terms of disasters. But in fact, there are only a few dozen generals with the rank of lieutenant general in the huge Marine Corps. Even if you include the generals at the major general and brigadier general levels, the number is only a few hundred. You know, these are the ones who stand out among hundreds of thousands of Marines, the best among the best. It requires not only hard work and will, but also considerable talent. And every year, hundreds of people graduate from Marine training camp. Most people have become ordinary school officials. Only a few geniuses can stand out and become generals. This shows the rarity of general officers. Advertisement. This is also why most generals are not keen on the annual graduation assessment of recruits. To put it bluntly, although the recruitment training camp is called the cradle of Marine sergeants, in fact, most of the sergeants are only at the school level. You can't say that he's not outstanding, I can only say that he's not as outstanding as a general needs. In general, it is a dispensable recruitment for general officers. So the flying squirrels are preparing to end their lives and complete this year's graduation assessment. Now, Senju Hashirama happens to be doing the work for him, and the flying squirrel, who is enjoying his time at ease, naturally doesn't care. In that case, let's take a look at the quality of this year's recruits. When Zephyr saw Flying Squirrel readily agreeing, he didn't say anything more and directly pulled Hashirama to the high platform and asked him to take a look at the quality of the recruits graduating this year. It's instructor Zephyr, he actually came to see our graduation exam. A sharp-eyed graduate recruit looked at the figure on the high platform and shouted in surprise. This sailor proudly told everyone the legendary experience of Senju Hashirama. Looking at his expression, those who didn't know it thought he was showing off. Really? It's really Lieutenant General Hashirama. It is said that he defeated Kaido, who was at the top of the New World. Marine on the side obviously didn't know the title of Senju Hashirama after he was appointed as the alternate general. Strength test. Begin. Strength rating A+. ZFA's sincerity and sincerity in treating every Marine recruit are worthy of everyone's respect. Rating. C+. You must know that Zephyr in Marine, especially in the recruit training camp, has worked hard and taught many generals, and he is the person they admire the most. Zephyr, who was sitting aside, looked at Senju Hashirama, who didn't know what he was thinking, and asked. Although not as good as Akainu, Kizaru and Aokiji, who got S+ that year. Hashirama, have you seen any good seedlings? Something like a force measuring machine was brought up. Advertisement. Sure enough, Drake's strength score has reached the first place so far. Next. This is under the premise that Drake has not used the animal fruit. Otherwise, in the Draconian state, or even the L-source state, he may be able to reach an astonishing S, maybe. Hearing Senju Hashirama's words, the flying squirrel on the side took a look, and then explained to the two of them. Boom. Therefore, even though Zephyr has retired, everyone still retains his original name. Still calling him Lieutenant General Hashirama? Didn't you know that he has been appointed as an alternate general? Now I want to call him Lieutenant General Senmu? That's right, because Lieutenant General Hashirama is the legendary wood fruit user. It is said that he can summon a wooden giant that is as big as the Fleet Admiral Golden Buddha in the Warring States period. It is comparable to the immortal Buddha in the world, so it is called Immortal Wood. Lieutenant General, soon, the most basic strength and speed tests began in an orderly manner. Oh, that little guy? I remember that he is the son of Dies. He should be called Drake. He is a person with abilities who ate the animal type, dragon fruit, ancient species, and Allosaurus form, so he has a strong physique. As Flying Squirrel finished speaking, it was obvious that the sailors in the audience were in high spirits. Well, that little guy is pretty good. The vitality in his body is pretty good. But it's also comparable to the Flying Squirrel's rating when they were recruiting. Okay, calm down. The assessment is about to begin. Cheer up and perform well. Maybe you will have a chance to be appreciated by Lieutenant General Hashirama. After all, it is only when their emotions reach their peak that their sense of frustration and powerlessness will be remembered for their entire lives. It can be seen that Senju Hashirama's legendary experience 1 year after graduation is very attractive to these young people who have no experience in the world. After hearing ZFA's words, Senju glanced at the crowd and felt their vitality slightly, he found an orange-haired man wearing a black eye patch. The vitality in his body was obviously stronger than the others. Fairywood. First place, Marine A. After the flying squirrel settled Zephyr and Hashirama, he went to the Kaido High platform again and told them about the arrival of Zephyr and Hashirama, but did not mention that Hashirama would take action, but only encouraged them. Look at the person next to Instructor Zephyr, he seems to be Lieutenant General Hashirama. It has nothing to do with strength. Chapter 167 The Future Major General, 2 updates today, woo woo woo. A for speed. Although the speed score is slightly lower than the strength, it can be seen that Drake is not the kind of person with obvious advantages and disadvantages, and is a relatively balanced type. The advantages are outstanding, but the disadvantages are also not obvious. In the future, he will at least be a general. That's right, it seems like Flying Squirrel, you can hand over a general in your first year. Ha 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 ha. Seeing how outstanding his apprentice's apprentice was, Zephyr couldn't help but feel comforted. Everywhere, Teacher Zephyr has a good foundation. The Flying Squirrel also showed a rare smile. After all, it is not common to be praised by one's mentor. Boom. Strength rating. A. While Zephyr and the others were discussing, another Marine recruit with an A in strength appeared. He is a young man wearing an extra long peaked cap. He has fluffy curly hair and strong muscles. He looks like a hip-hop enthusiast. Prince Gruss, one of the 3 strongest people in this class. It is said that some time ago, he was lucky enough to find a devil fruit in the kitchen. He is a user with Paramecia clay fruit ability. Flying Squirrel proudly introduced the information about this Marine to Zephyr and Hashirama. Speed rating. A. Unlike Drake, Grouse's strength and speed are rated A level, and he is a relatively more balanced player in all aspects. Coupled with this, his newly obtained Paramecia devil fruit, as long as it is developed properly, he can at least be a future general. Strength rating A. A for speed. Before the Flying Squirrel could finish speaking, a sailor appeared with the grades in both strength and speed. This old man knows that she is his granddaughter, that little girl named Peacock. In the blink of an eye, that little girl who was babbling can already take charge of her own business. Looking at the youthful Peacock, Zephyr couldn't help but lament the ruthlessness of time. That's right, this girl Peacock is one of the 3 most outstanding people in our training camp this time, and she is also a Paramecia whipped fruit wielder. Looking at Zephyr, who was remembering the past, Flying Squirrel did not bother him. Instead, he looked at Senju Hashirama and explained his doubts. Whiplash fruit. Advertisement. After hearing what the Flying Squirrel said, Hashirama looked at the Peacock holding a unique long whip weapon in the audience and asked curiously. Yes, it is said that everything struck by her long whip will be commanded by her as long as its strength is weaker than hers. It is a very powerful fruit. The Flying Squirrel thought that Hashirama didn't know the power of this fruit, so he kindly explained it. Oh, control everything? That's really amazing. Hearing this, Hashirama sighed. This class is really full of talents, and there have been 3 recruits in a row who have the appearance of generals. After hearing the discussion between Hashirama and Flying Squirrel, Zephyr, who came back to his senses, also joined in. Because he resigned from the position of chief instructor, Zephyr does not know the specific information of each person. For a moment, Zephyr couldn't help but sigh when he looked at the people with great potential below. At present, it seems that if you are a major general, there will definitely be no problem. It is not impossible for a lieutenant general to work hard, but it is basically impossible to reach the strength of a candidate general or even a general. Looking at the 3 people below, Flying Squirrel sighed with some dissatisfaction. You are still like this. How can it be so easy to become a general? First, I've taught Marine all my life, and the number of people who can be a general is only a handful, and this is when I met 2 good talents, Hashirama and Madara. Zephyr looked at the Flying Squirrel, who was still a little dissatisfied, and couldn't help but smile. You know, General Marine, what is that? He is a strong man at the top of the world, how can he be so easy to come out? What the teacher said is that I am greedy. Flying Squirrel also quickly admitted his mistake, fearing that Zephyr would start to lecture again. Zephyr is good at everything, but teaching people is a bit tiring. As long as they catch you, they will talk a lot, especially when Zephyr gets older, they will talk endlessly. Therefore, the Flying Squirrel quickly admitted his mistake and interrupted Zephy's spellcasting, fearing that his ears would become calloused. After a while, the assessment in the audience came to an end. The graduation assessment of the 20th Marine Training Camp is over. The first place in this assessment, Dies Drake. Second place, Prince Gruss. Third place, Peacock. Fourth place, Sailor Ding. Advertisement. With the Marine instructor announcing the results, this graduation assessment is basically coming to an end. As for each person, the internship department assigned after graduation has not been announced here. You will only know when you receive the documents later. Because, it is not ruled out that a Marine general will have a crush on someone. If he reveals his internship department, it would be tantamount to robbing him face to face. We are all colleagues, and there are some things that are not very good. Therefore, these are all resolved privately and are dismissed by the general. All it takes is the instructor to change the department where he is interning, and everyone will be better off. Well, Teacher Zephyr, Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel, I'll go up first. Looking at the people below, Hashirama said hello to Zephyr and Flying Squirrel, then jumped deep and jumped to the high platform. Everyone, my name is Senju Hashirama, and I am the Lieutenant General of the Marine Headquarters. I believe that everyone must have heard of my experience. Yes, I also graduated from here. under the guidance of teacher Zephyr, first became a Marine general from a Marine recruit. I believe that everyone here has unlimited potential. As long as you are willing to endure hardships and work hard, one day you will reach the height of your dreams. And now, I am standing here to give you a chance to challenge me with all your strength. As long as one of you can defeat me, I can hand over the position of Lieutenant General to him. Hashirama crossed his arms, looking at the people with an air of scorning the world, and said seductively. This was a pose that Hashirama had specially thought of before coming. In order to arouse everyone's fighting spirit, he specially imitated the aura of his good friend, Uchiha Madara. I have to say that look of looking down on all sentient beings can really arouse others' desire to fight. Really, Lieutenant General Hashirama, Gruss shouted excitedly. Others don't know it, but he has seen Hashirama's strength when he first joined the training camp. He feels that it only takes 1 year, and the average person's strength will never increase significantly. Even with talents like him, Drake, and Peacock, 1 year of improvement is not enough to widen the fatal gap. Not to mention, he has now obtained the Paramecia Devil Fruit. If it weren't for the fact that there is no battle in the assessment, he is confident that he is not weaker than Drake. Of course, what I said is absolutely valid, as teacher Arzawa testifies. At the end of the sentence, Hashirama glanced at Zephyr who was sitting on the high platform. That's right, I used to guarantee the reputation of instructor. As long as someone can defeat Lieutenant General Senju Hashirama, he can replace him and become a Lieutenant General. Seeing Senju Hashirama's enthusiastic expression, Zephyr did not object. After all, he didn't think that any of these little guys could really defeat Senju Hashirama. Drake, Gruss and Peacock were all major generals who joined Sword in 1522, so they are all said to be students of the same period. As for Skylark, he is younger, about the same age as Kebi, and is still a little Lolita. Chapter 168 No, you're in good condition today. Here's the third update. The flying squirrel couldn't help but sigh when he saw the master and apprentice singing in harmony. This is not a reward, it is clearly a trap for them. That is to say, these young people who have just graduated don't know anything. They are confident because Senju Hashirama is not a few years older than them. You must know that the promotion of Lieutenant General, especially the Lieutenant General with the title of Candidate for General, does not have the prestigious strength and record. Not to mention these lil carrot heads, even the flying squirrel himself doesn't know if he can survive Senju Hashirama's hands. Yes, even though Flying Squirrel is confident in his own strength and ranks among the top among Lieutenant Generals, Flying Squirrel still does not have the confidence to defeat Kaido's Senju Hashirama. After all, as someone who has been around the New World all year round, it's not like he has never seen the battle between the General and the Imperial group. It's not an exaggeration to say that the scene was groundbreaking. Once they meet, the dark clouds will disperse and the sky will collapse. However, this has nothing to do with him. Anyway, Senju Hashirama must have been measured, and it was not him who was beaten. Thinking of this, the flying squirrel couldn't help but squeeze out a smile on its serious face. Which of you comes first? Senju Hashirama hugged his arms and shouted in a cold tone. After hearing Senju Hashirama's words, the recruits below looked at me and you, but none of them took the lead. Obviously, although they are somewhat confident, they are not overly confident. They all thought that they would let others try it first to wear down Senju Hashirama's strength before he could do it himself. After all, that is the position of Lieutenant General. To say it is not attractive would be a lie. What a submissive person. Looking at the somewhat quiet sailors below, Flying Squirrel frowned, then stood up and shouted at them. I come. Prince Groose, who was already young and energetic, took the lead and stepped forward under the stimulation of the Flying Squirrel. Lieutenant General Hashirama, my name is Prince Groose, and I am a Paramecia clay fruit user. I don't know what his mentality is. After reporting his family background, Groose even revealed his fruit ability. Perhaps he felt that he knew the other party's information, but the other party did not know his own information. A win would be a win. Don't be Marshall. Advertisement, Prince Gruss, that's great. I'll remember you. Young people should have this kind of vigor. Looking at Groose, who was the first to stand up, Senju Hashirama slightly praised him. Senju Hashirama admires those who dare to be the first to stand up despite the huge pressure. Therefore, he decided to take it a little seriously as a sign of approval for Gruss. Phew. Lieutenant General Hashirama, I'm coming, you have to be careful. Clay soldiers. Gruss took a deep breath and shouted solemnly. Then, Gruss was seen instantly summoning 10 clay soldiers about 2 meters in length, like he was shaking off mud. Looking at the dark gray clods of soil on their bodies, you can tell that the clay soldiers summoned by Groose are quite hard. Gruss, the first lesson I will teach you is that quantity is not the optimal solution when facing the strong. Wood-style wooden golems technique. Because he was very optimistic about Groose, and because Senju Hashirama had teachings about Groose, he did not hide it, but summoned it directly. The size of the clay soldiers summoned by Groose was far larger than that of them. A wooden golem dozens of times its size. What is this? Is this the strength of Lieutenant General Hashirama? He is truly worthy of being called the Lieutenant General of Immortal Wood. This is really terrifying. Is this the same level of power as the Flying Squirrel instructor? As expected, instructor is cold-faced and warm-hearted. He usually doesn't kill us. I'm so touched. Is this our senior from the last class? No, are people really so different from each other? Looking at the majestic wooden golem, who gave off an overwhelming sense of oppression just by standing there, all the marine recruits couldn't help but exclaim with a deep sense of fear. Not to mention these recruits, Zephyr and Flying Squirrel all stood up subconsciously and slightly absent-minded on the high platform beside them. They had only heard about Senju Hashirama's achievements, such as capturing Edward Wable alive, repelling the beast Kaido, and so on. They also heard that they could summon the Wood Giant, which was similar to the Giant Clan. However, what they didn't expect was that the height of this giant was too outrageous. You must know that the adult giants are 12 meters tall, and when fully developed, they are only 15 or 6 meters tall. Even the tallest existing giants are only 30 meters tall. Advertisement, but the Senju pillars in front of him summoned more than 30 meters. They even suspected that if the square for the Marine recruit graduation examination was not large enough, the giant summoned by Senju Hashirama would be even bigger, which is certain. In fact, there is nothing wrong with their idea. With Senju Hashirama's current physique and Sage Mode, he can summon wooden golems that are hundreds of meters tall, not to mention wooden giants that are tens of meters tall. Even when his physique improves, he can even make the legendary Senju Buddha that is hundreds of meters tall and can give you 2 hands in a fight. When the time comes, let alone say that you are invincible in the world, at least one-on-one, it is not an exaggeration to say that you look down on the world. Looking at the wooden golem, which was tens of meters tall, rising from the ground, Gru's hand began to tremble unconsciously as he prepared to make his next move. What's wrong, Grus? Are you giving up now? Think about why you want to join Marine and what is your original intention of joining Marine. Young man, difficulties and setbacks are not reasons for you to give up. Seeing Grus, who had lost his fighting spirit in an instant, Senju Hashirama no longer had a sullen face. Instead, he returned to his usual smiling appearance and encouraged Grus. However, in Grus's eyes, this scene was Senju Hashirama with his back to the sun, standing on a giant tens of meters high, showing a very intimidating smile. It's like a smiling doctor who says you're fine while prescribing a lot of medicine for you. While listening to Senju's chicken soup, Grus couldn't help but feel his face twitch. He is just very energetic and passionate, but he is not a fool. It is obvious that this giant dozens of meters tall is not something he can handle. He was crazy, so he would take action and fight with this kind of guy. However, even though he wanted to complain in his heart, but thinking of Zephyr and others on the stage looking at him, and the people behind him all looking at him, Grus gritted his teeth and decided to give up. After all, this kind of instructional battle without any danger is not easy to encounter. Clay Giant. Grus roared, and all the clay soldiers scattered outside were suddenly summoned back by him. All the clay attached to Grus' body, and a 5-meter-tall clay giant appeared on the field. Although it has not reached the knees of the wooden golem between the Senju pillars, it is much better than those short clay soldiers just now. Super horsepower, finger grab, gun. Grus, who transformed into a clay giant, raised his huge arm, and his entire fist transformed into a round stone ball, and rushed towards the knees of the wooden golem between the Senju pillars. Chapter 169. I can't afford it, can't you afford it? Ooh, what a giant. With the glorious thought that even if you lose, you will lose. Grus mustered up all his strength, thinking that he would at least cause obvious injuries to this giant. Boom. Succeeded. Looking at the defenseless Senju Hashirama, who was still smiling and holding his arms, Grus showed a smile of victory. Then, the next moment. Wow, I saw Grus's clay giant's arm, as if being beaten by a heavy object, instantly cracked and turned into dust. How is this possible? Grus shouted in disbelief. At this time, half of the clay giant's body was almost withered. The calf of the wooden giant summoned by Senju Hashirama didn't even have any scars, let alone dents. The dark and shiny wooden legs were still translucent, as if they had been greased. There is nothing we can do about it. You must know that Senju Hashirama lives in the body of an immortal and has been baptized by the essence of the ancient tree of life. The wooden giant he summoned was not only huge in size, but also had extremely strong recovery power. In fact, Grus successfully caused damage, but it was difficult to see clearly due to the dust. When the dust dispersed, the wooden giant's self-healing ability had been fully restored. Therefore, in their opinion, the wooden giant between the Senju pillars was not breached at all. Ha 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 ha, don't be discouraged, young man. I recognize your strength. I believe you will become an extremely strong person in the future. Looking at Grus with a look of disbelief, as if the world had collapsed, Senju Hashirama laughed, then leapt to Grus' side, patted his shoulder and comforted him. That's right, don't be discouraged. With Hashirama's strength, even if he is a general, he may not be able to win. Don't be discouraged. At your age, I am still just an ordinary sailor, so cheer me up. Zephyr also came to the audience and comforted Grus. After all, he is a potential stock in this recruiting training camp, and he cannot be ruined by Hashirama. Yes, Zephyr instructor. Thank you also to Lieutenant General Hashirama for his guidance, which made me understand the shortcomings of my own strength. I will work harder in the future. Seeing the two seniors encouraging him, and looking at the wooden giant blocking the sky, Grus cheered up and shouted loudly. Yes, this is the vitality of young people. Advertisement. Who's coming next? Senju Hashirama nodded with satisfaction, and then looked at the people in the audience. It may not be accurate to say that it was under the stage. After all, the high stage collapsed under the pressure of the wooden giant between the Senju pillars. Fortunately, Senju Hashirama is an expert in construction and can build a high platform in minutes. Forehead. Drake glanced at the peacock, who also had black lines on his head and was speechless. This is not an assessment, it is clearly a unilateral beating. No, beating may be a bit excessive. After all, theoretically speaking, Gruss was defeated by the counterattack of his own attack. Yes, I defeated myself. Thinking about it this way, it's even scarier. If nothing else, with the height of a peacock, standing in front of a wooden giant, it may not even be able to compare with the wooden giant's fingernails. Even Drake, an ancient species of Allosaurus, is nothing more than a little mouse on his fingertips in front of Senju Hashirama's wooden golem, even if he transforms into an animal form. How to fight this? Thinking of this, Drake, Peacock and others all fell silent. It's okay not to want this lieutenant general position. Is there really no one who wants to give it a try? This is the closest you've ever been to a lieutenant general, and you can also fight against Lieutenant General Hashirama. It's a rare opportunity. The flying squirrel looked down at the sailors who were all bowing their heads in fascination, couldn't help but smile, and shouted. Moment. In this case, this recruitment assessment ends here. Come tomorrow to get the report certificate. Although the war caused a serious blow to the island's ecosystem, this did not prevent passing pirates from stopping here. Thank you, Lieutenant General Hashirama. Because of this, some trading markets that specialize in reselling black items have flourished here. After all, he is old and Senju Hashirama is still young, so he cannot guarantee that his descendants will have trouble in the future. Senju Hashirama laughed and waved his hands indifferently. At the same time, it also attracted a large number of pirates to trade here. Looking at his excited companions, the thin pirate picked his ears indifferently. Advertisement therefore, as a veteran lieutenant general, Flying Squirrel doesn't mind having a relationship with him. Therefore, this island, formerly known as Beehive, was nicknamed Donut Island by passing pirates. That's right. No, that's not what I'm talking about. At least, in the pirate world, drinking and partying are definitely the best ways to build relationships with each other. Seeing the two of them abandoning their politeness, Zephyr directly waved his hand and took the two of them home to drink. There is no better way to build a better relationship with each other than having a drink. What the heck, this convenient thing happened to allow me to see the growth of the next generation of our marine. New World, Donut Island. In a pirate tavern. Although they both hold the rank of Lieutenant General, everyone with a discerning eye knows that Senju Hashirama has a bright future. The flying squirrel stepped forward to talk to Senju between the pillars. After all, after sailing on the sea for so long, the only ones who can bring women on board are basically the bosses. You roar so loudly that even a deaf person can hear you. Besides, the boss is not here, so you are scared. Flying Squirrel knew that this competition had successfully educated these arrogant little guys, so he said nothing more and simply ended the assessment. The previously burly pirate looked like a rat being caught by the tail. His face instantly turned from red to white, and he shouted with some dissatisfaction and guilt. Bah! What are you talking about? You couldn't help it last time. No, please keep your voice down, don't let the boss hear you. In other words, precisely because this place has no value, Marine will rarely pass by here. Instead, more pirates will come here specifically to avoid the pursuing Marine. Who is it? One Piece Roger. Do you know, because of Gildarts' devastating blow, the middle of the island turned into a huge lake. Another pirate, who was slightly thinner, looked at his mysterious partner and guessed in disbelief. What? Did you mess with the boss again? The skinny pirate pushed and shouted dissatisfied, but there was a slight difference in body size between the two. Seeing that the strong pirate drank a little too much, he did not struggle, but asked slightly dissatisfied. A sturdy pirate asked mysteriously with a rosy face as he downed a glass of rye wine. A large number of clinking sounds of wine glasses and the noise of pirates were intertwined. Okay, don't be humble, you two. If you are free, come home with me and have a drink. Then he remembered what he wanted to share with his companion. He drunkenly pulled his companion over and muttered, "Have you heard of that legend? It's the legendary man?" The strong pirate reacted and touched his head. Chapter 170 What a Hot Man, third update, a gift from Chochu. No, it's the person before this. In the legend, the person who was defeated by One Piece Roger and the old man named Garp in Marine. The guy who was defeated by Roger and Garp? You mean the guy named Rox? Hearing the strong pirate's quick name, the skinny pirate immediately wanted to understand. Rox D. Jibak, the overlord of the sea more than 20 years ago, recruited a group of powerful subordinates. Including the legendary pirate admiral, Golden Lion, Shiki, who has basically disappeared, the current leader of the Imperial Group, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, Big Mom, Charlotte Linlin, and 100 Beasts, Kaido, as well as Ochaku, Silver Axe, etc. who were killed by Natsu and Red Hair. It is said that because of a blatant attack on the island where World Noble is located, he was finally killed by Roger and Garp together, and was erased from world history. Although it was said to be erasure, after all, it had only been more than 20 years ago, and some older pirates had heard of this man. Even some old guys have experienced the sea ruled by Rox. It can be said that in that era, no one in the entire sea could be the opponent of any terrifying man. Even Roger, known as One Piece, and Garp, the marine hero, had to work together to defeat the Rox at that time. It can be seen that its strength is terrifying. If it weren't for the cadres under his command who all had their own agendas and different ideas, judging from the situation of the world government at that time, it would have been impossible to keep Rox. Unless, in that legend, I Am, who is high on the throne, takes action himself. Otherwise, the strength of the Rox pirates can be said to be unmatched by anyone. Of course, no matter how strong Rox is, it is all in the past. A dead person is not worth fighting. So, the person has been dead for more than 20 years, why are you mentioning him now, digging his grave? Perhaps it was because his companion was drunk and pinched him uncontrollably, so the thin pirate said angrily. I'm telling you, although the Rock's pirates are gone, their entire pirate group's treasure has not disappeared. The drunken burly pirate probably felt that what he was talking about was important, so he carefully whispered into the thin pirate's ear and told him the news in a low voice. According to legend, the entire Rock's pirates' treasure combined is as rich as the entire country. No country can match it. Even the richest government in the world is sending people to secretly search for him. Advertisement, but so far, there is no news, which shows how deep the treasure was stored back then. As a result, now a little pirate actually said that he knew. Although, it has not been stated clearly so far, but I know everything inside and outside the words, just ask. Seeing this, the thin pirate who was held in his arms was also aroused and asked, so, you know where the treasure is, or do you have a clue? To be honest, the John who was responsible for burying the treasure was my uncle's old captain. Later, because John became greedy and prepared to take everything for himself, he was attacked and killed by his pirates, but maybe he was a little thirsty, so the strong pirate took a sip of rye wine and continued, however, my uncle is very clever. When he saw something bad, he ran away with the treasure map from that year. If he hadn't had children in his life, this would have happened. The treasure map will never fall into my hands. Speaking of this, he was a little sad. After all, as long as you are a pirate for a day, you will never be able to escape it for the rest of your life. It is okay to have no children, but you are afraid that you will have no one to support you when you grow old. At least, when he took the treasure map from his uncle looked very lonely. Really or not, are you bluffing me? The skinny pirate who was hugged looked at his somewhat drunken partner with some suspicion, suspecting that he was drinking and bragging. After all, this kind of thing is a bit ridiculous no matter how you think about it. Really, if you hadn't helped me get the boss's girl last time, I wouldn't have told you. By the way, help me again sometime, that figure, that feeling, hey. Seeing that his partner didn't believe it, the strong pirate quickly explained. Because sailing on the sea is boring, and in addition, there's a voluptuous woman wandering in front of you on the boat. You can see it, but you can't eat it, and your heart is tickled. The thin pirate, who was also somewhat boring, saw this and worked together to help him fulfill his wish. This was the scene where the strong pirate shared his little secret. Women are not available everywhere. I will make sure you are satisfied when I go back. By the way, where did you put the map? You don't know a few characters. Show it to me. Don't be deceived by your uncle. The thin pirate dealt with him casually, a trace of fire flashed in his eyes, and he asked tentatively. Advertisement, that is to say, this guy with a bad brain is full of women. If this treasure map is true, it will be priceless. Just give a petition to a big pirate and you won't have to worry about it in the next life. Okay, this is what you said. Not hearing the thin man's perfunctory tone, the burly pirate chuckled, stretched out his hand, and handed the treasure map to him. Be careful, don't break it. Although I can't understand it, my uncle said that this thing can save my life, otherwise I wouldn't carry this thing with me. However, I can't understand it, so I can't understand it. It's so hard that it's hard to even wipe your hands on. The sturdy man took another sip of rye wine and explained casually. Okay, don't worry, you don't know what I am like yet, just wait and see. The thin pirate, whose mind was focused on the treasure map, looked at the scroll with burning eyes. The material of the drawing could not be seen, as if he was looking at a peerless beauty without blinking. The entire piece of paper was laid out flat. There were various island topographic maps on it, as well as some things that seemed to be coordinates, and there were some labels at the top. I don't know if it was written by John or marked by the strong pirate uncle. It's crooked, like a code or a secret word, and it's very confusing. Ignoring those symbols with unclear meanings, the lean man directly looked at the island icon. Let me see, this is Skull Island. Unlike the burly pirate who was illiterate, after receiving training, he quickly developed his skills. Skull Island is the island where they are now, also known as Beehive Island. It can now also be called Donut Island. I didn't expect it to be dark under the lamp, the thin man sighed with some surprise. No wonder the world's government and many pirates searched the sea and couldn't find Rock's secret treasure. It turned out to be hidden in their base camp. It is estimated that the treasures on the surface of the island at the beginning were all false to deceive others. Thinking of this, a trace of fire flashed in the thin man's eyes. He glanced at his companion who started to snore due to drunkenness, and quietly left the tavern. Chapter 171, The Gentle Yamato Nadeshiko? New World, in a certain sea area. On a ship with no special markings and looking very ordinary. Captain Aizen, where are you going? Kenpachi Zaraki, who was holding the blood-drinking sword, looked bored. He leaned against the window of the cabin and asked boredly. Skull Island, a legendary island, is also our destination this time. Aizen glanced at Zaraki Kenpachi, smiled slightly, then pushed up his glasses, and explained directly to Zaraki Kenpachi without being shy. Brew. Before Zaraki could speak, the phone in front of Aizen's desk suddenly rang. Hey, this is CP9 Commander, Aizen. Hello, Mr. Aizen, I am Aoi from CP0, your partner in this operation. A gentle voice sounded from the other end of the phone, giving people a feeling of spring breeze. It was not obvious at all, similar to the cold feeling of other CP0 agents who kept strangers away. Miss Aoi, do you have any instructions? Although the other party's voice was gentle and nice, Aizen didn't react at all. He still smiled and said softly. The instructions are not taken seriously. According to the instructions of Lord Five Elders, this operation is under the full command of Mr. Aizen. I am only responsible for assisting. The gentle voice sounded again. The sound alone can make people imagine the image of Yamato Nadeshiko, who is like a good wife and mother, and will make people subconsciously get close to her. Okay, please excuse me, Miss Kui. I look forward to meeting you. I look forward to meeting you too, Mr. Aizen. After hearing the other party's words, Aizen also knew that he couldn't ask any questions this time, so he ended the hasty conversation politely. Captain Aizen, what's wrong? Looking at Aizen, who hung up the phone and closed his eyes in deep thought, Zaraki Kenpachi asked with some confusion. The other party had clearly stated that this operation was entirely under the command of Aizen, so why did he still look dissatisfied? It's nothing. I always feel that this CP0 agent codenamed Aoi is a little different from the ones I encountered before. Aizen looked at the calm sea outside with an expressionless expression and explained somewhat casually. Different from those I have encountered before, all of them are arrogant and look like the boss of the celestial dragons and their second in command. This guy who calls himself Aoi can tell from the tone of conversation that he is a woman who speaks elegantly, speaks softly, and does things with a relaxed attitude. Such people often have extremely strong hearts. Advertisement. Especially, she is the woman who stands out in the cruel CP0. According to the information Aizen received this time, the person responsible for this operation was one of the only 3 deputy captains in CP0. In other words, he is on the same level as the hockey man who fought with the Revolutionary Army last time. This kind of person is not as simple as he seems. However, the specific situation will have to wait until Aizen meets the guy named Aoi before making a judgment. Therefore, Aizen did not explain his thoughts to Zaraki Kenpachi. After all, the opponent is just a stubborn elm-headed man with no special skills except fighting. No matter what, I hope he is a strong guy, otherwise he won't be able to catch big fish. Thinking of this, Aizen's gentle smile returned to his face again. New World, Swarovski Island. Happy Town. Unlike others in the New World who were oppressed by pirates or oppressed by the nobles of the kingdom. Happy Town, the town lives up to its name. It is a place that brings joy to people. In other words, the people here are warm-hearted and good people, and they receive warm and generous receptions for outsiders. Perhaps it is because the former Happy Town was destroyed by pirates. After the rebirth, the residents experienced suffering, so they established the slogan, bringing everyone joy, warmth and tolerance, here. Therefore, people living here do not have to worry about discrimination and unfair treatment. Mr. Bell? It's okay, Mayor Talus. By the way, you can call me Bell. Oh, compatriots, I wonder if Mayor Talus can take me to meet them. To be honest, I am going to sea this time just to find the direction home. It may be more convenient if there are people of the same clan. Hello, Mayor Talus, and you, the cute little guy. It doesn't matter, I also like this cute little guy very much. The man put the little girl on his shoulders and came forward with a smile to say hello. For example, Talus didn't hide anything and explained directly. Advertisement obviously, for him who always maintains a serious face, making a smiling face may be a bit difficult. Upon hearing Bell's words, Talus was obviously startled, obviously thinking of something. Cute bear, Lilith wants to hug. Seeing his daughter's bold appearance, even as the mayor, he was a little ashamed. While teasing the little guy in his arms, the martial arts bear master, also known as Bell, introduced himself. Looking at his lovely daughter, Talus apologized helplessly. Bell looked at Talus, who was deep in thought, and asked, "By the way, this is my daughter Lilith. She likes furry creatures very much, so she wants to make friends with you." Following the direction of the little girl's finger, the man also saw the big bear that had just entered the town and stopped to watch. No, some time ago, a bear man also moved into the town. If I remember correctly, his name seems to be Babo. I don't know, do you recognize him? Excuse me, Mr. Shang, Lilith may be a little excited. Hello, are you a traveler who has just landed on the island? I am the mayor of this town, you can call me Talus. I'm so sorry, Mr. Bear. Bell is the name of the martial arts bear master. After all, you can't introduce yourself to others. My name is the martial arts bear master, it's too embarrassing. The martial arts bear master's serious face forced a smile. That's really troublesome for you, Mayor Talus. Kakeke, helping people in need is our mission in Happy Town. Dad, look, there's another bear. An ordinary child would have been so frightened that he screamed, but Lilith was so amused that she giggled and even boldly touched the turban-like hair on the back of the martial arts bear master's head. Really, let's go say hello to Shang Shang, shall we? A little Loli, who looked about half a meter in size, held her father's hand and excitedly pointed at the big bear walking into the town in the distance and shouted. What's wrong, Mayor Talus? Bell put Lilith in his arms on his broad shoulders and explained to Talus casually. The martial arts bear master took the little girl over. Looking at Lilith, who was no longer as big as his calf, the martial arts bear master bared his teeth and tried hard to make a smile. Unfortunately, to outsiders, it looked like he was trying to eat a child. Perhaps because he grew up in Happy Town, which has a harmonious and joyful atmosphere, the little guy was obviously not afraid of the majestic-looking martial arts bear master. On the contrary, he was excited and wanted to hug him. Chapter 172 The Bear Tribe is Fearless. How about it, Luo? The residents of Happy Town are all enthusiastic and kind-hearted people. It feels good here, right? An old man with white curly hair and a white beard with a wrinkled face pulled Luo to his side and asked with a smile. Law, whose full name is Trafalgar D. Vadier Law, is one of the 11 people known as the Evil Era in later generations, the captain of the Heart Pirates, a user with paramecia surgery fruit ability, and a bounty of 3 billion Bailey's doctor. Of course, these are his future names. Now, Luo, who is only 15 years old, is just a young captain who has just established the Heart Pirates group and has only 2 people and 1 bear under his command. It is said to be a pirate group, but in fact, Luo and others have not yet received a reward. I just feel that since everyone is together, they should choose a suitable name, Pirates Group, which happens to be in line with the trend of the times. I understand, Old Man Wolf, I will get along well with everyone. Luo, who was pulled to his side by Wolf, said with a somewhat unnatural expression. Well, the captain is shy. Bebo, a big white bear less than 2 meters tall, covered his mouth and snickered. Bebo. Luo, who was exposed, shouted to Bebo with some embarrassment. Sorry, Captain. Bebo, who was yelled at, immediately lowered his head in frustration and apologized in a low mood. Okay, don't scare little Bebo. Wolf looked at the depressed Bebo, patted Luo's shoulder lightly and said. I know, sorry, Bebo. Luo glanced at the lost Bebo helplessly and said helplessly. It's okay, Captain. Bebo, who had looked downcast just now, instantly became full of energy when he heard Luo's words. It's really troublesome. You are so nice but you are also a bear. Why do you have such a weak character? Luo shook his head helplessly, looking like he hated iron. I'm so sorry, Captain. Bebo, who was criticized by Luo, instantly entered a low mood again. I won't talk about you again. Advertisement. Luo's veins popped out on his forehead. He resisted the urge to punch Bebo and gritted his teeth. Ha 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 ha, Captain, don't be angry. It's not like you don't understand Bebo, right Pekin? Shachi, who was wearing sunglasses and a green hat with a red brim, complained to Peijen, who was wearing a yellow brim and a red pom-pom. Yes, there is nothing bad about Bebo except that he is timid, greedy, and likes to look for female bears. Captain, please don't be angry. Woo, Bebo, who was already depressed, became even more sad under the complaints from his 2 friends, and almost cried. Okay, you 3 will bully Bebo. Little Bebo is so cute, gentle, and can cook and read navigation maps. You 3 will have to rely on Bebo when you go to sea in the future. Wolf looked at the people fighting and couldn't help but said helplessly. Although it was a joke, Bebo was a sensitive bear after all, and Wolf still didn't want any gap between them. Bang bang bang, before the 3 of them could say anything, there was a sudden knock on the door. Is Dr. Wolf home? Here, it's Mayor Tallis. What's the matter? There's something wrong with the farm tools, right? After Wolf walked over to open the gate of opening, he saw that the person coming was Tallis, the mayor of Happy Town, and asked with some confusion. After all, I had just helped him make the farm tools, so they couldn't be broken. No, the quality of the machine made by Dr. Wolf is quite good. This time I am looking for you alone. No, to be precise, I am looking for a bear, that little guy named Bebo. Tallis waved his hand and explained with a smile. Bebo? Did he do something wrong? Although Bebo's character probably wouldn't cause trouble, but just in case, Wolf was still prepared to ask first. No, this morning, a compatriot from Bebo came to town, so I wanted to meet him. First meeting, Mr. Wolf, my name is Bell. Just when Wolf was confused, Bell walked out from the shade of a tree on the side. Because of the color of his body hair, Wolf, whose vision was unclear just now, did not notice Bell's whereabouts at all. Oh, hello, Mr. Bell. Wolf looked at Bell, who was much taller than Bebo, and said in a daze. Since we are here to see Bebo, let's come in and talk. Since the people are here, I won't disturb you and you can chat. After seeing the situation, Tallis explained the situation clearly and left Wolf's home without staying any longer. As for Lilith, because Wolf's home was on the edge of Happy Town, they were afraid that Lilith wouldn't be able to bear such a long journey, so Tallis and the 2 sent her home along the way before coming to Wolf. Advertisement, Bebo, come and see, there are your compatriots. Wolf walked in with Bell and shouted angrily into the room. Come on, you are too loud. Luo, who was shaken to the point of tinnitus, took out his ears dissatisfied, and walked out with Bebo and others who were still in a depressed mood. Wow, what a big bear. Yes, it's much bigger than Bebo. Looks stronger than Bebo. Really, Bebo looks like a little girl compared to him. What nonsense are you talking about? Bebo should be a little boy. Seeing Bell's unruffled look, Pei-jin and Shachi complained in unison. After hearing what the 2 said, Bebo couldn't hold back any longer, and with tears in his eyes, he threw himself into Wolf's arms, praying for comfort. Are you Bebo? Before Bebo could rush into Wolf's arms, Bell dodged, blocked Bebo's way, and asked with a serious face. I am. Who are you? Looking at the tall figure in front of him, Bebo finally saw clearly the appearance of the person who came. He turned out to be a bear-man fur tribe like him. However, because he left Zuowu when he was very young, he didn't have much impression of the fur tribe compatriots on Zuowu. This is why he worked so hard to learn navigation and wanted to go home. As a bear tribe, how can you be so submissive and show your backbone to me? Originally, he wanted to ask his compatriots about the route to Zuowu, but when he saw Bibo in front of him who looked like a frustrated little daughter-in-law, he became extremely angry. According to Muxue's setting of Bell, he is a person who is passionate about martial arts. As a pure martial artist, he can't see his fellow tribesmen being so cowardly. He is simply a disgrace to the bear tribe. Bibo, please remember this, werebears, fearless. Now, put away your tears, come here and fight with me. Bell picked up Bibo, who was pale with fright, and said with a serious look on his face. Ah, you. This. Seeing the tall, demon-like Bell in front of him, Bibo was so frightened that he couldn't speak a word. He could only look at Wolf and others with pleading eyes. Chapter 173 Woohoo! Yes. A somewhat helpless Wolf stroked his forehead, looked at the aggrieved Bibo, and then glanced at Bell, whose arm was thicker than his own waist. He spoke softly, and asked tentatively as if he was afraid of irritating Bell. Bell sir, how about? Before Wolf could finish his words, Bell, who was still angry, glanced over. In the clear black and white eyes, a trace of blue lightning flashed. Suddenly, Wolf seemed to see the giant bear standing between heaven and earth, bathed in thunder, under the dark clouds, was startled. After regaining consciousness, Wolf glanced at Bibo again, and could only cast a helpless look. Bibo, Bell is a member of your race and will not harm you. Come on, try to become a strong bear. Since this situation cannot be changed, Wolf can only pray that Bibo can work harder and try to take this opportunity to change himself. That's right, Bibo, come on, Bibo, be strong. Sha-Chi and Pei-Jin, who were on the side, were so frightened by Bell's momentum that their legs trembled. They had no choice but to hug each other and cheer up Bibo. Mr. Bell, could you please give me a lesson? For some unknown reason, Luo not only did not stop Bell's actions, but instead wanted to join him and receive training with Bibo. Maybe he felt that he was no match for him, or maybe he felt that Bell had no ill intentions. You? When Bell heard this, he looked at Luo with some interest. Bell's clear black and white eyes stared intently at Luo's childish face. Okay, I like motivated people. As an innocent bear who pursues martial arts, Bell's biggest hobby is fighting and teaching others to fight. If Bibo hadn't been a member of the Ursine tribe like himself, Bell wouldn't have wanted to deal with such a submissive guy. However, Luo is different. Bell likes this kind of look with firm will. Then I'll trouble you, Mr. Bell. No, then can I not practice? Bibo, who was held in Bert's hand, tried in a low voice with a hint of crying. What do you think? You worthless cub. After hearing Bibo's useless words, Bell turned around and stared at him fiercely and asked. I'm happy to. Bibo pulled out an ugly smile and said reluctantly. Advertisement, very good, starting from today, I will walk 10 kilometers with weights every morning to warm up. Woo, yes, New World, the country of Wano. Rabbit Bowl. After Natsu Kaido was appointed as the deputy governor of the Beast Pirates after defeating Wano Country, Kaido was planning to put him in charge of managing the entire main island of Wano Country, including the Flower Capital, Curry, and Rabbit Bowl, all areas including. Because, Kaido and others are stationed on another island, Ghost Island all year round. It's not that Kaido doesn't want to send people to manage the main island, it's just that he doesn't have suitable candidates. As the leader of the big board, Jin is responsible for managing the entire Beast Pirates when Kaido leaves because of drinking and looking for fun, so he has nothing to do. In addition, Jin himself doesn't like to go out very much, he is a complete homebody. This may also be related to Jin's status as a rare Lunarian tribe. As for the other big poster, Quinn is a real evil scientist. He once belonged to the MADS research team and also has considerable scientific research capabilities. It's just that unlike other scientists, his main research subject is about weapons of war. In addition to the body modification technology that almost everyone knows, Quinn's best thing is his research on viruses. The simplest among them is the plague bullet. As long as you are hit by this bullet, you will be infected immediately. In addition, artificial viruses such as mummies and ice ghosts must be killed with a very large range. The most frightening thing is that these viruses are extremely contagious and can be passed on by contact, which is really scary. This is also the reason why Kaido left Quinn on Ghost Island. Once this kind of biological weapon accidentally falls into a bustling civilian area, it will instantly become a human tragedy. Therefore, Kaido chose to cooperate with Kurozumi to rule Wano. On the one hand, it is to stabilize the people of Wano, but on the other hand, it is true that we cannot find any suitable people to manage it. My dear, there is something I need to deal with my mother. It's a business issue. I have to go back first, and I'll probably come back after a while. When he got the news, this Tihanen danced and was happy for a long time. As for Natsu. As for the deal with Doflamingo, speaking of Jack, it is worth mentioning that Naz was promoted to the position of deputy governor. He is a little expert in management. It can be said that up to now, all the logistical work of Natsu has been handled by him. Besides, who is Natsu? Advertisement? It's okay. We have a long time, so you can feel at ease. With his status, no one can control him at all, but no problem. Smoothie gently shook Natsu who was lying on top of him and said coquettishly with a somewhat reluctant expression. As long as there are subordinates who can do it, it will be fine, such as the hippopotamus who first followed Natsu, Doppin. As for the so-called current manager of Wano Country, General Kurozumi? Obtaining this title also means that Jack will need to personally handle all the subsequent business. She herself didn't want to be separated from Natsu, especially since they would be separated for several days. Just like when Kaido sent him to the main island of Wano this time, Natsu acted as a military threat. The one who really needed to do the work was the younger brother below. Suddenly, Jack was the only one left in the big billboard campaign. Therefore, Natsu's first reaction was fatigue, and his second reaction was surprise. Although, Naz is not interested in this kind of country management. In fact, with Natsu's current status, he no longer looks down on the small amount of transactions with other small forces. Even if Kaido knew, he would turn a blind eye. Awakened by a wave of waves, Natsu subconsciously prepared to hold his waist and transform into a dragon in combat mode. After all, Natsu is not a perpetual motion machine and cannot remain in dragon form anytime, anywhere, 24 hours a day. The most indispensable thing in the new world is Pele. Randomly looting any country will make your mouth full of oil. Therefore, Jack, who is only 17 years old, was successfully elected as one of the youngest big posters, with the title, Drought. Pirate. Natsu is now the deputy governor of the Beast Pirates. Doflamingo can't personally deliver the bailee he is supposed to give every month, but he still dares to ask Natsu to trade. Fortunately, Natsu showed up. Natsu didn't even bother to pay attention, let alone Natsu. Even when Jack came, that Kurozumi didn't dare to point fingers. He was a person who bullied the weak and was afraid of being strong to the extreme. Most of the time, the petite Natsu would be held in Smoothie's arms lovingly. If you really want money, it would be faster to resell Hylu stone. Free time is finally here, the remaining time is fighting time. After all, the deputy governor's status is already equal to Kaido's. However, due to his identity and the identity of his beloved, he could only bear the pain and leave for a few days. Chapter 174 The Secret of the Treasure. Thinking of this, Natsu decisively transformed into the 5-meter-tall dragon mode, gently stroked Smoothie's hair with his right hand, looked at her with affectionate eyes and said, "Don't worry, I will always be here waiting for you." "Well, I love you so much, honey." After a period of intense tenderness, the brisk Smoothie boarded the juice and left the country of Wano. Boss, take a look at the latest information." Not long after Smoothie left, Natsu, who had planned to take a good rest and bask in the sun, was woken up by a rushing sound. "It's Duopung, didn't you see that I'm resting? Let me talk about all the big things tomorrow." Natsu glanced at it and found that it was his number 1 horseboy, logistics manager Dopung, and said angrily, "Well, it's the boss." He was a little too excited after seeing the legendary Captain John's treasure. "Then boss, you need to rest first and we'll talk about it later." Dopung was glanced at by Natsu, and he scratched his head in embarrassment. After saying that, Duopung was about to turn around and leave. "Wait a minute, what kind of treasure? Please tell me in detail." Natsu originally closed his eyes, preparing to take a nice nap. However, when he heard about the treasure, his eyes suddenly lit up, his waist no longer ached, he stopped sleeping, and he became very energetic. "Well, it's the legendary John's treasure. It is said that the entire Rocks pirate group has all the treasure. Back then, many people only found some fur and became rich. Now, there are rumors outside that Captain John's treasure map has been found in Rock's old lair, that..." Speaking of this, a look of uneasiness suddenly appeared on Duopung's excited face. "What's wrong? Tell me." Natsu glanced at Dopun, who was suddenly silent, and asked with some confusion. "That location is Beehive Island." Hearing Natsu's question, Dopun gritted his teeth and whispered. After all, that battle had just passed not long ago. If Gildarts, one of the current Shichibukai, hadn't arrived in time, Natsu and the others might not have been completely wiped out. Dopun was also afraid of offending Natsu, and it would be uncomfortable if Natsu imitated the governor and gave him a small training. Advertisement, Beehive Island. Is the source reliable? Natsu ignored Dopun's inner drama. Although he lost the battle with Kizaru, he had already won a victory at the previous wedding, so Natsu didn't care much about the previous failure. After all, no one has ever been weak. Therefore, what worries Naz the most is the accuracy of the source of this news. If it was true, it would be okay. He relied on his own strength and didn't think anyone could take food from him. I'm afraid that this is not only false news, but also someone else's trick to create suspicion and take the bait. After all, judging from Duopung's tone, this treasure has been around for a long time, and it is unlikely that it will suddenly appear and be publicized. Except for those stupid pirates who are not very smart, no one will doubt it. Ah, what's the problem? The news has been spread throughout the sea? Hearing Naz's suspicion, Dopun was a little confused. When the pirates hear the news about the treasure, don't they just want to go there directly? Who cares if it's true or not? If it's true, it'll be gone if it's late. If it's false, it'll rob others. Doesn't that mean it's true? Natsu looked at Dopun's naive expression of, I don't know, they all said that, I think it should be fine, and couldn't help but feel black lines on his head. Duopung, it looks like your brain needs to be dried out. Ah, for a moment, Duopung's head turned into a glowing light, leaning against the wall feebly. Stop pretending, inform that boy Jack, and let's go to Beehive Island together. It doesn't look like a natural creature, but rather like the product of some experiment. On the island is a dense forest. No need to bother, boss, I feel energized now and will complete the task right away. It's... boss. Natsu glanced at it, then kicked the bumbling Dopun in annoyance. Strong world. Master Golden Lion, the experiment is going very smoothly. If nothing unexpected happens, we will be able to control this magical power soon, but although they look a bit strange, they all have one thing in common, that is, they're big. Advertisement, it seems that you still need to refresh yourself. Very big. It has become a lonely island floating in the sky, like a rootless floating island. There are many strange creatures wandering and sleeping among them. Cats that are as big as lions, dogs that are as big as tigers, and even orangutans that are several meters or even 10 meters tall are among them. But, even so, Indigo still firmly believes that the Golden Lion will one day turn back into the pirate Admiral Shiki who has the aura to look down on the world. I hope that guy Jack will be free. So, one day, I was uprooted by a bad old man and left directly away from the sea I had relied on since I was born. Thinking of how Natsu said that electric current can stimulate cells and strengthen physical fitness, and how he was stupidly electrocuted for a month, Duopeng instantly became more energetic and rushed out. But in this new world, he is also a well-known strong man. New world, above the sky that people rarely care about. When the time comes, if something unexpected happens, Jack, who can neither fly nor run slowly, can just be sold. No, it's the brave Jack, the righteous queen. A man with Mediterranean-style long blonde hair and a blonde beard, sitting on the highest seat, seemed to be nervous. Halfway through the words, he suddenly started laughing. Natsu smiled and raised his fist full of electricity and said to Dopen in a gentle tone. An island floating in the air, when it was an island on the sea, its name was Vermeo because it was rich in a magical plant, IQ. Natsu glanced at Dopen's disappearing back and murmured. Indigo, what are the results of the recent experiments? I must master this god-given power to make this sea surrender under my golden lion. Ha 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 ha. Isn't it just to change your hairstyle, but to put on an exaggerated look of being hopeless? Glancing at the head of the man with blonde hair like a lion, Indigo swallowed nervously, and then continued. It's just that our funds may be a little insufficient. Because of the 8-wall naval battle that shocked the world. The Golden Lion, who was defeated by the power of nature, felt a little abnormal mentally, and his way of thinking also began to change drastically. Dopping, whose whole body is slightly gray, and Kaido, who is weak. Not only is he crazy about the power of nature itself, but he also has fits of laughter from time to time. The reason why I brought Jack with me was to be on the safe side. After all, Jack is also a big sign, although his strength is not as good as the other two. Chapter 175. You are a loser. Only I can stand in the sky. Funds? Ha 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 ha, how can a pirate be short of money? All the treasures in this sea are treasure troves at Lousy's disposal. Looking down at the slightly stooped Indigo, and the dilemma mentioned in his mouth, the Golden Lion stood up, stretched out his hands, laughed disdainfully, and then shouted heroically to everyone. It's such a pity. If it weren't for that damn guy Roger, Lousy would have ruled the world by now. He deserves to die. I don't know if it was the broken rudder on the head that suddenly stimulated the Golden Lion's brain nerves. The Golden Lion, who was still very emotional just now, suddenly changed his attitude and started to curse One Piece Roger. At the beginning, the Golden Lion wanted to join forces with Roger, gather the two most powerful pirate groups on the sea at that time, overthrow the world government and marine, and rule the sea together. But the stubborn Roger not only rejected him mercilessly, but also persuaded him to put down his ambition. When he was young, the Golden Lion had a temper like that of a lion. He was irritable and stubborn. He only thought that Roger rejected him because he looked down on him. In a fit of rage, the legendary naval battle of 8 Wall is about to break out. Originally, relying on the advantage of the Fruit's ability, the Golden Lion was going to destroy the Roger pirates and his crew. As a result, God was unfavorable and an unprecedented sea disaster occurred without any warning. Even the Golden Lion, who is the top strongman in this world and possesses the fluttering fruit, was not spared when faced with the mighty power from nature. The entire flying pirates were destroyed in one fell swoop. Back then, he had blonde hair, but because of that shipwreck, his head was penetrated by a ship's rudder. As a result, he has now become a vicissitudes of life old man with a Mediterranean hair and a broken rudder on his head. Perhaps because of this, the personality of the Golden Lion has changed drastically. Not only is it always moody, but it also goes crazy from time to time. Even after Roger surrendered to Marine, he was imprisoned in Impel Down. He also broke into the Marine headquarters alone. At the time of the battle, he was Fleet Admiral Sora, General Sengoku, Zephyr, Lieutenant General Garp, etc. As a result, also because of his emotions, not only did he not retreat at a disadvantage, but he continued to fight until exhaustion and was imprisoned in the 6th floor of the Impel Down city, eternal hell. Advertisement. Finally, during a brief period of consciousness, he cut off his legs and became the first prisoner in history to escape from the Impel city known as the Iron Wall. This also made the name of the pirate admiral, the Golden Lion, Shiki, once again famous in the sea. Unfortunately, he was old, had the rudder on his head, and cut off his legs. The two-sword style that he became famous for was also sealed by himself. The two famous swords, Sakuraju and Kareki, were also installed on his legs and used as feet. From being the most powerful man in the ocean, to now, he is a neurotic old man who only wants to rely on the so-called magical plant, IQ, to make a comeback. What a sad ending. Master Golden Lion is right. Indigo, didn't you say before that there is something about John's treasure? Tell Master Golden Lion quickly. The super gorilla, wearing a decent pink suit, echoed from the side. Although this orangutan wears a suit that looks like a human and a dog, he can't hide his wild heart. From the hot breath he exhales from his nose from time to time, it can be seen that he is not as gentle as he appears. What? John, that greedy guy, you discovered the hidden treasure. You are indeed Laozi's deputy. That bamboo stick John was so greedy. If rocks hadn't stopped him, Laozi would have torn him into pieces, threw it into the sea to feed the fish. Hearing the name, old friend, the Golden Lion rarely became excited and almost clapped his hands. It can be seen that John's status in his heart still has some weight. Well, Mr. Golden Lion, according to the information coming from the sea, it is said that news about John's treasure was found in the Beehive, which is the original place of the Rock's pirates. However, it has not been confirmed yet, so I haven't had time to report to you yet. Indigo glared at Scoredo angrily, and then carefully explained to the Golden Lion. After all, as a veteran cadre who has followed the Golden Lion for a long time, he knows very well John and the value of John's treasure. To put it bluntly, the Imperial group that is now developing at sea did not stand on the corpse of the Rock's pirates. Back then, in order to gather a group of the most powerful pirates, Rocks spent a lot of treasure to lure these greedy guys. Otherwise, it is impossible to gather such a large group of capable people just by using force to intimidate them. Later, the Rock's pirate group disbanded, and John, as Rox's confidant, hid nearly half of the treasure. Advertisement, you can see how rich it is, therefore, Indigo did not dare to be careless. It's okay if the treasure is real. With the strength of the Golden Lion, even if he is injured, even if he is unconscious, even if he is old and frail, he is still the top figure standing in this sea. When the time comes, grab it. But if the treasure is fake, the Golden Lion, who is overjoyed for nothing, will be absolutely furious on the spot. Not to mention killing everyone he sees, the Golden Lion will definitely be able to at least destroy the island. After all, for the Golden Lion with Piao Piao fruit, destroying the island is easier than killing people. And once you do this, you will not only expose yourself, but also attract the pursuit of the world's government and marine. You must know that this fluttering fruit of the Golden Lion is a very dangerous ability for the world's government. To be on the safe side, the 5 elders have always wanted to attack the Golden Lion. It would be best to freeze the Golden Lion forever like Berndi Walder did back then. Ha 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 ha. What are you afraid of, Indigo? Who do you think Laozi is? Laozi is a Golden Lion. He is the most dashing pirate admiral on this sea. Change Laozi's direction and go to Beehive Island. No matter whether the treasure is there or not, everyone who goes to look for it belongs to Laozi. The Golden Lion, who was rarely sober, showed a bloodthirsty light in his eyes, which made Scoredo, who was beside him with keen perception, shrink his neck subconsciously. Yes, Lord Golden Lion. Looking at the Golden Lion that said, Laozi is invincible in the world, Indigo straightened his body quickly and shouted loudly. At that moment, Indigo once again saw the high-spirited and arrogant pirate admiral from the Golden Lion's old figure. No one can stop Laozi from ruling the world. You, Roger, are a loser. Only Laozi, the Golden Lion, can stand in the sky. The Golden Lion floated slowly in midair, looking at the blue sea under his feet, with an arrogant expression and shouted loudly. Chapter 176. When I was a young man in bright clothes and angry horses, I lived up to my youth and knew it. Marine Headquarters, Marineland, Fleet Admiral Office. Crack. Click. Suck it, while eating the limited edition senbei and sipping the special fragrant tea, Zephyr felt that life should be enjoyed. Boom. Suddenly, veins popped out in Sangguo's hand that was holding the pen tightly, and he hit the desk hard. Crack. The miserable desk successfully ended its short and pitiful life. It became, this week, the 6th desk to end a miserable life. That's enough, Zephyr, you old B********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** like? Warring States shouted at Zephyr. Seeing that Warring States' saliva was about to spray into the teacup, Zephyr moved his body quietly, then ate the senbei as if nothing had happened and said, "There are 7 days in a week, isn't this only 6 days, why are you in a hurry?" Boom. You still have the nerve to say that it's Saturday today? Do you know it's Saturday? You be asterisk 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 D? Warring States stretched out his legs and stepped on the broken desk hard, shouting at Zephyr. Okay, I just drank a little tea and ate some senbei. First have taught Marine recruit for 20 years, how can I not even have the right to eat some snacks after retirement? Well, after I retired, even my old friends looked down on me. Then I could only stay in that empty and lonely big room alone, without anyone to take care of me, and eat cold food miserably. Oh, I didn't expect that after dedicating my whole life, I would end up with an end that no one wants. What a pitiful and pathetic old man. Zephyr put down the teacup, pretended to wipe away his tears, and complained in a very low voice. At the end, he looked at the ceiling at a 45 degrees angle and laughed at himself helplessly. Warring States looked at him in a daze, pointing at Zephy's hand in the air, trembling a little, and then he felt a tightness in his chest, his lips were slightly opened, and he wanted to say something, but he didn't know where to start. What's going on? You're obviously the victim, so why do you feel like you're the perpetrator? For a moment, even Warring States, who was known as the wise general, didn't know what to say. Oh, forget it, I'm really scared of you. You're even worse than that B asterisk 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 D garp. At least his mouth is stupider than yours. It's really annoying. Warring States took a deep breath, then sat on the chair with a helpless smile and kept lamenting that he was not kind to others. Advertisement two good comrades, both are the same thing, very annoying. Ha 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 ha. Okay, isn't it because you sit in the office every day? Are you afraid of being bored? Don't be angry, come and have a sip. Needless to say, your fragrant tea is really good. Seeing the depressed expression of Senguo, Zephyr also gave up as soon as he was satisfied, handed his teapot to Senguo, and motioned for him to drink some. Gudong, Gudong, unexpectedly, a flash of light suddenly flashed in Warring State's eyes. He took the teapot without looking for the cup, and directly followed the spout. Under Zephy's somewhat stunned eyes, he drank it all in one breath. Ah, so cool, ha 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 ha, this is indeed a special tea, it tastes great. Looking at his old friend's dull and resentful eyes, Warring States laughed like a victorious rooster. You are really... Seeing Warring States' posture, Zephyr shook his head with a wry smile. I lamented that Warring States is indeed a wise general, his brain is very fast, and his acting is also good enough. Bala bala, bala bala. Just when Sengoku was immersed in his joy, the sound of a phone bug suddenly rang out from the ruins of his desk. After returning to his senses, Warring States quickly found the shivering phone bug among a pile of broken boards. Hey, this is the Warring States period. Well, okay, I understand. Bada. Soon, Warring States hung up the phone and fell silent with a slightly serious expression. What's wrong? Looking at the frowning Sengoku, Zephyr also put down the teacup in his hand and asked with a straight face. It's okay, it's just a rumor about John's treasure. After all, it was just a group of pirates fighting for it. In addition, the location of the treasure is on Beehive Island, which is basically a pirate stronghold. There is no need to pay attention to it. When the time comes, just let the nearest warship do the reconnaissance. Warring States rubbed his temples, thought for a moment, and spoke in a relaxed tone. Seeing that Warring States had quickly thought of a countermeasure, Zephyr didn't say anything. He continued to pick up the teacup and began to taste it. There was only half a cup of tea left in the cup. As for the countermeasures of the Warring States period, they were wrong or right, good or bad. Zephyr didn't know. After all, the two sides were in different positions and had different thoughts. He just had to be quiet and listen to the order. When the Warring States period needed him, he would naturally not shirk. Advertisement. New World. On a large warship with ice blue lines. Bala bala, bala bala. Hey, what's the matter? Ah, I'm going to monitor it, okay, I understand. Bada, well. A tall man with a black afro, a green eye patch, a white suit vest and a dark blue shirt, with healthy bronze skin. As if he had just woken up, he hung up the phone, wiped the dirt from the corners of his eyes, yawned, stood up, stretched out slowly, and then sighed helplessly. This person is none other than Kuzan, named Aokiji, one of the current 3 generals of the Marine headquarters. He is Logia, a user with the frozen fruit ability. He is extremely powerful, but always looks listless. Even on his head, he wears an eye mask all year round, as if he can sleep anytime and anywhere. People who don't know think that Kuzan is a man who is better at fishing than Perusalino. But in fact, this man was once a passionate young man who believed in burning justice. Unfortunately, the O'Hara incident in West Blue not only destroyed the tree of omniscience known as the Encyclopedia of Knowledge, but also extinguished the raging fire in Kuzan's heart. From then on, Kuzan fell into confusion, and his burning justice quietly transformed into lazy justice, which made many people who knew Kuzan's past couldn't help but sigh. The frivolous young man who ate the coldest fruit in the world but had the hottest heart is gone forever. Not yet 40 years old, and in the most powerful period of his life, Kuzan lived longer than an old man. Every day I either take a nap or ride my bicycle around. Just like a pensioner, no different, this made Perusalino, who also liked fishing, extremely envious. It's a pity that because of his ability, Perusalino is always running around and has no time to rest. Turn around and go to Beehive Island. Kuzan shouted lazily, pulled off his blindfold again, and began a new round of sleep. I don't know if he is really sleeping or if he doesn't want to see something. Chapter 177 Hello, Aoi. Thank you, Aoi. New World, the waters near Skull Island. On an ordinary ship, no valid information can be discerned from the appearance. Hello, Mr. Aizen, it's our first time meeting you, please give me your advice. A woman with long emerald hair, shimmering eyes, and a gentle smile appeared on the bow. Unlike other CP0 agents who wear full face masks, this lady in the phone bug, who calls herself Aoi, wears a half mask that covers the upper half of her face. The mask is pure white like the ice hockey man, Zon. The difference is that half of Aoi's mask is surrounded by beautiful green patterns, which gives it a fresh feeling. This is our first meeting, Miss Aoi, please give me some advice. Aizen also had a warm smile on his face and responded kindly. This is my deputy, Zaraki Kenpachi. After saying hello, Aizen pointed to Zaraki Kenpachi behind him and introduced. First meeting, Mr. Zaraki. It is said that Mr. Zaraki captured alive the intelligence minister of the Revolutionary Army. What an incredible achievement. Aoi didn't treat Zaraki Kenpachi coldly because of his lower status. On the contrary, unlike those arrogant CP0 agents, Aoi was like a lady, complimenting her very politely. It can be seen from her words that she is obviously well prepared. It can be seen that Aoi is still very interested in Aizen's information and the information of the people around him. I didn't expect you B*ch to understand quite well, but it's not a big deal, ha 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 ha. According to Aizen's previous instructions, let Zaraki Kenpachi communicate boldly. Although Aizen didn't say that, Zaraki Kenpachi might not be polite either. Haha, Mr. Zaraki is such a generous man. Aoi didn't think anything of Zaraki Kenpachi's words. She just gently covered the corners of her mouth with her white palm, and then smiled gently. Let's go, Miss Kui, let's discuss the specific plan after we enter the house. Aizen squinted, looked at Shang Aoi with a smile, and stretched out his hand to signal her to come in. Then it's better to be respectful than to obey. I'm sorry to trouble you, Mr. Aizen. I saw Aoi's two slender legs exposed, moving staggeredly, and walked into the cabin. Aizen looked at Aoi's back and remained silent, not knowing what he was thinking. After a moment, he took Zaraki and Kenpachi and walked in together. CP0, full name Cipher Pol, has 10 departments from 0 to 9. Among them, CP1 to 8 are intelligence agents on the surface, and CP9 is an assassin secretly. CP0 is the head of the entire CP organization and is directly under the command of the Tianlong people. Advertisement in CP0, there is a total captain and 3 deputy captains. The commander-in-chief, there is nothing to say, is responsible for the management of all CP0 personnel, as well as the protection arrangements for the Draconians in the Holy Land Mariajoya. At the same time, he directly interfaces with the 5 elders and is responsible for completing special tasks. And the 3 deputy captains, one is Zan, who is responsible for external combat management and eats the paramecia cold fruit. One is responsible for internal training management and has not yet appeared. As for the last one, the management captain responsible for intelligence collection and analysis, Aoi, is also a paramecia fruit ability user. It can be seen from this that the CP department attaches great importance to John's treasure this time, or in other words, the importance this agent named Kui attaches to John's treasure this time. However, the only strange thing is that last time the hockey man brought a group of people, while Aoi was just alone. This is also where things get confusing. However, everyone has their own little secret, right? As long as it doesn't affect the plan, everything is fine. New World, Skull Island. Port. Calling it a port may be a bit exaggerated. In fact, after the war, the port of Skull Island was completely abandoned. Although, a steady stream of pirates came to Skull Island to spend money, and every time the pirates would curse the dilapidated and often blocked port. However, the greedy and bloodthirsty underground forces and pirates don't care. Maybe they also know that a good port may make people feel happier. But what if others are unhappy? They are not kind people. Besides, even if the environment is not good, what can it do to those desperate pirates who live day by day? There aren't many places where they can spend money, right? Boss, this is Skull Island. If we find the legendary treasure, we will be prosperous. Who is our boss? He is a big pirate with a bounty of 360 million Baileys, and he needs to take action to find the treasure. When the time comes, those despicable guys will definitely come to our door. A one-eyed pirate first curled his lips at the first pirate who spoke, then stood next to his boss and flattered him in a mean tone. Ha 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 ha, yes, Lousy is an animal-type elephant fruit user. Even if Kaido and Fire Dragon Natsu come, Lousy will make them kneel down and kowtow. Suddenly, the pirate leader who was praised by his subordinates and couldn't find the north began to shout arrogantly and show off his power. There is quite a feeling that every one of you here is rubbish. It can be seen that this is a young man who has just arrived in the New World and has not experienced any beatings in the New World. Bang, bang, bang. Just when the pirate leader was immersed in his own world of joy, a series of low footsteps sounded like a battering ram hitting a wall. Advertisement, what's going on? It's cloudy. The pirate leader felt his vision darken, and then asked the stunned brothers beside him with some doubts. What's wrong? Everyone is silent. Isn't it just cloudy? You're really hopeless. The pirate leader looked at his pale younger brother and said with slight dissatisfaction. Suddenly, a strong burst of hot air came from above the pirate leader. Who the FK blew? At Lousy. The pirate leader wanted to turn around and curse, but when he looked back, he saw a little giant who was more than twice as tall as himself, with a solid body and muscles, and arms thicker than his waist. His tone trembled a little. But soon, the pirate leader remembered that there were still a bunch of younger brothers around him and he must not be embarrassed. Who are you? You dare to blow on Lousy's head? That's right, our boss is a big pirate with a bounty of 360 million Baileys. Who are you? That's right, what kind of person are you to dare to carry 2 ivory tusks like our boss? Seeing their boss's confident performance, the younger brothers, who were shocked by the opponent's size just now, immediately started to laugh at the intruder. What's the matter, Jack? It's okay, brother Natsu, it's just a few little bugs. This all was written when I wrote chapter 17, based on a reader whose ID is Xiao Kui who loves mushroom wontons. Because I like the number 7 very much, I put this paragraph in chapter 177. Although his profile says he is a man, I still think the name Aoi is better for women. Funny. I had just published my book at that time and didn't quite understand the mechanism of tomato. Xiao Kui was the first to comment on my paragraphs, the first to reward me, the first to give me a 5-star review, and the first to leave a message to encourage me, saying to be honest, if it weren't for him, maybe I should be writing another book on another platform now. At that time, that afternoon, I was lying on the bed, and when I saw him encouraging me, I was really touched. At that moment, I found the motivation to write a book. Sometimes, an unintentional act of kindness can really have unexpected results. So in order to thank him, I decided to create a character after his name, which is the deputy captain of CP0. Of course, I am also very grateful to all the readers who have read this, Well, because I don't know much about him, I can only expand my imagination through his random name. It doesn't matter whether I look like him or not, what's important is that I appreciate his thoughts, right. By the way, the above paragraph is not included in the 2000 words. This chapter is 2,500 words, so don't say whether my water is good or not. I am mainly afraid that he will not see it if I put it in the comments. Although I don't know, I just need to see if he is still watching. At Xiao Kui, who loves mushroom wontons close black lens bracket, thank you, kind-hearted person. I hope there are kind people in your life to warm you. I also hope that every reader will meet kind people in their lives. Chapter 178 You are my treasure. After hearing Jack's reply, Natsu didn't say anything else, but simply said, don't be playful, business is more important. Then, he led a group of boys towards the center of the island. What, little bug? You look down on me, boom. Before the pirate leader could finish his words, Jack's thick, dark arm hammered him into the ground. Boss, are you okay? The younger brothers, who were stunned by the scene before them, stuttered and shouted. Damn it, Lousy is the elephant man who ate the elephant fruit. An angry shout rang out from the smoke, and an elephant man nearly 5 meters tall, covered in blood, and even with a somewhat collapsed right shoulder appeared in front of everyone. Great, the boss is going to show off his power. Yes, the transformed boss is invincible. Seeing the excited boss, all the younger brothers also became excited instantly and kept shouting and cheering. Little dwarf, are you worthy of being called a big elephant? When Jack saw the transformed elephant man, instead of panicking, he sneered with disdain. Roar. Then, Jack roared, and a giant mammoth more than 20 meters tall rose from the ground. His eyes were slightly lowered and he looked coldly at everyone present. Boom. Jack didn't say anything more. He just used a simple weapon-colored domineering gesture and flicked his nose to easily complete the entertainment. That's right, it's entertainment. Don't look at Jack's inability to fight back in front of Natsu, Erza, Jin and others. That's not because he is weak, but because the enemy is too strong. Facing a garbage pirate whose bounty was only 500 million and whose brain was still unclear, Jack was simply a killer weapon on the battlefield. The huge body and the astonishingly large tusks are all powerful tools for harvesting newbies. And this scene is not unique. Because John's treasure has spread across the sea inexplicably, many people who don't know the importance and are blinded by interests come here desperately. Beehive Island, which was originally a gathering place for pirates, suddenly became even more chaotic. Fights, murders and arson are everywhere. Just like what most pirates think, even if there is no treasure, those who dare to look for the treasure are treasures. Advertisement. Beehive Island is also called Skull Island because the overall terrain resembles a skull. During the battle at Gildas, the center of the island became a concave terrain, taking on a shape similar to a large bowl. The center of the bowl, that is, the depression, was filled with inverted seawater, forming a lake within an island, or in other words, a sea within an island. Everyone thought that the island was shaped into a hollow ring, so some nefarious people called it the Donut Island. But in fact, Rox did not randomly choose an island as its base camp. It is true that there were many pirates on this island at the beginning, but there were also many civilians and countries. The reason why Rox chose this island is because of its foundation, that is to say, its vertical depth to the seabed. An ordinary island can be easily destroyed by a strong person. For example, Whitebeard Newgate, a person with the power of the shock fruit who has a wide range of destructive power. For example, Iron Fist Garp, a top pure physical martial artist with extremely strong armament and domineering power. For example, Big Mom Linlin, who is huge in size, has extraordinary talents, and masters the secrets of the giant race, Kaido of the beasts, etc. Every strong person standing at the top of the sea has the ability to destroy the island. However, islands and islands are also different. Some islands may only be a few hundred meters long and may be submerged by seawater at any time. Some islands may stretch for more than 10 kilometers, or even dozens of kilometers, and are inhabited by various magical creatures. And some islands are not only hundreds or even hundreds of kilometers in size, but there are even countries on the islands. I think Alabasta is probably less than 1 million square kilometers in size, but it is also said to be tens of millions of square kilometers in size, which means it is comparable to a European continent, so it is a bit confusing, but it is not important. I say this mainly to explain the gap between the islands, as well as the lead time for the subsequent classification of combat power levels. This all shows that the gap between islands is so huge. Therefore, when Rox first considered the base camp, it looked like an ordinary medium-sized island from a high altitude. It was unremarkable except that it looked a little strange. However, if you go deep into the seabed, you will find that the islands above the sea are just the tip of the iceberg. It is under the sea surface and far exceeds the vertical depth of ordinary islands, making this island very difficult to destroy. Even Gildarts at the time only made a huge depression in the center of the island instead of breaking into fragments. It's not like Rox didn't consider the consequences of failure at the beginning. Even though he is extremely talented, even though his heart is as high as the sky, he has to admit that he alone is not enough to overturn the whole world. Therefore, he chose to use coercion and inducement, and all the heroes on the sea at that time joined his command, hoping to fulfill his long-cherished wish. But the results were far from satisfactory. Everyone, who was already at odds, each had his or her own agenda, which led to the destruction of the world's largest pirate group. Advertisement and rocks have also become the lost history on the sea. The winner is the king and the loser is the enemy, nothing more than that. However, as a member of the D family, Rocks is not without backup options. Having devoted his life to overthrowing the world's government, he may have considered failure. Therefore, he secretly dispatched his most trusted subordinate, John, who was not outstanding in strength, but who had followed him the longest, to be responsible for hiding part of the treasure to provide a generous startup capital to those who came after him. He believed that no one was willing to hand over this considerable wealth. And in the new world where strong people gather, the person who can hold on to this treasure must be a strong and ambitious person. After all, those who are willing to snatch this treasure are definitely not mediocre people, but those who have the strength to guard this treasure must be top-notch people. Only those who have both strength and ambition are the most ideal successors of will according to Rocks. Although he didn't say anything, those who get this treasure will naturally grow in ambition. However, even if it is as powerful as Rocks, it cannot be counted as complete. During the battle on God's Island, he misjudged the hearts of the pirate group. As for the treasure, he also misjudged people's hearts. A pirate is a thief after all. As for thieves, they are only a minority after all. Seeing such a huge fortune, enough to support several countries, even the old crew of Rocks, John had a wrong idea. After all, John is also a human being. He also has a family and his favorite daughter. He is afraid of Rock's audacious dream, but he also admires and respects Rock's dream. Therefore, John initially buried these treasures according to Rock's arrangement, but since everyone can get them, why can't his children get them? So, he secretly drew a treasure map and left it there to give his children the secret treasure. For this reason, he often appears alone in the dead of night. In the eyes of his men, John's little actions meant that he wanted to seize the treasure for himself, and might even kill them. The result can be imagined. John's strength was not outstanding, so he immediately drank in anger on the spot. However, those pirates who dared to commit the following crimes were basically killed or injured. Only a few honest, or obedient, pirates survived by chance. It's a pity that they who can't understand the treasure map also miss the treasure. Perhaps, the people who really have evil intentions are those rebellious pirates. Chapter 179 Treasure? What treasure? I don't know. Skull Island underground. In a dark and claustrophobic environment, water dripped from time to time. In this invisible cave, the constant echoing ticking sounds give people a sense of depression and loneliness. Suddenly, red lights flashed in it. As the red light appeared, beams of light shot out from a stick. In an instant, the already dazzling light beam shone brightly under the reflection of the large amount of gold and silver treasures in the cave. Suddenly, the whole cave became bright. Only then did he see clearly that these red lights turned out to be a group of ninjas wearing black ninja uniforms, with the only exposed part showing red eyes. One of the ninjas in black stretched out his hand, put his index and middle fingers together, and waved gently. In an instant, all the black-clothed ninjas took action, and boxes and bags of various gold jewelry disappeared at a speed visible to the naked eye. In an instant, all the treasures disappeared mysteriously except for a huge stone standing at the edge of the cave. If it weren't for the dazzling golden light just now, it would be hard to believe that there were treasures in the cave. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, no one would believe that a force could move such a huge amount of wealth in such a way in the blink of an eye. Tokai, Shimotsuki village, did you succeed? On a fishing boat not far from the seaside, Makyuki, who was enjoying a moment of tranquility, muttered to himself after receiving the news from Hatake Sakumo. That's right, those mysterious black shadow ninjas were the couriers sent by Hatake Sakumo to collect these treasures. Ever since Aizen discovered this treasure map, he reported it to Muxue. Although Aizen wants to use these treasures to fish, no one stipulates that people must see the bait, right? Isn't drawing a pie one of the ways to fish? Based on the principle that fishing can fail, but the bait will never be wasted. Aizen hopes that Muxue can send someone to collect this huge treasure in advance. Advertisement therefore, there is a scene where Hatake Sakumo traveled thousands of miles and sent many shadow ninjas to search the cave. As for the issue of how to get rid of the treasure, Muxue is not worried at all. Not to mention the black aspect, Natsu, who is the dominant player in the new world, can ship whatever he wants, and no one dares to control it. As for Uchiha Madara, who is a candidate for Marine General, the Chamber of Commerce in the East Daxia Sea, and the Dawn Chamber of Commerce under Kakuzu, which accounts for most of the business in the East Daxia Sea, which one is not a force that can be digested quietly. Even Hatake Sakumo, who is engaged in underground industry, can also realize the realization of large quantities of treasures. The difference is a matter of time. Only Natsu can attack unscrupulously without considering the number. Others, for the sake of safety, have to take action regularly and quantitatively. After all, if a certain force sells gold jewelry in large quantities in the market, how much is a problem? Bo. Whoosh. The fishing rod in his hands suddenly shook, and with quick eyes and quick hands, Muxue caught a big fish in an instant. It's not bad. We're going to have grilled fish in the evening. That little girl Kuina is good at her craftsmanship. Holding the big lively fish in her hand, Muxue smiled slightly. Because Muxue has recently become obsessed with fishing, Kuina has also developed a good skill in cooking fish. I have to say that a girl who has practiced swordsmanship is very skillful with her hands and is quite talented at cooking. New World, Skull Island. General Aokiji, Skull Island has arrived, what should we do next? Aokiji's adjutant ran to the recliner and whispered to Aokiji, who was wearing a blindfold and wondering whether he was asleep. Hearing someone calling him in his ear, Aokiji first yawned, then lazily raised a corner of his eye mask with his fingers, raised his eyelids slightly, and looked at the adjutant on the side. Are you arriving so soon? Just find a deserted corner and stay there. Warring States Fleet Admiral asked us to observe which force took away the treasure in the end. Aokiji buttoned the corner of his eye and said weakly. Advertisement, Yes, General Aokiji. Although the adjutant was speechless looking at his boss, he didn't say much. After all, this is not the first time. Aokiji always likes to work hard. If he doesn't encounter something that interests him, he usually spends a whole day on the recliner. Let me see, isn't this the little devil who followed that old B********** D Garp back then? He can actually lead an army on his own. Just when Aokiji was about to close his eye mask to catch up on his sleep, his eyes suddenly turned sharp, and then a burst of wild laughter came from above the warship. Aokiji followed the direction of the sound, raised his hand slightly to block the dazzling sunlight, and squinted at the visitor. I saw an old man with golden hair and swords as his legs, holding his arms and floating in the air. It turns out you're Senior Golden Lion, what's your purpose? After Aokiji saw the appearance of the visitor, he did not rush to take action, but asked cautiously. After all, the old guy in front of him who looked extremely arrogant was actually a strong man with arrogant capital. Thinking back on his original strength, even if his benefactor, Iron Fist Garp, came in person, he would have to deal with it seriously. If he didn't have to, Aokiji wouldn't want to fight against this strong man left over from the previous era. After all, on the sea, facing the golden lion with the fluttering fruit, Aokiji itself is at a disadvantage. In addition, there is a whole warship behind Aokiji. Once a fight breaks out, there may be big problems. In order to protect the men behind him, Aokiji doesn't care to say a few nice words. After all, Golden Lion is also a strong man worthy of respect in terms of strength. You kid, you are much more polite than that old B******************* D Garp. I think back then, when that B*********** D monkey faced me, he was a reckless man who started fighting if he disagreed with me. Perhaps because he heard Garp's follower complimenting him politely, the Golden Lion was in a rare good mood. While praising Aokiji like an elder, he praised Garp. Senior is joking, Mr. Garp, but he is a senior I respect very much. Originally, Aokiji didn't want to fight, but when he heard the Golden Lion unabashedly insulting his most respected senior in his words, he couldn't help but frown, and his tone couldn't help but be mixed with some gunpowder. That's it. When you get excited, how can you be as boring as a gourd at a young age? Although I hate that old B********** D Garp. I have to admit that he is my approved opponent. Seeing Aokiji who had some fighting spirit, the Golden Lion laughed excitedly. It feels like a crazy old man looking for trouble, and his words are all arousing Aokiji's desire to fight. Perhaps, from the perspective of the Golden Lion, only by fighting head-on with someone who has fighting spirit can he live up to his reputation as a Golden Lion. Chapter 180 Natsu vs Golden Lion vs Aokiji, Skull Island, at the lake in the island. So, you mean, the treasure is under this lake? Natsu looked at Doppin, who was looking at the map and giving directions, and asked with some confusion. Well, according to the location indicated on the map, this should be the right place. Originally, there shouldn't be this lake, but Duopeng didn't say anything else. After all, everyone knows everything. If you don't understand, there is no need to understand. Okay, forget it under the water. I'm too lazy to go down. Jack, you're a fishman. I'll leave it to you. Natsu waved his hand, with a look of lack of interest on his face, and walked to a place where the sun was the hottest as if there was no one around, ready to bask in the sun for a while. Just now, Muxue told Naz about the treasure, so that he would not have to worry about the treasure and could move freely in the future. After knowing that the treasure had been confiscated, Natsu naturally had no intention of continuing to hunt for the treasure, but he couldn't say it clearly. After all, it was him who had traveled thousands of miles to let his subordinates come down. It would be a bit unsatisfactory to just take a look and leave without doing anything. So, Natsu just went wherever he liked. What do you say, Mr. Jack? Find a few with good water properties and go down and have a look. Jack glanced at Natsu speechlessly, but due to his strength, he didn't dare to say anything. He could only think of a non-solution and act first. Later, Jack himself sat down by the lake and watched his men start working. Boom! Suddenly, there was a roar in the distance. The sound sounded like something crashing into the sea. Natsu, who was basking in the sun on the side, suddenly moved his mind, held up his dragon wings, and flew into the air. You guys stay here for now, I'll be back soon. Natsu's eyes lit up as if he had discovered something interesting, and then he excitedly said a word and left calmly. This. Master Jack, us? The boys looked at Natsu flying away gracefully and asked, somewhat at a loss. The leader ran away before the work even started. What a big deal. Advertisement, didn't you hear what Brother Natsu said? What should you do? Jack was somewhat speechless. After all, He was forcibly pulled over by Natsu to act as a strong man, and now he was left ruthlessly, and he felt a little resentful. He could only roar angrily at a group of younger brothers. However, Jack, who was still in a resentful mood, did not notice the arrival of an uninvited guest in the forest. Skull Island waters. The sea area adjacent to the island, which stretches for unknown kilometers, is all frozen into ice. Its thickness is so deep that even huge giants can run on it. This shows how powerful the instigator is. Ha 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 ha. Interesting, so interesting. Try this trick again. Shishiwei earth coiling. I saw that the land on the neighboring island suddenly surged, and along with the frozen seawater, it exuded a powerful momentum and was mixed with a cold air. Accompanied by the wild laughter of the golden lion Shiki, a male lion with ice blue hair on his temples attacked Aokiji, who was standing alone on the frozen sea in the distance. In order to protect the safety of his men, Aokiji deliberately set aside a sea channel so that they could evacuate safely. It is not difficult to freeze the entire sea, but while freezing the sea, you must also accurately leave a channel for the evacuation of warships. This amazing fruit control ability is definitely not something ordinary people can achieve. This kind of extremely delicate control ability requires not only talent, but also a gentle and delicate heart. It can be seen that under Aokiji's idle and cold appearance, there is a warm heart hidden. Ice Ball. Facing the charging lion made of frozen soil, Aokiji raised his blindfold above his head and stared solemnly at the approaching behemoth. Then, place your left hand on the wrist of your right hand. Just when the golden lion was about to counterattack again, a slightly excited voice came from the direction of the island. After a loud noise, the lion, which had been full of power just now, was frozen in midair, falling on the ice like a robot that had lost power. Ice Cube Storm Pheasant Mouth. Lion Chop. It is Natsu, the deputy governor of the Beast Pirates, the Fire Dragon, who is in Dragon Man mode. With Aokiji's low shout, 5 icicles shot out instantly and shot straight towards the running lion. Lion Thousand Slice Valley. Advertisement, the roar of the Thunderflame Dragon. Ha 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 ha, not bad, this is decent, come again. Boom. Boom. Aokiji looked solemn, but not panicked. I saw waves of white cold air emerging from the palm of Aokiji's right hand. Damn B****************. D. It can be seen that even without using both hands to wield the sword, the Golden Lion's kendo skills are still terrifying. A chilling cold air appeared again on his right hand, and a lifelike ice bird gradually solidified from in front of him, fluttering its wings and deftly avoiding the flying slashes, and accurately arrived in front of the Golden Lion. Before the Golden Lion could see the person coming clearly, he directly used the ability of the Piao Piao fruit to cut the seawater exposed below due to the slash, mixed with large pieces of broken ice, to form a huge aqua blue lion head, biting in the direction of the sound. Boom. A powerful and heavy slash flew out, smashing the bird into pieces. The collision between the flames and the seawater, followed by the sound of boiling water, turned into white mist, covering the entire battlefield. Hey, you two are fighting fiercely, do you want to count me in? The Golden Lion's spellcasting was interrupted, and veins popped up on his forehead. He was already a little confused and emotionally unstable, and became furious like a newspaper-reading zombie who had lost his newspaper. Boom. All the white mist was shaken away by an invisible wind and wave, and only then did the Golden Lion see clearly who the person who had just resisted his attack was. The Golden Lion, whose vision was blocked, waved his arms angrily. Next moment, the Golden Lion laughed wildly, and then used the 2 famous swords that replaced his legs. Under the Golden Lion's kicking skills, huge chop waves burst out and attacked Aokiji. Bah! Seeing the ice bird attacking, the Golden Lion, which did not dare to lift up, also bulged its thigh muscles and vigorously swung the famous swords on its legs. The pillar of fire mixed with thunder and lightning collided with the lion's head of seawater with ice cubes. 5 ice blue icicles gradually solidified in midair. Shishiwei governed place earth coiling, spread out, lousy. Its power was so powerful that the ice surface that could carry the running giants was easily cut open. Dragon Transformation. Thunder Flame Dragon Mode. Chapter 181. I have never lost to anyone in my life. As expected of an old guy left over from the previous era, what a great greeting gift. Looking at the old man who looked like a furious lion in front of him, Natsu grinned and shouted with some satisfaction. That tone was as if Natsu was the elder and was very satisfied with the strength of the junior Golden Lion. Fire Dragon Natsu. Aokiji's originally bronzed skin turned even gloomier after seeing Natsu's arrival. It is already difficult to deal with a Golden Lion. Unexpectedly, another powerful Natsu in his youth appeared. Due to his age and various injuries, the Golden Lion's strength and physical strength have declined to varying degrees. Coupled with the fact that there is a rudder on the top of the head and across the head, the Golden Lion always suffers from convulsions from time to time, and cannot use the Conqueror's Haki and other Haki powers well. Otherwise, according to the temperament of the Golden Lion, not to mention the use of bullying to meet, at least there must be a famous scene of conquerors clearing the field. Instead, Kuhaha relied on the power of Piao Piao fruit to harass her remotely. The Golden Lion is also afraid that in close combat, the rudder on top of his head will become his fatal weakness. You be ********** D kid, I'm afraid you weren't even born when Laozi went to sea to kill people. Perhaps because he was looked down upon by Natsu, or perhaps because he felt that he was senior and experienced, the Golden Lion glared angrily and roared at Natsu with gritted teeth. So, you are like an old dog now, only daring to bark? Natsu was not annoyed either. He spread his hands with a, "that's it," expression. The golden lion was so angry that he gritted his teeth. "Lousy is going to kill you. Shishue govern place earth coiling." The golden lion with red eyes had veins all over its body, like snakes, wrapping around his body. He used all his strength to attack Natsu with two lion heads that were nearly a circle larger than before. Thunder Flame Dragon's Punch. Seeing the attack change from one lion head to two lion heads, Natsu's expression remained unchanged as he directly charged up in the air, condensed red flames with his hands, and rushed towards the two lion heads without dodging. Boom! Old guy, a soft sponge, one more one, it still won't hurt or itch. Natsu, who defeated the two huge lion heads, was floating in the air carefree, with no wounds on his body. Obviously, in front of Natsu, who has an S+ physique and is in a powerful dragon transformation mode, the golden lion, who has been unable to exert his full strength, is like a child, with no power to fight back. Even Aokiji, who was watching the show on the ice, couldn't help but shrink his pupils after seeing Natsu, who was unharmed. Advertisement: even if he were to meet this blow with his physical body, he would probably be severely injured. After all, as a Logia fruit user, his pure physical strength is not as abnormal as that of an animal-type fruit user. But now, Natsu not only withstood the attack, but was also unscathed. Aokiji couldn't help but think of the news that Kizaru was defeated by Natsu. He originally thought it was because Kizaru, the fisherman, was too lazy to fight. Now it looks like I might not be able to beat him. Ah, a-hole, Lousy is a golden lion. The golden lion, who was so despised by Natsu, had completely ignored Aokiji at the beginning, and his mind was filled with Natsu's disgusting figure. Facing such an insult from a junior, the golden lion couldn't bear it anymore. I saw that his right hand was tightly holding the rudder that had been embedded in his mind for 17 years. The next moment, the liquid mixed with red, yellow, white and other colors also escaped from the mind along with the rudder. Laugh. As if it was not enough, the golden lion raised his legs slightly, pulled out the two famous knives directly from the roots of his thighs, and held them tightly in his hands. Old friends, I'm really sorry for you. This may be the last time I fight side by side with you. The golden lion ignored the turbid liquid above his head, nor the bleeding wounds on his legs. The blood in his eyes gradually faded, and a trace of clarity returned. He just held the two swords and muttered to himself. Kid, listen to me, I have never lost to anyone in my life. Whether it's Roger, Garp, or this world, remember it all. Lousy. His name is Golden Lion. An astonishing and majestic coercion burst out from the golden lion whose body was covered with holes and whose hair was disheveled, as if it was about to die at any time. That almost substantial pressure made even Natsu, who had the high-level conqueror's haki, feel a little tight in his chest. It has nothing to do with strength. That heroic aura, as if he was about to open his mouth to swallow the sky. Even Natsu couldn't help but look solemn and his expression became serious. Lion Power Slash. Without the blessing of the fancy Piao Piao fruit ability, the golden lion seems to have returned to the days when he first went to sea and only relied on the two swords in his hands to fight against his own domineering power. That slashing attack came with the shocking conqueror's domineering power and the armament-colored domineering power as black as ink, and with the momentum of a sword that split the sky, he moved forward indomitably. The dragon god's thunderflame. Advertisement faced with the golden lion's peak attack that used up all his life, even Natsu had to deal with it with all his strength. The same domineering and armed entanglements, accompanied by a red fireball with amazing impact, collided with the slash. Bang! Boom! The huge roar made marines on the warship several kilometers away subconsciously cover their ears. The originally frozen sea surface has broken into ice floes, and the melted waves have set off turbulent waves in the collision of these waves, and the waves are turbulent. You are a strong man worthy of respect. Natsu touched his chest, the wound that had not healed for a long time due to the two-color domineering sword slash, and looked at the sea full of ice floes and whispered. After the explosion, the figure of the golden lion was no longer in the air. In fact, when he chose to pull out the rudder on his head, his life breath had already begun to decline irreversibly and rapidly. But he did not regret it. He resolutely drew out the two swords that he had not held in his hands for 10 years and made one last brilliant slash. The lion is the king of beasts, and the golden lion lived up to his name and became the legendary king of the sea. So, even if your body is in tatters, even if you are old, even if you face death, he also wants to make a splash and shock the world. Perhaps he was shocked by the golden lion's final courage, and Natsu only felt that his heart was filled with regret. It's a pity that there is one less opponent worthy of respect in this sea. Natsu, who had no desire to fight for the time being, glanced at Aokiji, who also had a look of horror on his face, then turned around and flew towards the island. The shore of Skull Island. Because the previous battle was too fierce, the frozen ice on the shore had long been broken. What an incredible person. Only the sea is worthy of your status. Aizen held the fruit with strange patterns in his hand and looked at the sea in front of him with emotion, where there was a faint giant thing falling. Strong, especially strong men with great courage. Even enemies deserve respect. Go back and take a look and find the treasure, guys. Putting away the two famous swords, Aizen walked slowly towards the lake where the treasure was buried. Chapter 182. It's not urgent, it's not enough. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Time, disaster, disease. The power of nature, even the heroes who dominate an era, cannot escape. Through Natsu's perspective, Muxue couldn't help but sigh when she saw the last glory before the fall of the heroes who dominated an era. One Piece Roger, who led the voyage of an era, surrendered to Marine headquarters due to illness and was eventually executed. The pirate admiral, Golden Lion, Shiki, who almost annihilated the Roger pirates, was completely wiped out due to a shipwreck. Whitebeard, who is known as the strongest man in the world and possesses the power to destroy the world, is unable to suppress his physical injuries as time goes by, and can only rely on medicine to survive. Well, only by controlling nature and this planet can we truly control our own destiny. In an instant, a pressure spread from Muxue's body, and all the mosquitoes, snakes, ants, and wild beasts in the wild forest were stunned and fell into silence. It's not urgent, it's not enough. Muxue raised her head and looked at the sky covered by dark clouds, and murmured seriously. Skull Island, lake in the island. Master Jack, I found it, I found it. Jack, who was bored and taking care of his latest ivory, stood up quickly after hearing the happy report from his subordinate. Found it? Where is it? Take me there quickly. After a long wait, Jack was also a little impatient. If Natsu hadn't told him to wait here, he would have run away long ago. Jack didn't care about treasures or anything like that. After all, as long as the money was enough, it would be enough. Soon, Jack followed the passage dug by his men and came to a huge stone door. Master Jack, this is right here. According to the map, behind this stone door is the place where John's treasure is hidden. The subordinates reported to Jack excitedly. The thought of that priceless treasure right before our eyes made people tremble with excitement. Bob Bang Bang, thank you for your hard work, can you please leave here next? Before Jack could reply, a burst of applause sounded behind them. Advertisement along with it, there was a gentle female voice that sounded gentle and drizzle. Although the tone of his speech was very gentle, the meaning expressed was not so friendly. Who? Jack didn't expect that someone would touch his back quietly. Although his domineering power is indeed a little weak, it is not something that just anyone can avoid. What are you talking about? Didn't you hear me telling you to get out? Or, you want to fight with Lousy? Before Aoi could say anything else, Kenpachi Zaraki, who was carrying the blood-drinking sword beside him, started a friendly conversation. Court death. Before Jack could see the person who was coming, he immediately became furious after hearing a sound that deserved a beating. You know, Jack is famous for his bad temper. Not to mention an unknown guy, even if Marine Headquarters Fleet Admiral comes, he will not take a step back. Roar. Although it is said to be a passage, in fact, the younger brothers also consider the size of their adults. In addition, the beast pirates are mainly composed of people with animal fruit abilities. Even those who have not eaten devil fruits still have good physiques. Therefore, it was possible to open up such a huge passage for Jack to complete his transformation. I happen to have itchy hands, so leave this guy to me. Zaraki Kenpachi's eyes were full of bloodthirsty fighting spirit. Without looking back, he informed Aoi and then ejected with force from his calf. Mr. Zaraki, you are so bold. Boom, it's Natsu-sama. Even Jack, who is as tough as Jack, is a little depressed. After all, no one likes to fight with a madman. Apparently in the intelligence, the new CP9 commander named Aizen was a smart but average person. How could he touch his behind without him noticing? Just when everyone was at war with each other, Aizen pushed the frame and walked out slowly. Before the beast's pirates could cheer, another wave of cold air hit their faces. Looking at the orange-red fire pillar, Duopeng shouted in surprise. While the two were talking, a pillar of extremely high-temperature fire erupted from the entrance of the cave. The roar of the fire dragon, advertisement in the cave, the high temperature caused by the fire pillar sprayed by Natsu just dropped instantly. After being slashed by the golden lion just now, Natsu's chest still hurts. Although it doesn't affect the battle, it is still a beneficial situation. Stop. Frozen time capsule. In his opinion, Natsu-sama, who can defeat General Marine head-on, is the most powerful person in the world. As long as Natsu-sama is here, no one can stop them. Aoi, who was distracted, stiffened, and then looked at Aizen with some surprise. Everyone who had their pores dilated just now couldn't help but shudder. It's too weak. Come again, try harder. Even though she was in a trance because of Zaraki Kenpachi, subconscious warning based on what she saw and heard was the basic self-defense method of the CP0 organization. This made Aoi somewhat confused. She didn't expect that she, who was in charge of the CP0 intelligence department, would encounter something that surprised her. A seemingly slow but fast pace made the pirates with lower strength present feel dizzy and vomiting. This caused the temperature of the entire space to rise rapidly. Now, if you know that there is nothing inside, but you still fight to death outside, isn't that stupid? Everyone, please listen to the next words. It's Mr. Aizen, the treasure is there, just wait for these pirates to leave. Natsu frowned slightly when he saw Aizen appear, and then signaled Jack and others to stop. Just when Aoi was stunned, Aizen's voice came quietly from behind Aoi. As the most professional intelligence agent, Aoi quickly adjusted her mentality and answered in a gentle tone. It can be said that it is truly the two heavens of ice and fire. Duopeng, who was still a little worried at first, suddenly felt confident. She had seen people who loved fighting, but this was the first time she saw someone who liked to trade injuries for injuries. Zaraki even became more excited when Kenpachi was injured. Zaraki Kenpachi shouted strange words while confronting Jack head-on. Looking at Zaraki Kenpachi, who looked like a madman in the middle of the battle, even the well-informed Aoi couldn't help but be a little surprised. "How's it going, Miss Aoi?" In addition, Marine General Aokiji also arrived, as well as a masked man with unknown strength, and the old silver coin, an unknown colleague in front of him. Natsu didn't want to fight. Chapter 183 False Treasure? The purpose of all of you coming here is nothing more than the treasure behind this stone gate. In that case, how about we put aside the dispute first and see what this treasure is, and then decide on its ownership. After all, this treasure is just a rumor on the sea. No one knows whether it is true or not. Why should you throw away your life for this illusory treasure? When Aizen saw Natsu cooperating with him, he didn't hesitate. With a smile on his lips, he directly told the pros and cons of the treasure dispute. It can be said that it goes straight to the point. The authenticity of the treasure, as he said, no one knows whether this treasure really exists. Or, let's take a step back. Even if the treasure does exist, is the amount really huge? So what if it's gold and silver? Natsu thought for a moment and felt that agreeing directly might not be consistent with his status as a pirate, so he spoke again. Except for information, we won't take anything from you. Aizen, who had known that he didn't have any treasure, naturally told his bottom line without hesitation. Aoi herself was not interested in treasures, and she came here for her own reasons, so she had no objection. Not to mention Zaraki Kenpachi, money? That thing would be as exciting as slashing him. Make a deal. When Natsu heard this, he didn't hesitate and agreed directly. As for Jack and others, they naturally had nothing to say. The pirates only wanted money. As for archaeological information, they didn't care. Only Aokiji has black lines on his head. Co-author, no one asked him. Although, he doesn't care about these treasures. Soon, everyone who reached an agreement vacated this huge stone gate. What a spectacle. Kui touched this stone door and said with some emotion. As a pirate, it is quite remarkable to complete the burial of such a large treasure. Boom. Along with Aoi's knocking, the door of the mechanism was soon touched and slowly opened. Everyone, please. Aizen stretched out his hand to indicate to Natsu and others that they could take the first step to show their sincerity in cooperation. Advertisement, Jack, take someone in and take a look. After pondering for a moment, Natsu asked Jack, the most powerful man under his command, to take the lead to see what was inside. After a while, after Jack and others entered, Natsu, Aizen and others followed suit. This. Impossible, how could there be nothing? Jack, Doppen and others, who were the first to enter, stood at the door of the cave and shouted in disbelief. Because the cave is too empty, there is even an echo. The entire cave was also illuminated by the firelight and could be seen clearly. It might be a bit of an exaggeration to say it was empty, but in fact, except for a stone tablet leaning against the edge of the cave, there was really nothing. I didn't expect that the dignified leaders of the Rock's pirates would also use false treasures to lure everyone. Aokiji looked at the empty cave and murmured somewhat sadly. This sea is really full of people. If it weren't for this false treasure news, there would be countless pirates swarming in and spilling blood on the spot. I don't know if the One Piece mentioned by Roger is true. Suddenly, Aokiji's thoughts began to wander randomly. Brother Natsu, there is indeed nothing. After Jack looked around, he tried digging a few times into the soil with his hands, and found that except for soil, it was just soil, and there was no trace of gold at all. A somewhat unwilling Jack came to Natsu and reported in a low voice. At the same time, he looked at Aizen and the others with fierce eyes. Forget it, since there is nothing, let's not waste time here. Let's inform the brothers to withdraw. Natsu pretended not to care and comforted Jack in turn. After all, he knew very well whether there was a treasure or not, but he still couldn't reveal any flaws on the surface. In that case, everyone, go slowly, we will see you later. Aizen said to Natsu with a smile, see you later. After hearing Aizen's words, Natsu turned back to face him with a meaningful smile. At least in the eyes of outsiders, this smile seems somewhat malicious. However, they don't know what Aizen thinks. Since there is nothing, I'll take my leave first. After the beast pirates retreated, Aokiji didn't waste much time. After talking to Aizen and others, he slowly left and prepared to go back to the ship to catch up on his sleep. Advertisement, Miss Kui, I don't know if this stone tablet is what you were looking for. Aizen waved Zaraki. Kenpachi took the others out first, and then asked Shang Aoi with a smile. Mr. Aizen, I won't bother you anymore. Aoi smiled slightly and did not answer Aizen's words. She just walked to the stone monument and looked at it carefully. After the dust on the stone tablet was wiped clean, the words carved on it were revealed. There are many strange symbols, and each symbol corresponds to a character, which looks like a translation method of some kind of secret code. Miss Aoi, I think you need this. Just when Aoi was deep in thought, Aizen handed over a treasure map on unknown leather. It was exactly the original treasure map taken from the strong pirate. As for the one used by Duopeng and the others, it was a fake treasure map that Aizen himself made using the master forger. Even the route of the treasure map was planned by Aizen, otherwise the original route would have collapsed long ago. That is to say, this treasure was buried deep and was not irrigated by floods. Thank you very much, Mr. Aizen. After taking the vellum treasure map, Aoi took a deep look at this mysterious man who seemed to know everything, but others knew nothing about him, and thanked him. Looking at the string of symbols on the treasure, which originally seemed to have unknown meanings, combined with the characters on the stone tablet, and the words interpreted, even Aoi, who is the CP0 Deputy Captain of Intelligence Management, couldn't help but feel speechless. It can also be seen from Aoi's open cherry mouth that she is not at peace inside. You know everything? Aoi, who felt a little uneasy in her heart, even omitted the honorific this time and looked at Aizen with a calm face, without any emotion in her tone. Miss Kui, I don't quite understand what you are talking about. There is nothing here, right? Aizen was not affected by Aoi's emotions, he still had the harmless smiling face of Kaido. Mr. Aizen is right, it was the little girl who was rude. After a pause, Aoi regained her spring-like smile, stretched out her hand towards Aizen and said with a smile, I hope I can have more cooperation with Mr. Aizen in the future. My pleasure, Miss Aoi. The two hands touched lightly, and then Aoi quickly disappeared from Aizen's sight just as she came. Captain Aizen, what's going on? Why are you asking me to stand here? Zaraki Kenpachi, who was in the shadows on the side, came out scratching his head. Nothing, let's go. Okay, Chapter 184 The Real Treasure. The Grand Line, a mysterious island that does not appear on any nautical maps. CP0 Logistics Training Department. A department that specializes in collecting orphans under the age of 2 from all over the world for agent training. After more than 10 years of brainwashing and training, qualified agents will join CP 1 to 9 and assume the most important positions. Excellent graduate agents will go to CP 1 to 9 for training and be transferred back to CP 0 depending on the situation. And some people are naturally talented, so they will be directly included in CP 0. Aoi is such a person. She has had a talent that is different from ordinary people since she was a child, a unique affinity. It can make people unconsciously release kindness towards her. If that's all, the gentle-looking and slim Aoi might be recruited into Stussie's staff and become one of the secret agents of Happy Street. But obviously Aoi is more than that. Not only does she have an innate talent for being friendly, but her physical fitness, that is, her talent for exercise, is far superior to her peers. Under the vigorous training of the current CP0 logistics manager, one of the 3 deputy captains of CP0, the 28-year-old Aoi has the strength to be as good as a general candidate, and can be said to be a strong candidate for the next generation of CP0 captain. In fact, this is indeed the case. He is favored by the current captain and has the strong support of the current vice captain. He has just graduated from the training camp less than 10 years ago and joined CP0 and served for only 10 years, and he has been elected as the vice captain of CP0. Aoi's life can be described as smooth sailing. With the world's largest force on his back, and his own strength, it is not an exaggeration to say that he is the pride of heaven. As for serving the Celestial Dragons, it was an ordinary CP organization. If you hold the position of CP0 deputy captain, you only take orders from the 5 elders. Ordinary Tianlong people can't even see them. Unfortunately, even so, Aoi has her own troubles. Like all CP agents, Aoi is an orphan, however, because he was brought back personally by one of the current CP0 deputy captains and the head of auxiliary logistics, he did not experience too much suffering except for normal training. This is one of the reasons why she can move freely now. In fact, the reason why the old captain carried him back by some strange combination of circumstances was probably because of that affinity. After the Rocks pirates were wiped out, it was this old captain who was ordered to search for the treasures of Skull Island. Advertisement in a dilapidated courtyard, the old captain found the infant with a jade pendant with the word, Kui, printed on it. Therefore, Aoi is not only her codename, but also her name. Coupled with her talent that makes people feel like a spring breeze, they are like sunflowers, warming people's hearts. The old captain, who devoted his life to the CP organization, had never had a son or a daughter, so he adopted the popular Kui as his adopted daughter and treated her as his own. At the same time, the old captain did not hide her origin from Kui. After all, the entire CP organization is like this and there is nothing to hide. The only difference is that Kui has a jade pendant. It can be seen that she must have some background. As she grew older, Aoi gradually showed her love for written intelligence, so the old captain turned her into an intelligence agent. The more information Aoi learned, the more curious she became about this jade pendant. Although she was grateful to the old captain for her upbringing, she was also deeply fascinated by the feeling of being there and solving the puzzle. Archaeology, decryption, writing, books, etc. are all her hobbies. Unfortunately, her identity meant that there were some things she couldn't do. This time, the treasure controversy on Skull Island was also because she wanted to see if there were any clues about her life experience, so she went alone to find out. As a result, there really is. After finding the truth, she became even more curious about what was hidden deep in history. You're back, Xiaokui. Are you satisfied? By the way, why do you want to come back to see me, an old man, this time? Okay, no matter how long it takes, you are still my beloved father, aren't you? Unlike outside, when Aoi returns home, she is more like a lively and lovely girl next door than a lady full of interests. Well, don't worry, I will take care of it. After all, I am on the same level as you now, right? At the end, Aoi winked at the old man playfully. Seeing the old man, who was more than 3 meters tall, squatting on the ground and drawing circles in a grieved manner, Kui stepped forward and hugged the white-haired old man gently. As soon as the outspoken old man said the words, he looked at his daughter's smiling eyes and immediately changed his tone, scratching his head and pretending to be fine. Aoi didn't say anything, she just handed him the translated treasure map. After taking a sip of tea, the old man looked at Shang Kui seriously and gave instructions. Advertisement: I don't want an old man who is very old and knows nothing about anything except fighting and training to get into trouble with such a dangerous person. The old man's kind face just now turned gloomy. At this moment, he didn't look like an old man next door at all, but looked like an executioner who had killed countless people. After the joke, the old man looked at Aoi, who was sitting in front of the coffee table, slowly sipping tea, and asked, "Ha ha ha ha, my little Kui can still talk, come and give me a kiss." "Yes, you were not as big as my hand at first, but in a blink of an eye, old man, I was overtaken by you. Alas, time is not forgiving." Somehow, Aizen's unfathomable smile appeared in Aoi's mind, but by some strange mistake, he didn't say it out loud. "Ha ha ha ha, this is my good daughter." Looking at Kui with a disgusted expression on his face, the old man pretended to be a lonely old man and said aggrievedly, "After all, even Aoi, who has met many people, thinks that man looks dangerous, and she doesn't want to get too involved with him unless necessary." The old man went up to give Kui a hug, but Kui avoided him without leaving a trace. "Oh, I'm a female college student. I won't even let the old man hold me, it's so uncomfortable." "How's it going? Did you have fun?" Aoi stroked her forehead helplessly, her delicate little face without the obstruction of a mask full of helplessness. "Look at this." An old man with a bright head, a white beard, a wrinkled face, but a rosy complexion walked out at a fast pace. Looking at the old man who suddenly beamed with joy, Aoi said angrily, "You still don't know what I'm doing, don't worry. Anyway, just watch and deal with it. Does anyone else know?" The old man looked at the slim girl now. If it weren't for the identity issue, he would have wanted the girl to live an ordinary and happy life like an ordinary person. "Okay, you really are. That's good, it's not a good thing after all." "Well, that's not what I meant." The old man, whose mouth Kakuzu almost reached the back of his head, touched his smooth skull and smiled happily. His face clearly looks very old, but his granite-like muscles are more energetic than those of a young man, and he doesn't look like an old man at all. "Go away, old man." Chapter 185 Unexpected Disaster? New World, the waters near Skull Island, an unknown island. Bah, bah, bah. A tall, but slightly thin man lay helplessly on the beach, spitting out something left by an unknown creature. "It's so G disgusting, even more disgusting than devil fruit." The man dug out the white lump left in his mouth by an unknown passing bird, and ran to the beach to rinse his mouth in disgust. "Captain Buck, are you okay?" A dark-skinned pirate boy ran over and asked Buck, who was gargling furiously. "It's okay. How's the situation?" Buck wiped his face and asked his younger brother gloomily. Originally, he, who dreamed of becoming One Piece, was on a normal voyage. However, a large shadow suddenly appeared abnormally in the sky. Perhaps because he has experienced a lot of unusual weather in New World, Buck didn't think it was anything. As a result, a huge island fell from the sky like a meteorite. Unfortunately, the Buck pirates were recruited. Fortunately, they were not completely wiped out. At least 5 of them survived, including him, the captain. "Captain Buck, here is an isolated island. If we don't find fresh water quickly, I'm afraid." The swarty boy didn't say anything else. Obviously, the current situation is not very good. "Hateful." Buck waved his hand, and a ball of light yellow liquid flew out and hit a big tree. Boom. At a speed visible to the naked eye, more than half of the big tree was corroded, and it collapsed with a bang. "Hurry up and go." Buck shouted fiercely at the dark-skinned boy who had no eyesight. Advertisement: Yes, Captain Buck, it looks like I have to go back first." Looking at the stupid boy running away, Buck muttered to himself helplessly. Donghai, Rogtown. After the destruction of Kildas that year, as the most important transportation hub island in the East Daxia Sea, Rogtown received a large amount of relief funds from governments around the world to rebuild the town. The rebuilt town not only occupies a much larger area, but also attracts a large number of people who come to Rogtown to follow the trend and take advantage of the opportunity to make money. After months of construction, Rogtown has basically returned to its former prosperity and even reached a new level. In a small town, on one of the streets with less traffic, a shop with a blue gun and sword badge did not see as many people as other shops. Even the gangsters who collect protection money dare not stay here. Berry Arms Shop. The name of this shop is a shop established by the colonel of the Marine branch of Rogue Town, specializing in selling Marine and Impel City, obsolete or almost reaching the end of their useful life, some weapons and firearms, etc. A mere branch colonel may not have such great energy and strength, but have such courage to blatantly sell marine arms in this most important transportation hub in the East Daxia Sea. Even the eliminated arms cannot be sold privately by individuals. However, if there is a senior executive of Marine headquarters standing behind this person, that would be a different matter. That's right, this store was the one that was conveniently built in Tokai when Uchiha Madara came to Tokai to support Kakuzu's Dawn Chamber of Commerce. As for Uchiha Madara, who is a bold artist and holds a high position, he is just reselling arms, so there is nothing to fear. Not to mention the arms that were eliminated by Marine and Impel City, as long as the money is enough, even the ordnance and weapons used by Marine during his tenure can be sold. It's just that no one dared to mention it to Uchiha Madara. Today is different from the past. Muxue has passed the initial period of poverty. Naturally, there are no hard and fast rules for Uchiha Madara. Therefore, based on Uchiha Madara's pride, she would never do this kind of business. Don't you have money? Just bring it to you. For example, at that time, Makyuki just asked Uchiha Madara to come back to Kakuzu and get some small money at the same time. Advertisement originally, Muxue didn't expect to let Uncle Madara do business, so he just said it in passing. As a result, we did not expect that our unparalleled arrogant Madara uncle, single-handedly, would dominate the entire North Blue's strongest war group, Germa 66, and directly beat him to the ground. Willing to offer arms worth 2 billion belly, you know, the East Daxia Sea is not like North Blue, where the country is in turmoil all day long. In fact, excluding the pirate turmoil, the mere mountain bandits can more than rely on the national defense forces of various countries. Therefore, this batch of arms was eventually sold to the gangs in West Blue and some countries in North Blue. The price is much cheaper than selling it yourself. However, Uchiha Madara doesn't mind. Anyway, it's a waste of money, and he can earn whatever he earns. Besides, he doesn't need to take action himself. He only needs to make arrangements for the colonel of the branch to make arrangements. Therefore, he asked the colonel of that branch to arrange the subsequent arms provided by Germa 66. It was okay at first, but in the past 2 months, the greedy branch colonel always used various excuses to find reasons for the decrease in profits every month. Why is the world so peaceful that weapons cannot be sold at all? Otherwise, some weapons have been stored for a long time, become damp, become damaged, affect sales, etc. According to Uchiha Madara's temper, he should have just slapped him to death. However, due to the rush to build warships again, he was transferred back to the Marine headquarters from Impel Down under the world government. Because of such personal reasons, killing colleagues will ultimately have a bad impact. In addition, Uchiha Madara is a member of the East Daxia Sea Chamber of Commerce and Dawn of Dawn. Once something happens to him, it will directly affect Muxue's monthly revenue. Therefore, after learning about this situation, Muxue asked Kakuzu to handle the matter with full authority. As for Uchiha Madara, he only needs to be responsible for the pressure from the world government. That's right, the reason why this greedy Marine branch colonel dared to do this deal with Uchiha Madara was because he thought he had some connections among the world's government officials. Not knowing the strength of the world's strongest, he naively thought that the top officials of the world's government were the greatest power in the world. If Aizen and the others were not busy with other things, and the death of a high-ranking world government official for no reason would cause unnecessary alarm among the 5 elders, Muxue would have wanted Aizen to find an opportunity to kill this so-called high-ranking world government official. Killed. In order not to cause unnecessary offense, Makyuki could only ask a clone belonging to the pirate camp, or Hatake Sakumo, a professional killer, to find an opportunity to kill the high-ranking officials of the world's government. If it weren't for the fear of alarming IM in the Holy Land, Hatake Sakumo, who has countless shadow ninjas, would kill an ordinary person, which would be easy to do. Chapter 186. It makes people fascinated, makes people sink. It makes people desire, and makes people take desperate risks. Boom. Who are you? Don't you have hands? You can't knock on the door. There was an unexpected knock on the door, and the clerk, who was still lying in front of the counter reading the book, instantly softened. Although he softened, his heart hardened instantly. An unknown fire rose up from the clerk's heart and roared at the figure who kicked the door. As the nephew of the colonel of the Marine branch in Rog Town, he has had a lot of money since he became a clerk in this weapons shop. In addition, there were a bunch of big guys standing behind him, and he could barely carry them with his back, so he could only use his nostrils to look at them. Normally, no one comes to disturb me. Even if someone comes to buy goods, it is always in a respectful manner. Who would have thought that he would encounter this kind of thing when he was bored today and was going to read the latest little book? He didn't know if he would get hard after he softened, but he became furious in an instant. If he wasn't afraid that this guy who suddenly came to the door had some status, he would have killed him with a single shot. Where's Barry? I saw a man who was wrapped up tightly, with only a pair of green eyes exposed, walking in. Following him was a man wearing a black hat, a scope on his right eye, and a long gun in his left hand. You. Who are you? Why are you looking for my uncle? Hearing the slightly scary face of the other party, even the confident clerk couldn't help but tremble in his heart. Those green eyes were like hungry wolves looking for food, which made people's hair stand on end. Boom. Oh. The man in the black hat on the side, that is, Van Oka, shot the clerk in the right leg with an expressionless face, and then as if nothing had happened, he blew away the smoke from the gun muzzle as the bullet came out of the chamber. Call up. Kakuzu's seemingly emotionless eyes looked coldly at the clerk who was holding the wound and wailing in pain. There was a hint of coldness in his tone, which made the clerk who was sweating profusely in pain feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. Fight. Fight. Fight now. Bala Bala, with such a huge job, the most basic contact information, the phone bug, naturally needs to be carried with you. Hey, what's wrong? As soon as the phone was picked up, Barry's impatient voice came out. A quarter of an hour, weapons shop, advertisement. Before the clerk could speak, Kakuzu stretched out his hand, and strange black threads stretched out from his hand. He snatched the phone bug directly and said coldly. Varied. Bada. Before Barry could recover, Kakuzu hung up the phone. Then, Kakuzu glanced at Fanoka, who understood the situation, nodded, and dragged the clerk, who was wailing and begging for mercy, into the backyard of the weapons shop. Boom. Soon, with a crisp gunshot, all the sounds stopped abruptly. The world has regained its tranquility. Kakuzu pulled out the Bailey from the counter with a soft expression, feeling the rough texture brought by the Bailey. What a beautiful thing that fascinates, sinks, desires, and takes desperate risks. Smelling the unique smell of banknotes, Kakuzu couldn't help but squint his eyes and sighed. Fan Oka, who had a slight smell of blood, came out and looked at Kakuzu, who looked like a drug addict sitting in front of the stage. He bowed respectfully and stood in the shadows. He knew that Kakuzu in this state didn't like to be disturbed the most. The grass on the grave of the last guy who couldn't see was already higher than him. Boom. Who are you? Where is my nephew? Just when Kakuzu was immersed in the beauty brought by Bailey, he was interrupted by a sudden door breaking. Barry, who was wearing a marine officer's uniform, rushed to the weapons shop first with a few of his closest associates. Because he didn't know who was causing trouble, Barry didn't dare to ask for help, so he asked his men to bring over all the available marines from the marine branch in Rog Town. However, due to time issues, the large army had to wait for a while. Therefore, Barry prepared to use verbal offensive first to delay for a while. Kakuzu, who was interrupted, did not speak, but stared at Barry and the others gloomily with his green eyes that were as cold as a cold pool. Even Barry, who was the colonel of the branch, couldn't help but break into a cold sweat. Enter. Colonel, he seems to be the president of Dawn, the younger brother of Uchiha Madara. The cronies who were watching from the side immediately recognized who this person was after seeing Kakuzu's appearance, and whispered in Barry's ear cautiously. It turns out it's brother Kakuzu. They're all family members. Look, if you didn't tell me earlier, this was a joke. Advertisement. As soon as he heard the names of Uchiha Madara and Dawn, Barry instantly realized that they were coming to ask for money, and then said enthusiastically with a smile on his face. Let's go, brother Kakuzu, let me show you the specialties of our Rog Town. Barry originally thought it was a bad fight, but he didn't expect that his partner's relatives came to collect debts. Although letting some Bailey out made Barry feel a little bit pained, since everyone came to visit him, it was still somewhat interesting. The worst thing is, just appease this Uchiha Madara's younger brother. When the time comes, you will be miserable, so you can give less. Thinking of this, Barry looked familiar and was about to step forward to pull Kakuzu. There are always blind little bugs who think they are right. Kakuzu kicked away Barry, who was trying to kill him, and his tone was cold and mixed with a little disdain. How could a mere branch colonel be worthy of calling him a brother? You shameless guy, don't think that you are Uchiha Madara's younger brother, so I won't dare to touch you. Come on, teach him a lesson and let him know that in my territory, be it a dragon or a tiger, be honest with me, stay. Barry, who was kicked to the ground, pointed at Kakuzu and shouted in anger. After receiving the order, Marine immediately surrounded him. Well, before the Marines could take action, Kakuzu's arms fell off his body in an instant, and strange black threads came out one by one, wrapping around the necks of the Marines, causing their veins to bulge and their faces to turn red. Weird. Monster. Although Barry knew the legend of Devil Fruit, there were not so many Devil Fruit users in a small place like the East Daxia Sea. It was the first time that Barry saw such a strange ability. He collapsed to the ground in fright, and a foul smell filled his crotch. Waste. Originally, he was going to ask where Barry hid Bailey, but when he saw Barry P************** G himself, Kakuzu lost his mind in an instant. Looking at Kakuzu, who turned to leave, Barry, who was shaking all over, breathed a sigh of relief and said to himself with a twisted face, "Damn guy, don't let me find a chance." Boom. Before he could finish muttering, a gunshot sounded and he died with his eyes open. Knowing that his master hated this kind of filthy thing, he had no choice but to do it himself. Alive. Kakuzu takes action and never survives, Colonel Barry. The belated Marines looked at the red and yellow things on the ground, covered their mouths and noses, and exclaimed in shock. It was so good. Why did the person disappear? Chapter 187 never happened again. The death of Colonel Marine, even if it was just a branch colonel, was a high-profile matter. However, with the serious-faced Uchiha Madara and the equally indignant Senju Hashirama, they walked to the Fleet Admiral office with evidence of Barry's extensive corruption records, abuse of power, suppression, and even killing of civilians. Warring States was silent. Looking at Zephyr and Garp, who were eating senbei with nonchalant expressions, Sengoku sighed helplessly. It won't happen again. Just this sentence changed the story. It perfectly explains what it means to have someone in the DPRK do things easily. Of course, all this is based on the strength of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. Just like a piece of rubbish, who became a branch colonel by relying on his connections with the world government, and with the face of 2 future general candidates and 2 old friends, Warring States chose to sell the matter and no longer pursue the matter. After all, it's okay to say that Senju Hashirama has a very generous personality, so he won't do anything bad. However, it is hard to say about Uchiha Madara. Since he joined Marine, except for Senju Hashirama, it can be said that he has no friendship with anyone else. He keeps a straight face all day long, never speaks politely to anyone, and never holds back when facing pirates. It's simply a replica of Sakazuki, even more ruthless than Erza. At least Erza will still take care of her teammates. Sengoku was also worried that Uchiha Madara would be grudged because of this trivial matter. Thus the worst happens. After all, there are many people who betray Marine and become pirates. Gaspard, the former Major General of Marine Headquarters, Paramecia Malt Candy, robbed a warship during a cruise and defected to become a pirate. At the same time, he is also called Marine's biggest stain. Therefore, warring states did not want to pursue any insignificant matters. In this way, no one except Marine, the branch at the time, knew the real cause of Barry's death. They all thought it was just an attack by passing pirates. The smoker in the original work was also sent to Rogue Town in the East Daxia Sea to take up a post in advance. Although Barry's death was not important, the fact that he died so easily still aroused the vigilance of the warring states period. It doesn't matter if it was an insider who committed the crime this time. It would be terrible if pirates really cause trouble next time and the colonel in Rogue Town is still a weakling. Advertisement therefore, this time the warring states period sent Smoker to take up the post, and by the way, he was also tempered and allowed to change his bad temper. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. Through Uchiha Madara's perspective, Makyuki understands Sengoku's attitude towards this kind of thing. In general, small punishments and big warnings are insignificant. After all, that branch colonel is not a good bird, it is just a disaster caused by a pure exchange of interests. As the fleet admiral of the Marine Corps, Sengoku would not have a dispute with Uchiha Madara over this trivial matter. Sure enough, strength is the only thing. Muxue sat on the bow of the boat and said something with emotion. Originally, he didn't want Kakuzu to kill people directly, after all, he was also a colonel of the Marine branch. If Muxue really wanted him to die quietly, there were plenty of ways, so why choose such an outrageous method? Muxue's original intention was to let Kakuzu, who happened to be out, go and warn the branch colonel. After all, with Aizen's help, that pile of information is enough to keep him from turning over. As for the senior official of the government in that world, his next course of action has been figured out, and he is about to be killed. As a result, Kakuzu may have misunderstood and killed the branch colonel directly. However, it doesn't matter. It just so happens that with this opportunity, Muxue should be able to know the status of Hashirama and others in the hearts of the warring states period. Now it seems to be pretty good. Thinking of this, Muxue pulled out a smile. 1 year is enough to influence Marine Fleet Admiral's judgment. Perhaps, it won't be long before the mysterious veil of the world's government is revealed. Donghai, Kokoja Village, in an orange grove. Nami, where have you been? Come over quickly and help pick oranges. Today is the day when those big businessmen come to the island to harvest oranges. A slender woman wearing a plaid shirt, with long dark red hair, holding a women's cigarette in her mouth, shouted into the empty bedroom. Judging from the bulging veins on her forehead and the aura of shouting with her hands on her hips, we knew that she was not in a very beautiful mood right now. Advertisement, Nagagao, have you seen that little girl Nami? Seeing Nuo Kagao holding a basket of oranges and shivering beside him, Belmir suppressed the anger in his heart and asked. I didn't see it. Nami disappeared early, in the morning. Belmir, don't be angry. I don't know whether it was because Belmir's aura was too intimidating or because he felt guilty for lying. Nuo Kagao, who had dark skin, blushed slightly and lowered his head, not daring to look at Belmir. Fortunately, Belmir, who was in a rage, didn't pay attention to these small details of Nojigao, he just thought he had scared her. It's okay, I'm not angry, you go and put the oranges away first. I'll pick some more while it's still early. Belmir leaned down, gently rubbed Nokigao's little blue-haired head, and comforted him in a slow voice. Seeing that Belmir was no longer angry, Nojigao breathed a sigh of relief, held a basket full of oranges, and threw it out of the yard. Kwang. Call. Nuoki put the basket on the trolley with great effort, and then wiped the sweat from her forehead. Because the family is not rich, all expenses are obtained from the oranges in this yard. Nuo Kagao, who has been sensible since childhood, also started to attack early. Although she is not particularly tall due to nutritional problems, she is also a good worker. In addition to the effort required to carry the oranges, even Belmir can't compare to them when it comes to picking oranges. Of course, this is limited to oranges that grow relatively low. Let's go early, and I can buy you some new clothes. Belmir came over carrying 2 baskets of oranges and said something to Nojigao. If that girl Nami doesn't apologize to me properly this time, I'm going to make her butt blossom. Belmir, who was walking on the road, looked at the oranges with the same hair color as Nami, and couldn't help but think of Nami who sneaked out and stopped doing farm work and muttered dissatisfiedly. This time, you can't plead for that girl. No matter what, I will give her a good education. At the end, Belmir seemed to have remembered something, and complained to Nokagao, who was silent at the side. Ever since the 2 girls became sensible, every time Nami made a mistake, it was Noki who stood up and took the responsibility. Coupled with the 2 little girls, who showed their big watery eyes every time that they knew they were wrong, Belmir would relent again and again. Now, Nami has become even more presumptuous, sneaking out without even saying a word. It's really abominable. Nothing can be forgiven this time. Chapter 188. Never give up chasing your dreams. Kokoja Village. Big Bazaar. It is said to be a big market, but in fact, it is just a temporary small market. Since the dawn of dawn, it has united the chambers of commerce of many island countries. Not only does it facilitate various chambers of commerce to sell their unique goods, but it also facilitates the purchase of materials among residents of various islands. For example, in the previous Kokoja village, the oranges collected in the village were handed over to the merchants who came to receive the goods. But sometimes, merchants arrive early or late, causing many people's oranges to be unsold or rotten. In addition, merchants will not take away all the oranges every time, but will only select some oranges with relatively better quality. Even because it is an exclusive business, there will be situations where prices are lowered. In order to make more money from selling, many residents will choose to go out to sea alone to sell in the neighboring town of Rog. Although you can earn more, sailing on the sea is risky after all, and there may even be some damage, so your work may be in vain. But things are different now. The Dawn Chamber of Commerce is a very large Chamber of Commerce alliance that spans most of the East Daxia Sea. In the middle of every month, the Chamber of Commerce's cargo ships will sail to islands with small towns to collect and sell goods. Then, depending on the distance to the next island, you will stay for 3 to 7 days, so as to maximize the transactions on each island without delaying the voyage to the next island. It is worth mentioning that there is not one merchant ship, but several ships traveling in parallel. First, multiple ships can help each other and better resist some small pirate groups. Secondly, multiple ships can also enrich the types of goods and collect more goods. Thirdly, Muxue can also enjoy the special delicacies from all over the East Daxia Sea without leaving home. As for whether you would make less money, Muxue didn't care at all. If he was really short of money, he would have to loot the gold from the sky. The consumption level of Donghai could only be said to be a steady stream. Of course, there is more than one fleet like this. Kakuzu divided them into multiple fleets according to different types of cargo. Then, sail in a circular manner in an end-to-end manner, which ensures that each island will experience a small market within 3 months. It not only solves the difficulty of individual island residents sailing, but also helps the Chamber of Commerce to make a steady stream of money. With the circulation of goods, people's quality of life has improved a lot, so much so that the frequency of pirates' voyages in the East Daxia Sea has dropped significantly recently. In fact, many small countries treat Dawn of Dawn Chamber of Commerce as honored guests, giving them the green light and not daring to show any slights. As for whether it's to give Uchiha Madara a face, I don't know. Take a look, these farm tools are made by the top craftsmen of Shimotsuki Island, ensuring that you can turn over the soil effortlessly. Advertisement, Boss potatoes, roasted sweet potatoes are sweet, delicious and delicious. After eating one, I want to buy 3. Pork leg meat, comes from the wild boar unique to the kingdom of Goa. It has a delicious burned aroma and is golden and crispy. The bustling hawking sounds are endless. The whole market is full of lively, noisy, but happy atmosphere. You know, at this time last year, everyone was still taking risks to sell oranges alone. Ouch, I'm sorry, uncle, I didn't mean it. A little girl with orange hair holding a blueprint sat on the ground, rubbing her butt and saying embarrassedly. Because she was holding the drawing and a little excited, she didn't see the road clearly and accidentally bumped into a passerby. Fine. Kakuzu, who showed a pair of green eyes, was about to bend down to pick up the scattered drawings on the ground, when his expression suddenly stopped. Little girl, where did these charts come from? Kakuzu looked at these charts carefully and found that the level of detail of these drawings was no less than those drawn by the navigators he recruited. Although the level of those navigators is indeed average. These charts were all drawn by me, isn't that awesome? Nami, who was still rubbing the sore spot, immediately said proudly when she heard someone was surprised by the sea chart she drew. Did you draw it? Kakuzu glanced at the carrot head that was less than half the size of himself suspiciously, his tone full of surprise. May I have your name? My name is Nami, and my dream is to map the world. Hearing the question from the strange-looking uncle in front of him, Nami's eyes seemed to have stars in her eyes and she shouted loudly. Nami, what are you doing here? At this moment, Belmir's roar came from afar. Nami was so frightened that she quickly picked up the scattered charts and tried to find a place to hide. Advertisement. After looking around and finding nowhere to hide, Nami had no choice but to look pitifully and beg Kakuzu for help. Damn girl, you sneaked out to play when you were so busy, why don't I teach you a lesson? Belmir, holding a cigarette in his mouth, rushed over in a menacing manner. Ma'am, please calm down. Seeing Belmir's expression of wanting to eat someone, and at the signal from Kakuzu's eyes, Fanoka, who was following behind him, stood up and stopped him. Who are you? Belmir asked with some vigilance as Kakuzu, who didn't look like a good person, and Vanoka, who looked pale and weak, looked at each other. My subordinate, Fanoka, is the bodyguard of the president of Dawn Chamber of Commerce. This is the president of Dawn Chamber of Commerce, Lord Kakuzu. A brief self-introduction made Belmir calm down. Dawn. That was a famous large chamber of commerce in the East Daxia Sea. It is also a very kind-hearted chamber of commerce, which has benefited countless island villages and towns. It turns out to be President Kakuzu. I'm really sorry. My name is Belmir, and this girl is my daughter. I'm really sorry for causing you trouble. Looking at Nami, who was hiding behind Kakuzu and making faces at him, Belmir glared at her fiercely and then apologized. It doesn't matter, this little girl Nami is very cute, and judging from the nautical charts she drew, her sailing talent is very extraordinary. I plan to bring her to our headquarters for professional training, what do you think? Kakuzu was in a good mood and spoke a rare speech. In fact, Kakuzu, as the president of a large chamber of commerce, appeared here in person just to find the little girl that Muxue said had extremely powerful sailing talent, Nami. Otherwise, how could he come to a small village in person when he had nothing to do? Really? Does this girl Nami really have talent? But, hearing the praise from the big man in front of him, Belmir was overjoyed at first, but hesitant at the same time. After all, his family may not be able to afford the high tuition fees, but Belmir didn't want Nami to lose this opportunity. This girl has liked to study these things since she was sensible. For the sake of her child's dream, she will support it even if it means selling everything. No problem, Nami, feel free to go. You don't have to worry about Bailey. Belmer held Nami in his arms, looking like you were relieved. Well, Ms. Bellemeyer, you may have misunderstood. You don't have to pay for the training of Nami. On the contrary, according to the welfare policy of our Chamber of Commerce, capable people can enjoy better treatment, such as, we can purchase your oranges at the highest price in the market, so you can rest assured. At Kakuzu's signal, the aloof sniper Vanoka once again acted as the commentator. Chapter 189 The Genius Navigator was conquered by me. Ah, really, that's great. After hearing Vanoka's explanation, Bellemeyer shouted excitedly. In addition to being excited, he gave Kakuzu a big hug. In this regard, the cold-hearted Mr. Kakuzu did not react at all, and Belmer, who came back to his senses, was not as embarrassed as an ordinary girl. Although Belmer was a real young lady, her days at Marine had made her completely ignore the fact that she was a woman. In other words, the burden of family pressure has made her no longer consider these details. If it hadn't been for the war and she adopted these two little guys out of kindness, she might still be working in Marine. Nami, what do you think? After regaining consciousness, Bellemeyer suddenly remembered that Nami was only 9 years old. At such a young age, she would be a little uneasy if she had to leave home to study. Therefore, if Nami refuses, Belmer won't say anything. At worst, he will be tired and buy more books for her then. I do, Belmer, I know you have suffered a lot for us, so I'm not afraid. After hearing the benefits mentioned by Vanoka, Nami, who was still a little hesitant, was instantly relieved. The reason why she came out with the chart today was to exchange some money with the Dawn Chamber of Commerce. A few months ago, when the Chamber of Commerce came for the first time, they left a long-term task of acquiring sea charts. This is also a way for Kakuzu to find Nami. Instead of searching aimlessly, it is better to let her find her on her own. Now it seems that it is just right. Don't worry, ships will come to Kokoja village every few months. If you feel homesick, you can visit each other for free. This is also one of the benefits of our merchants. Looking at the scene in front of him, Vanoka interjected. Although he didn't understand the emotions between the mother and daughter, he felt it was necessary to mention it. At least, Kakuzu's approving eyes showed that he was doing the right thing. President Kakuzu, I wonder when you will set off? Although he had made up his mind, Belmer was still very reluctant to leave Nami suddenly. In addition, he had not said goodbye to Nokagawa yet, so Belmer wanted to ask about the specific departure time. 3 days later, Kakuzu pondered for a moment. Since it was a task assigned by Muxue, he must complete it to the maximum extent. So he was willing to wait a moment before he could set off with the caravan. Then I'll take this girl home first, and then I'll send her here. Advertisement Belmer breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that he wasn't leaving immediately, then picked up Nami, said a hasty word to Kakuzu, and left. Kakuzu-sama, don't you want to go shopping? Vanoka glanced at Kakuzu, who turned around and walked toward the ship, and asked with some confusion. Back to the ship. Kakuzu glanced at Vanoka and said calmly. Evening. In the orange grove. Belmer rarely cooked a large table of dishes. Wow, why did you eat so well today? Nuochi sat high on the chair, looking at so many delicious foods in front of her, and shouted excitedly. Because the aroma permeated the entire yard, Nuochi Gao still reached out to wipe her saliva from time to time. After all these years, only on her and Nami's birthday, the day Belmer picked them up, would they eat so well. Why are you so rich all of a sudden today? Did you earn a lot from selling oranges today? Nuoki screamed. Belmer, why did you eat so well today? What, are you happy with your meal? Belmer did not answer directly, but just asked a question. Happy, but if Belmer smiled, I would be even happier. Nokagawa put a piece of meat into Belmer's bowl and said seriously to her. Belmer, who was still looking a little sad at first, burst out laughing. You girl. You are much more sensible than that little girl Nami. No way, I am also very powerful. Nami, who was busy cooking rice, raised his head and said dissatisfiedly when he heard Belmer complaining about him. After eating 2 mouthfuls of food in silence, Belmer was still a little worried. He told Nami earnestly. Nami, you have to take care of yourself when you go out. Remember to eat on time. If you feel homesick, come back. You are the best at home. 1 bite. Well, I will, and you and Nokagawa should take care of yourselves too. Hearing Belmer's words, Nami had tears in her eyes, and she sniffed hard to prevent the tears from falling. Nami has grown up under the care of Belmer since she was sensible. Although there are occasional minor frictions, these are all manifestations of the closeness between family members. Now, she is going to study far away alone, and she always feels excited, scared, nervous, and a little reluctant to give up. Advertisement in short, the emotions are very complicated and difficult to express. Alas! Nami is leaving. Why? Only Nuokagawa, who was still kept in the dark, let out an exclamation. I forgot to tell you. Belmer, who had been worried about Nami, suddenly remembered that he had forgotten to tell Nokagawa about this, and scratched the tip of his nose in embarrassment. It's too much, but Nami, you must take care of yourself. The Grand Line, the waters around the Sabaody Islands. A pirate ship with a pirate flag pattern was slowly heading towards the Sabaody Islands. There is nothing fancy about the pirate flag and skull symbol of this pirate group, only 2 red dots between the eyebrows. Captain, it's bad, our ship has been invaded by thieves, and all the Baileys in the warehouse are missing. Lorraine hurriedly twisted around and ran out, speaking urgently to Kimimaro who was sitting quietly at the bow of the boat. Besides Bailey? Kimimaro didn't even blink his eyelids, he still had the same indifferent expression, and asked indifferently. Except Bailey. It seems like everyone is here? Seeing Kimimaro's calm expression as if the mountain had collapsed, Lorraine was a little confused and replied hesitantly. I was too anxious just now and didn't look carefully. Now that I think about it carefully, it seems that except for the big bag of cash, there is no shortage of other gold, silver, jewelry, antique calligraphy and paintings, etc. It's really strange. In terms of value, that pack of Baileys is not as valuable as the boxes of treasures next to it. Lorraine, who was a little puzzled, scratched his head and felt a little at a loss. You ran out last time, right? After a long time, Kimimaro glanced back at Luo Lin and said something faintly. I'm going to cook first. Looking at Lorraine who was a little confused and running away, Kimimaro couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth slightly. As for whether Bailey was stolen or spent by Lorraine, who knows? Chapter 190 Captain, do you think I'm handsome? Thank you for the extra flowers like my avatar. Damn Uchiha Madara, damn Marine, and that damn businessman, they even dared to touch my people. I must file a lawsuit against them with the 5 elders. On a standard warship unique to the world government, a short old man with white hair shouted angrily. This person is the patron of Colonel Barry of the Marine branch. Sir, there is a pirate ship ahead, should we avoid it? Just as the short old man was furious, a subordinate in a black suit came over. When government officials around the world travel, they are not only driven by warships, but also accompanied by CP agents as escorts. Of course, these CP agents are not elite talents like CP0 or CP9. In fact, the agents who can be sent as bodyguards for these officials are all mediocre people. After all, whoever is capable would be a bodyguard for these officials who look good but actually mean nothing. Not only will there be no benefits, but there may also be accidents. For example, just after they left the Sabaldi Islands, they encountered a pirate ship. Snapped. What are you trying to avoid? It's just a pirate ship. Fire it, fire it. The angry little old man couldn't stand this kind of grievance, so he stepped forward and slapped the agent in black suit. If he ran away when he saw a pirate, wouldn't it be a loss of face for him? Yes. The agent who was slapped did not dare to talk back, so he could only retreat quickly to convey the order. Boom. Boom. I don't know whether it was because of the distance or the lack of strength of the people on the ship, but in short, none of these shells hit the pirate ship. As the pirate ship got closer and closer, even the agents on the ship were a little busy. After all, they are not the kind of elites trained at CP0 headquarters. In other words, being not much better than ordinary people is the norm for these ordinary agents. There are only a few people with talent and strength after all. Hey, you guys are really going too far. I haven't even finished my meal yet, so you guys are bothering me. Lorraine jumped onto the world government's standard warship and said in a somewhat unkind tone. Damn pirates, this is the warship of the world's government, get out of here if you don't want to die. Perhaps frightened by Lorraine's performance, an agent stood up tremblingly and threatened with a stern expression. World government? Lousy is a pirate. Lorraine dug her ears with her little finger, pretending to be disdainful. Then, Lorraine's body instantly expanded and turned into a huge titanoboa, easily killing everyone on the warship. Well, including that little old man. Advertisement. Under Lorraine's flick, he was crushed to pieces before he even had time to reveal his identity. Captain, am I handsome just now? I've wanted to shout in that pretentious tone for a long time. I feel very powerful, ha 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 ha. After finishing the battle, Lorraine, like a big child, ran to Kimimaro to show off, looking as if he was stunningly handsome. Kimimaro looked at Lorraine's stupid look and said nothing, he just pointed at his head, then shook his head and turned back to the cabin. What do you mean? Do you mean I'm smart? Lorraine scratched her head in confusion and muttered to herself uncertainly. No, Captain, please say something. Lorraine, who was confused, quickly followed. It's me. Hey, don't do it. I'm hiding. I can't hit you. No, Captain, it really hurts. New World, Swarovski Island. Happy Town. Under the shade of a tree. Ho, ho. So tired. Bebo, who was carrying a basket of large stones, leaned against the tree and complained breathlessly. Because of the profuse sweating, the white hair on Bebo's body was stuck together, looking like a drowned dog, very embarrassed. Luo, shoo. Take a rest, I'm so tired. Bebo, who was gasping for breath, looked at him with pitiful and helpless eyes. Next to him, Luo, who was also sweating and his clothes were soaked with sweat, begged pitifully. Bebo, you are a bear. Luo stood on the grass under the shade of the trees, looking at Bebo with a look of hatred for steel. What you are saying is that you are a strong bear, how can you not do this little exercise? But, according to the lifespan of fur people, I'm still a child. Seeing Luo's look of despising him, Bebo felt as aggrieved as a 2-meter-old baby. For a moment, Luo didn't know how to refute. I'm really convinced by you. Let's take a break secretly and don't let Teacher Bell find out. Looking at Bebo's pitiful look, Luo rubbed his trembling legs and waved his hands helplessly. Advertisement, yeah, don't worry, Teacher Bell will definitely be exercising at the other side of the waterfall and won't find us. After hearing Luo's words, Bebo instantly became energetic and confidently expressed his inference. After all, Bell also has his own training plan and cannot keep an eye on them all the time. Therefore, if you relax for a while, you won't be discovered. Is it? A low voice sounded from the tree crown above Bebo's head. Boom. After a loud noise, a giant bear with gray hair jumped down from the tree. Bay. Mr. Bayer. Why are you here? Bebo asked in disbelief. Bell should be exercising alone at this time. Bell usually asked Luo to supervise the morning exercises, but why did he suddenly follow him today? Why, you're surprised that I'm here. Why don't you stand up for me? Look at you, you're such a bear. You've grown 2 meters tall in vain. Bell grabbed Beppo by the back of his neck and lifted him up, looking so vicious that Beppo was so frightened that he burst into tears. Ooh, I'm sorry, Teacher Bell, I was wrong, please spare me. Bebo, who was dragged into the air, held Bell's arms with both hands, and his 2 calves kept falling, crying and begging for mercy. The whole scene can be said to make those who hear it sad and those who see it cry. Well, it's a little funny, at least that's what it looked like looking at Luo Na's expression trying to hold back his laughter. After all, the snow-white, furry Bebo shrinks into a ball in midair, it's really cute. At least, compared to Bell, the fierce-looking martial arts bear master whose body is mainly black and gray, Bebo is definitely a representative of harmlessness for humans and animals. HMPH, don't talk nonsense, follow me, the last one to arrive, go back and I will practice alone with him. Bell looked at Bebo's appearance and didn't say anything. Character is something that cannot be regained in a day or two. Perhaps only strong strength can make Bebo confident. At least, that's what Bell thought. Teacher Bell, what's the matter? Luo asked curiously while following Bell's pace. Bell was the most ascetic person Luo had ever seen. At least in terms of training, he was definitely a ruthless person. Every day before dawn, I would go to meditate on the smooth and round boulders under the waterfall and start the day's practice. At noon, he would swim into the sea to box, and he could only be seen at the dinner table in the evening. Only at this time was Bell teaching them and also arranging the exercise plan for the next day. Therefore, unless there are unexpected circumstances, Bell rarely goes back to the town. Chapter 191. It's better to be a little older than me, he. Dr. Wolf ducked down and asked me to help him go to town to buy some things. Otherwise, I wouldn't have known that this guy Bebo actually dared to sneak around. Having said this, Bell turned back and glared at Bebo fiercely. Bebo was so frightened that he shrank his neck and staggered. Fortunately, Luo on the side helped Bebo in time, so he didn't fall. Because he was caught red-handed, Bebo did not dare to explain anything. He could only follow Bell quietly like a kitten. Following Bell's pace, the 3 of them quickly arrived at Happy Town. Unlike Bell, whose breathing rate was not disturbed, Luo and Bebo were sweating profusely from their morning jog while carrying heavy weights. Under the pressure of Bell's momentum, he had no choice but to follow Bell's speed and gritted his teeth. As a result, when they arrived at Happy Town, the 2 of them collapsed to the ground almost exhausted, and they didn't even have the energy to speak. It is worth mentioning that Luo stumbled deliberately at the end, allowing Bebo to reach it first. Naturally, this little trick couldn't be hidden from Bell, who is a martial arts bear master. So, you 2 go back and practice more together. Oh, what? Do you have any opinions? Looking at Bell's serious face, Bebo's bare head shook like a rattle from side to side. Bebo thought he could escape, but ended up falling into Bell's clutches. Bebo feels like a dead tree at dusk, his whole life is dark. Cheer up. You're crying like crazy. Seeing Bebo's dejected look, Bell wished he could give him a set of water jets to keep him refreshed. However, considering Bebo's seemingly huge but actually slightly weak body, Bell still endured it. It would be embarrassing if he were not careful and killed the only one of his kind so far. Okay, just wait here. Bell glanced at the 2 people who really had no strength and did not force them to get up. Seeing Bell turn around and enter the town, Bebo quietly moved to Luo and whispered, Luo, is it really useful for us to practice like this? It feels like there is no change. As he said that, Bebo seemed to have thought of something. He rubbed the increasingly hard muscles on his stomach in frustration, and said aggrievedly, I feel that the meat on my stomach is almost gone. Without a soft belly, will it be possible in the future? Will the female bear like me? Woo 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 woo, advertisement. Originally, Luo was still listening carefully to Bebo's troubles and thinking about how to comfort him. As a result, Bebo's words became more and more outrageous, and he directly changed the original topic to the female bear. Hearing this, Luo's head was full of black threads. You guy. Luo originally wanted to complain, but when he saw Bebo rubbing his belly, he sighed helplessly, made an expression as if he was defeated, and said nothing. Woo, I'm not kidding, Luo, from now on I will just be like Mr. Bell, a single bear pursuing martial arts. I don't want it, that kind of life is too pitiful, I want to be with a beautiful woman she bear tai. Seeing Luo's expression of incomprehension, Bebo continued to cry, and even deliberately pulled out Bell, who looked like a bachelor for 10,000 years, to emphasize that he was not joking, but was thinking quite seriously. It was Bebo's look, thinking seriously about the mother bear, that left Luo speechless. When I was just training, I even said I was a baby bear. Now that I'm resting, I'm starting to emphasize finding the female bear again. It's really off the mark, aren't you still a baby? Why are you so anxious? Seeing Bebo crying more and more vigorously, Luo couldn't bear it anymore, so he gave Bebo a big PSI fight. Although Bebo didn't know what made Luo angry, Bebo still apologized skillfully. Because I haven't come out of my low mood yet, I apologized intermittently while wiping the snot bubbles from my nose. For those who don't know, I would think that Luo is some kind of delinquent who is bullying the children here. Oh, forget it, don't cry, I will definitely find you a female bear in the future, that's all. Looking at Bebo, who looked resigned and aggrieved, Luo remembered the pitiful look when he first met him. Bebo was clearly nearly 2 meters tall at first, but he was bullied by two little guys, Shachi and Peijin. He could only hold his head and cry. I really don't know why among the dignified for bear tribe there's a guy who is more timid than a rabbit. The problem is, rabbits still know how to run, while Bebo can do nothing but cry on the spot. Really? You must find someone who is soft and beautiful, it's best. It's better to be a little older than me, hee. After hearing Luo's words, Bebo stopped sobbing and instead began to make serious requests to Luo. At the end of the sentence, I don't know if he thought of something good, but Bebo started to laugh. Coupled with its super big snot bubbles, it feels like a big fool. You guys are really hopeless. Looking at Bebo, who had stopped feeling sad and was immersed in beautiful fantasy, Luo helplessly covered his face and complained feebly. Advertisement, it seems that training makes you very happy, Bebo. Just when Bebo was immersed in longing for the future, a faint deep voice reached its ears. Hiss. The alluring figure in Bebo's mind instantly expanded into a giant bear nearly 3 meters tall and covered in black and gray. It was so frightened that it couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air and tremble all over. Seeing Bebo's frightened and uncomfortable expression after he came to his senses, the corners of Luo's mouth couldn't help but curl up. Teacher Bell, are you done so quickly? Looking at Bell with nothing in his hand, Luo asked with some confusion. After all, judging from the time, even including the time he spent chatting with Bebo, it only lasted more than 10 minutes. Such a quick time should not be enough for Bell to complete the purchase of materials. I just had a sudden whim and had a bad premonition, so I ran back to see you two first. Bell glanced at the curious Luo and explained in a calm tone. With a pure heart, top-notch knowledge, color and domineering power, Bell, who listens to the sounds of all things, can be said to be outstanding in terms of perception. Therefore, Bell believed in his intuition or sixth sense. Since you have a premonition that something bad will happen, it must be that there is a problem with yourself or the people around you that you recognize. And Bell is in a peaceful, happy town. In addition, he has many skills, combined with various increased buffs and explosive skills. Under normal circumstances, there will never be any big crisis. As long as he is not a master of pure physical skills like Garp, even the 3 marine generals will have a hard time retaining him. Even facing Bell, who has the magical ability to stand up, he might even be hit hard. Clone. Martial Arts Bear Master Level, 13. Experience. 1,639,100 Strength. A. Ordinary General. Physique. S. Candidate for General. Agility. B+, Top School Officer. Spirit. B+, reduces the impact of Conqueror's Haki. Will. C+, increases own Conqueror's domineering power. Attribute points. 0 abilities. Fur Clan Bloodline Bear Fur, cannot be upgraded. Characteristics Invisible Fist, cannot be upgraded. Storm's Choice, cannot be upgraded. Combo Flow Water Continuous Strike. Advanced. 1-hit Flow Dark Strike. Intermediate, Bodybuilding. Intermediate, Hold On. Elementary, Heart of Innocence, cannot be upgraded. Receive Magic. Elementary, Violent Blood, cannot be upgraded. See, Hear, Color and Dominance. Listen to the voice of all things. Awakening. Chapter 192, Wolf-Hearted and Dog-Lunged, on a whim? Regarding Bell's words, Luo said to himself in his heart, somewhat incomprehensible. After all, the world of pirates is all about real guns and real swords, direct and head-on battles. It's just that there are a few more strange devil fruit abilities, which may cause some deviations in the battle. But generally it's a head-on confrontation. Therefore, Luo was a little confused about Bell, who did things purely by feeling, but he didn't ask any more questions. As a strong man, Bell must have a reason for what he does. Just because he doesn't know, it doesn't mean that others are wrong. It just means that he hasn't reached that level yet, so he may not understand. Let's go back and see Dr. Wolf and the two little guys first. Bell narrowed his eyes slightly, looked in the direction he came from, left a sentence, and left directly. This. Bebo looked at Luo, with a little confusion in his eyes. Follow up quickly. Fortunately, Luo reacted very quickly. After speaking to Bebo, he didn't care about the weight, directly exerted force on his legs, and quickly followed in the direction Bebo left. Wait for me. Seeing Bell and Luo leaving, Bebo ignored them and followed them with his short legs. In the forest, in a small wooden house. This is also the residence that Wolf built in the woods after taking Luo and others to Happy Town. Because he loves invention and construction, there are always various noises, so Wolf chose such a remote place in order not to disturb the residents of Happy Town. Originally, today, as usual, Wolf was carefully debugging a closed cylindrical object. As a result, an uninvited guest suddenly broke in. Old guy, long time no see, advertisement. A frivolous voice reached Wolf's ears. Although he hadn't seen him for more than 10 years, he still recognized the identity of the person at once. Buck, the captain of the Buck Pirates, was also his biological son. Old guy, after all these years, he still only knows how to poke holes in these rags. With a look of contempt, Buck stepped forward and patted this yellow cylindrical object. If you just come back to take a look, you can get out now. If you come back to ask me for money, you won't get a cent. Wolf's eyelids were slightly raised, and his wrinkled face showed a rare serious expression. It was obvious that he didn't like to see his biological son. Boom. I don't want to talk nonsense to you. Although you have made a lot of scraps over the years, you have still made a lot of money. Get them all out to me quickly. Don't force me to do it. Buck patted it hard. The yellow cylindrical object in front of him made a sizzling sound, and a visible palm print appeared on it. Wolf was not surprised by this scene, because he knew that Buck was a user with the ability to dissolve the paramecia fruit. Not to mention dissolving the thing in front of you, if used to the extreme, it can even dissolve conceptual things, such as the human heart. People who have been touched by Buck and whose heart has been dissolved will die immediately if it is not removed within 24 hours. The method to remove it is also very simple, just knock Buck unconscious. If you don't have money, you will die. Wolf also knew that with his old bones, he would definitely not be able to defeat the strong men in front of him, so he simply did not struggle and directly grabbed the little Mazza beside him and sat there carelessly, looking like he was at his mercy. You stubborn old stubborn, I'll slap you to death. Buck made a furious look on his face, ducked to Wolf's side, and then swung down violently. Unexpectedly, Wolf didn't even blink, and just looked at Buck coldly. Boom. Zilla Zilla, advertisement. A small corroded pit appeared on the ground behind Wolf. If Buck hadn't changed direction in time, the slap would have hit Wolf's skull. At that time, it is estimated that the gods will come and there will be no way to save it. Old guy, you are still so stubborn. Let me tell you, you won't give it to me. It doesn't matter. I saw it when I came here. This small town called Happy Town is really a nice place. Buck put away his vicious look and turned to a smiling look, his tone full of pride. You be asterisk 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 D. Are you going to let what happened back then happen again? Hearing Buck's words, Wolf instantly recalled that after Buck was defeated by the Grand Line for the first time, in order to make a comeback, he ruthlessly burned down the hometown that had raised him for 20 years. From then on, Wolf, who completely recognized Buck's appearance, broke off with him and had nothing to do with him anymore. Who would have thought that Buck would appear in front of him today holding his own life sheet? There is even an expression that says, if you don't obey, then I will let the tragedy happen again. This gave Wolf the urge to kill him immediately, but unfortunately the old and frail Wolf was really powerless. Of course, I can also spare this poor town, as long as you tell me where the legendary treasure buried on Swallow Island is. You don't want this happy town that was rebuilt after the disaster to repeat the same mistakes because of your selfishness. Destroy it once. Seeing that Wolf was interested in compromising, Buck gave up and directly stated his intention. The treasures of Swarovski Island. This is Buck's real purpose. As for Wolf's inheritance, it is only a few dollars. Wolf, who has been engaged in messy mechanical research all year round, doesn't have much money at all. Even this so-called happy town is still in the era of bartering. The few Baileys are used to buy news or things that cannot be produced independently on the island. In addition, this is a rebuilt town, and all the previous wealth has been plundered, and there is no money left. Therefore, Buck's real goal is the legendary treasure buried on Swallow Island. However, Buck, who didn't know the specific location of the treasure, had no choice but to ask his father for help. Although he looked down upon Wolf, he had to admit that Wolf's inventive talent was quite good. In fact, they got evidence during the voyage and discovered that the treasure on Swallow Island did exist. They originally planned to come back and search for the treasure after conquering the Grand Line. As a result, they encountered an unexpected situation where an unknown object fell from the sky. Chapter 193. The heart is the way. I knew you be asterisk 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 D couldn't come to me for no reason. Hearing Buck's words, Wolf breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it doesn't harm the residents on the island. As for the so-called treasure, Wolf is not interested. He is already quite old and has enjoyed everything he should enjoy. Apart from inventing and creating, he has no other hobbies. The few wishes are that this happy town can continue to be happy and joyful, and that they can also live happily. What do you want me to do? Wolf said coldly. Although Buck came to look for treasure, Wolf was still disgusted by Buck's various behaviors. Old guy, build me an instrument to find this thing. Ignoring Wolf's cold expression, Buck casually took out an oval, pebble-like orange object from his arms. But from the outside, it looks like an opaque amber. Wolf took this piece, not knowing the specific material. It feels smooth and delicate, and looks like a beautiful piece of art. What's this? Wolf put on his glasses and looked at it for a moment, then asked with some confusion. He had studied in the city of the future for a period of time and thought he was quite accomplished in the field of materials, but this strange, stone-like thing seemed to be the first time he had seen it. How do I know? If I want to know, what do I need from you? Buck curled his lips and spread his hands, as if he were stupid. When Wolf heard this, he glanced at Buck and did not speak again. Instead, he brought this strange object to the laboratory. Be prepared to study this thing carefully. Hey, old guy, can you do it? I advise you not to play tricks, otherwise, haha. Buck didn't say anything else. But anyone with a discerning eye knows that Buck must have evil intentions. Advertisement, afraid? If you're anxious, do it yourself. Seeing Buck's anxious look, Wolf acted as if the old god was there. After knowing that Buck's real target was the rumored treasure, Wolf was not in a hurry. Because, if Buck wants to make a comeback in a short time, relying only on the 3 melons and 2 dates in Happy Town is simply insignificant. Only by finding the legendary treasure hidden on Swallow Island, which contains a lot of wealth, can Buck realize his ambition. Therefore, the confident Wolf became the more stable party. You. Buck, who was retorted by Wolf, pointed angrily at Wolf, but couldn't say anything for a long time. In the end, he could only step aside and cursed in an incompetent and furious voice. Damn it, old man. Please keep quiet or get out of the laboratory and don't disturb me. Seeing that Buck was indeed under his control, Wolf was not polite and directly issued an order to expel him. HMPH, I advise you not to play tricks, otherwise, even if I don't want the treasure, I will still make you look good. Buck, who was choked, looked gloomy and threatened in a harsh tone. Seeing that Buck was getting a little emotional, Wolf didn't provoke him anymore. He just turned around silently and closed the door to keep him out. Captain Buck, can this old man do it? The younger brother on the side asked with some confusion. Snapped. He can't do it, but you can. If you can find it, go look for it and tell me what to say. Buck, who was already on the verge of an explosion, was immediately annoyed by the younger brother's casual question. He went up to him and started a fierce fight, beating the younger brother for a moment. Watch this old guy for me, don't let him play tricks. Seeing that the younger brothers were all becoming more honest, Buck gave a low command and walked unsteadily out the door. Why are you pulling? You can't find it yourself. The younger brother who had been slapped earlier muttered something depressed. Okay, stop talking, let Boss Buck hear it and you will be dead. Another younger brother kindly advised. After all, Buck has a bad temper. If he is not careful, it is common for several limbs to dissolve. Hearing this, the little brother who was slapped did not speak anymore, but silently covered his abdomen, with a glint in his eyes. Advertisement. In the woods outside the cabin. Teacher Bay. Bell, how is it? Luo and Bibo hurriedly and slowly caught up, but they failed to catch up with Bell, who was at full fire. However, what is strange is that Bell did not enter the wooden house, but instead hid in the woods, as if waiting for them. Aren't you always curious about the martial arts path I practice? Bell did not look back. Through his top-notch domineering power, he had already noticed the arrival of Luo and Bibo. As a Taoist, whatever I do or practice, it is all stored in my heart. The big heart is the ultimate way. As he spoke, Bell put his fingers on his chest. But, Teacher Bell, how do you train your mind? Do you want to be like you and go to the waterfall every day to take a shower? While Luo was still trying to think about what Bell said, Bibo covered his chest with his hands and felt for a long time, but he still didn't understand what Bell meant. Suddenly, Bibo remembered Bell's practice of flushing under the waterfall every day, and then asked in confusion. Cultivation of the mind is too vague and too early for you. Your first step is to train the body. A strong body is the foundation for training the mind. Bell glanced at Bibo and said meaningfully, these are things you should pay attention to in the future. The martial arts I practice is divided into one-hit style and combo style based on different training methods and fighting methods. As the name suggests, one-hit style is to kill with one blow with the power of thunder, and combo style is like a continuous attack like water waves, the enemy has no breathing space. As the saying goes, if you defend for a long time, you will lose, if you attack for a long time, you will break. After briefly introducing the martial arts he practiced, Bell glanced at Luo, who seemed to be enlightened, and Bibo, who was in the mist. Next, I will show you the power of the two schools, so watch carefully. Without giving the two of them too much time to think, Bell kicked off his lower limbs and arrived in front of the wooden house. As mentioned at the beginning, Bell had already determined the situation inside by virtue of his powerful power of seeing and hearing and listening to the sounds of all things. The other two little guys are not in the house and must have gone out. Dr. Wolf is temporarily in the laboratory and is not in danger. The only guy who looked like the leader was still outside alone. It just so happened that Bell, who had not done anything for a long time, wanted to stretch his muscles and bones, so he just happened to demonstrate the martial arts he practiced to these two people. Then I stood here for a long time, waiting for them to come over. Chapter 194. It's good to die, it's good to die. Who? Buck, who was startled by the sudden appearance of Bell, shouted loudly. My martial arts master, Bell, is here to ask for advice. Bell, who was in a good posture, said something incomprehensible. At least, that's how it seemed to Buck. Are you mentally ill? Looking at Bell, who suddenly ran out, announced his home, and got ready to fight again, Buck's eyelids twitched and he asked speechlessly. I thought it was a bounty hunter or something, but it turned out to be a very intimidating looking, but very dull acting, bear. Forget it, no matter who you are, since you dare to declare war in front of Lousy, then prepare yourself for death. I don't know if he was infected by Bell, but Buck unconsciously put himself in a posture, with yellow-green liquid constantly emerging from his hands. Dissolving rain. Buck, who had no martial ethics, waved his hands as soon as he finished speaking, and the yellow-green liquid like raindrops was shot towards Bell. Z, as the liquid dripped, tree trunks, grass, and even dirt roads all made a sound that seemed to be corroded by strong acid. Combo flow water flow continuous attack. Bell, who was in a good posture, calmly began to swing his fists. The invisible air was driven by the fast-moving arms, forming an invisible protective shield. Shoot down all the flying liquid to both sides. One hit flow dark strike. Before Buck could finish charging up his energy again, Bell exerted force on his lower limbs, and the ground beneath his feet cracked open as if being hit by a giant object. With bursts of whistling sounds, he instantly hit Buck's head. Boom! Buck, who was hit on the head by an extremely powerful force, didn't even have time to leave his last words. He passed away with shock, confusion and regret. Remember, the so-called battle means not only distinguishing between superior and inferior, but also deciding between life and death. After Bell withdrew his fist, he stood up straight and said calmly to the shocked Luo and Bebo in the grass. So awesome. Teacher Bell is so handsome. If I were so handsome, would all the female bears be in love with me? When the time comes. He. Unlike Luo, who was shocked by Bell's strength, Bebo fast-forwarded directly to the beautiful life after becoming famous. Teacher Bell, I want to learn, please don't show mercy and teach me hard. After Luo came back to his senses, he didn't care about complaining about Bebo. He came to Bebo's side, bowed deeply and shouted loudly. Advertisement. Well, come on. Bell responded lightly and walked towards the wooden house. After all, the leader was dealt with, and there were still a few little Kurami in the room. Yes, Teacher Bell. Seeing that Bell agreed, Luo also looked relieved. After all, it is much better to receive systematic teaching from a strong person than to practice blindly on your own. Inside the wooden house. It's so boring. I don't know when this old man will be able to do it well. Pirate A, who was somewhat bored, complained to Pirate B on the side. Who knows, by the way, why that guy kept covering his stomach. Pirate B glanced at the beaten pirate and said with some doubts. Whatever, he's probably hungry. By the way, Captain Buck has been gone for so long, so he won't go to town alone. Oh, no one is the captain, but we are nothing. If those cadres hadn't died, we wouldn't have had the chance to follow them to the island. Also, while they were chatting, a huge figure walked into the room. Boom. Boom. Bell has no idea of fighting with this kind of little guy. A weak person must have the attitude of being a weak person. Being weak is not scary, but being weak without knowing it is really scary. Just like these ordinary pirates, trying to stop Bell, who is far more powerful than himself, is asking for death. Wait. I know Bao. The pirate who was beaten hard seemed to want to say something, but Bell ignored him. He was sent to the afterlife just like the two pirates just now. He didn't understand that he had a clue to the treasure, so why didn't the bear listen? Bang bang bang, Dr. Wolf, it's me, are you okay? Bell asked politely, knocking on the laboratory door. Advertisement, it's Bell. I'm fine, how did you get in? Wolf, who was still studying the strange material, was a little confused after hearing Bell's words. After all, Buck was guarding the outside. Although he looked down on Buck's character, he had to admit Buck's strength. Especially the troublesome paramecia, the ability to dissolve fruits, can even leave palm prints on the submarine he invented, which shows Buck's strength. There are a few little bugs, but it's okay, I've taken care of them. Bell's tone was very calm, as if what he had just killed were really just a few bugs. All dead? It's good to die, it's good to die. Hearing Bell's words, Wolf was stunned for a moment, and then his lips trembled slightly, with a hint of relief and relief mixed in his words. Although Buck is Wolf's biological son, Buck burned his hometown, slaughtered the villagers, and even threatened him with the lives of the residents of Happy Town. He has long regarded him as a damned devil. In fact, the various tools he studied in the rest of his life were all for dealing with Buck. For example, the submarine was stamped with a slab mark. Although Buck easily pressed a palm print, in fact, the submarine was able to penetrate the ground from the sea to land. If it weren't for the special powers of the buck fruit, being hit by this submarine would have cost at least half of his life. However, even so, when Wolf really heard the news of Buck's death, his mood was still a little low. Perhaps what he misses is the little Buck who followed him behind and was constantly surprised by his own inventions. Old man Wolf, are you okay? Luo and Bebo, looking at the bodies lying limp on the ground, quickly ran to Wolf and expressed concern. It's okay, or in other words, I'm fine now, better than ever. Looking at Luo, who cared about him, Wolf's wrinkled face was filled with a smile again. Feelings will not disappear, but they will transfer. Perhaps, when Wolf took Luo in, and even kept moving for Luo, just to give him a better living environment, it was Wolf's guilt at the time. Who knows? By the way, this is the reason why they came to me. It is said to be a treasure buried on this island. If you are interested, you can look for it. Old man, I am a little tired, so I will go to rest first. Wolf handed the strange object that looked like both amber and pebbles, as well as a compass to Luo, and then stooped back to the bedroom. Robin wanted to catch up, but Bale stopped him with his hand. Don't go. Leave him alone for a while. Bell, who has the ability to listen to the sounds of all things, can easily see Wolf's current mood. It is the most complex emotion he has ever seen since Bell was born. Joy, anger, sorrow, and fear are intertwined like a disorder. The ball of wool is average and difficult to peel off. Heart knots cannot be untied by outsiders' words. Rather than letting others add to their worries, it is better to leave enough space for him to think alone. Chapter 195 Demon Sword. Let's go, I happen to be free, I'll take you to find the so-called treasure. Belle glanced at Luo, who was in a low mood, and said. After saying that, Belle strode out of the wooden house without taking the strange object in Luo's hand. Seeing this, Luo looked back at Wolf's room, then pulled Bebo, who was still in a daze, and left with Belle. Not long after, Luo and Bebo came to a waterfall with Belle. Isn't this where Teacher Belle exercises every day? Seeing this familiar scene in front of him, Luo thought with some surprise in his heart. Go behind the waterfall and push that thing in. Looking at Luo, who looked confused, Belle gave a signal. Good. After hearing Belle's words, although Luo was still a little confused, he didn't say anything more and plunged directly into the waterfall. This is a cave. Luo and Bebo, who entered the waterfall for the first time, looked around curiously. They have lived here for so long, and this is the first time they have come to the back of the waterfall. They did not expect that there is a cave inside. After looking around for a week, Luo found a groove in a corner. The shape of the groove was exactly the same as the strange object in Luo's hand. Thinking of Belle's words, Luo pressed it in without hesitation. Crack. Boom. A crack opened from the wall, and suddenly the cave, which no one had been to for a long time, was filled with dust and sand. What came into view was a circular altar and a stone tablet. The rest were scattered white bones and corpses on the ground, as well as various gold and silver jewelry scattered on the ground. There is a long knife with a black main body on the altar, similar in size and shape to a field sword. The scabbard is engraved with a small X pattern from top to bottom. It looks weird and full of beauty. This is... Luo looked at the long knife that gave off a strange aura, and looked doubtfully at Belle, who seemed to know everything. This is a spiritual knife, but because the knife itself is contaminated with too much death, it will put a great burden on the holder, not only physically, but also mentally. Belle looked at the demon knife and told the situation of the knife in a very calm tone. So, this knife is very strong. Luo got straight to the point, not to mention whether there were any side effects, he didn't care as long as it was strong enough. Advertisement: he wants revenge, for that person, it's very strong. Whether it's good or evil, power is power. If you are confident, you can give it a try. Belle looked at Luo with a determined expression with interest. To be honest, Belle admired Luo's personality, otherwise he wouldn't have helped him or trained him. In fact, Belle felt the aura of this demon sword as early as when he first landed on the island. Although he is very strange, in Belle's opinion, he is just a naughty kid. If Belle really takes action, he will definitely make this knife submissive. Luo, it's too dangerous, why don't we forget it? As a fur tribe, Bebo's feeling is more sensitive than that of Luo, who is a human. Therefore, Bebo felt the evil aura from this knife, or the aura that made it uncomfortable. Believe me, I won't fall until I accomplish my goal. Luo took a deep breath and said to Bebo solemnly. I don't know if he is comforting Bebo or encouraging himself. Luo walked over the bones on the ground and came to the demon knife on the altar. Luo calmed down the turmoil in his heart, slowly raised his hand, and held the handle of the demon knife. Buzz! An indescribable feeling of weightlessness and a dizzying feeling of vomiting filled Luo's chest. Boundless darkness gradually shrouded Luo's heart. It reminded him of his parents and sister who died of platinum lead disease in Frevens when he was a child. In order to steal the fruits of the operation for himself, Corazon died unfortunately. All of this makes Luo a burden. If it weren't for him, maybe they could have done better. Captain, come on, Luo, you will definitely become a great doctor. Luo, we must live. Bebo's silly face, the smiling faces of Shiki and Pekin, Wolf's old wrinkled face, and Corazon's face, even though he was seriously injured, was still full of smiles for himself. I want to live, not just for myself. For a moment, Luo's eyes widened. His eyes were covered with red bloodshot eyes, filled with the glimmer of light at dawn. Although it was weak, it was dazzling. Who, are you making ghosts cry? Please give me more advice in the future. Luo, who had successfully gained recognition from Demon Sword and Ghost Cry, had his chest rising and falling, breathing heavily, with a hint of excitement in his tone. Advertisement: the process of gaining the Demon Sword's recognition was also the process of him understanding his true heart. From this moment on, he finally strengthened his heart and found his way to the future. Luo, great, you succeeded. Seeing Luo coming back to his senses, Bebo rushed over excitedly and hugged Luo. Not bad, let's go, it's time to eat. Seeing Luo successfully controlling this demonic sword, Belle's eyes were full of approval, but his tone was still very calm, as if he should feel that way. Yes, Teacher Belle. Luo broke away from Bebo's arms and followed quickly. What about these treasures? Don't you want to take them? Looking at the gold and silver jewelry scattered on the ground, Bebo asked with some confusion. Figure it out yourself. Fine, Fishman Island. Port. Captain, this is the legendary Fishman Island. It's so beautiful. Not only is the scenery beautiful, these mermaid sisters are also so charming. Lorraine, who had finished coding from the Sabaody Islands, crossed the 10,000-meter deep sea and arrived at Fishman Island, said to Kimimaro with some excitement. Okay, Captain, we finally arrived at Fishman Island. Don't always keep a straight face. Come on, smile. It hurts. Looking at Kimimaro, whose expression remained unchanged for thousands of years, Lorraine teased and reached out to give Kimimaro a smile. Then, Lorraine, who was subdued by his backhand, let out a shrill cry of pain. The mermaids around were so frightened that they immediately retreated into the water for fear of any danger. It really hurts, Captain. Although I ate the snake fruit, my bones are still very hard. Could you please be gentler next time? Lorraine rubbed the shoulders that had just been locked and complained softly. Kimimaro saw that Lorraine still looked very skinny, so he didn't say much and glanced over, scaring Lorraine so much that he immediately sewed his mouth shut. By the way, Captain, it is said that the coffee on Fishman Island is very special. It is brewed by the young and beautiful mermaid sister. How about we go and try it? Lorraine, who had healed her scar and forgot about the pain, didn't stay quiet for a while and once again sent out an invitation for delicious food. 6 Ma Chapter 196 Trip to Fishman Island, Fishman Cafe. Ding-a-ling bell, welcome, what would you like to order? After Kimimaro and Lorraine walked into the Fishman Cafe, a stone snapper mermaid with a bun haircut, Ishiri opened her mouth to ask. Captain, what do you want to drink? Lorraine took the menu and handed it to Kimimaro and asked. Hot milk. Although Kimimaro went to sea and became a pirate, he was not like those rough and arrogant pirates who smoked cigars and drank rye wine. Instead, he liked to drink some crude tea and milk. But because this place is a coffee shop, Kimimaro is not a pushover, so naturally he cannot order tea, but can only order a cup of hot milk. Captain, this is Fishman Island. The depth is 10,000 meters under the sea. Where do you get the cows from? Seeing Kimimaro's serious look, Lorraine couldn't hold back and complained directly. In response, Kimimaro just glanced at Lorraine lightly, and the coldness in his eyes made Lorraine shrink his neck subconsciously. Yes, guest, although our Fishman Island does not have cows on land, there is a special kind of manatee, and the sea milk they produce is quite delicious. Seeing Kimimaro's friendly interaction with Lorraine, Ishiri gently covered her mouth and explained in a soft tone. Really, it turns out that I don't know enough. The captain is indeed a captain and he really knows a lot. Then I'll have a cup of your specialty coffee. Seeing that there was a step down, Lorraine quickly praised him, for fear that his captain would go back to settle accounts with him. After a while, Ixili brought over a cup of warm sea milk and a cup of specialty coffee. By the way, do you have any special attractions on Fishman Island? Can you recommend them? After Lorraine took a sip, she asked Yishili, who was about to retreat. I would recommend the Water Road, Mermaid Bay, and Humphrey Villa. By the way, there is also the Geelong Court Square, which is the largest square on our Fishman Island. If you're lucky, you can also meet Princess Odahime. Yishili tapped her chin with her finger, as if thinking, and listed many of the special attractions of Fishman Island in a series, which are the kind of places that anyone can visit. I know, thank you very much for your advice, kind Lady Mermaid, you are as beautiful as this pearl. Like a magic trick, Lorraine took out a white pearl the size of a baby's fist from nowhere and handed it to Ixili. I don't know if it was because of eating the snake fruit, but Lorraine became less and less resistant to this delicate fishtail with smooth scales. Advertisement. This was also the reason why he was so excited as soon as he arrived on Fishman Island. You're welcome, call me if you need anything. Yishili, who rarely saw a smooth-tongued man like Lorraine, reached out to take the pearl, covered her mouth with a sweet smile, and then retreated. Captain, the mermaid lady with the tail is so beautiful, how about we recruit one? Looking at Yishili's retreating figure, Lorraine looked reluctant to leave, smacking her lips and saying tentatively. Beat me, you have the final say. Kimimaro took a sip of sea milk and said something that was neither salty nor bland. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could I take action against my most beloved captain? Captain, why don't we go to Fishman Island later and enjoy the world of 10,000 meters under the sea? The beautiful scenery, the hunting and killing, it's too annoying. What do you think, my dear captain? Kimimaro looked at Lorraine, who was full of desire for survival, paused slightly in his hand movements, and then nodded slightly, agreeing. After a while, after drinking the sea milk and coffee, the two stood up and prepared to leave. Goodbye, beautiful Miss Mermaid. Next time I come to Fishman Island, I wonder if I will be lucky enough to drink the coffee you made yourself? He, of course, that's my honor. Then it's settled. When I come again, you must remember it. Oh, Captain, wait for me, you are too fast. Lorraine, who was following Kimimaro, said something with emotion after listening to Princess Odahime's speech. Finally, with the support of some die-hard fans of Princess Odahime, many Murlocs began to spontaneously sign their names to contribute a small amount to Odahime's ideals. I don't know if Ikasaki will be successful in the future, but Princess Odahime's approach of entrusting her fate to outsiders is something that Kisame doesn't agree with. But, is it really safe to go to land? You won't be captured by those humans? Princess Odahime, wearing an orange fish-scale robe, held a poster and kept promoting the results of her efforts. After hearing Kimimaro's words, Lorraine was also quite emotional. Coder Square, Geelong. Only by mastering power can you control your own destiny and live the life you want. Really, can we mermaids also live on land? Kisame-sensei, can my mother-in-law's dream come true? Advertisement, yeah, power. Lorraine felt that the scene in front of her was like a fish getting on a pole and running to land. Would it really not be caught easily? That's right, if you want to believe Princess Odahime, I want to sign it. To Kimimaro, they are all like bubbles, dreamlike, and fragile. But is it really okay for fishmen and mermaids to live on the sea? As long as you have power, anything is possible. At least if you work hard, there is always a chance, right? The world government then relented and allowed the residents of Fishman Island to live on land. The condition was that enough signatures from the residents of Fishman Island were needed to serve as a petition form for all residents. After hearing Princess Odahime's speech, many fishmen in the audience started talking. Captain, this mermaid named Odahime is so powerful, she can actually convince the world's government. It's amazing. Only strength is power. Kimimaro looked at the excited Princess Odahime on the high platform and said calmly. Only power is truth. Believe Princess Odahime, since she said it, there must be no problem. Compatriots, after my unremitting efforts, I have finally been recognized by the world government. Who knows, maybe. Kisame Kazaki looked at Sharkoshi standing next to him, wearing only a cloak, and said indifferently. If it weren't for Kisame Kazaki, Little's last invasion would have left an unforgettable scar on Fishman Island. If he didn't have power, how could he live more and more freely now? What kind of recognition from the world government, what kind of petition from the residents of Fishman Island? At the edge of the crowd, Sharkstar in disguise asked Kisame, with some expectation in his tone. Ever since the rescued Tianlongren vouched for her. As long as we collect enough signatures from the residents of Fishman Island, they will agree to let us live on the sea. At that time, we can freely roam the entire ocean under the sun. A wooden elevated platform. Chapter 197 The Sorrow of Odahime. Ha! What a naive princess. How could the royal family at the top know the pain at the bottom? In a hidden corner, Hody Jones, wearing the costume of a dragon palace guard, spat and sneered. Obviously, as the boss of Fishman Street, the lowest level of Fishman Island, Hody Jones does not recognize Princess Odahime's naive dream. In other words, Hody Jones hates humans and everyone related to humans, even his compatriots. Therefore, he secretly obtained a set of clothes belonging to the Dragon Palace Guards and waited at this high point in advance for Odahime's arrival. Because of the distance, even Inigaki Kisame and Kimimaro didn't notice it. In other words, because they did not directly unleash hostility against them, they did not know about Hody Jones's actions. Moreover, even if Kimimaro knew about it, he would not react in any way. After all, it had nothing to do with him. In the crowd. Boss Kisame, why did you sneak out with Brother Sharkstar to play without taking me with you? A crisp lowly sound sounded behind Kisame Kazaki, and then a huge figure completely enveloped Kisame Kazaki. His Royal Highness Sharkstar insisted on me hiding it. How could I not take our lovely Princess Shirahoshi with me? Feeling the warmth coming from behind, Kisame Mikigaki had a hint of helplessness in his expression, and he directly distanced himself from the relationship and threw all the blame to Sharksei aside. Ah, I was wrong, third sister. Sharkstar, who was overwhelmed by a cauldron falling from the sky, glanced at the dried persimmon Kisame with some confusion, and then looked helplessly with teary eyes, as if you don't comfort me, I will cry for you. Shirahoshi, very bachelor, apologized directly. Who said that his third sister was the treasure of the whole family? Teacher Kisame himself did not dare to refute, so he could only sigh in depression. Okay, why did His Highness Shirahoshi want to come out to play? Seeing that this matter had changed, Inigaki Kisame asked curiously. After all, Shirahoshi's personality is no different from that of a homebody. She rarely leaves Ryugu Castle unless there is no big deal. Mother-in-law, isn't she going to give a speech today? I'm here to support her. After hearing what Kisame said, Shirahoshi raised his fist and shook it vigorously, as if he was very powerful. What a cutie. Okay, let's go and sign the poster for Princess Odahime. Advertisement. Good. Let's go. Boss Kisame. Shirahoshi moved away from Kisame's back and made a face at Sharkstar, and the stingy brother, just a little bit. Fortunately, Kisame's physical fitness is different from ordinary people. Otherwise, if little Shirahoshi pressed him from behind, he might not have become a meat pie directly. Boom! Just as everyone was laughing and playing, a sudden gunshot suddenly rang out. Following the sound, I saw Princess Odahime, who was still on the high platform with a bright smile just now, turned pale in an instant and fell to the bottom of the stage. Mother concubine. Princess Odahime. The scene in front of him made Sharkstar's eyes turn red instantly. He ignored the fishmen around him who were still in shock and arbitrarily pushed through the crowd and ran to Odahime. Concubine, how are you? Sharkstar picked up the weak and boneless Odahime. Her big tears kept falling, and her tone was full of sadness and prayer. Mother concubine. Shirahoshi also squeezed out from the crowd with the help of Kisame and Nakasaki, lay down to the side, and cried. As for Kisame Kazaki, after sending Shirahoshi over, he rushed towards the direction of the gunshot. Baby, don't cry. If you cry, your face will be uncute. Odahime smiled with her bloody mouth, raised her right hand tremblingly and touched it, while Shirahoshi's face full of tears comforted her. Shashing, you are the eldest brother, you have to take good care of your younger brothers and sisters, you know. After comforting Shirahoshi, Odahime looked at Sharksing on the side and asked, and, there's more, keep it, don't be driven by anger, and don't let the tragedy continue, you must. Like your father, guard. Protect the entire Fishman Island. I will do it, concubine, and you will be fine too. Listening to Odahime's last words, Sharkstar tried his best to stop his tears and said in a hoarse voice. After explaining Sharkstar, Odahime endured the severe pain in her body and a sudden sense of drowsiness, and looked at Shirahoshi again. Baby, you must take care of yourself, and listen to you. My father and brothers will be happy every day. Odahime's voice became weaker and weaker, and even when she said the last few words, the glimmer in her eyes that she used to have gradually dimmed. Finally, those right hands, stained with tears and blood, slipped away feebly. Mother concubine. Seeing Princess Odahime taking her last breath and her body gradually losing the breath of life, Sharkstar roared in grief. Advertisement Shirahoshi, who was already on the verge of emotional collapse, could no longer suppress the grief in his heart when he saw his mother's death and burst into tears. In an instant, an invisible wave spread outwards with Shirahoshi as the center. The deep sea is unknown how far away from Fishman Island. In the dark place that should have been the restricted area of life, eyes of different colors suddenly opened. King. The king is calling, Protector King. A series of deep and loud noises suddenly exploded on the bottom of the sea, followed by super-large Poseidon species with a size of several thousand meters, moving their bodies for the first time in a long time, and heading towards the Fishman Island. On the other end, after Hody Jones shot and killed Princess Odahime, he immediately fled the scene, trying to pass by pretending to be a patrolling Ryugu guard. Unfortunately, after the gunfire, the nearest groups of guards all rushed to the square as quickly as possible. Hody Jones, who had no time to blend in, was caught by Kisame Kazaki, who arrived immediately. Armed, Samahada, flying chain slash. Seeing Hody Jones turning around and about to run away, Inigaki Kisame immediately took out the sword Samahada. The hilt of the Samahada knife suddenly stretched for more than 10 meters, twisting and turning like a chain, and the blade of the knife was inserted into Hody Jones in a zigzag manner. Damn it, what an eyesore, emloculent karate same. Seeing Samahada approaching quickly, Hody Jones, who knew he couldn't run away, turned around suddenly, exerted force on his waist, and his right arm suddenly swelled. The bulging veins were like snakes, full of intimidation. Hody Jones, who was confident in the blood of the great white shark, directly stretched out his hand to resist the attack of Kisame Kazaki. There was just a stabbing sound, and in Hody Jones' disbelieving eyes, his right arm was torn open. Ah! The sudden severe pain made Hody Jones cry out uncontrollably. If you have anything to say, go tell Mr. Neptune. Before Hody Jones could open his mouth to speak, Inigaki Kisame went up and removed Hody Jones' jaw. Then, without paying attention to his bleeding wound, he just dragged a dead dog towards Jilong. Came to Calder Place. Chapter 198 Super Large Poseidon Class, Coder Square, Jilong. Because of the terrible attack on Princess Odahime, all the Ryugu guards who came after hearing the news dispersed the crowd in the square to prevent anyone from taking the opportunity to attack the two royal highnesses. Odahime, Mother Concubine, Neptune, who arrived belatedly, and the other two princes looked at Odahime, who had lost her vital signs, and couldn't help but have tears in their eyes, crying out in grief. Father, Mother, Concubine, she. Sharkstar looked at Neptune, who had sad eyes but could only pretend to be strong. He wanted to step forward and say something, but when the words came to his lips, nothing came out. Mr. Neptune, my condolences, this is the murderer of Mrs. Odahime, I will leave it to you to deal with. Seeing the grief of the Neptune family, Inigaki Kisame didn't stay much longer. After handing over the culprit to Neptune, he wisely left. Why, you damn B***************, D, why did you kill my mother-in-law? She is obviously so kind. Tell me why. Seeing the culprit right in front of him, Sharkstar, who had been suppressing his inner anger, like a madman, pulled the half-dead Hody Jones up from the ground. That demon-like face was very close to Hody Jones, and his hysterical words were full of resentment and anger. He, bah, Murlocs and humans are naturally hostile. She is just a fool. When a Murloc reaches the sea, he is nothing more than a sheep in a tiger's mouth. Hody Jones spit out bloody phlegm, with a mocking expression mixed with a hint of disdain, as if Odahime was an idiot. Boom. You go to hell. I won't allow anyone to laugh at my mother-in-law and trample on her dreams. Enough. Seeing that Shark was about to stab Hody Jones to death, Neptune spoke up to stop him. But, father, Odahime doesn't want others to lose their minds because of her, let alone that someone dies because of her. Sharkstar, you have to learn to control your emotions. Neptune looked at Sharkstar's angry eyes and said firmly. Ha 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 ha, weak mermaid, it is your cowardly thinking that makes fishmen become human playthings. Hody Jones, whose life was spared, was not only ungrateful, but even more unscrupulous in his ridicule. From his words, it was completely clear that he was dissatisfied with the series of policies formulated by the royal family of Fishman Island. Lock him up. Neptune didn't pay attention to Hody Jones's sarcasm, but waved his hand with a somewhat painful expression, signaling the Dragon Palace guards to lock him up. Advertisement, oh no, Your Majesty Neptune, the island, outside the island is full of super large Poseidons. Just when they were still immersed in grief, a Dragon Palace guard ran in. What? Hearing what his men said, Neptune was stunned for a moment, and then quickly looked at Shirahoshi aside. Because she was too sad and Shirahoshi unconsciously triggered Poseidon's power, she was still young and fell into a coma. Even in a coma, there were still tears unconsciously falling from the corners of her eyes. It can be seen that Odahime's sudden death was such a big shock to her at such a young age. Sharkstar, take good care of your brothers and sisters. Neptune, who couldn't care about other things, could only let his eldest son Sharkstar watch from here. Then, following the Dragon Palace guards who came to report the news, they went to the port together to prepare to find out. Port. Is this a super large Poseidon? It's such an amazing size. Because he had been blessed by the ocean, Inigaki Kisame immediately felt something coming from the depths of the ocean. Intrigued by curiosity, Kisame Kazaki came to the port first. Then, even Inigaki Kisame, who was confident that he was fearless under the sea, couldn't help but show a look of surprise. 5,000 meters. What is this concept? Not to mention the distance between Fishman Island and the sea is only 10,000 meters. This means that any superposition of two very large Poseidon classes is enough to touch both ends. Besides, 5,000 meters is just the smallest super-large Poseidon. The longer ones can even reach an astonishing 7 or 8 kilometers, and maybe even longer. The ability of human beings to fight wild beasts requires more than just physical strength. It is the super-large Poseidon type that surrounds Fishman Island. Strange Fishman. Through Kisame's field of vision, Muxue could see with his own eyes what a monster several thousand meters in size looked like. Although Inigaki Kisame understands the whole story, theoretically he should not know that Shirahoshi is Poseidon, so he can only pretend to be confused because he understands. In fact, except for the top generals and emperors, no one can defeat these giant monsters. Hearing this, Gansaki Kisame nodded solemnly. Advertisement. Brother Kisame, how are you? The breath of the king. Are you talking about Poseidon? Is it Shirahoshi, or the king of this sea? Unless Senju Hashirama's level is improved, it is no exaggeration to say that once this kind of creature comes to the surface of the sea, it can easily trigger a tsunami that destroys the island. It's just that what he said was strange, after a while. Fortunately, Kisame Kazaki is not an ordinary person, and he can easily identify the source of these sounds. Like, at this length, it is impossible to observe it all with the naked eye. However, body shape is only one aspect, it's the king's breath. Tokai, Shimotsuki village. Just when Mikigaki Kisame was still sighing, deep voices came to his mind one after another. I don't know if it's because the super-large Poseidon is just out of curiosity or for some other reason. In short, these sounds seem to appear suddenly and then disappear suddenly. Is that so? After hearing what Kisame said, Neptune pondered for a moment and said, Please, Kisame, please come to Ryugu Castle tonight. I have something to tell you. Wisdom is often more important, isn't it? Compared with these super-large Poseidons, Kaido's transformed dragon is a joke. Even the current Senju Hashirama cannot create such a large wooden golem. This made Kisame a little confused and could only think secretly in his heart based on a few words. I don't know if it was because Shirahoshi was in a coma, but without any other instructions, these super-large Poseidons turned around and left after looking at the Fishman Island for a while. Is this the power of Poseidon? It's really scary. Looking at the back of the super-large Poseidon, Neptune, who is 12 meters tall, felt his own insignificance for the first time. Not long after the super-large Poseidon left, Neptune rushed over. For ordinary people, it is impossible to even observe the entire Poseidon species. Just one scale and one eye are enough to scare people and paralyze them on the spot. The super-large Poseidons have left. I just don't know why. Although the tone of these Poseidons' speech is very dull, they reveal a very friendly atmosphere. Different from ordinary people's conversations, these voices seem to be generated in their own minds, appearing very suddenly. Chapter 199 Never Forgive, Evening. Fishman Island, Dragon Palace City. In the hall. Different from the bustle in the past where there were many guards and servants, today's banquet hall was particularly quiet. There was only Neptune himself, leaning on the spot where Princess Odahime used to sit, sipping wine. He stopped from time to time, wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes, and then stared blankly at the empty seats. Mr. Neptune, excuse me. Kisame, who was carrying a few pots of dried persimmon wine from the Fishman Island, looked at Neptune who was deeply in grief there and said softly. I made you laugh, brother Kisame. Hearing Kisame's voice, Neptune subconsciously rubbed his red eyes and forced a smile. It doesn't have to be like this, Mr. Neptune, just drink some and everything will pass. Kisame Kazaki glanced at the wineglass in Neptune's hand, and handed the wine he brought to Neptune. Neptune looked at the wine brought by Kisame with some confusion. It was the most famous wine in Fishman Island because it required sea plants unique to the Umi no Mori and had a smooth and non-irritating taste. It was also Odahime's most famous wine during her lifetime. The wine of love. Unknowingly, Neptune recalled his first encounter with Odahime. A long time. Mr. Neptune. Kisame Kazaki looked at Neptune who had not reached out, and asked with some confusion. Sorry, I lost my temper. This was Odahime's favorite drink during her lifetime, so. Neptune came back to his senses, wiped the stinging corners of his eyes again, and explained sheepishly. Sorry, I didn't know this. Hearing Neptune's words, Kisame Kazaki was also a little embarrassed. Wasn't this just rubbing salt into other people's wounds? It's my problem. Thank you Kisame for your help, otherwise I might not even be able to catch the murderer. Neptune said quickly. After all, Kasaki Kisame helped him take care of his children and catch the murderer. It would be embarrassing if he embarrassed others because of this. I wonder what Mr. Neptune is going to do with that fishman. Originally, Inigaki Kisame didn't want to get involved in this matter, but Sharkstar couldn't bear it and kept complaining to him, saying that his father was too weak, so he kept stopping him at that time. In addition, Shirahoshi looked sad and pitiful, so Kisame Inigaki decided to ask. Advertisement after all, one is his eldest disciple and the other is the future cutie Poseidon. In addition, he did regret the death of Princess Odahime. That boy from Sharkstar asked you to please me. Oh, I stopped him at that time, not because I didn't want to kill him. After hearing what Kisame said, Neptune immediately guessed that this must be the restless guy from Sharkstar who asked Kisame to ask. At that time, Inigaki Kisame handed the murderer directly to him and then turned around and left. He definitely didn't want to get involved in such a thing. After all, this kind of thing is a state matter at a large scale and a family matter at a small scale. Kisame doesn't know what Neptune is thinking about, and he doesn't want to get involved for no reason. In response, Kisame Kazaki did not respond, but just filled a glass of wine and motioned for Neptune to continue. Gudong, after drinking all the wine in the glass, Neptune's eyes turned red again and said, Odahime is so kind, she absolutely doesn't want to see anyone suffer because of her, or even die because of her. Saying this, Neptune once again gently caressed the seat where Odahime was alive. Boom. However, as the leader of a country and the king of Fishman Island, I will never allow the princess of Fishman Island to be harmed by villains and still be safe. Neptune, who turned around, suddenly slapped the wine glass in his hand to the ground, and shouted angrily with a red face. Tomorrow, I will summon all the residents of Fishman Island, including those fishmen in Fishman Street, to witness with my own eyes the fate of those who dared to act recklessly. At this moment, Neptune was no longer the husband who lost his beloved wife, but a king, who was responsible for the spiritual sustenance of thousands of people on the entire Fishman Island. Seeing Neptune regaining his heroic spirit, Inigaki Kisame didn't say anything, he just grinned and nodded. After a while, Neptune came back to his senses and finally remembered the reason why he called Kisame the Inked Kisame here tonight. By the way, brother Kisame, have you heard of Poseidon? Appreciate further details, the next day. Notification to all residents of Fishman Island, please gather at Geelong Code Square at 12 noon. Notification to all residents of Fishman Island, please gather at Geelong Code Square at 12 noon. In the morning, just after dawn, when all the fish and mermaids were preparing to start a beautiful day, bursts of rapid noise appeared in the streets and alleys. What's wrong? What happened? I don't know. His Majesty Neptune must have something to announce. Advertisement, don't you know, it is said that Princess Odahime was attacked yesterday. What? The kind-hearted Princess Odahime was attacked, and there is such a cold-blooded person. Who knows, we'll find out if we go and take a look at noon. Upon hearing the Dragon Palace guards, all the residents of Fishman Island couldn't help but start whispering to each other, wondering what happened. Fishman Street. Notification to all residents of Fishman Island, please gather at Geelong Code Square at 12 noon. Unlike other places, the Dragon Palace guards were running around telling each other. In Fishman Street, even the Dragon Palace guards dare not set foot easily. After all kinds of gangsters and dark forces in the entire Fishman Island live here all year round. It can be called the lawless zone of Fishman Island. It can be compared with certain areas of the Sabaody archipelago. Brother Aaron, are we going? Xiao Ba, who was thinking about how to use kitchen utensils, looked at the expressionless Aaron and asked. Because he blamed himself too much, Aaron gave up his plan to continue going to sea with Jinbei. On the contrary, he took Zalba and others to stay in the Fishman Street, eating and waiting to die. Relying on his former majesty and fame, Aaron is living quite well here. You want to go? Then go and have a look. Aaron, who was lying on the chair looking a little decadent, didn't think much after hearing Zalba's words and agreed directly. After experiencing the tiger incident, Aaron changed his past violent temper and became more and more like a salted fish who has lost his fighting spirit. If he hadn't still had his own strength, he might have been defeated by the new generation of fishmen. Deep in Fishman Street, in a corner where fishmen rarely come and go. What's going on? Have you seen Boss Jones, Doss? The cyan-skinned Doss asked the blue and white striped Geo beside him. No, I don't know where the boss is. Then should we go to the square? Brother Aaron and the others seem to be going to Dos. Let's go and have a look. We're just looking for Boss Jones. Click, click, click. After hearing the conversation between Doss and Geo, Bodhidharma, who was covered in red skin, spoke. Chapter 200 Death Sentence, Coder Square, Geelong. On the high platform that Odahime had built because she wanted to promote her ideas, there was now a blue and white fishman who was missing one arm kneeling on the platform. In order to prevent Hody Jones from talking nonsense, Kisame Kazaki completely removed his chin instead of simply moving it out of place like before. Compatriots from Fishman Island, I believe you are all familiar with this place and this location. Seeing that the people were almost there, Neptune reached the high platform with a force of his fishtail floating in the bubble. This was my lover and the princess of our Fishman Island. Odahime fought for us to have more rights. Odahime has spent her whole life fighting for a better life for everyone on Fishman Island. Speaking of this, Neptune's eyes turned red again. Even the fishmen residents in the audience couldn't help but feel a little sad when they thought of the princess who was as warm as the sun, and some even sobbed slightly. However, just yesterday, right here, this person attacked Princess Odahime in public. It was so audacious and unpardonable. I know that some of you may not agree with Princess Odahime's ideas, but violence is never the best way to solve problems. Violence will only breed more violence. If we fight and take lives because we can't stand what the other party is doing, what's the difference between us and those pirates who commit murder, arson, and commit all kinds of evil? The state has its own laws and every family has its own rules. Those who trample on the laws and flout the rules will eventually be punished. Hereby, I sentence Hody Jones to death for intentional homicide, and he will be executed immediately. Neptune's voice became louder and louder, and combined with his huge figure, everyone was shocked. Damn it, Boss Jones was caught. Tika, what should we do? Should we rescue Boss Jones? Das. Leave it to me, and you will be ready to take care of it. In the corner of the crowd, several leaders of the self-proclaimed new Fishman pirates were discussing impatiently. In the end, Gio, who had the ability to become invisible, made the decision to personally rescue the boss. That's right, as the lowest level of Fishman Street, they don't care whether they're kings or princesses. If the princess was really so good, where was Princess Odahime when they were wandering the lonely Fisherman Street? In their hearts, they only recognize Hody Jones as the boss who allows them to live a good life. Others, no matter who they are, they're not convinced. Brother Aaron, you see they're going to save people. Zalba looked at Das and the others' movements and said to Aaron who was lazily beside him. Advertisement, don't worry about them, they're just clowns. Unbeknownst to others, as one of the best buddies with Jinbei, he knew very well that the guy named Inigaki Kisame was living in Ryugu Castle at the moment. Kisame Kazaki has a strength that exceeds that of Boss Tiger. How can it be compared to those younger fishmen who can't even defeat him? Therefore, Aaron, who was careless, didn't even bother to remind them. People always have to pay for the mistakes they make, right? Aaron now understands this truth quite deeply. Stop, let go of Brother Jones. Just as the Dragon Palace guards were preparing to execute the execution, Das and others rushed to the Dragon Palace guards and shouted. Good chance. Seeing the commotion caused by Das and others, Gio immediately hid himself and prepared to save Hody Jones. Then, boom, sneaky little fish boy, you won't end well if you get caught. Kisame Kazaki, who had long expected that someone would come to rob someone, had been waiting attentively. Just in time, a vague aura passed by him, and he was caught by Kisame Akasaki. Soon, several cadres of the new Fishman pirate group who were no more than 10 years old were all arrested. After all, this is not the year 1522 in the future. These people don't want to go to the Grand Line like Aaron. As fishmen who grew up listening to the legends of Aaron and others, they're not very old. What's more, it's still 1511, and a few gangsters who haven't grown up are the opponents of a group of strong Dragon Palace guards. If the EX poisonous drug is developed, they may still be a bit of a threat. Unfortunately, there's no if. After temporarily detaining these guys who disrupted the execution, Neptune came to the stage. Because the farce was over in just a few minutes, the execution was not delayed. Seeing that the time came to 1:10 in the afternoon, Neptune personally picked up his trident and took the life of Hody Jones. 10 past 1, corresponding to January 10th, advertisement. That day was not only Odahime's birthday, but also the day when Neptune saw Odahime for the first time. Let's go back to Fishman Street, I'm afraid there will be big trouble later. Aaron, who originally didn't want to take care of things, suddenly became energetic. Although Fishman Street is dirty, messy and poor, it is still the place where he has lived since he was a child. Tiger is gone, and Jinbei has also left, so he is the only one left. In the crowd. Captain, that blue-skinned shark man looks so powerful, I feel like I'm no match for him. Lorraine, who was originally a little arrogant due to his sudden increase in strength, immediately felt his hair stand on end when he saw Kisame take action. It was clear that he was not taking action against him, but it still gave people a sense of crisis. He's strong. Then, Captain, can you beat him? For the first time, Lorraine asked curiously when she heard Kimimaro praise a person's strength. On land, yes. Glancing at Lorraine, Kimimaro said calmly. Ah, that means you can't beat him in the water. He's so powerful. Hey, Captain, don't do it. I'm kidding. The captain must be invincible even underwater. Seeing that Kimimaro's face was a little gloomy, and he looked like he was about to raise his hand to make his bones loosen, Lorraine immediately shouted from the bottom of his heart. Captain, let's leave quickly. What if he wants to attack us? After laughing, Lorraine's expression turned serious. After all, they're pirates, and it would be bad if the other party regards them and others as slave catchers. Although Kimimaro was not afraid, Kimimaro had no opponents on Fishman Island, so he did not refute Lorraine's proposal. As for the relationship between the two being colleagues, Kimimaro didn't care. I guess Kisame Kazaki wouldn't care either. After all, although the two are colleagues, they would not sit down and have a friendly exchange without Muxue's intervention. Character, identity, hobbies, etc. Each avatar has its own rules of behavior. Therefore, even if you are a colleague, you still have to hit him when it's time to hit him. However, they will not fight if there is no benefit to the fight. Chapter 201. The ordinary month of January is over. In this way, the death of Princess Odahime of Fishman Island, apart from shocking the entire Fishman Island, did not cause any waves in the sea. After all, to the whole world, the so-called princess is just the woman of the king of a country. He has neither strength nor fame, so naturally no one cares about him. Only the celestial dragon of the Don Quixote family who was saved was very emotional. However, despite the death of Princess Odahime, Musgard Saint still insisted on protecting Fishman Island after awakening. Although, his role is minimal. That's all, the first month of 1511 ended uneventfully. The monthly mall once again refreshes a new round of capabilities regardless of rain or shine. Open the system store. 1. Armed hockey, top. The magical power from the pirate world can give the clone stronger attack power and defense. At the same time, the top armed haki can give the clone the ability to harden, entangle and spread out. Price, 400 million Baileys. 2. Red Dragon Bloodline. The bloodline of the Red Dragon, which comes from a legendary creature in a fantasy world and is located at the top of the world. It can give the clone the natural power from the dragon, greatly improve the physical fitness, and be immune to most elemental damage. Price, 500 million Belly. 3. Sage Mode. A special battle mode from the Hokage world that can use the power of heaven and earth to exert unexpected power. Price, 200 million Belly. 4. High-speed regeneration. From a certain world, a race with extremely strong self-healing ability can give the clone visible healing of injuries. Price, 200 million Baileys. Advertisement 5. Hogyoku, immature, a legendary object with magical and powerful power developed by someone from the Shinigami world. It is said that it can evolve almost infinitely according to the host's inner desire for power, and the evolution limit depends on the talent potential of host itself. Due to the lack of the key other half, this is an immature version of Hogyoku and cannot fully unleash the full potential of host. Price, 500 million Belly. 6. Essence Absorption. From the world of the dead, a powerful force that absorbs the essence of biological flesh and blood. Different from flesh and blood magic, the caster can obtain part of the caster's abilities and capabilities by contacting the caster's body, blood, etc. Use memory and experience, etc. Together with flesh and blood magic, the effect will be even greater. Price, 200 million Baileys. 7. Human Body Modification Technology. From the world of Hokage, someone's lifelong experience can significantly change the human body to obtain abilities that it could not have. Price, 300 million Baileys. 8. Top Scientific Research Ability. From the world of Hokage, someone's innate ability can give the avatar stronger thinking ability in scientific research, and more chances of inspiration. Price, 500 million Baileys. 9. Gene Modification Technology. From the world of Hokage, someone's lifelong experience can modify ordinary people from the genetic level to obtain other abilities. It is more perfect than forcibly implanting cells. It can be said to truly transform the abilities of others. Inherit it into your own blood. Price, 400 million Baileys. 10. Cell Transplantation Technology. From the Hokage world, someone's lifelong experience, by transplanting other people's cells into one's own body, thereby gaining all the other person's blood inheritance abilities and blood talents. Price, 200 million Baileys. 11. Cloning Technology. From someone's lifetime experience in the world of Hokage, biotechnology is used to produce offspring through asexual reproduction that have the same genetic tissue as the original individual. Price, 200 million Baileys. 12. Orochi Ninjutsu. From the world of Hokage, someone's own ninjutsu can be quickly summoned when needed by raising and contracting snake creatures. Price, 200 million Belly. 13. Kusanagi Sword. From the world of Hokage, it is said to be made of the hardest material in the world and can be freely changed in length. After system modification, the maximum stretch limit is determined by the highest attribute of the clone. Price, 200 million shells profit. 14. Mecha Manufacturing Technology. From the Hokage world, someone's lifelong experience can use some powerful individuals to develop some special modified mechas, equipped with various magical bombardment and missile thermal weapons. Price, 300 million Belly. 15. Top Scientific Research Set Portable Model. From a certain science fiction world, it is an easy-to-carry scientific instrument set with various small and medium-sized scientific research instruments that can be unfolded and stored anytime and anywhere. Price, 300 million Baileys. 16. Animal Devil Fruit, Snake Fruit, Phantom Beast Species, Shangliu. From the world of pirates, a creature that exists in legends that have no records and are only passed down by word of mouth. It is said that this creature has 9 heads, it cannibalizes countless people. Wherever it goes, it has become a country. The water it spits out is as powerful as the torrent. It is the most dangerous creature in the world. After systematic transformation, the avatar only gains the power of the fruit and does not have the side effects of the fruit, that is, fear. Sea Tower Stone Factor. Price, 500 million Baileys. The level 14 system mall has refreshed a total of 16 abilities, with a total value of 5.1 billion Belly, which is roughly equivalent to the ability of a surgical fruit. It's a little expensive, but for Muxue, there's no pressure. A big wave of your hand, advertisement by them all. As the column of remaining Baileys dropped instantly on the system panel, the system level also reached 174,060 thousandths. Without worrying about the new clone, Muxue decided to take a look at the specific capabilities of this system refresh. The first one is the top-level proficiency of Armed Color Domineering. A very common, but really useful ability. Top-level proficiency is an ability that only top generals and emperors have, and they must be strong in physical arts. For example, the current 3 generals who are Logia ability users are more inclined to support combat with the Haki of Knowledge and Knowledge. In addition, they have to develop the Logia Devil Fruit, so the proficiency of the armed Haki is not high. When Zepho was young, he had such strong armed Haki. Unfortunately, his physical decline made it difficult for him to maintain the state of possessing Haki for a long time. In fact, except for Garp, a pervert who has full-level armed color Haki, the rest of the powerful armed color Haki is at the top level of proficiency. Like Whitebeard, Kaido, etc. They rely not only on armed color hockey, but more on the combination of conqueror's hockey, armed color hockey and various other abilities. Only the Freak Garp is a pure physical athlete. Looking at all of Muxue's clones, basically everyone has two color domineering. The difference is a matter of proficiency. After thinking about it, Muxue gave this top-level armed color domineering to Arturia, who was still enjoying the blessings of Daughter Island. After all, everyone else basically has high-level or top-level armed domineering. In Bell's case, because of the characteristics of the invisible fist, there is no need for such a high level of armed color hockey for the time being. With Bell's physical talent and physical strength, the level of armed color hockey increased very quickly. Chapter 202 Dr. Evil starting from South Blue, Gia. The second ability, Red Dragon Bloodline. Needless to say, arrange it for Arturia too. After the blessing of the Red Dragon Bloodline, I don't know how much stronger it is than the simple Red Dragon Heart. Moreover, with the blessing of this bloodline, I believe that Arturia will soon reach the true general level combat power, instead of relying on compressing all her physical strength to carry out a gambling blow. After that comes full Sage Mode. Muxue had long looked at Kimamero's panel and the pseudo-words in front of Sage Mode had been unsatisfactory for a long time. Now that he has the upper level ability, the complete Sage Mode must be arranged for him. Followed by high-speed regeneration, a general skill. However, considering the different strengths and fighting styles of each clone, Muxue decided to give this ability to Zaraki Kenpachi. After all, this clone's fighting style is quite scary. It basically gives up defense and uses a fighting style of exchanging injuries for injuries. Muxue was really afraid that the first clone she would need to resurrect would be this crazy guy. Just in case, it's better to ensure him from the upper level. Later, Muxue started to check the fifth ability. Holy shit, Hogyoku. Muxue looked at the first two words and said with some surprise. Immature. Muxue was a little surprised at first. How could something as awesome as Hogyoku be spawned so easily? It turned out to be a semi-finished product. It looks like it should be Hogyoku before the combination, but I don't know what the effect will be. Without thinking much, Muxue gave the half-finished Hogyoku to Aizen, returning it to its original owner. The sixth ability is to absorb essence. It looks like a cult ability paired with flesh magic. Muxue arranged all these things that lowered the sanity value for the Dark Sword Demon who was a fallen person. It was a perfect match. After all, only people with a strong will can use this ability with confidence and boldness. Atrox, who is in a special state, is just right, but if it is really not good, he can pass on the side effects to the unlucky host. Further down, there is a dense array of various transformation technologies, which made Muxue's scalp tingle. You know, this kind of scientific experiment can test your mentality more than murder and arson. Advertisement looking at the bloody, variously cut, broken limbs and broken arms of different sizes all day long, as well as vivisections, mutant deformities, messy specimens, etc., all of which shock the normal human perspective. Stuff, it's hard not to turn into a psychotic guy. When I was a kid, I visited the herbarium. The lights were not allowed inside. It was green and filled with various animal specimens. It was scary. It was a shadow of childhood. Muxue's mind flashed that many two-dimensional scientists he had seen in his previous life finally settled on the Grand Master of Human Body Technology, the genderless person, Mr. Orochimaru. A great scientist who loves reincarnation, he is also the most scientific materialist in the entire Hokage world. Uncle Snake. Clone. Orochimaru Grade 1 Experience, 0/100. Strength. A Physique. Agility. B+ Spirit. A Will. A. Attribute Points. 0 Ability. Top Scientific Research Ability, Loaded Human Body Modification Technology, Special Genetic Modification Technology, Special Cell Transplantation Technology, Special Cloning Technology, Special Mecha Manufacturing Technology, Special Orochi Style Ninjutsu, not available. Upgrade. Kusanagi Sword, Loaded, Top-Level Scientific Research Set Portable Model, Loaded, Animal Devil Fruit Snake Fruit Phantom Beast Species Xiangyu, not awakened. Although the number of abilities is not as good as that of Bell who was born last time, in terms of attribute quality, he is definitely worthy of being number 1. With the blessing of experience and abilities in various sciences and technologies, Orochimaru's mental and will attributes are as high as in the first level state alone. Muxue understands this. After all, after decades of various biological dissections and abnormal biological experiments, it is difficult for ordinary people not to have a big heart and a rather thick nerve. Those whose spirit and will are not strong have probably been packed up and admitted to the hospital. As for the 3 items of strength, physical agility, they all come from the blessing of the Phantom Beast species. Needless to say, the animal type and phantom type devil fruits do have unique advantages. Even Lorraine, a weakling, just ate the snake fruit grown in ancient times and instantly became as powerful as a brigadier general. This shows that the lower limit of animal fruits is still very high. What's more, it's a particularly rare phantom beast devil fruit. Just after swallowing it, Orochimaru was given a physical fitness no less than that of an average lieutenant general. It is estimated that with a little development, he would be at least a strong man of the level of Emperor's deputy. This is purely based on fruit ability. Advertisement. You know, Orochimaru is positioned as a scientist. As long as he understands the scientific laws of this world, by then, one person will become an army, and it will no longer be a dream. Even the Vinsmoke judge can rely on a bloodline factor to establish a powerful group of cyborgs, not to mention Orochimaru, who has the world's top scientific research talent. Even compared to Vegapunk, who leads the world in technology for 500 years, Orochimaru's talent is not far behind. In the future, Muxue will definitely not lack high-end combat power, but the world is such a big place, and if we want to maintain stability, a large number of mid to low-end combat power is absolutely indispensable. The appearance of Orochimaru is just enough to satisfy Muxue's requirements. A group of absolutely loyal and powerful legions may soon appear. Thinking of this, an unstoppable smile appeared on Muxue's face. If it weren't for the rich experience in the past year, Muxue might just perform a famous scene now. The birth of the Laughing Five, South Blue. Fast Island. Greenock Town. Damn you brat, you dare to touch the things of our Kodo gang. I think you are tired of living. In a dark dead end, a strong man with solid muscles shouted viciously. What to do, kid? A boy with messy blonde hair covering his eyes, who looked to be no more than 15 or 16 years old, asked the boy next to him, who had red spiky hair and black sunglasses on his head and looked no more than a teenager. Since you can't run away, then kill them. The red-haired boy, kid, took out the large wrench from his waist, grinned, and stared at the strong men opposite him with ferocious eyes. It looked like the two of them were surrounding a group of people on the other side. Okay, listen to you. The messy golden-haired man, Kira also pushed his bangs to the back of his head and responded happily. Different from the calm Kira 10 years later, when he was still a teenager, he also had the same drive as a young man. In addition, with Kid, who has always been arrogant since childhood, beside him, Kira instantly became enthusiastic. You're just a brat with two hairless hairs, what are you pretending to be? The strong man at the head was startled by the momentum of Kid and Kira, and then he pulled out the iron rod from his waist as if he was annoyed, and shouted at the two of them, as if to cheer himself up. Superior. Chapter 203 Congratulations, the operation was successful. From today on, you. Damn it, it looks like it's going to end this time. Kid, who had a wound on his head and was covered in blood, leaned against Kira and said something self-deprecating. No, I'll stop them later, you can find an opportunity and leave first. Feeling Kid's violent panting caused by the huge loss of physical strength, Kira glanced at several strong men who were also bruised and swollen, and whispered. Impossible, please listen to me. Even if I die, Kid, I will never abandon my companions. After hearing Kira's words, Kid, who was still a little weak at first, felt a surge of strength from nowhere and shouted loudly. Even if we die, we brothers will only die together. Before Kira could say anything else, Kid shouted and rushed forward with a single stride. Puff. Kira. On Kid's side, a new force emerged from his body. When he was standing upwind, the sound of a blunt knife entering flesh suddenly sounded. Because the weapons of the two men did not have sharp edges, the moment the sound rang out, Kid subconsciously looked back. I saw a long knife stabbing straight into Kira's body. Kid. Run. Kira, who was stabbed into the chest by a sharp blade, squirmed slightly at the corners of his mouth. After barely spitting out a few words, his eyes darkened and he collapsed to the ground. No. The moment he saw Kira fall to the ground, Kid lost his mind and roared with red eyes. A wave invisible to the naked eye erupted from Kid's body. Several strong men in the alley rolled their eyes instantly as if they had been hit with a hammer, and then fell to the ground unconscious with a pop. Kid, who was half kneeling on the ground due to the great mental stimulation, rushed towards Kira with all his strength. Unfortunately, due to lack of physical strength and mental exhaustion, he also fainted and fell to the ground before he could crawl out a few meters. What an interesting little guy. It looks like New World already has a guinea pig. Just after Kid was unconscious for a while, a cold man with long black hair, golden pupils, purple eyeshadow, pale skin, and blue Magatama-shaped earrings walked up to Kid with interest. Soon, after the cold man left, the alley was empty except for some bloodstains, as if no one had been there. Advertisement. This? Where is this? The red-haired Kid, who felt dizzy and completely numb in his body, struggled to open his eyes. A dazzling light made Kid feel uncomfortable when he just woke up, and he subconsciously closed his eyes again. After a while, Kid, who had somewhat adapted to the light, opened his eyes again. Since he couldn't feel his body, he could only shake his head as hard as he could, trying to see where he was. Because there was too much light and his consciousness was still a little unclear, Kid could only vaguely see some numbers above where he was lying. 1 to 1. Although he didn't know the meaning of this number, he understood that the environment he was in now was definitely not beautiful. At least, there seemed to be no general sense of helplessness in his body, which made Kid, who was only 12 years old, a little scared. Unlike the visible enemy, this unknown situation now makes Kid very nervous. The feeling of having your life in someone else's hands is no different than being a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. The so-called blood factor is just another name for genes. However, the genetic fragments of humans in this world are quite different. Just after Kid regained consciousness, a somewhat excited voice reached his ears. It's just that he understood every word, but when they were put together, he didn't understand them at all. What ancestry factor? What gene? What world? What is this? Sure enough, the same amount of anesthesia has completely different effects. Hearing a strange noise behind him, Orochimaru turned his head and stared at Kid, who turned around with his narrow eyes. When the four eyes met, Kid felt that the other person did not look like a human being, but rather like an animal, or a piece of meat that could be manipulated by others. Kid was so frightened that goosebumps arose all over his body. Just when he was about to speak, all that came out of his voice was a hoarse sound. Advertisement, be good, just sleep a little longer and you'll be fine. Looking at Kid with a horrified expression, Orochimaru slowly took out a syringe and walked to Kid's side with a smile. Then, after one injection, silence returned to the laboratory again. After glancing at the unconscious Kid, Kira, who still hadn't woken up, and several other strong men who were also unconscious, Orochimaru vomited the snake Nobuko and returned to the experimental table. As the scientist clone that Muxue has high hopes for, Muxue not only gave Orochimaru all the scientific research skills, but also his past life and some scientific knowledge of the second dimension that he knew. Whether it's useful or not, Muxue doesn't know, but he feels that the so-called science means making bold assumptions and careful verification. Without unbridled imagination, how could earth-shattering innovations be achieved? Besides, Muxue doesn't know any professional scientific knowledge. He is only responsible for providing imagination and goals, and the rest is up to Orochimaru himself. For this reason, Muxue not only gave Orochimaru the knowledge about bloodline factors that she snatched from Vinsmoke Judge, but also asked several clones to provide some of their own cells for Orochimaru's research. For example, Bell, Kimimaro, Hatake Sakumo, Inigaki Kisame, Kakuzu, Natsu and Gildarts, etc. These are clones with different bloodlines and extraordinary abilities and talents. As for Erza, Senju Hashirama, Uchiha Madara and others, since they are in the marine camp, Makyuki temporarily asked Orochimaru to restrain himself, at least not to show too much to the outside world. After all, the two abilities of Red Eyes and Wood Style are somewhat conspicuous. Orochimaru, who has no support for the time being, should not get too involved in the strong marine side. When the world government comes to visit, or after joining the Marine Scientific Research Force, you can do whatever you want to do. That's right, the route Muxue arranged for Orochimaru was to join the world government or the Marine Research Force. After all, doing scientific research is unlike anything else. Money is one thing, various test instruments and test materials are the top priority. Although there is a portable scientific research kit now, there are only small and medium-sized instruments here, and many large and expensive instruments are not included here. This is just a simple portable experiment kit, which is more about convenience than sophistication. For example, here, Orochimaru can only complete rough human body modification, cell transplantation and other technologies, as well as sophisticated operations such as genetic modification, and the current conditions are not very satisfactory. It will be quite time-consuming and laborious to do, and may also fail. Therefore, instead of consuming the Baileys that Muxue worked so hard to save, it is better to gather the wool of the world government. Not only can it satisfy your own experimental conditions, but it can also consume the financial resources of the world government. Why not do it? Chapter 204 The Price of Power. South Blue, Fast Island. Greenock Town. The resident of the Doghead Gang. Ah, devils, they're devils, run quickly, quickly, poof. The place that was originally filled with all kinds of gangsters, villains and other people with bad behavior and cruel methods is now littered with corpses and broken limbs everywhere. A bunch of rubbish. Kid, the hedgehog-headed kid with the electric light flashing in his hand, looked at the trembling gangsters in front of him, who were frightened and incontinent, and shouted with disdain. Okay, Master Orochimaru asked us to capture a few alive, but don't kill them all, otherwise. Speaking of this, Kira seemed to recall something terrible, and his face with fish gills under the bandage could not help but twitch slightly, unwilling to continue talking. I know, it's so annoying. After hearing Kira's words, Kid stopped killing these helpless people. Originally, according to Kid's character, he didn't want to let go of any of these bastards. However, these are test subjects for Orochimaru-sama. If there are not enough people, someone may not be able to take over. Thinking of the miserable days in the experiment and all kinds of weird sutures that looked like humans but not human monsters, even the extremely arrogant Kid calmed down the murderous intention in his heart and honestly knocked these people unconscious, tied up. After a period of research, Orochimaru successfully transplanted the cells of the Fishman, Kisame Kazaki, into Kira's body. Although successful, Kira's appearance also changed slightly. For example, the skin becomes increasingly blue-white, and fish gills even grow on the face and body, allowing them to breathe underwater. At the same time, Kira's physical fitness has also been greatly improved, and is even much stronger than the average fishman's physical fitness. After all, the bloodline talent of Inigaki Kisame is not comparable to that of ordinary fishmen. Another example is Kid, who successfully fused fur race cells and Kimimaro bone cells. Not only does he have the ability to create electric current, his body's bone strength has also become much stronger. The disadvantage is that Kid has a lot of hair on his body, except for his face. Although it is not covered all over like Bell, it still looks ridiculous. Advertisement. Furthermore, although Kid's bone strength has been greatly enhanced, he has not gained the ability to freely control his bones, which is also a pity for Orochimaru. Perhaps the experimental equipment is indeed a bit crude, and many more delicate operations cannot be completed yet. Soon, the two men, whose physiques had greatly increased, dragged all the remaining 30 or so members of the Kodo gang back to Orochimaru's mansion. From the outside, it looks no different from an ordinary house, but inside, it has been transformed into a laboratory by Orochimaru. In each nutrient tank, there are all kinds of strange creatures. For example, People with fishtails, people with protruding bones, people with hair all over their bodies, and so on. It doesn't look like a place where normal people live. Master Orochimaru, there are 32 experimental materials in total, all of them are healthy. Kira walked carefully to Orochimaru and said softly respectfully. Orochimaru, who was busy with the work at hand, didn't say anything when he heard this, he just nodded and said nothing. The sensible Kira bowed, then pulled a group of Kid and left the laboratory. In another room. Kira, when will this happen? Kid, who was afraid to express his anger just now, said with an expression full of indignation after Kaido went to his own room with Kira. Oh, I don't know either, but at least we have gained something, right? Hearing Kid's words, Kira didn't know what to say, so she could only change the topic. Kid was non-committal about this. After all, the two of them had indeed become stronger. In fact, Orochimaru can be regarded as their savior. Without Orochimaru passing by, it's hard to tell Kid, but Kira, whose chest was pierced, would definitely die from excessive blood loss. This is also one of the reasons why the two are willing to stay. However, just like what Kira said, the original fighting power of he and Kid could only match that of a strong adult. However, now, as teenagers, they can slaughter gangsters who they could only beat in the past. This was something they had never dared to imagine before, and it was also the power brought to them by Orochimaru, who looked like a demon. According to Orochimaru's own words, they're considered new transformed humans? In short, this kind of ability is similar to the legendary Devil Fruit, without the ability to fear seawater, which makes Kira very excited. Advertisement: only by experiencing difficulties and suffering can we understand the importance of strength in this world. Ah! Just when the two were silent, a shrill scream came from the nearly completely soundproof laboratory next door. We can see the penetrating power of this cry and the pain and despair it contains. This made Kira and Kid, who were still immersed in power just now, tremble with fear at the familiar pitiful scream. It seemed to remind them of some bad times. You know, there were a few gangsters from the Kodo gang who came to the laboratory with them. However, the only ones who really survived, or the experiment was successful, were the two of them. The rest of the people either died due to body rejection or lost their minds and became neither human nor ghosts. They were made into specimens by Orochimaru and collected as comparison objects. Kid came back to his senses, took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and said no more words. Seeing this, Kira also leaned against the wall quietly and stopped talking. In the laboratory, sure enough, that child is extraordinary. Through comparison, Orochimaru found that the differences between most people are not obvious. There may be some differences, but they are not qualitative differences, or in other words, they are gaps that can be made up through acquisition. But Kid is different. He is different from ordinary people in his gene segments, or in the so-called blood factors. This may be the reason why Kid successfully integrated two abilities. As for Kira, it is pure individual will and a part of luck. Unfortunately, there is still too little material. Orochimaru spat out the snake letter helplessly and muttered to himself. After all, clones are different from those beings that rely on native devil fruits to gain abilities. Under the power of the system, every avatar seems to be a natural entity, and every ability is perfectly integrated into itself, not like an outsider at all. Even the devil fruit ability of Orochimaru is as natural as human beings can breathe, and there is no difference at all. This is what makes Orochimaru curious. Although he has not yet studied devil fruit users who are afraid of the sea tower stone factor, he feels that there may not be any devil fruit user whose genes are as stable as his. Chapter 205: Entering the New World for the First Time. Did you attract attention? After ending these daydreams, Orochimaru suddenly remembered Muxue's arrangement. Although there is Aizen working as an internal support at CP, if there are no good results, it will be difficult to get attention as soon as he comes up. Without attention, it is naturally impossible to lead a team and study whatever you want to study. For this reason, Orochimaru has some difficulties, which is not to say that there are no good things. But it's a bit difficult to throw out just the right thing. For example, the world's government doesn't care at all about the transformation of grassroots combat power, such as fishmen transforming humans. Even if it cannot reach the ability to threaten a general, it must at least have a modified object of the general's strength to attract the attention of the world's government, and it must be a mass product. I thought of something interesting. Suddenly, Orochimaru's golden pupils shrank slightly, as if he thought of something, and a confident smile appeared on his lips. New World, Makyuki Island. It is one of the islands indicated by the New World pointer after passing Fishman Island. Unlike the islands in the first half of the Grand Line, there are a large number of marine warships cruising. As one of the first islands to enter the New World, Makyuki Island is not very lively or prosperous. The reason is also very simple. After experiencing the baptism of the first half of the Grand Line, and traveling back and forth to the 10,000-meter deep Fishman Island under the sea, every pirate group that has just entered the New World has a kind of arrogance. It feels like everyone is trash. After all, even such a terrifying deep sea has been conquered by them. What else is left to fear? With this mentality, most of the first islands will experience a wave of fighting. Strong pirates naturally have nothing to fear, and weak ones don't need to be afraid either. Captain, ahead is Makyuki Island. Once we get ashore, we must take a stroll and see what's different about New World's food. Lorraine, who entered New World for the first time, was obviously a little excited. After all, this is a place that ordinary people will never set foot in their lives. Even though Lorraine has traveled to many places with Kimimaro, the first time will inevitably make people feel excited. Compared to Lorraine, who was in high spirits, Kimimaro still maintained his cold look. He gave a faint hum and stopped talking. Advertisement, really, this is our first time entering the new world, let's be excited. Although Lorraine is used to the calm Kimimaro, Lorraine, who talks a lot, still complains every time, as if every time she doesn't say something, she feels uncomfortable all over. Okay, I won't say anything anymore. Seeing Kimimaro glance at him, Lorraine trembled all over, and then fell into defeat with some dejection. Who told him to talk too much, but he still refused to fight, and he also liked to talk too much. Grandmaster Kimimaro has many methods on various joints and acupuncture points of the human body to cause a lot of pain without harming the body. It's similar to the refreshing massage that sports students get after exercising. Lorraine was deeply touched by this. Soon, the two arrived at the port of Muxue Island. Although there are pirates coming and going here all year round, most of the necessary building facilities are available here. After all, this is the source of fresh blood every year. Many large pirate groups occasionally come here to attract new people. For example, the current Imperial group has fixed manpower that travels among these new islands. On the one hand, it is to accept some high-quality newcomers. On the other hand, it is also a small lesson for some newbie pirates who don't know the world. After all, the biggest leaders of the new world are the major Imperial groups. For example, Whitebeard, Big Mom, and Kaido all have large territories under their command. The tax revenue alone is quite large every year. Corresponding to the huge tax revenue is complicated security work. Since people have paid you a protection fee, whether it is for reputation considerations or to protect interests, the Imperial Group will regularly remove manpower to patrol its territory. However, the most amazing thing about this world is that people are always different. Although the reputation of the four emperors has spread throughout the sea, it is no exaggeration to say that almost all pirates who have entered the Grand Line have not heard of the name of the four emperors. After all pirates who dare to venture into the Grand Line do it for wealth and fame. How do pirates get wealth and fame? Rob, advertisement. Loot civilians, towns, and even countries. In the New World, the strongest country is the territory where the Imperial Group is located. For those new pirates who want to become famous and rich overnight, stepping on the four emperors is the fastest way. As for strength, they have gone through countless hardships and have enough confidence in their own strength. Therefore, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, the Imperial Regiment will send some of its pirate groups, or cadres, captains, etc., to visit the New World entrance regularly. Not only can it teach these new pirates a lesson, let them know the dangers of the New World, but also avoid accidentally offending the Emperor's territory. You can also easily recruit some guys who don't have much potential. Otherwise, if these stupid young men somehow plunder the islands owned by the four emperors, it will be the interests of the emperors themselves that will be lost. Even if you kill these new pirates, you can't make up for the losses. After all, the foolish young man has been there for a long time, but the cultivation of the island does not happen overnight. Therefore, the Imperial Group with countless capable people will choose to solve this problem at the source. This can filter out the vast majority of stupid people, and a small number of fish that slip through the net can be easily dealt with if something goes wrong. At least, the loss can be minimized. Of course, Kimimaro and Lorraine didn't know anything about these. Anyway, with their strength, they are not afraid of this. Ding-a-ling bell, boss, bring us 2 cups of hot milk. As the bell at the door rang, Kimimaro Lauren entered a tavern and found 2 free booths. Then, Lorraine shouted to an old man with a beard. Because milk is inconvenient to store for a long time, and Kimimaro particularly likes milk drinks, they haven't tasted milk for a long time. The last time I tasted it was before entering Fishman Island. As for the sea milk from Fishman Island, I can only say it is average. The taste was okay, but the taste was a little more fishy than normal milk, so Kimimaro did not buy it and store it. After hearing what Lorraine said, the bearded boss was startled at first, and then looked at the 2 men in front of him strangely. The 2 fair-skinned Kimimaro looked like a noble prince, and Lorraine looked like a follower. However, looking back, the boss's movements were still very fast, and soon 2 cups of steaming milk were placed in large wooden cups of rye wine and brought up. Ha 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 ha, look, what I found, 2 babies that haven't been weaned yet. Chapter 206 Monster. Just when Kimimaro took the wooden cup and was about to taste the long-lost delicacy, a rough and harsh word came from behind. Ha 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 ha, you have really sharp eyes, little baby, this is an adult's tavern. You are an unweaned baby, why don't you hurry back home to find your mother? Don't talk nonsense, I guess you came to the pub looking for milk because you didn't have any, ha 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 ha. As a strong man laughed, more and more pirates turned their heads and looked at Kimimaro and the 2. After discovering that the liquid in their hands was indeed milky white, all kinds of wanton ridicule swept through the entire tavern. Guest, why don't you leave? These people are a gang of villains with a bounty of 230 million Baileys. I won't accept your Baileys. Looking at the gloomy-looking Lorraine and the calm Kimimaro, the bearded boss warned kindly. After all, if there was a fight in the tavern, he would be the one to lose. Captain, Lorraine actually didn't care about others laughing at her for drinking milk, otherwise she wouldn't have asked for 2 glasses of milk in public. However, Lorraine absolutely cannot accept this group of people mocking his most respected and beloved captain, as well as his deceased mother, whose figure is gradually blurring in his mind. Go ahead. Before Lorraine finished speaking, Kimimaro spoke lightly. Give me the scarf. Then Kimimaro glanced at Lorraine's washed white scarf again, stretched out his hand and added. Lorraine nodded heavily and handed the scarf to Kimimaro. This is the first time he has given his scarf to someone else. For Lorraine, whether he is eating, sleeping, or just after washing, he will wear a scarf when he is a little wet. Perhaps, unknowingly, Kimimaro's status in his heart has reached its highest peak. Get out of here, you bunch of scum. Because of the tavern owner's kind advice just now, Lorraine shouted contemptuously at the group of pirates who had just laughed at him, and then strode to the street outside the tavern. Damn it, FK me. Hearing Lorraine's arrogant words, the captain of the villainous pirate group, who was said by the boss to have a bounty of 23,000 Baileys, shouted angrily with a gloomy expression, and walked out of the tavern with his men in a crowd. Advertisement in response, Kimimaro just took a sip of hot milk as if nothing had happened, then glanced at the bearded boss. Here are 2 barbecued legs. After thinking for a while, Kimimaro said again, another hot towel. Seeing that Kimimaro wasn't worried about his partner at all, the bearded boss opened his mouth, but in the end he didn't say anything more. He glanced at Bailey on the table, then walked to the kitchen and started preparing a meal for Kimimaro. Food. On the other side, outside the tavern. After watching the villain pirate group come out, Lorraine's expressionless face suddenly revealed a ferocious smile. In an instant, a huge titanoboa, more than 15 meters long, appeared in front of everyone. Gudong. The scene fell silent for a moment, without any sound. The pirates who were so murderous and hideous just now were so frightened by this sight that they trembled, and from time to time they made the sound of swallowing due to nervousness and fear. What are you afraid of? Lousy is a big pirate with a bounty of 230 million Baileys. The villain Murphy, give it all to Lousy. After all, he is the head of the ship. Compared with his subordinates who have low psychological quality, Mo Feily's courage is still much stronger. Yes, the boss is offering a reward. Before the younger brother could muster up the courage to finish his words, Lorraine flicked his tail and threw away a dozen pirates who were unable to dodge. Because of the immense power of Titanoboa's tail, these pirates successfully disintegrated in midair and turned into a shower of blood, drenching the rest of the pirates. Ah, monster. Although in the grand line, devil fruit users, especially those with animal devil fruit powers, are not uncommon. But that also has to be divided into people. For example, in a city, there are many rich people worth tens of millions or hundreds of millions. But you are not in their circle. Even if you pass by, you can't tell. In the same way, these ordinary pirates with no background and no strength have never seen high-end battles. Most of the time, they just bully the lowest-level civilians, defy the sky, and plunder some small countries that lack sufficient force. After all, there are only a few strong ones. Even the CP intelligence department under the world government is not everyone like a dragon. And this is still backed by Sahai, a large organization with a huge population, not to mention other small forces. As for this villain Murphy, he is at best a Marine colonel. He was given a high bounty by Marine because of his bad deeds. Ah! Advertisement accompanied by shrill screams, as well as the sounds of broken bones and being flesh and blood. 2 freshly baked extra-large barbecued legs with golden and crispy skin and an alluring aroma appeared in front of Kimimaro. Dingling bell, the bell at the door rang again. Captain, clean. Kimimaro threw over the towel he had just asked the boss for. Then he picked up the knife and fork and ate the freshly baked roast legs elegantly. After a while, after cleaning up the bloodstains on his body, Lorraine returned to the booth. Eat. Kimimaro pushed 2 plates of barbecued legs in front of Lorraine and said calmly. Lorraine looked at the 2 plates of barbecued legs with a piece cut off, and took them over with a bit of laughter. Dislike. Seeing that Lorraine didn't speak for a long time, Kimimaro was a little confused. He remembered that the last time he was in Alabasta, Lorraine was eating the barbecued leg he had eaten with a very satisfied expression. Could it be that I used a knife and fork this time and had to let myself take a bite? Just when Kimimaro looked at the knife and fork in his hand suspiciously, Lorraine, who heard Kimimaro's words, shook his head and started to eat hungrily. Seeing Lorraine eating with satisfaction, Kimimaro calmly put down his knife and fork, and calmly drank the warm milk while listening to Lorraine's rough swallowing sound. Looking at the strange duo in front of him, the bearded boss sighed again. A young boy who looks like a follower can casually destroy a pirate group with a bounty of over 100 million. It's really hard to tell what a person looks like. Near the waters of Makyuki Island, it was on a huge ship that was many times bigger than the pirate ship Kimimaro and Lorraine were riding on. A giant with red hair, a strange appearance, 2 horns on his head, and light green skin sat cross-legged on the plywood. Captain Oz, there is Makyuki Island ahead. Do we want to go ashore? Go and have a look and see the standard of this year's newcomers. Chapter 207 Fierce Battle. Makyuki Island. Kimimaro and Lorraine, who had just eaten and drank enough, left the tavern and took a leisurely walk in this town full of pirates. As the first stop in the New World, this island has pirates coming and going all year round, so there are basically no civilians living on the entire island. In other words, the people living here have more or less relationships with various pirate groups. Otherwise, in such a place where people eat people, it will be difficult for people without strength to survive. Of course, apart from the relationship, more importantly, there is an unwritten rule in this small town. That is, not allowed in a small town, kill. That's right, It's obviously a gathering place for pirates who do all kinds of evil and kill countless people, but it has such a ridiculous rule. The reason is that, in addition to being the first stop of the New World, this place is also the outpost of the major royal groups. As the Imperial Group, it is also the strongest force in the entire New World. Prestige, just one of the ways they frighten the sea. And for those newbie pirates who only care about muscles and don't understand awe, the so-called reputation is no different from farts. Only fists and strength are one of the best ways to scare them. However, the purpose of these top forces is not to kill people, or in other words, they are not to kill people randomly. After all, population is a very important resource. Just like Big Mom, she collects blood from different races everywhere to give birth to children. The same goes for Whitebeard. Through his powerful strength and unique personality charm, he conquered one son after another. Even if he is far away in Wano, Kaido, who is drunk all day long, still welcomes animal-type ability users to submit. And to do this, it certainly doesn't rely on reputation to make those stubborn new pirates come to join them directly. Therefore, teaching them a lesson and giving them a show of strength is the simplest and crudest method. It doesn't even require particularly powerful cadres to take action. Any pirate group under the Imperial Group has considerable strength. Don't look at it, they may not shine in the original work, but that's just because of the perspective. Those who can occupy a place under the top Imperial Group are not mediocre people. Advertisement Schoolyard is naturally one of them. Although his bounty is only a mere 210 million, that is only because he joined Whitebeard's command after being defeated by Roger in his early years and stayed in the New World instead of running back to the Grand Line. The first half is domineering. This caused the world government and Marine's bounty on him to not increase again. You know, this seemingly small bounty of 210 million is a bounty before the Great Discovery. Up to now, that is at least a big pirate with a reward of more than 500 million. Not to mention being on par with a lieutenant general, at least he is someone who can compete with a lieutenant general. A player of this level can definitely have a place even among the division captains directly under Whitebeard. Captain Schoolyard, someone is making trouble on our territory. In a tavern only a few streets away from Kimimaro and others, the panting pirate boy ran to a man with spider marks on his forehead and bald pink curly hair to report. It's true. Every year there are new people who don't understand the rules. Stop drinking. Let's go and teach the new guys a lesson. After hearing the report from his subordinate, Schoolyard put down the wine glass in his hand slowly, stuck out his lips with his tongue far beyond ordinary people, and shouted slightly excitedly. After all, every time someone makes trouble, it means that he can naturally gain a sum of money, so he hopes to have more of these stupid young people. After shouldering the nearly 4-meter-long sword beside him, Schoolyard rushed out of the tavern first, then paused and shouted. Lead the way. Hey, old guy, if we get into a fight, don't get to your waist. Boy, you have a chance. Lorraine, who was carrying large and small bags, looked back at Schoolyard, who had a Mediterranean hairstyle and a slightly anxious look, and asked with some confusion. After all, he was an old man who had been facing the sea for decades. Even though he was a little out of control at first, he quickly calmed down. Hearing that the fair-looking little guy in front of him dared to mock his most taboo hairstyle, Scarred instantly became angry. Captain, look, there is an orange cellar. It happens that the oranges on the ship are almost gone. I'll buy some. You wait here for me. Schoolyard, who was a little too emotional, didn't care about any irregularities. What he wanted to do now was to teach this guy with a dirty mouth a lesson. Schoolyard took out the big knife from the scabbard, kicked his foot violently, and the huge tip of the knife stabbed Lorraine straight. However, self-confidence is self-confidence, and there should be no verbal attacks left behind. Wait a minute, I'll go. Advertisement on the street. Seeing this, Lorraine was a little confused, but didn't say anything. He just stood there blankly, watching Kimimaro's retreating back. Schoolyard, who has been a member of the Whitebeard Pirates for many years, has never encountered such a B************ D who dares to mock him over and over again. One blade-style big vortex spider thorn. Hey, is it your boy who caused trouble here just now? Although Lorraine didn't know the old guy in front of him, seeing the crowd of people on the other side walking towards him menacingly, coupled with the somewhat aggressive tone of his words, it seemed that he was coming with bad intentions. Lorraine, who had just experienced a bloody battle, was now extremely confident. Even the old man in front of him, who seemed to have some strength, was still full of confidence. While Lorraine was still looking at Kimimaro's back, a slightly provocative voice sounded from behind him. Damn it, I'm going to beat your teeth into your stomach one by one. So Lorraine was not polite and asked directly, Damn boy, I changed my mind. Who are you, old man? Is something wrong? Why, look at your bald head with very few hairs. Isn't it right to call you an old man? After all, an irrational beast is much easier to deal with than a calm and collected hunter. Then, Lorraine rushed to Schoolyard's side and punched him hard in the abdomen. Schoolyard originally planned to make some extra money, but now he has changed his mind. He wants to shut up this B************* D forever. Lorraine, who was well prepared, instantly covered her arms with a layer of dark scales and deflected the tip of Schoolyard's stabbing knife aside. Cough. What? You called me old man? Schoolyard, who was still full of emotions just now, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and calmed down instantly after being knocked back by Lorraine's punch. Base. Lorraine put the things in her hands on the ground, moved a bit, and mocked her shoulders, which were a little stiff from carrying the things. For some unknown reason, Kimimaro didn't want to wait where he was, so he directly grabbed Lorraine, who was about to move, held him in place, and then slowly walked towards the orange stand. When Schoolyard heard the rude guy in front of him laughing at him, he immediately raised his voice a lot, with an expression like, "You have something wrong with your eyes." Lorraine, who was carrying large and small bags in his hands, saw a vendor selling oranges on the street in the distance. His eyes suddenly lit up and he was about to run forward. Chapter 208 Bone Forest. This is just the beginning, old man. Lorraine saw that her punch didn't seem to do much damage to Schoolyard, and she couldn't help but feel a little nervous, but she didn't show any fear on her lips. "You are said to be fat, and you are still out of breath." Armed big vortex spider sting. This time, Schoolyard, who completely regarded the opponent as his opponent, directly attached the armed domineering energy to the sword and attacked Lorraine again. At that moment, the tip of the knife turned black, just like the legs of the legendary creature, the great vortex spider, giving people a stinging feeling that could break anything. Dragontail. Because Schoolyard was too fast, Lorraine, who had no time to dodge, transformed into a Titanoboa form and used all his strength to strike at the rushing Schoolyard. Puff. Boom. As the tip of the knife pierced Lorraine's body that transformed into a giant python, Schoolyard was also whipped away by him. With the collapse of the house, Schoolyard, who was buried in the ruins, temporarily made no sound. Captain. Seeing Schoolyard being pulled into the ruins, the younger brothers who were unable to intervene all exclaimed in disbelief. "Avenge the captain." One of the pirates drew out the long knife from his waist, shouted at the surprised pirates on the side, and rushed forward. Cough. Although Lorraine relied on her flexible snake form to avoid fatal injuries. However, Lorraine, who was penetrated by the sword that contained armed and domineering force, was still a little exhausted and left the Titanoboa form. He covered the knife edge on his chest and coughed up blood. "Captain. I'm sorry." Looking at a group of pirates getting closer and closer, Lorraine's vision gradually blurred. Just when Lorraine was about to fall to the ground, a white-haired figure suddenly appeared in front of him and held him up. Is it you, Captain?" Feeling the warm embrace, Lorraine, who was a little confused, kept murmuring. "Advertisement, don't worry, I'm here." Words that could not be heard from the emotional fluctuations rang in Lorraine's ears. Although the tone was so plain, after Lorraine heard it, he magically smiled and then fell into a coma. Kimimaro gently laid Lorraine aside on the stall that had long been deserted due to the fight. Then he looked at the pirates rushing over with cold eyes. Armed Hayaberries dance. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw sharp bone spurs suddenly rising from the ground, instantly penetrating the overcoming pirates. Along with the shrill screams, the bright red blood gradually dyed the pale bone spurs red. The pirate who was so murderous just now was like a candied hawse, fixed on the bone spurs on the ground. This scene made everyone who was hiding in the room watching the battle break into a cold sweat. What's more, they could even hear the ticking sound coming from under their own crotches. Devil. Devil. A devil you must not mess with. Everyone who saw this scene seemed to be under a spell and kept murmuring. Schoolyard climbed up from the ruins, covering his chest that was somewhat collapsed due to Lorraine's tail flick, and stared at the hell-like scene in front of him. Seeing that the leader Scarred was still alive, Kimimaro said nothing, didn't even look at him, walked straight to the side and picked up the unconscious Lorraine. Ahem, damn guy. I'm by who? Puff. Before Schoolyard could finish his harsh words, a pale white bone spear, which was thicker than other bone spurs, sprang out from Skyard's crotch, killing Schoolyard, who was only half alive. Yade, stabbed directly through him. Until Kimimaro hugged Lorraine and disappeared at the end of the street, no one dared to come out and take the opportunity to search for loot. The forest of bones in front of us, with the dead pirates hanging there, is too scary. If this were done at night and in dim light, it would definitely be a forbidden area that people would avoid. It's Skuad from the Great Maelstrom Pirates. Just when everyone in the house was at a loss, a cry of surprise sounded outside the street. It was the vice captain of the Oz Pirates who was planning to come to town for a stroll. Advertisement, damn it, someone actually dares to attack our Whitebeard pirates. Seeing the body of the captain of the pirate group who was also under Whitebeard's command, the vice captain was frightened and angry. He immediately walked to the bone forest, ready to see if there was anyone alive, and by the way, he asked the witnesses who dared to attack him. These are the pirates under Whitebeard's command. In a clinic on Makyuki Island. It was said to be a clinic, but in fact, it was a broken wooden house where a retired pirate ship doctor lived. Because most pirates bandage themselves, this pirate ship doctor is very leisurely most of the time. At most, I occasionally sell some medical supplies to earn some pension money. This little brother, your companion, is out of danger. Wiping his forehead, sweating from nervousness, the pirate ship's doctor cautiously spoke to Kimimaro, who was holding a bone spear to the side. No wonder he was so nervous. Anyone who was drinking tea would be too frightened to say a word if a guy suddenly broke in and held a pale white bone spear to his neck. Fortunately, the other party didn't want to rob him, an old man, but just wanted to save people. But even so, whenever he and Kimimaro's seemingly emotionless green eyes looked at each other, their bodies would tremble involuntarily, as if they were being stared at by some wild beast. After Kimimaro discovered through perception that Lorraine's life breath had stabilized, he nodded to the pirate ship's doctor, threw down a few pieces of gold jewelry, and left with Lorraine in his arms. What a strange guy, but he is quite generous in his actions. Weighing the gold jewelry in his hand a few times, the old pirate grinned, revealing the burnt yellow teeth in his mouth, and said happily to himself. Boom. Old guy, have you ever seen a white-haired kid holding someone in his arms? Just when the old pirate man was sighing, another sound of breaking the door suddenly sounded. The wooden door, which had been kicked open twice in one day, finally collapsed under the load. The pirate ship's doctor, who was about to curse, saw a group of people rushing in with great force. He suddenly shrank his neck and pointed in the direction Kimimaro left. He said honestly, over there, they just left not long ago. The intruder who got the news quickly chased after Kimimaro in the direction he left. Hey, looking at the tattered wooden door that had been kicked in, and then looking at the gold jewelry in his hand, the old man sighed with a bit of laughter. Then he slowly found a new wooden door from the back room and installed it. Chapter 209 You look so pretty when you smile. The shore of Makyuki Island. The docking place for the Oz Pirates' super large ship. Because it is a pirate ship specially made for the supergiant, Little Oz, its size is much larger than ordinary large ships. It cannot park at the port of this small island and can only find a random shore to dock. Captain Oz, something happened. Just as Little Oz was standing in front of a boulder, rubbing the giant blade, a sweaty pirate boy ran over in a hurry. Captain Oz, all members of the Maelstrom Pirates, including Captain Skuyard, are all dead. What? Who did it? After hearing what his little brother said, Little Oz shouted angrily. Because of his huge size, a wave of wind came out of Little Oz's mouth, causing the surrounding trees to whistle. It's a new pirate named Silver Killer. The vice captain has already gone to find them. With that said, the younger brother took out the life card that the vice captain just handed him. Damn it, he's just a rookie pirate. He dares to provoke our Whitebeard pirates. He's really looking for death. Lead the way. I want them to know that the majesty of the Whitebeard pirates cannot be violated. The other side, under the shade of a giant tree. Captain. I'm sorry. Lorraine, who had just woken up and was covered in bandages, opened her mouth in shame and confusion. It's okay. Eat one. In this regard, Kimimaro did not blame Lorraine, nor did he comfort him. Instead, he took out a peeled orange from his back, as if Kimimaro really just bought a bag of oranges and just came back. However, what is strange is that this orange seems to be missing a segment. In this regard, Lorraine, who was in a state of emotion, did not pay much attention to it. He nodded sharply and put a whole orange into his mouth. Hiss, it's a bit sore, Captain. I feel like my teeth are going to fall out. Looking at Lorraine, whose face was distorted by the sourness of the orange, Kimimaro showed a rare smile. This scene made Lorraine, who was a little resentful just now because the oranges were so sour, stunned. Hey, Captain, you smiled. Don't tell me. You look much more handsome when you smile than when you keep a straight face. Advertisement. You don't know. You keep a straight face all day. You're like an ice cube. You're so cold. After regaining consciousness, Lorraine, as if she had discovered some rare treasure, began to talk non-stop as usual, completely unaware of the corners of Kimimaro's mouth that instantly dropped. It's better to smile. Just with the captain's appearance, he can charm thousands of girls with just a smile. Ah. Stop fighting, Captain. I am still a sick patient. I am a sick patient. Don't do it. Obviously, as an ancient devil fruit user, Lorraine's recovery ability is not comparable to that of ordinary people. Although it is not as outrageous as the fantasy beast species, Lorraine can basically move freely. However, looking at Lorraine twisting and turning on the ground, Kimimaro didn't know for a moment whether he should be happy that he was back to normal, or angry that he was speaking indiscriminately. Stop. Just as the two were fighting, a loud shout came from behind. Hearing the appearance of an outsider, Lorraine immediately put away her showmanship, stood up, and patted the dust on her body leisurely. Who are you? Before Lorraine could finish questioning the other party, Kimimaro, who was already in a bad mood, kicked his calf hard and rushed forward with a single stride. Then, Lorraine's words were intermittent because of surprise. Those who had just appeared and managed to find Kimimaro and others, the deputy captain of the Oz Pirates and his team, followed in Skurd's footsteps. Captain, who are they? Don't you need to ask? Lorraine scratched the back of his head in confusion. In the normal meeting process, shouldn't you first introduce yourself to your family, then clarify your grudges, and then start to open up the matter? Why did the captain of his own ship start the fight without saying a word? Is it important? Regarding Lorraine's doubts, Kimimaro asked directly. Well, okay, it doesn't seem to be important. After hearing Kimimaro's words, Lorraine thought about it carefully, and it seemed that it really wasn't important. In this remote forest, a group of men with weapons and murderous intent suddenly appeared. They didn't look like friendly forces. I want to become stronger. I don't want to be a useless waste. I must help the captain fulfill his dream. Since it is determined that it is the enemy, then questioning is unnecessary. Kill them directly and save the opponent from using dirty tricks. Big trees, hugged by several people, fell at the feet of a 38-meter tall giant. Thinking of this, Lorraine sighed in his heart. You hide. Advertisement. The height of the two of them is only about 22 meters. Standing next to Little Oz, they are like a little loli standing near an adult. The bounty of Donley and Brokey is only 100 million belly. It can also be seen that the bounty can only be used as a reference, not an absolute comparison of combat power. While Lorraine was still sighing, loud noises came from a distance. The advantage of height is only a part of the strength, not absolute. As expected of the captain, then, before Lorraine could reply, Kimimaro ran in the direction of the sound. Boom! Of course, this is also the reason why these two people were great pirates in the 1420s. Looking at the pool of bright red blood on the ground, Lorraine secretly swore in his heart. Apart from anything else, Dongli and Brocky, who have mastered the strongest move of the giant family, Overlord, are more than enough to defeat a silly big Lil Oz. Looking blankly at Kimimura's leaving figure, Lorraine suddenly felt that he was so useless. He was always under the captain's protection and could not help the captain at all. Little Oz shouted angrily to his little brother who was leading the way. Before he could speak again, the shocked words from his younger brother came over. It can only reach around the waist and abdomen. Of course, being tall does not mean being strong. Oh. Captain Oz, Vice Captain, he's dead. The bright red blood slowly stayed along the tree trunk. Even the two captains of the original giant soldier pirates, Blue Ogre, Tori and Red Ogre, Brocky, are far less tall than Little Oz in one round. Dong, 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 Lorraine completely ignored the unhealed wounds on her fists and hammered the tree trunk hard. Deep in the woods, looking at the life card gradually turning into ashes in his hand, the leading boy lost his voice in disbelief. It must be related to the group of people who fought before. How far is it? Before Lorraine could ask, Kimimaro spoke first and gave instructions. Little Oz, who received no response, looked at his younger brother with a frown. At that time, even Rox, the great pirate known as the Taboo of the Sea, had not yet been born. As a descendant of the demon Oz, Little Oz inherited a height that far exceeds that of ordinary giants. Chapter 210 Dad, something happened. What? Gili is dead. Damn Kimimaro, I must make him pay with his life. After hearing his younger brother's words, the furious Little Oz directly raised the long knife tens of meters in size in his hand and chopped the surrounding giant trees indiscriminately, venting the anger in his heart. Captain Oz, what now? The younger brother, who had no direction because his life cards were burned out, asked in a daze. Dance of the Armed Maiden Flower. Just when the pirate boy was confused, a white-haired man holding a white spear body and a black spear tip suddenly jumped out of the woods ahead. The pirate boy didn't even react, and was directly penetrated and killed by Kimimaro. Then, Kimimaro, who was holding a bone spear, rushed towards Lil Oz with unabated strength, and suddenly pierced Lil Oz's toes with the bone spear. Ah! As the saying goes, 10 fingers are linked to the heart, and Lil Oz screamed in pain when his toes were pierced by a small bone spear. Damn bugs, die. Because of the severe pain and the death of his deputy captain and others, the emotional Little Oz raised the giant knife in his hand and slashed at Kimimaro. Armed dance of Hayabusa. Seeing the giant sword with a huge size difference coming at him, Kimimaro did not choose to resist forcefully. He took advantage of his small size and dodged Oz's powerful and heavy blow. Then Kimimaro touched the ground with his hands. A huge bone spear with a diameter of several meters sprang out from Little Oz's feet and directly penetrated Little Oz from bottom to top. A method of death that was the same as that of Skuyard appeared on this island again. The difference is that the bone spear that pierced through Skuyard was far less spectacular than the one that pierced through Little Oz. Even the newsbird flying over the island was startled by the sudden appearance of the Optimus Prime, which was tens of meters high. Captain, are you okay? Seeing Kimimaro walking back slowly, Lorraine quickly stood up and asked. Fine. Let's go. Seeing that Lorraine could move around freely, Kimimaro didn't help him anymore. He just picked up a small bag of oranges and walked towards the docked ship. Marine Headquarters, Marineland, Fleet Admiral Office. Advertisement, another Natsu. Warring States looked at the latest information in his hand and couldn't help but sigh. What's wrong? There's someone giving you a headache again. Zephyr, who was drinking tea and reading the newspaper, looked at the sighing Warring States and asked curiously. You know, ordinary little pirates won't cause Sengoku a headache. But there hasn't been any big news in the newspapers recently, which makes Zephyr a little curious about who can make Warring States sigh. See for yourself. Warring States did not hide it and directly handed the information to Zephyr. Kill the Whitebeard Pirates, Captain Skuyard of the Maelstrom Pirates, and Little Oz, the captain of the Oz Pirates. A bone spear dozens of meters high is really amazingly powerful. Even Zephyr, a former Marine general, couldn't help but be a little surprised after seeing Kimimaro's achievements. It's not that the pirates Kimimaro defeated were so powerful, but that the other party mercilessly killed the members of the Whitebeard Pirates in the bone spear that was tens of meters high, which surprised Zephyr. After all, in most cases, no one would think twice about provoking the Sea Emperor of the New World. Although as a Marine, Zephyr shouldn't think so. However, even Marine cannot provoke a Sea Emperor for no reason without being prepared. After all, the area under Marine's jurisdiction is too large. Without enough time to mobilize, it is difficult to completely win an Imperial group. You know, none of the pirates who can become the Emperor of the Sea are fuel efficient. What a troubled time it has been. Zephyr put the information back on Warring State's desk, sighed, and then returned to the sofa, continuing to drink tea and read the newspaper, as if he had just seen nothing. Who says it isn't? The Warring States period also sighed with emotion. Put a bounty of 530 million Baileys on him and let Whitebeard have the headache. After thinking for a moment, Warring States decided to offer Kimimaro a reward that was neither high nor low. The 8-meter-tall Black Maria sat on her knees, poured Kaido a glass of wine, and told Kaido the latest newspaper news. New World, the country of Wano. Hearing Black Maria's words, Kaido burst out laughing, unabashedly mocking this old guy who was once in the same boat as him. Ha 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 ha. That old man with white beard is really dying. Even his pirate group has been taken away. He is really old. Shanks glanced at the newspaper, then put it behind him, and continued to hold up the big glass and start drinking. Advertisement. Kaido drank the wine in the cup in one gulp, his eyes flashed, and he murmured to himself. On board the largest whale-headed ship. Seeing this, Beasta quickly put down his wineglass and followed. Lord Kaido, look, there's a new pirate who massacred 2 pirate groups under Whitebeard's command one after another. One of them is a descendant of the giant demon. What's wrong, Marco? Ghost Island. Lacey Lu, who was chewing on his thigh, was a little surprised and threw the latest newspaper in his hand to Shanks, who was still drinking. By the way, let's also test how Whitebeard is doing now. But now, Warring States wants to see Whitebeard's actions even more. Boss, look, there's a newcomer picking up 2 pirate groups under Whitebeard. Marco said to Whitebeard with a gloomy expression. After taking over the latest newspaper from Newsbird, he looked at Kimimura's latest bounty and the reasons for its change. Marco, who always looked lazy, his eyes suddenly widened, and he exclaimed in disbelief. New World, Red 4th. Boom! If it weren't for the fact that Kimimaro had killed a pirate this time, just based on that bone spear that was tens of meters high, Kimimaro would have been given a reward of at least 1 billion. Kimimaro is really a great newcomer. Don't worry about him. That guy with the white beard is not old enough to lift the sword. Kids, keep drinking. Something big happened. Instead, continue to immerse yourself in the joy of the party. I hope that little guy has some strength and can show me that the old man still has some grace. Foil Beasta, who was still drinking at the side, saw Marco's expression change drastically and asked worriedly. Marco didn't explain anything, he just hurried to Whitebeard's side. What? In Shanks' eyes, Kimimaro was just a newbie pirate who didn't know his importance. He couldn't affect the balance of the sea, so he didn't study it carefully. Dad, something happened. Scarred, Little Oz, and the others were killed by a newcomer named Kimimaro. Thinking of this, Warring States was no longer depressed, but instead had a smile on his lips. New World, Moby DK, Chapter 211 Giant Potion 0.1. After hearing Marco's words, Whitebeard, who had been laughing and drinking just now, changed his face instantly, and the wineglass in his hand was crushed with a bang. The pirates who were still drinking around them also stopped talking and looked a little ugly after hearing Marco's words. Obviously, the Whitebeard pirates, who have been galloping on the sea for so many years and have not been provoked for a long time, are very angry and dissatisfied with the rudeness of the newcomers. Dad, leave it to me. Beasta, who was following Marco, took a step forward and said. Dad, let me follow you. Sachi, who was wearing a white chef's uniform and a pompadour haircut, also stood up. Seeing Beasta and Saki taking the initiative, Whitebeard pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. Saki and Beasta, one is the captain of the 4th team and the other is the captain of the 5th team. Their own strength is at the forefront of the Whitebeard pirates. In addition, there are many powerful members under the 2 men, so Whitebeard is relieved to let the 2 go to avenge Lil Oz and the others. As for Kimimaro's strength, Whitebeard is actually not worried. Although Lil Oz is huge, because of this, its sensitivity is quite low. A powerful agility player can kill Lil Oz like a kite. As for the photo of Kimimaro killing Lil Oz, it was not published due to the intervention of the Warring States period. Although Morgans is bold and will do anything to get news. However, when Sengoku, who was the fleet admiral of the Marine headquarters, actually spoke, Morgan still honestly agreed to Sengoku's request. Again, money can be made at any time, news can be published at any time, but there is only one life from beginning to end. It was precisely because he controlled the news industry that Morgans understood that Marine's strength and power were beyond the reach of a single pirate group. Back then, he didn't even dare to deny Natsu's face, let alone the Sengoku fleet admiral led by Marine. This also led to the fact that Whitebeard and others only knew about the death of Little Oz and others, but they did not know the specific cause of death and the circumstances of their death. Dad, is it really okay? How about a few more people come? Marco on the side looked at the leaving figures of Saki and Beasta and said a little worriedly. Ha 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 ha, don't worry, they are all my sons. Whitebeard picked up a big wine barrel again and smiled boldly. It can be seen that he is still very confident in the fighting ability of his sons. Advertisement South Blue, Fast Island, Greenock Town. Inside Orochimaru's makeshift laboratory, what a miraculous product. By studying the genes of ordinary giants, Orochimaru discovered that although their gene fragments are different from ordinary people, the differences are not big. Overall, it's far from Kid's unique genetic fragment. From a genetic point of view, there is not much difference between the genes of the giants and the genes of ordinary humans. In other words, this difference is within Orochimaru's cognitive understanding. Similar to a mutant species that has been successfully stabilized. But Kid's special gene feels like a completely different species. Let me think about it. Since the difference is not big, can we inject external drugs to interfere with these blood factors and achieve the desired effect? Question 1. A huge body size will inevitably require a huge amount of energy to provide for movement. How should we provide such a huge amount of energy? Question 2. How to stabilize disrupted bloodline factors and how timely it is. Question 3. Are there any unavoidable side effects of disrupted bloodline factors? Question 4. How to Orochimaru listed the questions on pieces of white paper one by one, and then conducted reasonable deductions and analysis based on the scientific research knowledge about the world stored in his mind. If you can get this mad scientist to leave the laboratory, it means that a new experiment is about to begin. As a man of action, Orochimaru naturally does what comes to his mind. Soon, along with the painful roars of these humanoid monsters, these little giants gradually dissolved and turned into a pool of flesh and blood. Seeing Orochimaru, who rarely left the house, rarely leave the laboratory and look excited, Kid and Kira couldn't help but shudder. These tragic scenes, coupled with the shrill screams that seemed to penetrate people's hearts, made Kid and Kira, who had killed countless people recently, shudder. Their eyes were full of awe, and they looked aside. Orochimaru couldn't help but smile. Let me see your power. In this regard, they can only pray that they will not be used in these experiments. Before these little giants could react, these little blood-red giants fell limply to the ground as if they had no bones. Advertisement Back Mountain. Looking at the 4 strong men who were jumping around and full of energy, Orochimaru grinned with satisfaction. This. Kid and Kira looked at each other, and both sides saw a hint of shock in the other's eyes. Kid and Kira tied up 2 of them each and came to the back mountain. Soon, a feasible plan was released. After putting all 4 potions in a black suitcase, Orochimaru was a little excited and ordered to Kid and Kira who were exercising in the yard. These people are all gangsters kidnapped by Kira and Kid from the town of Greenock. This kind of person basically has no relatives and no connections. Even if he disappears for no reason, no one will care. Orochimaru opened the suitcase and took a look at the crystal clear potion, which was as bright as a fluid gem, his eyes full of anticipation. Bring 4 people to the back mountain. A little giant, nearly 6 or 7 meters tall, appeared in front of everyone. Hot, hot, so hot, it hurts. Boom, it's broken, I'm going to break. Ah, just when Kid and Kira were immersed in awe of Orochimaru, suddenly the 4 of them began to expand like balloons. Then he very carefully injected 4 potions into 4 people respectively, as carefully as if he was wiping off some artwork. The 4 strong men, who were tied tightly, could only whimper helplessly because their mouths were sealed. Therefore, it did not attract anyone's attention. Many residents even lamented that the security of the town has improved a lot recently, and there are no gangsters to cause trouble. Accompanied by violent screams, the 4 people were like cooked prawns, hunched over, neatly red, and constantly emitting steam. Soon, 4 freshly baked giant potion version 0.1 appeared in front of Orochimaru. What's more, the 2 usually attack small gangs of more than a dozen people, and the entire gang will be uprooted in one attack. Soon after the injection of the medicine was completed, all 4 people began to react. Chapter 212 You won't regret joining. It seems that he has lost his mind, and the time it lasted was very short. I don't know if the energy supply is insufficient, or the bloodline factor has self-destructed. Orochimaru stepped forward and took a look at the miserable state of the 4 experimental subjects, and murmured to himself. Tidy up. Orochimaru picked up a few pieces of fairly well-formed minced meat, gave instructions to Kid and Kira who were stunned at the side, and walked towards the direction of the laboratory. Yes, Orochimaru-sama. In the next few days, Orochimaru continued to improve Giant Potion 0.2, 0.3, 0.4, and so on. The changes in the experimental body are also changing at a speed visible to the naked eye. First, the body size, from 6 or 7 meters at the beginning, to the current stable 11 or 12 meters. From the experimental subject's skeleton, which was unable to stand at all, to now it can move slowly and even make some simple body movements. It can be said to be rapid progress, this day. Follow up. As usual, Orochimaru once again carried a black handbag. After giving instructions to Kid and Kira, he walked to the back mountain alone. Kid and Kira were already a little numb to this. Mechanically, he carried the 4 experimental bodies and followed Orochimaru towards the back mountain. Roar. As before, 4 standard giants with a height of about 12 or 13 meters appeared in front of the 3 people. So far, apart from being unable to speak, from the appearance point of view, they are no different from ordinary giants. Boom. Perhaps the potion caused a lot of pain during the action. These obviously violent giants began to face the surrounding woods with red eyes, waving their fists constantly. With their powerful physique, overwhelming strength, and ferocity and aggressiveness, they are worthy of being called the strongest race of giants. How wonderful! Orochimaru dexterously avoided the giant's attack, somewhat sighing at the wonder of the creator. Advertisement, Wan Shi. Dinner is ready. Looking at the 4 giants going crazy indiscriminately, Orochimaru slammed the ground with his palm. A burst of white mist flashed. A large snake with a body length of more than 30 meters and purple stripes appeared in the forest. It is a giant snake that Orochimaru cultivated using the genes of the demon Oz. Compared to the process of human experimentation, there is another world experience in the method of cultivating snake creatures brought about by the special snake-style ninjutsu. Orochimaru is unique in cultivating snake creatures and its speed is astonishing. Although it is not yet possible to cultivate the legendary snake-like beast Shanglu, this newly cultivated snake also has a quite terrifying size and poison. That's right, unlike ordinary non-venomous pythons, the snake itself is a giant lion majesty. Not only does it have a huge size, but it also has almost indestructible venom. Hiss, 10,000 snakes with purple stripes spit out letters, and stared at the 4 little giants with cold vertical pupils. Perhaps feeling the pressure from Wan Shi, The four giants who had gone crazy just now calmed down and subconsciously looked at Wan Shi. However, the strange thing was that none of the four showed any fear. Instead, they felt eager to try. What a natural warrior, a perfect weapon. Looking at the performance of the four giant experimental subjects, Orochimaru sighed again. It was obviously a battle involving such a disparity in body size, but if it were to happen to a normal person, he would either collapse to the ground in fear, or simply run away. Then it will still be like now. Not only will we not be afraid, but we will take the initiative. In fact, even if Wan Shi doesn't take action, the four experimental bodies will naturally collapse and disintegrate in 3 hours. After hearing Aoi's announcement of arriving home, Orochimaru, who had been prepared for it, said something that was neither salty nor bland. CP, you guys move very quickly, and all you need to do is conduct normal scientific research and development. So, what price can you offer? Then, Aizen reported the news to Aoi, the person in charge of intelligence collection and analysis in CP0. The person who came was a woman with long emerald green hair, shimmering eyes, and a gentle smile on her face. Ba bang bang. Just as Kid and Kira were hiding behind the boulder and shivering, a clear female voice came from behind. Advertisement: it can only be used as a one-time combat force at a critical moment. The world government will build an independent large-scale laboratory for you and provide you with various precious resources. Of course, our safety can also be assured. Not only is one of the 3 generals of Marine, Polusali, known as Kizaru, the Marine Science Force led by General Nuo also has dedicated CP agents to take care of your daily life. Orochimaru had no interest in the beautiful words spoken by the gentlewoman with emerald green hair in front of him, and directly asked about the treatment the other party could give him. In fact, just a few days after Orochimaru started researching the giant potion, Aizen arranged for a CP agent who happened to be passing by to pass on the news about the giant experiment. Of course, if Mr. Orochimaru wants anything, you can put it forward and I will consult the 5 elders as appropriate. We CP0 are directly affiliated with the 5 elders, the supreme leader of the world government, so we will give the highest treatment to people like Mr. Orochimaru who have extremely strong scientific research capabilities and major achievements. Saying that, Aoi walked towards Orochimaru. Welcome to join us. When you recall this moment in the future, you will never regret it. In response, Orochimaru did not reply, but looked at the person with his bright golden eyes. In response, Orochimaru also smiled with an unknown meaning. I'm really sorry. The little girl is an agent of CP0. You can call me Aoi. Looking at the silent Orochimaru, Aoi bowed slightly and explained. CP0 is a secret intelligence agency directly under the world government. Little girl B. Yukai, he is one of the squad leaders. Obviously, Orochimaru thinks that the conditions proposed by Aoi are pretty good. Anyway, his ultimate goal is to join in and lay eggs by borrowing the chicken. After asking the 5 elders for instructions, Aoi received the instructions and rushed to South Blue in person to contact Orochimaru. Unfortunately, the result of a battle is never determined by fighting spirit and perseverance alone. We show our greatest sincerity to capable, talented and gifted people. I hope we have the honor to invite Mr. Orochimaru to work with us. Because, certainly, after all, they are essentially amplified humans and are currently unable to supply and maintain the energy of the giants for a long time. However, it is enough for the time being. After several days of observation, I decided to come forward today. The absolute difference in size allowed Wan Shi to easily kill the 4 giant test subjects. After hearing Aoi's words, Orochimaru pondered for a moment. In 3 days, a warship will be sent to pick me up. I need to pack some experimental equipment and materials. After receiving the news, Aoi was very interested in this guy who could research the giant potion on his own. Yes, this person is one of the 3 current deputy captains of CP0, a female agent codenamed Aoi. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Aoi smiled brightly. What an amazing invention. Mr. Orochimaru is such an amazing talent. Chapter 213 Akainu's Ambition. After receiving a satisfactory answer, Aoi slowly disappeared from Orochimaru's sight. Go ahead. Orochimaru gently stroked the snake and indicated that it could move freely. After receiving Orochimaru's signal, Wan Shi quickly returned to the sea. After Orochimaru's transformation, Wan Snake not only has a huge body, but also has the ability to move freely underwater. If horns grow on the top of its head, it can even be regarded as a dragon in the process of evolution. You two come here. Orochimaru waved to Kid and Kira. The 2 people who didn't dare to resist walked to Orochimaru honestly. Laugh. Suddenly, Orochimaru's neck quickly stretched like a rubber band, his head came to the necks of Kid and Kira, and each of them took a bite. This is my gift to you. I hope we have another chance to meet again. After saying that, Orochimaru ignored the 2 people who were lying on the ground speechless due to pain, and walked slowly back to the laboratory. It took a while. After the pain dissipated, the 2 looked at each other. Both of them saw the joy, relief, excitement, etc., complex emotions in each other's eyes. Only no resentment. Because the 2 of them knew that this pain must be a gift from Master Orochimaru to them. Although the process was painful, they persevered. Kira, I want to go to sea. I will definitely be able to become One Piece. Come be my deputy captain. Kid, who had regained his freedom, felt energetic and confident, shouted loudly to the sea, and then reached out to Kira with a serious look on his face. Kira didn't hesitate and took Kid's extended hand directly, raising the corners of her mouth. I wish you all the best, Captain Kidd, New World, G1 branch. One of the branches of Marines stationed in New World. It is one of the powerful strongholds for Marine to stop the New World pirates and head towards the first half of the Grand Line. Because this is Marine's most important and special branch in the New World, Marine generals take turns guarding it all year round. But because Kizaru is also the leader of the Marine Science Force, under normal circumstances, the G1 branch has Akainu, Sakaski and Aokiji, Kuzan, taking turns to hold on. Advertisement now, it is Sakaski's turn to guard. In the office of the branch commander, Bala Bala. This is the G1 branch, understood, Bada. Sakaski put down the phone bug in his hand, with a frown on his calm face. Although he is only in his early 40s, he feels like a stubborn old man. The Whitebeard pirates, these scum will never stop. Sakaski lit the cigar in his mouth with his fingers, leaned on the chair, and murmured to himself. Perhaps, this is an opportunity. Suddenly, a glimmer of light flashed in Sakaski's eyes, and he randomly dialed the phone number again. New World, Test C. When Erza captured Jack, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara first joined forces to defeat Kaido. Because this sea area is closer to the Red Continent, it is very close to various marine branches. This means that this sea area is very close to the entrance of New World. At the same time, there is a slight distance from the places occupied by various imperial groups. It can be regarded as a buffer zone between the major forces. A large warship with green lines, the Mars. It's Madara, what's wrong? Oh, okay, I get it, Bada. Senju Hashirama put down the phone in his hand, thinking seriously about what Uchiha Madara just said to him. In summary, two captains of the Whitebeard pirates led people to the entrance of the New World. Sakaski wanted to capture the two alive to further weaken the pirates' power, and even wanted to lure Whitebeard himself. Take the bait. For this reason, Sakaski deliberately avoided the Warring States period and personally notified Erza, who was also a hawk, and Uchiha Madara, who was clearly a dove, but her methods were comparable to those of a hawk. As for why it was Uchiha Madara who came to tell Senju Hashirama, not Sakaski itself. This is because Sakaski believes that Senju Hashirama himself is indeed a dove. If Sakaski himself speaks, it is possible that Senju Hashirama will pass the news to Sengoku. According to the personality of the Warring States period, he would never agree to such a risky move. Advertisement however, if Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are close friends, there is a high probability that Senju Hashirama will not tell the truth. Mainly, Sakaski felt that it would be difficult for him alone to stop the entire Whitebeard pirates. Moreover, when they really capture Whitebeard's squad leader alive, Sengoku, as the Marine Fleet Admiral, will definitely know the news and even guess that this is Sakaski's plan. After all, everyone knows Sakaski's character and goals. If it weren't for the pressure of the Fleet Admiral of the Warring States period, Sakaski would have been able to move his headquarters to the New World. However, when the captain of the Whitebeard pirates is really captured alive, it will be an arrow that has to be fired. It was impossible for the Warring States period to release the captured pirates intact. Otherwise, it will definitely affect Marine's prestige in the world. Erza and Uchiha Madara agreed to Sakaski's plan without even thinking about it. Fighting is what they long for, let alone this situation where someone above them takes the blame. As for Senju Hashirama, he had no objection. Although he likes sustainable development, it's not bad to make quick money once in a while. Close to Test C. A pirate ship with a crescent skull and skull flag. Teach, what are you doing? Sachi, who was wearing a chef's uniform, asked the middle-aged man standing aside who looked rugged, thick-haired, dark and burly. It's nothing, Captain Saki. I just feel a little uncomfortable. Maybe I drank too much yesterday. Just rest and I'll be fine. Teach, who had not betrayed the Whitebeard pirates at this time, looked like a simple and honest old man. He smiled, rubbed his chest sheepishly, and opened his mouth to explain. That's fine, pay attention to rest, and don't hold on if something happens. After hearing Teach's words, Sachi didn't ask any more questions. He stepped forward and patted Teach on the shoulder, then walked towards the kitchen. It looked like he was going to do some cooking. Hey, Saki, is it time to have dinner? Then I'm here at the right time? Before Saki walked into the kitchen, Beasta jumped over from the pirate ship next to him, walked to Saki, and pretended to meet him by chance. Come on, you didn't come at this time that day, just go there and wait. Hearing Beasta's words, Saki cast an angrily sidelong glance at Beasta, a person who always eats on time every day. However, Sachi is not angry. On the contrary, he enjoyed cooking for his friends, whom he regarded as family, and watching their satisfied expressions when they ate the meals he had made. Perhaps, it is precisely because of this that Saki's popularity is the best reason for being in the Whitebeard pirates. Oops, Captain Thatch, there's a marine ahead of us. Chapter 214. How terrifying. The wound is 30 centimeters deep. Why panic? With Captain Thatch and Captain Beasta here, not even marine dares to attack us. What's more, we are the Whitebeard pirates. Teach, who was on the side, saw the panicked pirate running over and said somewhat nonchalantly. Just like Teach said, as one of the kings of the sea, the Whitebeard pirates have always been fearless. Okay, don't worry, can you tell whose fleet it is? Saki, who was about to enter the kitchen, came back helplessly after hearing the noise behind him. Yes, it's Marine's new candidate general, Senju Hashirama, nicknamed Senki. Alternate General Shanmu. After Saki heard this slightly unfamiliar name, he didn't react for a while. Because among the Whitebeard pirates, the only one who loves news gathering is Marco, the captain of the first team and part-time ship doctor. The rest of the people have their own hobbies, and they don't read newspapers every day. For example, Saki, who always has to prepare meals for many people, is not very impressed by Senju Hashirama and others who have risen rapidly like comets in the past 6 months. After all, in his opinion, except for the 3 generals in the Imperial group of the same level, there is no threat in this sea. Are you sure it's Senju Hashirama's fleet? Bista, who was lying aside, asked with a serious expression. It's true. It's confirmed that when he was promoted to candidate general, the specially built warship had green patterns and a wooden golem statue. The pirate in charge of the observatory assured. Different from Saki, who is active in the kitchen all day, and Bista, who is addicted to kendo training. As a resident of the observatory, it is necessary to understand the latest trends in the sea. Otherwise, it will be embarrassing when the enemy comes within sight and you don't know who the enemy is. In addition, the captain of his own division did not like this kind of intelligence collection, so the Watchtower pirate found the information collected by the members of the first division and recorded it. Why, is this person very strong? Seeing Bista's expression becoming more solemn, Saki asked with some doubts. Very strong. It is said that this guy named Senju Hashirama and another candidate general named Uchiha Madara at the same time teamed up to defeat Kaido of the Beasts. If we can avoid it, we should try our best to avoid each other. Bista briefly and comprehensively told the information about Senju Hashirama that he had learned. Advertisement, Senju Hashirama. Hearing Bista's words, a hint of surprise flashed in Teach's eyes. You must know that Kaido is as strong as his father, and he cannot be defeated by just one person. Then it's up to you. Let's try to avoid it. Our target isn't Marine anyway. After listening to Bista's words, Saki did not object. After all, he is just a cook, and he prefers working with ingredients than fighting. If it hadn't been for Little Oz getting into trouble this time, he wouldn't have asked for orders to fight at all. Well, I'll go back to the ship and talk to those little guys. Under normal circumstances, Marine won't take the initiative to take action against us, so don't worry. Before leaving, Bista comforted him. Just like what he said, Marine General Fleet Admiral's Warring States period pursues the principle of balance. Unless it is absolutely necessary, Marines will not be rashly sent to attack the Imperial pirates. It's a pity that the order this time was not issued by the Warring States period. Wood-style wooden dragons technique. Just when Bista was about to jump back to his ship, the giant wooden dragon, which was more than tens of meters long, bit the ship led by Bista into pieces in one bite. No. Seeing that the pirate ship that he had been with day and night for more than 10 years, as well as the many brothers on the ship, were almost completely wiped out by this blow, Bista was filled with grief, his eyes were red, and he let out a heartbreaking cry. Cried out in pain. Why? We are the Whitebeard pirates, how dare you attack us? Saki helped Bista beside him, who was shaking with grief and anger, and asked Senju Hashirama, who was standing on top of Wooden Dragon with an angry look. Why? First a Marine, you are pirates, Marine catches pirates, this is the reason. On the Wooden Dragon, Senju Hashirama, holding his arms, said with a cold face. Go to hell. 2 sword-style rose dance. Damn it, I haven't found that fruit yet, I can't die yet. With all his strength, he actually cut a wound as deep as 30 centimeters, which shows that Sachi's strength cannot be underestimated even among lieutenant generals. Wood-style double wooden dragon jutsu, boom. 2 swordsman-style armed rose dance. A large number of red rose petals were born under Bista's sword. This scene made Teach, who was about to attack Senju Hashirama just now, dumbfounded. Advertisement, I advise you to surrender obediently. Saki, on his side, waved 2 long swords as black as ink, hitting the wooden giant's calf. A huge wooden shield shaped like a fang face appeared between the 2 people, blocking this gorgeous blow. Senju Hashirama, who was too lazy to play with them, waved a giant wooden dragon in each hand, biting the 2 of them. And he dived directly into the sea, preparing to avoid the limelight first. The rose petals flying everywhere, because the power was too dispersed, hit the wooden giant's calf, causing a crisp knock that did not break the defense. As if mocking the attacker's incompetence, ding, ding, ding. The gorgeous petals with a hint of danger seemed to fly towards Senju Hashirama slowly but really quickly. A wooden giant with a height of hundreds of meters rose up from the ground in an instant. The wooden dragon, which had just crushed the ship in one bite, was like a thin snake, wrapped around the wooden golem's right arm. Bista, come together. Unfortunately, their opponent is Senju Hashirama, a bug-level player with nearly unlimited physical strength and unlimited self-healing. Hey, aren't these monsters generals? Wood-style wooden golems technique. Senju Hashirama didn't pay attention to this. His goal was to capture the 2 captains alive. As for whether the others were dead or alive, he didn't care. After making eye contact, the 2 launched their strongest attack together and rushed towards the wooden giant. Teach, who has always been patient, does not want to expose his strength at this time. Good. Bista, who was full of anger in his heart, didn't want to listen to Senju Hashirama's nonsense. He pulled out the 2 western swords from his waist and slashed at Senju Hashirama. Before Sachi could strike again, the 30-centimeter deep wound had already healed, as if it had never appeared at all. Because the purpose this time was to capture him live, Senju Hashirama didn't use too much force. Two-sword-style armed eviscerating crazy sword. Looking at the behemoth in front of him, Saki, knowing that this battle was inevitable, shouted to Beasta beside him. Teach opened his big mouth with a few missing teeth and shouted in disbelief. Therefore, he watched helplessly as the two pirate ships were all reduced to pieces, and both Saki and Beasta were captured alive. After all, the physical strength of ordinary people cannot withstand the bite of wooden dragon. Wood-style wood expulsion technique, Chapter 215. What happened? Marine Headquarters, Marineland, Fleet Admiral Office. Boom. Does this Sakaski still have eyes for me, Fleet Admiral? Early in the morning, Zephyr, who was carrying a beautifully illustrated novel called Foods from Around the World You Don't Know, heard an angry roar from the Warring States period before he walked into the Fleet Admiral office. What's wrong? It's so early in the morning. Zephyr expertly pushed the gate of opening and then comforted him with some doubts. Not yet, your good apprentice. That guy Sakaski acted without authorization and actually captured the squad leader of that guy Whitebeard alive. Warring States told what Sakaski had done secretly without any loss. Here, take a sip to relieve your anger. Listening to Sengguo's complaints, Zephyr skillfully found Sengguo's tea leaves, then took out his own teapot, brewed tea leisurely, and then handed Sengguo a cup. Gudong, the Warring States period was so angry that they couldn't think of drinking tea. They drank all the tea in one go like a cow drinking. Seeing this, Zephyr smiled and gave Warring States another drink. Why bother? The matter is now here. Thinking about how to solve it is the most important thing. You should know the temper of that old guy with Whitebeard better than I do. He regards his crew as his own sons. Sakaski's behavior this time will definitely make the old guy crazy. Zephyr sat back on the sofa, looking through the detailed explanations of Shihai's food while talking to Warring States about his opinions. What can you do? Warring States looked at Zephyr, who looked careless but seemed confident, and asked curiously. I'm not Fleet Admiral, I'm just an ordinary retired old man. Why do you ask me? Zephyr took a sip of tea leisurely and asked Warring States. Bang, bang, bang. Just when Warring States was speechless, a rhythmic knock on the door sounded. Come in, Ahe. Advertisement. As soon as Warring States heard this familiar knock on the door, he knew it was Lieutenant General He. Warring States, have you made arrangements for this matter? After Lieutenant General He entered the house, he said hello to Zephyr and then went to the gate of opening of the Warring States period to see the mountain road. Hey, not yet. Now Kizaru is settling a newly recruited scientist, and that old B************ D Garp secretly went back to the East Daxia Sea for vacation. Except for Aokiji, who can make it there, only Erza, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama are in New World. If Whitebeard goes there in person, the mid-level and high-level combat power is far from terrifying enough. Hearing his words, Warring States frowned and expressed his worries. Then recruit Shichibukai. According to intelligence, except for Moria, Crocodile, and Bartholomew Big Bear, the other four are all in the New World. Now a recruitment order has been issued, which can be used as a supplement to combat power. Hearing the words Shichibukai, Zephyr couldn't help but squeeze the book in his hand, and then he sighed as if he thought of something, and let go of his palm weakly. Lieutenant General He had no choice but to gently pat his old friend on the shoulder. Okay, let's do it then. Notice to summon the 7 warlords of the sea, Gildarts, Jorkal Mahawk, Don Quixote Doflamingo, and Boya Hancock, and gather at G1 Fortress in 5 days. New World, Moby DK. I don't know how Saki and the others are doing, and when they will be back. Chowzi, who was tall and muscular, ate the meat leg in his hand, which was not very delicious, and thought a little. What's wrong? Do you miss Saki's craftsmanship? Judging by the time, they should have succeeded by now and are ready to return. They just have to endure it for a few more days. Marco on the side was leaning on the railing, looking at Josie with a disgusted expression on his face, and comforted him. They were accustomed to Sachi's cooking skills, but they were a little uncomfortable with the sudden change to the cooking skills of an ordinary cook. However, as a pirate, it is normal to endure hardships and stand hard work, which is why Josie, this stubborn person, keeps complaining. Hey, today's newspaper is here, let me see what news there is. When Marco saw a messenger bird flying towards him, he killed the meaty leg in his hand in a few strokes. Then he handed a Bailey to the messenger bird and slowly opened the newspaper, ready to read what was happening at sea today. Let's see, Marine Candidate General, in the test waters, capture alive. Capture the leader of the Whitebeard pirates alive. Marco, who was originally ready to have fun, felt his heart skip a beat when he saw the words Whitebeard pirates. As expected, the last thing I wrote was the news that Saki and Beasta were captured alive. What, Thatch and the others were captured by Marine. After Josie heard Marco's words, he threw away the meat leg in his hand, walked quickly to Marco, and exclaimed in disbelief. Advertisement, damn Marine, are you going to start a war with us? Josie squeezed next to Marco, and after seeing the photos of Saki and Beasta being arrested, he gritted his teeth and shouted. Let's go find Daddy. Marco said something gloomily, then stretched out his fire feathers and flapped his wings to fly towards the largest ship in the fleet, the Moby DK. Aboard Moby DK. Dad, because of the previous incident with Lil Oz, the man, who is over 60 years old and has a white beard with hidden injuries due to excessive use of shock fruit when he was young and lack of good rest, had to hang up on a bottle to recuperate. Although Whitebeard kept emphasizing that he was not old yet, it was hard for Whitebeard to refuse the concern from his sons, so he simply agreed. What's wrong? because the personal nurse did not allow him to drink during the bottle suspension period, the bored white-bearded man could only lean on the seat and close his eyes to rest. After hearing Marco's anxious shout again, Whitebeard instantly opened his eyes and asked in a deep voice. Dad, Thatch and Beasta. They were captured alive by Marine. Boom, in an instant, an invisible wave of air swept from the white beard sitting on the seat towards the surroundings. The bottle closest to him even burst into pieces, and the potion in the bottle spilled all over the floor. The surging waves around him were smoothed away by a pair of invisible hands in an instant. There is a depressing atmosphere in the air. Although this was Whitebeard's subconscious behavior due to surging emotions, it also made all the ordinary crew members on the ship feel as if their brains had been hit hard. Fortunately, this was not done intentionally by Whitebeard, otherwise most people would probably fall into coma. What's going on? Why did you fight Marine? Whitebeard calmed down and looked at Marco seriously. Judging from the decades of fighting between Whitebeard and Sengoku would not attack important members of the Imperial Regiment without any reason. Either his two sons are taking action against Marine or the world government, or Marine is going to make some big move. The former is okay, it may just be an accident. If it is the latter, I am afraid that the entire Whitebeard pirates will face a disaster. Chapter 216 I want to take my sons home. It was the new alternate general, Senju Hashirama with the title of Senmu, who did it. Now Saki and Beasta are imprisoned in the G1 branch guarded by that mad dog Sakaski. I'm afraid, this matter has something to do with that mad dog Sakaski. Marco told him everything he knew. Obviously, Marco, who is the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, part-time ship's doctor and intelligence agent, can roughly guess the relationship between this incident and being a Marine general and the leader of the Marine Hawks just based on the place of detention, Sakaski related. Sakaski. After listening to Marco's words, Whitebeard instantly understood the whole story. If it was that brat Sakaski, Whitebeard would understand. Unlike Sengoku, who is conservative and focuses on balance, Sakaski, as the leader of the Marine Hawks, never wants to attack the New World and takes the initiative to attack all pirates. If this matter was instigated and planned by Sakaski behind the scenes, it would make sense. As long as I am still here, no one in this world can do anything to my children. Whitebeard pulled out the blood-red syringe on his arm, raised the naginata in his hand, Kong Yunchi, and shouted heroically to all the angry-looking sons on the boat. Marco, let me know. I want to take my sons home. The Great Sea Route, the Windless Zone, Amazon Lily Kingdom. Ruskajin Island. This is a magical island with 48 seasons in a year. On average, each season lasts more than 7 days. Because the seasons change significantly, many strange species survive here. The diversity of species means that there are many organisms with considerable edible value. Boom. As expected of Lady Arturia, she has developed such superb hunting skills in just a few months. Boya Hancock on the side looked at Arturia, who was so heroic and brave, killing a big bear with a knife in one hand, and looked very admired, and kept praising her. Even though Arturia was used to being expressionless, her cheeks turned slightly red when faced with a person of the same S*X who was good in appearance, figure, and strength, and who worshipped her without repeating or stopping. Advertisement, then let's go back to the palace, just in time to taste the fresh bear paws. Hancock took the palm of the giant bear cut off by Arturia, stepped forward and took Arturia's hand and said, Sister, big sister, it's not good, there's a Marine warship. Just when Hancock felt the white and smooth Rui in his hand, green-haired Sandasonia ran over in a hurry. Marine? Hearing his sister's words, Hancock subconsciously grabbed Arturia's hand, and finally asked quickly, Have you seen who is coming? It seems to be Lieutenant General Flying Squirrel from Marine Headquarters. However, I don't know their purpose for the time being. Sister, please go and have a look. After Sandasonia glanced at Arturia, she quickly said to Hancock. Don't panic, we are Shichibukai with legal rights to plunder. Marine will not do anything to us. Let me go and see. Having said this, Hancock threw the bear paw to Sandasonia, then held Arturia's little hand tightly with both hands, and said with a serious expression, Lady Arturia, don't worry, I will definitely protect her. Well, I believe you. To this, Arturia also used her green eyes to respond to Hancock seriously. Amazon Lily Island, shore, on a medium-sized standard warship. Be careful, don't look directly at that woman. Although she is the most beautiful woman in the legend, she is also a monster that can turn people into stone. Will you still read it later? As the love in the hearts of the Marines fluctuated, one Marine after another was turned into a statue by the power of the sweet fruit. That's right, my sister is so beautiful, whatever she does will be forgiven. This woman is one of the 7 warlords of the sea. But when this woman, who is said to be the most beautiful in the world, really appeared in front of them, they still couldn't help but fall into it, and they couldn't extricate themselves. Even though he was a flying squirrel who was nearly 40 years old and experienced many battles, he couldn't help but feel a little lost when he first saw Hancock's appearance that astonished everyone. However, a warning is a warning, and it doesn't matter how many people will listen to it. How can there be such a beautiful woman in this world? Idiot, you can't look directly, and you can't even take a glance. Finally, you have a chance to take a look. Are you willing not to take a look? Advertisement, damn it, it's so beautiful, I can't stand it anymore. Humph. No matter what I do, I will be forgiven, because I am so beautiful. Her seductive eyes are breathtaking, her high nose is as round as jade, her sexy red lips are plump, moist and slightly shiny. Her beautiful facial features are as if they were made in heaven, and every part is flawless. Originally, all Marines were mentally prepared because of the flying squirrel. The whispers from the nervous Marine below quickly reached the ears of the flying squirrel above the bow of the ship. Those useless words made him frown and scold him. It's like, everyone knows that smoking is harmful to health and gambling can ruin families and lives, but there are always people who are uncontrollably addicted to it and can't extricate themselves. Hearing a proud female voice, everyone's eyes subconsciously turned towards the direction from which the voice came. Boya Hancock, known as the Empress, even he couldn't guarantee that he would be able to withstand the charm from Hancock, let alone these little sailors. Hearing the rude rebuke of the flying squirrel, Hancock frowned slightly, put his left hand on his waist and pointed down with his right hand, his tone full of arrogance. Soon, the flying squirrel had just finished its warning. It can be said that her skin is like cream, graceful, and her appearance is so beautiful that it makes people fall in love. Ah, the Empress is right. Hancock, as a Shichibukai, if you attack Marine without any reason, you will be stripped of your Shichibukai title. You Marines came to find me, what are you doing? After placing Arturia, Hancock took all the members of the Nine Snakes pirates, including his sister, to the shore and confronted Marine's warship. Fortunately, the flying squirrel, with its extraordinary will, bit the tip of its tongue suddenly, and the mouth filled with sweet and fishy blood made the flying squirrel wake up instantly and yelled loudly. It was obviously a very contemptuous attitude, but under the blessing of Hancock's astonishing appearance, everyone in the Nine Snakes pirates turned into crazy fans and kept cheering. Quiet, don't blame me for not reminding you that everyone should not look directly at that woman for a while, otherwise, the training will be doubled when we go back. I saw a woman with fair skin, plump figure and bold clothes standing on the bow of the boat. Gotcha. That's right, your brain is better. AWSL, Chapter 217 Dad. That's enough, Hancock. I don't want to argue with you. This time, I'm here to inform you that as the 7 warlords of the sea, you have to fulfill your obligations. In 3 days, you have to gather the G1 branch in New World. Also, release the control of my soldiers, otherwise I will deprive you of the title of 7 warlords of the sea in the name of Marine Headquarters Lieutenant General. The flying squirrel, who didn't want to talk nonsense with this extremely narcissistic crazy woman, shouted with a serious expression. Although he is not qualified to deprive Shichibukai of his title, it does not prevent him from threatening Hancock at this time. Otherwise, who knows if this seemingly abnormal woman will actually get into a fight. Humph. I understand, men are not welcome here, please disappear from my sight as soon as possible. Hearing the flying squirrel's threatening words, Hancock snorted coldly, lifted the petrification of the Marines, and spoke with deep disgust in his tone. Hancock, who was reluctant to serve as Shichibukai in order to protect the Amazon Lily Kingdom, did not dare to offend Marine too much for the time being. Otherwise, without the protection of the name Shichibukai, she and the Nine Snakes pirates alone would not be enough to protect the safety of the kingdom. I hope you won't use any tricks and turn around. After seeing that all his soldiers had returned to their original state, Flying Squirrel left a few words and left with the warship. Sister, what should we do? The third child, Marigold, stepped forward and asked. I have no choice but to go to New World. The island will be left to you. Don't make any mistakes. Hancock frowned beautifully, hinting to his 2 sisters that they must protect Arturia and not let her be exposed. Sister, don't worry, we are on the island. New World, Kingdom of Drade, inside the royal palace. Uncle Gildas, why doesn't Wilnia have a father? Is Wilnia not good? With golden shoulder-length hair and an eccentric look, Wilnia was wearing a cute and exquisite princess dress, sitting in Gildarts' arms, looking at her seriously with her big watery eyes. Gildas asked. How could it be possible? Wilnia is the cutest girl in the world. Gildarts, who didn't know how to answer, looked at the cute little face in his arms and could only answer in an evasive manner. In fact, Gildarts inexplicably likes this cute, lively and cute little guy. Advertisement otherwise, he might not have stayed in this country in the first place. Well, Vernia, you want Gildas to be your father, okay. Wilnia, who was shrinking in Gildas's arms, had a soft and hopeful voice, which made Gildas not know what to say for a moment. After all, this doesn't mean he can be whatever he wants to be. Although Wilnia is not Christine's biological daughter, she has been raised for so many years. In addition, Christine has inherited the throne of the Drade Kingdom and became a queen. She is busy with various affairs and has no plans to have children for the time being. Therefore, Wilnia can basically be regarded as the princess of the kingdom, and may even be the heir to the next queen. Although Gildarts is extremely powerful, he cannot force others to marry him. Bah, it doesn't matter, even if mom doesn't agree, in Wilnia's heart, Gildas is the best dad. Looking at the silent Gildarts, the well-behaved and sensible Wilnia tried to straighten her body, and stamped her face on the stubble-covered Gildarts' face. Then, Wilnia quietly leaned into Gildarts' ear and whispered. When we are 2 people, Wilnia calls you daddy, okay. Listening to Wilnia's whispers of expectation and prayer, even Gildarts, who is known as the Destroyer, and the strongest 7 warlords of the sea, couldn't help but feel soft, and nodded helplessly with a smile. Okay, but this is a secret between the 2 of us. Gildarts, who really wanted a daughter, looked at the cute and pitiful little guy in front of him, and finally couldn't hold back and agreed to their agreement. Yeah, daddy, Vilnia has a father too. Hearing Gildas's words, Wilnia hugged Gilda's neck excitedly and shouted. What's wrong? What makes you so happy? Tell me about it, Mom. Hearing her daughter's rare shout of excitement, Christine, dressed in luxurious clothes, walked in. It's nothing, this is a little secret between us, he. After hearing her mother's words, Wilnia hid behind Gilda's, climbed onto Gilda's back nimbly with her small body, and said mysteriously. Okay, Wilnia has grown up and has her own little secrets. Christine did not delve into this, and could only spread her hands helplessly. Advertisement, what's wrong, Christine, what happened? Seeing Christine coming in with something, Gildas also stood up and went over. It's nothing big, it's just that there will be a celebration called the Pirate Expo on the sea soon. Pirate Expo? Gildarts was stunned when he heard the name, Pirate Expo. When will pirates also hold such large-scale celebrations? Yes, this celebration is held every few years. It is said that there are many treasures. Don't you need Bailey? If you have time, you can go and take a look. It is rumored that there is a treasure left by One Piece somewhere. Perhaps seeing Gildart's doubts, Christine opened her mouth to explain. Who is this organizer? After listening to Christine's words, Gildas asked curiously. Since it is held every year, the organizer must have a great background. Otherwise, how could ordinary pirates waste time and effort to organize such a thankless activity? It seems to be a man named Buenafesta. It is said that he is a very powerful sea merchant. Businessman of the sea. Okay, I have nothing to do. I want to see what the treasure left by the legendary One Piece Roger is. Although Gildas sniffed it out, there must be a conspiracy behind this matter. But Gildarts, who maintains his own strength and is not afraid of death, doesn't care at all. Conspiracies and tricks are nothing more than paper tigers in the face of absolute strength. Your Majesty, there are people from Marine outside who want to see Lord Gildas. Just as the two were discussing the specific itinerary, a female bodyguard ran in. Marine? Gildas and Christine looked at each other, and they both saw confusion in each other's eyes. Let's go and see what Marine is here for. Seeing each other looking at each other here, unable to tell 1, 2, 3, Gildas shrugged indifferently. Chapter 218 I want to have a child, our child. The port of Drade Kingdom, on a marine-style warship. Stoloberg, who had a super tall skull, quietly looked at Gildas and others coming from a distance. Hello, Queen Christine, and Mr. Gildas. My Majesty, Lieutenant General of Marine Headquarters, Stoloberg, has been ordered by Fleet Admiral to inform Mr. Gildas, who is the 7 warlords of the sea, meet at the G1 branch in New World in 3 days. Feeling the invisible pressure on Gildas, Stoloberg narrowed his eyes and directly stated his purpose. Going to the G1 branch? What happened? After listening to Stoloberg's words, Gildas took a step forward, stared at Stoloberg, and said in a deep voice. Although he joined the 7 warlords of the sea, this did not mean that he had to accept Marine's orders and be commanded by them. If the reason is not explained, Gildarts will never go. Anyway, he is not afraid of Marine's wanted arrest. That's it. According to the news, the Whitebeard pirates may attack. Marine is stationed at the New World branch, so we need the help of all Shichibukai. Facing a strong man whose strength far exceeded his own, Stoloberg did not dare to hide it. After all, the man in front of him was a ruthless man who destroyed Rog Town in the East Daxia Sea when he debuted. Even if he is his boss, General Kizaru, he must be treated with caution. Whitebeard. You guys wait at the port and come back after I finish explaining. After saying that, Gildas didn't care about Stoloberg's reaction and pulled Christine towards the palace. You continue to collect information about the Pirate World Expo, but the specific actions will be discussed after I come back. Gildas ordered with a serious look. After all, he is the strongest combat force on the island. When he is away, he is still a little worried. Well, you should also pay attention to safety and be sure to protect yourself. As the king of the New World country, Christian knew Whitebeard's reputation, so he was very worried about Gildart's safety. Then, Christine bit her lower lip awkwardly and suddenly stepped forward to hug Gildas. Christine's warm murmur sounded in Gildas's ears. Vilnia called you daddy, don't let her down. Did you hear everything? Feeling the warmth and softness of the woman in his arms, Gildarts, who was a little dazed, asked blankly. Advertisement, the first time the child saw you, she clamored for you to be his father. I don't know what she likes about you, she sticks to you every day and doesn't even kiss me anymore. Hearing this, Christine's eyes shone slightly, and she carefully looked at the man in front of her. Apart from being handsome, considerate, gentle, strong, bold, and occasionally a bit nervous, she complained softly. Ha 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 ha, who knows? Gildas scratched the back of his head in embarrassment, but he couldn't hide the joy on his face. When you go to the battlefield, you can't get carried away, you must protect yourself. Christine, who was still a little worried, warned her again and again. Anshin, don't forget, I still have some strength. As he said that, Gildas seemed to have returned to the time when the two first met. He stretched out his right hand, gently made a small gap with his thumb and index finger, and said jokingly. Seeing this, Christine, who was still full of sadness, burst into laughter. Then, Christine, who looked like a queen in front of others, gently lay on Gildas's chest, feeling the warm and broad chest of the man in front of her, and said nothing. Gildas also hugged Christine, who had turned into a little woman in his arms, and quietly felt this rare beauty. A long time. Go ahead, Wilnia will be lonely alone. Gildas took a step back with a smile, separated from Christine, stroked her long aqua hair, turned around and stepped on moonwalk, flying towards the port. It wasn't until Gilda's back was clearly visible that Christine reluctantly retracted her gaze and murmured to herself. Bala Bala, therefore, after learning about Sakaski's private actions. After Sakaski put down the phone, he took a deep breath of smoke. Looking at the photos on his desk, his eyes couldn't help but feel a little lost, as if he had fallen into some memory and was speechless for a long time. Although Sengoku, as Fleet Admiral, wants to stay rational at all times, some personal emotions will eventually have some impact. On the contrary, when Sengoku was young, he was a ruthless man who chased the Whitebeard pirates all over the world. After Sengoku finished his final explanation, he hung up the phone directly without waiting for Sakaski to reply. But as Marine's Fleet Admiral, the leader of Marine, he knew that this was not the time to ask questions and accuse Sakaski. New World, Marine Fortress G1 Branch, Bada, advertisement. Yes, Warring States Fleet Admiral. From the other side of the phone, the angry roar of the Warring States period came. Warring States, who was still angry in his heart, could only warn Sakaski in this way that it would be best not to have something like this happen again. On the one hand, it is to help Sakaski guard the G1 branch and fight against the Whitebeard pirates. After all, Marine's stall is so big that every aspect needs to be taken care of. Also, we must take that old guy with white beard seriously. Even though he is old and in poor health, anyone who dares to underestimate him will pay a heavy price. The summoned Shichibukai and the accompanying Lieutenant General will arrive soon. I want to have a baby. This is the G1 branch. Although Sengoku was very angry at Sakaski for acting alone without applying. Hearing the bug's voice, Sakaski picked up the call without hesitation. On the other hand, Sengoku also wanted to see whether the Shichibukai policy proposed by the world government and the group of pirates gathered together had any effect. Due to time constraints, many marine generals had no time to mobilize. However, this does not mean that Sengoku has no drive and courage to fight against pirates. It can be seen that Sakaski is full of confidence in his own lineup and combat power. Although Sengoku took up the post of Marine Fleet Admiral, he has always pursued a balanced strategy. This time, Warring States had no choice but to summon some of the nearby 7 warlords of the sea. Sakaski, please remember, in this operation, we must not let that guy with Whitebeard rescue his 2 captains, remember. In the office of the branch commander. Otherwise, even if Sengoku dislikes the policy of 7 warlords of the sea, he cannot shake the decision of 5 elders without any practical examples or negative news. Our children, on the contrary, this time, Marine's unity is even more tested. That's it, you can take care of yourself. Hearing the roar from the Sengoku side, Sakaski raised the corners of his mouth slightly while holding the cigar, and gently pressed the brim of his marine hat with his hand. His firm tone was full of confidence. Chapter 219. This is just a warning, please pay attention to your attitude in the future. New World, Marine Fortress G1 Branch. Because a great battle is about to take place here, the entire G1 branch seems extremely dull and depressing. Is this the power of Marine to suppress New World? It's really amazing. Shichibukai, Don Quixote Doflamingo, who was the first to arrive at the G1 branch, felt the astonishing pressure in this fortress, and couldn't help but sweating slightly on his forehead, and his expression was a little tense. Get out of the way, don't block my way. Just as Doflamingo sighed, a proud female voice sounded behind him. It is none other than fellow 7 warlords of the sea, Boya Hancock. Upon hearing Hancock's arrogant words, Doflamingo, who was already arrogant, suddenly had veins popping up on his forehead, and he subconsciously waved his fingers. Suddenly, a sharp gaze shot at him like a knife, causing the somewhat angry Doflamingo to wake up instantly. You two, you'd better calm down. Erza, who was wearing armor, was seen looking at the two of them seriously, her tone full of threats. To Erza, whether she is an ordinary pirate or a pirate with Shichibukai status, they are nothing more than experienced packs to be slaughtered. If it weren't for her status, she would have killed the two of them long ago. It turns out to be Lieutenant General Erza, who is known as a hero among girls. It's been a long time since I last saw you. You know me, how could I be restless? Hearing the familiar and cold words, Doflamingo's gloomy face instantly turned into a smile. After laughing twice, he opened his mouth with compliments, for fear of giving the crazy woman in front of him an excuse to attack him. I know it. Feeling the oppressive force of the crimson-haired woman in front of him, who was as arrogant as Hancock, he could only snort and reluctantly responded. Base. I saw a cold light passing by Hancock's ear, and a few strands of hair were cut off by the sharp knife light and fluttered in the wind. This is just a warning. Pay attention to your attitude in the future, it won't be your hair next time. Until Erza sheathed her sword and turned around, Hancock had a dumbfounded expression. She didn't expect the woman in front of her to be so crazy and attack her Shichibukai right at the gate. Advertisement. What's even more frightening is that Hancock didn't even see clearly how Erza acted. That kind of speed that is difficult to detect by sight, sound, color, and domineering force is not at all like what humans can do. That crazy woman is really as strong as a monster. Doflamingo rubbed his eyes under his sunglasses and cursed secretly in his heart. Even though he was a bystander, he was still stabbed by Erza's sword intent and his eyes hurt slightly. He didn't know if Erza did it intentionally. A little bird and a little snake were so scared that they were in a daze at the door. It was really interesting. A joke woke Hancock out of his daze, and also made Doflamingo's veins pop out again. Then, it turns out to be Lord Gilda's, long time no see. Seeing the appearance of the visitor, Doflamingo put on a smile again. There is no way, this is also a monster comparable to a general, and I can't afford to defend him. In just 10 minutes, Doflamingo's emotions went through several ups and downs, and Doflamingo's mind couldn't help but feel a little tired. As for Hancock, he learned his lesson this time. But with her arrogant temperament, she couldn't be as tactful as Doflamingo for a while, so she just nodded to Gildas as a greeting. Gildas didn't care about this and strode towards the inside of the base. To him, these are just trivial episodes. In the entire Shichibukai ranks, except for the interesting swordsman named Mihawk, Gildarts didn't even need to activate the 8 Gates dungeon. He could easily crush them with just his physical body and armed hockey. Soon, Kolakal Mihawk also came to the G1 branch. Unlike Gildas, the cold Mihawk didn't even look at Doflamingo and Hancock, and just nodded when he saw Gildas. After that, Mihawk stared at Erza the whole time. The fire and fighting spirit in his eyes were almost beyond words. There was no way Hawkeye, who was just in his early 30s and had won the title of the world's greatest swordsman, was in a period when he was thirsty for an opponent. If it weren't for his identity and the occasion, he would have competed with Erza no matter what. Advertisement. In the G1 branch meeting room. Akainu, with a serious look on his face, sat at the top. Erza and Senju Hashirama sat on both sides of Akainu. Shichibukai and the generals and school officers supported by Marines sat respectively, below Erza and Senju Hashirama. As for Uchiha Madara, it has not arrived yet because it is some distance away from the sea. Anyway, Uchiha Madara knows the specific plan. The content of this meeting is mainly for Shichibukai and other Marine generals and school officers to listen to. Everyone must know that the opponent we will face next is the Whitebeard Pirates. As the largest pirate force in the New World, the Whitebeard Pirates have always been one of the cancers on the sea. This time, our goal is to annihilate the entire Whitebeard Pirates here. According to the intelligence, the Whitebeard Pirates will arrive near the G1 branch in 3 days. I hope you all will stop cheating and understand your identities. At the end of the sentence, Akainu's brown eyes glanced at the 4 Shichibukai below, his eyes full of warning. In this regard, except for Doflamingo and Hancock, who had a friendly exchange, nodded honestly, Mihawk had a fighting spirit on his face, looking forward to the strength of Whitebeard, who is known as the world's strongest man. As for Gildas, he looked indifferent. He even yawned midway and made an expression like, I'm so bored, I'm so sleepy, please stop talking nonsense. Due to the situation, even though Sakaski was a little angry, he did not make an attack after all. After all, unlike Doflamingo and the others, Gildas is weak and can be easily manipulated. Even someone as confident as Sakaski had to admit that he felt a little threatened when facing Gildarts. According to Perusalino, Gildas also has a very powerful explosive state. The speed generated by Gildarts in that state, even Perusalino, who is a user of the sparkling fruit ability, cannot keep up with the neurological reaction. He can only predict in advance and rely on probability to dodge. This shows the terrifying strength of Gildarts. The meeting is dismissed. You can rest in the G1 branch for 2 days, however, you are absolutely not allowed to go to some special places without orders. Violators will be responsible for the consequences. Seeing Sakaski leave, Erza stood up and said in a cold tone. Chapter 220 Cruel, Sad, and Helpless. New World, Red Firth. Captain, that guy with Whitebeard is probably going to launch a massive attack on Marine's G1 branch stationed in New World. Ben Beckman, who had a black ponytail, came to Shank's side with a cigarette in his mouth and said in a serious voice. G1 Division? Who is stationed at that? Shanks, who was still a little drunk, asked confusedly after hearing what his vice-captain said. He clearly remembered that there seemed to be a new pirate who killed the crew members of the Whitebeard Pirates. Why did the Whitebeard Pirates confront Marine in the blink of an eye? It was the Whitebeard Pirates who took the initiative to attack the Marine branch. This is too bizarre. A few days ago, Marine's new alternate general, Senju Hashirama, captured 2 captains of the Whitebeard Pirates, causing Whitebeard to become furious. According to the intelligence, Whitebeard must have summoned almost all the pirates under his command to destroy Marine's G1 branch in one fell swoop, possibly to establish his authority. As for the guard of the G1 branch, it's that guy Sakaski. However, according to Sengoku's personality, other generals, even those Shichibukai, should be mobilized to help. Ben Beckman held his forehead, glanced at his Captain Madaha helplessly, and explained. Sakaski. After hearing Ben Beckman's explanation, Shanks sorted out what had happened recently, his eyebrows tightened, and he fell into deep thought. Captain, don't worry so much. With Whitebeard's strength, even with the support of other lieutenant generals, that guy Sakaski may not be able to keep him. Looking at Shanks, who was frowning, Ben Beckman comforted him. As the vice-captain of the red-haired pirates, Ben Beckman knows very well what his captain has to do, which is to try to maintain the stability of the sea. Although Ben Beckman didn't understand the reason, when he chose to follow Shanks, he had already decided to help Shanks without hesitation and fulfill his dream. No, I'm not worried about the Marine General. On the contrary, I'm more worried about Gildarts, who joined Shichibukai. Gildarts? That guy with red hair like you? Is he that strong? Hearing Shanks' words, Ben Beckman was stunned. Apparently, according to the intelligence, Gildarts should have barely escaped from Kazaru. Why would his captain be worried about this? Yes, I met him before in Water Tower Town in the Kingdom of Drade. He has my life card in his hand, which was given to him by Old Man Rayleigh. judging from our relationship, we are from the same school. However, Gildarts did not inherit Rayleigh's sword skills. Instead, he was more like Garp, who was pure physical skills, but also had a strange power, probably similar to the feeling of Buggy's split fruit. It was very strange and also very powerful. Advertisement Shanks recalled his first meeting with Kildas and their friendly discussions. The horrifying reserve of hockey comparable to that of a bullet, the physical strength far exceeding that of normal humans, and the astonishing proficiency of the three-color hockey, all deeply shocked Shanks at that time. However, based on what I know about him, he probably won't sincerely help Marine, but I always feel a little uneasy. Besides Sakaski and Kildas, is there anyone else? Shanks rubbed his swollen temples and asked worriedly. In addition to Gildarts, Shichibukai also has Hancock, Doflamingo and Mahawk. As for Marine, except for a few veteran lieutenant generals and probably the new alternate generals, they are probably not strong enough to threaten Whitebeard. After thinking about it carefully, Ben Beckman listed the candidates he knew and guessed one by one. By the way, it is said that the guy named Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara teamed up to defeat Kaido. However, because I don't know the specific situation, Marine exaggerated it. Finally, Ben Beckman seemed to have remembered something and suddenly said such a piece of news. Kill off Kai. We rush to the G1 branch now, is it still too late? After thinking for a moment, Shanks decided to wait and see. If the Whitebeard pirates have an advantage, then they must try to prevent Marine from being massacred. Huh? That old guy with Whitebeard really doesn't accept old age. Do you know who is in that Marine station? Cruel, sad, and helpless. What's more, there are General Marine and other generals. Not to mention Whitebeard's successful rescue of his men, I'm afraid he himself may be responsible for it. After all, without Whitebeard, the Whitebeard pirates would not be able to secure their position as the four emperors. If the Whitebeard pirates were at a disadvantage, he would try his best to ensure Whitebeard's life. Shanks sighed helplessly, on a small fishing boat offshore. The matter has come to this, do your best and obey the destiny. Under the blue sea, the swimming fish gradually came to the end of the fish school one by one, and were swallowed up one by one by the big fish chasing behind. If we leave now, it will take at least 3 days, I'm afraid. Advertisement others don't know the strength of those Marine candidate generals, but Kaido, who is involved, knows very well that the supergiant in armor is enough to bring down Whitebeard, who is more than 60 years old. After hearing Kaido's question, Jack replied angrily. Tokai, Shimotsuki village. Although Jack doesn't understand what makes Kaido so excited, he will unconditionally support whatever the boss wants to do. Hearing this, Kaido laughed like a convulsion. Hey, try your best to catch up. And once one of the four emperors is missing, the situation in the sea that has finally been stabilized will probably break out into chaos again. Muxue, who was sitting on the bow of the boat, sighed while looking at the calm sea. Ghost Island. Yes, boss, that old guy with white beard has mobilized most of the territory's strength and rushed towards Marine's territory. Do you think he is crazy? After hearing this, Kaido said with some disdain. But it seems to be about the same, except for Akainu, the other top combat forces are basically paddling. This time, with the help of Erza and the others, the glory of the Whitebeard pirates may come to an end here. Is this a low-profile top-level war? New World, the country of Wano. Inform me and prepare to attack the Whitebeard pirates. This time I will take a big bite. Jack, who was about to take a sip of wine, stood up in confusion when he heard his boss suddenly became interested. Jack, carrying a bottle of wine, approached Kaido and complained. Ben Beckman thought for a moment and gave the result. Thinking of this, Kaido stood up, waved the mace in his hand, Hachisai, and shouted loudly. It is said that there is a general, 3 alternate generals, and a bunch of pirate traders. Chapter 221 Dad is here to take you home. The next day, Kuzan and Uchiha Madara arrived at the G1 branch one after another. From then on, in this war that is about to take place in the G1 branch, Marine's high-end combat power is all present. According to the position, the order is Marine Generals, Akainu, Sakaski, Aokiji, Kuzan. Marine Alternate Generals, Fei Luan, Erza, Senju Hashirama, Blood-Eye, Uchiha Madara. Marine Headquarters Lieutenant Generals, Flying Squirrel, Stoloberg, Dalmatia, Maynard. These 4 lieutenant generals are not only responsible for inviting the 7 warlords of the sea to the G1 branch, but they are also one of the backbone combat forces in this battle. There are still several major generals and some school officers left to serve as battle commanders, logistics management and other tasks. Since then, Marine has gathered all the strength that can be gathered in a short period of time. All that is left is to wait for the arrival of the Whitebeard pirates. Marine Fortress G1 branch, on the fortress wall. Observation and warning tower. Tell me, do the Whitebeard pirates really dare to attack our branch? Who knows, but not only are there 2 generals, Akainu and Aokiji, but there are also 3 new alternate generals in the base. Even if the Whitebeard pirates come, we don't have to be afraid. You were right, these pirates should not exist. Bala Bala, just as the 2 Marines on duty were discussing in low voices, the voice of a phone bug suddenly rang. Hey, this is the G1 branch. This is the 7th patrol ship. We found a large number of pirate ships appearing. They are suspected to be pirates under the Whitebeard pirates. I repeat, this is. Boom. Bada. Before Marine at the phone worm could finish speaking, bursts of gunfire suddenly sounded, interrupting the phone worm's communication. Damn it, I didn't expect the Whitebeard pirates to come. Please inform General Akainu. Putting down the phone bug, one of the Marines quickly left the observation deck and ran towards the command office of the G1 branch. After a while, in the G1 branch square, Sakaski stood in front of the stage with a serious face and shouted loudly. Everyone, the evil Whitebeard pirates may arrive at any time. Everyone, please cheer up. Justice will eventually defeat evil. Marine will win this battle, must win, must win. Advertisement under Sakaski's encouragement and mobilization, all Marines shouted with excitement. This kind of resonance effect from all the people is quite inspiring, even comparable to the power of encouraging fruits and boosting morale. HMPH, Dad's power is beyond your imagination. Yes, Dad is the strongest man in the world, and you will pay the price for it. Saki and Bista, who were suppressed by the Marine executioner and fell to their knees, said with disdain on their faces. Even though they are prisoners now, they still cannot change their blind trust in their father and their arrogance as members of the Whitebeard pirates. HMPH, a defeated dog is just a frog in the well. Hearing the arrogance of the two losers, Saki and Bista, Uchiha Madara snorted disdainfully. You. Buzz, seeing that Saki and Bista were still trying to quibble, Uchiha Madara, who was too lazy to talk nonsense, just looked at them. Their eyes were dull and they were speechless. It's so scary. As expected, he is the same name as that crazy woman Erza. He has such weird abilities. Doflamingo, who was under the high platform, saw Uchiha Madara easily knocking down two division captains who were not weaker than him, and maybe even stronger than him, with just one look, and he secretly cursed in his heart. Even Whitebeard, who is known as the world's strongest man, does he really have a chance of winning when faced with the siege of these monsters? Even Doflamingo, who was a former celestial dragon and had experienced a lot, couldn't help but sigh in his heart. Fortunately, he is not Marine's enemy now. Otherwise, any one person is enough to make his power disappear. Report. A large number of Whitebeard's pirates were found outside the fortress, but Whitebeard's car, the Moby DK, was not seen. At the observation deck above the fortress, the voices of the garrisoned Marines came from the telephone bug. Be prepared to intercept artillery fire. After entering the attack range, start a full-scale bombardment. Sakaski raised his hand and pressed the Marine hat and said in a deep voice. Although Whitebeard's exclusive ship cannot be seen, the pirates affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates also need to be intercepted with cannons. As for where Whitebeard himself is now, Sakaski doesn't care. After all, he has a hostage on his hands, and no matter where Whitebeard is now, he will end up here. Coming. Gildas, who was taking a nap in a chair, suddenly felt a powerful aura emerging from the bottom of the water. Knowing that the battle was about to begin, Gildarts no longer looked lazy, but stood up and slowly moved his hands and feet. This left the other Shichibukai and Lieutenant General Marine on the side a little confused. Obviously, Gildarts, who has top-level knowledge and domineering, surpasses everyone present in terms of perception ability. Boom, boom, the bounty is second only to the late One Piece, with an astonishing 5,046,000,000 berry. He is the well-deserved #1 person in this ocean. Advertisement Captain of the 8th Division, Riptide, Namule. All the Whitebeard pirates are here, as well as the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, the user of Paramesh's shock fruit ability, known as the strongest man in the world. Captain of the 7th Division, Meteor, Rakyo, Whitebeard, today is the day you die. Captain of the 6th Division, Sledgehammer, Bramink. Accompanied by the roar of artillery fire outside the fortress. It's the coded Moby DK. Whitebeard stood up from his seat with a bold move, holding a naginata in his hand. Captain of the 14th Division, Knight, Speedo Kill. Whitebeard. At this time, due to the approach of the pirates affiliated with the Whitebeard pirates, the fortress also began to bombard with artillery shells. Captain of the 3rd Division, Diamond, Josie. On the bow of the ship, the captains of each division of the Whitebeard pirates were lined up. The captain of the 12th Division, Hummingbird, Harda. Captain of the 13th Division, Buffalo, Artmos. Edward Newgate. Pong. The tall and straight body is covered with scars left by battles. These scars are like meritorious deeds, announcing to the world the magnificent life of the owner of this body. Captain of the 16th Division, Samurai, Izo. I made up the title, it's a little embarrassing, but some people have it, and some people don't, and it's hard to watch. It will be very symmetrical, hee. Captain of Division 9, Iron Tower, Blenheim, so far. Captain of the 10th Division, Artillery, Kulil. Captain of the 11th Squadron, Armor, Jin Buduo. Captain of the 15th Division, Fire Knife, Fosa. Suddenly, a loud noise sounded from the sea in front of the large square of the G1 branch. A large white whale-shaped ship suddenly floated out of the water. Captain of the first team, Phoenix, Marco, Kula la la la, Lava Boy. No one can stop me from taking my sons home. Saki, Bista, Daddy is here to take you home. Seeing the entrance of the Whitebeard pirates, Sakaski's eyes widened with anger, and his tone was full of murderous intent. Chapter 222 The mighty giant appears again, who dares to dance? Big fire. I saw Sakaski turn both arms into huge lava fists made of lava. With his arms waving quickly, powerful and heavy lava fists came out of his hands, as if a volcano erupted, spraying towards the Moby DK where the Whitebeard pirates were. The high temperature on it is even enough to melt large icebergs dozens of times larger than the giants. The impact of each punch is enough to destroy a large ship. However, what stands on the opposite side is neither a fixed iceberg nor a clumsy ship. It's the legendary big pirate, Whitebeard, Boy Magma. This fire can only be used to light the candles on my birthday cake. Air shock. Seeing the doomsday scene in front of him that was like a volcanic eruption, Whitebeard gave a heroic shout, his words full of ridicule to Sakazuki. I saw Whitebeard standing Kong Yunki on the splint, clasping his hands tightly, and as the veins on his neck popped out, an almost transparent white halo emerged. Then, Whitebeard swung his arms vigorously in the direction of the giant lava fist. Where his fists came into contact with the air, cracks in the air visible to the naked eye appeared. As the cracks appeared, an invisible storm swept away, blowing away all the lava fists sprayed by Sakazuki. Just like what Whitebeard said at the beginning, all of this is as easy as blowing out the candles on a birthday cake. Lava boy, try this, Seaquake. It was disrespectful to come and go, and all I saw was a white beard, the body squatted slightly, the muscles of both arms suddenly bulged, and the cracks in the air visible to the naked eye, like a broken mirror, reappeared. In the blink of an eye, the seawater, which was only slightly turbulent just now, seemed to be angered, and instantly set off a huge wave, as if it was going to swallow everything in the world, surging forward. Ice Age. Seeing that the waves thousands of meters high were about to engulf the G1 branch, Kuzan, as a general, stood up and jumped into the air with force on his feet. With one finger of both hands, 2 streaks of water blue extremely cold ice instantly froze the restless sea. From Sakazuki's lava rain all over the sky, to Whitebeard easily diffusing attacks and controlling the sea at will, to Kuzan freezing the entire ocean with a raised hand. This scene shocked everyone present. Both Marines and pirates were shocked by the opening ceremony of this battle. He is worthy of being the most powerful man standing in this sea, how terrifying. Advertisement wiping his sweat-free forehead, Doflamingo murmured in shock. HMPH. A mere pirate dares to be so rampant. Uchiha Madara crossed her arms and sneered proudly. Then, a blue giant with a height of 100 meters and wearing full body armor appeared in front of everyone. This. What kind of power is this? Taller than Little Oz, who is an ancient giant. It's so scary. Pirates who have never seen Uchiha Madara use Susanoo were shocked by this scene. Even Doflamingo, Hancock, and Hawkeye, who were Shichibukai, were shocked and speechless by Uchiha Madara's hand. Doflamingo originally thought that this guy named Uchiha Madara was a master of mental attacks, but he didn't expect that he turned out to be a strong hand-to-hand fighter. I can't let you get close to daddy. Just when everyone was amazed, Marco, the captain of the first team, summoned wings composed of blue flames, and used his flame-filled bird claws to quickly attack Uchiha Madara. A mere little bird dares to dance, 10-fist sword. Uchiha Madara looked at Marco, who flew in without knowing his capabilities, his tone full of arrogance. I have to mention that in the world of pirates, over-reliance on fruits is both an advantage and a disadvantage. Obviously, this level of appearance made all the unsuspecting pirates instantly lose their momentum. Unless, if he hadn't been in good health, he might have ascended to heaven right now. Seeing the majestic giant exuding deadly pressure in front of him, ordinary pirates who had experienced many mental shocks in one day went crazy in disbelief. In this world, only your own physique and domineering spirit are the most real and most reliable power. For Uchiha Madara, who has an S+ level spiritual attribute and a full level eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, the summoned complete Susanoo must use 100% of its power even if Whitebeard fights it in person. Sage Art Wood Style Wooden Golem's art. Now another giant has arrived, and the two giants have finally merged into one. Obviously, Uchiha Madara's strength is not comparable to Marco's at all. Advertisement. The disadvantage is also obvious. Because of over-reliance, once the fruit ability is temporarily lost, the combat power will basically be reduced by more than half, or even more. The next moment. The advantage is that the fruit ability is very strong, otherwise, I would definitely not be overly dependent on it. In particular, Marco, who had just been the captain of the first team, known as the Phoenix, a user with the ability of the Phantom Beast Seed Fruit, and whose resilience was unparalleled, was defeated by the blue giant before merging with a single sword, and he has not yet shown his face. How to fight this? Madara, here I come. The ability to attack from a distance is a fatal threat to Uchiha Madara, whose current physical fitness is only A+. This is also the reason why Zephyr, the former chief instructor of Marine, always criticizes Perusalino. Prestigious outfit Susanoo Wooden Golem mode. However, Uchiha Madara's biggest weakness when facing Whitebeard is the power of the shock fruit. In fact, although Susanoo's ability is strong, it is not ridiculously powerful. Boom. The two giants, one blue and one green, looked like twins, making everyone who had just calmed down widen their eyes again. This isn't over yet. A super large wooden giant with the same height as the blue giant summoned by Uchiha Madara appeared on the scene. These damn people are not generals, impossible, I don't believe it, ha 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 ha, I don't believe it. Originally, a 100-meter tall giant was already very scary, but now there was another one, which made their mentality explode. Every strong man who stands at the top is not because of how strong his fruit ability is, but because of how strong his control of domineering energy is. I saw a giant green man standing 100 meters tall, wearing dark blue full body armor, making his debut. With a thought, The blue giant raised the giant sword in his hand and slashed at Marco. The moment the huge sword blade collided with the tiny bird's claw, Marco ejected back faster than when he came, and fell under the ice with a bang. The key is, this is not the opponent's top general, there are 2 other generals watching eagerly from the side. Tell me how to fight. Simply because Marco didn't know the sealing ability of the Juken sword and relied too much on the fruit's ability. After losing the blessing of the fruit's ability, he was hit hard by Susanoo's huge power and was directly bombarded. Chapter 223 First kill. Double kill. Triple kill. Whitebeard, with slightly narrowed eyes, secretly breathed a sigh of relief after sensing Marco's breath under the ice. Although Marco's aura was a little weak, fortunately it was still there. According to his understanding of Marco, as long as there is still breath, Marco will not die and will be alive and kicking soon. Whitebeard reorganized his mind and looked at the imposing giant with sharp eyes. Let me try to see how different I am from the man in front of me. While everyone was immersed in the majestic giant formed by the combination of Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, Mihawk on the side murmured softly and drew out the supreme sharp sword behind his back, Black Knife Knight. Immediately, a sharp green slash flew towards Whitebeard's direction. Its power is so powerful that it cut a huge gully into the frozen sea surface of Kuzan. Facing the huge speeding attack, Whitebeard's expression remained unchanged and he still stared at the tall giant with sharp eyes. Boom. The next moment, Diamond, Josie, a user with the shining fruit ability whose entire body turned into diamonds and the captain of Whitebeard's 3rd division, blocked Mihawk's slashing attack. Ah! Josie roared, raised his hand and flicked Hawkeye's slash into the air. Shine crash. After deflecting the slash, Josie roared again and rushed towards Hawkeye like a mad bull. Come on! As Josie began to unleash Kamui, all the pirates who were immersed in fear of the mighty giant were awakened. They shouted to boost their morale, followed Josie's footsteps and rushed towards Marine. Captive Arrow. Seeing this, Hancock, who had been warned by Erza, did not dare to fish too blatantly, so he could only use his fruit power to stop the oncoming pirates. Hancock touched his red lips with his finger and pulled out a huge red heart. Then the fingers of his right hand gently pinched the center of the red heart, making a gesture of opening a bow and pulling the string. With a whistling sound, pink love arrows were shot at the pirates. Many of the pirates who rushed forward were shot by pink arrows because they had no time to dodge. All the parts hit by arrows gradually began to turn lime gray and became stiff and numb until the existence of the hit parts was no longer felt. This is exactly the special ability of Hancock's Paramecia sweet fruit, petrification. Advertisement, bounce the thread. Doflamingo saw that Hancock had taken action, so he naturally did not dare to sit idle. Nearly transparent threads shot out from his hands, and their speed was much faster than ordinary firearms. They hit the rushing pirates, making a B************ G sound, and some were even struck. His bones were broken due to the beating, and he could no longer fight. Forget it, I'll do some exercise too. Seeing many experienced babies in front of him, Gildarts also twisted his neck and got ready to do it. Although he doesn't want to help Marine, he also doesn't like pirates. So, destroy evil and reveal righteousness smashing fist. Gildarts just made an ordinary straight punch, and created an invisible huge wave, which was launched straight away. The Marines and pirates who were affected didn't even have time to scream, before they were directly shattered into materials invisible to the naked eye. Hey, there are a lot of Marines here, what are you doing? Dalmatia, the animal-type Madara dog fruit possessor and the Marine headquarters lieutenant general, saw this and roared with splitting eyes. Sorry, accidentally, Gildarts shrugged and apologized without sincerity. Damn it, pirates are pirates. Because of this, Erza avoids the easy task and doesn't look for Whitebeard. The experience value of choosing these characters may not be that high, but they are quite easy to kill and the little pirates will start. Seeing Fosa die in battle, the captain of the 14th Division, Knight, Speedo Kill, who usually had the best relationship with him, and the captain of the 13th Division, Buffalo, Atmos, roared and fought hard. Fight off the opponents in front of you and fight towards Erza together. Normal attack, armed with lightning and thunder. Although Dalmatia was very angry, after measuring the difference in strength between the two, he still did not go up to teach Kildas a lesson, and could only curse him harshly. Puff. It's not that they are not strong enough, it's that Erza is too strong. After all, Erza's speed is too fast. Unless it's a large-scale damage skill, few people can beat Erza in one-on-one melee combat with full damage and speed. On the execution platform, looking at the brothers who had bragged and talked about the mountains together in the past, one by one died in the battle to rescue themselves. Saki and Beasta were tied up, crying and shouting in pain. Extreme cold ice wheel dance, advertisement, no. Boom. Armed with fiery scimitar. Unlike Kuzan who was freezing and didn't last any last hits, Erza was merciless and just kicked the two ice sculptures into pieces. Okay, let's stop those division captains first. Fosa. With flashes of lightning, one pirate after another fell to Erza's sword with long crimson hair. In just a few minutes, Erza killed 3 captain-level figures one after another. On the ice. It was obviously just an ordinary punch, but because of the huge Yamato's amazing strength, and extremely strong wind pressure, accompanied by a huge fist, hit Whitebeard standing on the Moby DK. Fosa, the captain of the 15th Division who was tall and strong with a Mediterranean hairstyle and was known as the Fire Knife, was slashing at Erza with a long square-handled knife filled with flames. The agility attribute of up to S+, and the strength and physique of AA+, when combined with the top swordsman's swordsmanship, not to mention the mere division captain, even Whitebeard may not be able to defeat Erza without using the fruit's ability. Speedo Kill, who was holding a triangular shield and a knight's spear, and Atmos, who was wearing a horn-gray helmet and holding a pair of swords, attacked from the left and right directions respectively. Armed, a prairie fire and 100 cuts, damn Marine, kill me. At this point, the first captain-level figure to die appeared. Erza, holding the three-dimensional sword, maximized the ice energy contained in it, and in an instant, two lifelike ice sculptures appeared on the battlefield. Fosa. Unlike the two Uchiha Madara brothers who were eyeing Whitebeard, Erza, who knew that her attack agility was high and her body was weak, relied on her attack and speed advantages to quickly kill these pirates. Captain of the 15th Division, Fosa, dies. Fosa, whose neck was scorched black, fell to his knees weakly. Seeing Erza harvesting wildly there, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama also started to attack Whitebeard. Taking advantage of their size, the two of them didn't use any fancy moves, they just returned to their original nature with a straight punch. Erza was not afraid of this at all, and the two flame-filled weapons passed by each other. Lieutenant General Maynard of the Marine Headquarters on the side stepped forward and patted Dalmisha on the shoulder, comforting him. Chapter 224I, Madara, I'm willing to call you the strongest. Boom. The muscles of Whitebeard's right arm suddenly swelled, and an almost transparent white halo appeared. The cracked fragments collided with the mighty giant's fist, making a huge roar. Cough cough cough. Although it is different from the semi-disabled state 9 years later when he was terminally ill and had a craniotomy and chest rupture, making it difficult to even use Conqueror's Haki. However, the Whitebeard who was over 60 years old and covered in injuries is no longer young after all. Even Garp, if he had not experienced the kind of meticulous medical treatment from within Marine, might not be able to maintain peak combat effectiveness in his old age. Even the Red Earl, who sailed the sea alone, still longed for the legendary vampire fruit in his old age in an attempt to regain his youth. It can be seen that the traces of time will eventually appear. And Whitebeard's body was no longer strong enough to support him and complete such a high-intensity collision without any injuries. After the punch collision, although the punch of the terrifying and powerful giant was knocked back, Whitebeard himself was not feeling well. He coughed and wheezed violently, which meant that he was really old. Dark Hound. Just when Whitebeard was gasping for breath due to the collision, a huge lava fist hit Whitebeard's head quickly. It was Sakaski who was waiting for the opportunity to act on the side, identifying the weak moment when Whitebeard's old strength was exhausted and new strength was not yet generated, and he was ready to strike and decide the outcome with one punch. In this rush, Whitebeard had no time to dodge with any big movements, so he could only try his best to swing his neck and tilt his head to dodge. Boom. Half of his beard and the white beard of one ear were knocked off with one punch, and he raised the knife to chop at Sakaski without changing his expression. The Naginata entwined with armed Haki instantly knocked Sakaski away, who was unable to react. Ku-la-la-la-la, Lava Boy, you're still very early. Although half of Whitebeard's face was carbonized due to close contact with high-temperature lava, it still couldn't stop Whitebeard's heroic spirit. The other side. Because of the violent shock before, Bista and Saki took advantage of Marine's inattention and successfully escaped from the oppression of the two execution Marines, found the handcuff keys, and broke free from the restraints. Advertisement that she picked up 2 knives and slashed at Erza with red eyes. Unfortunately, this time, there is no plan to capture him alive. After being imprisoned for several days without drinking any water, Sachi's mental and physical strength reached the limit. He posed less of a threat to Erza than an ordinary pirate. Thatch. Bista, who was slowing down a beat, just picked up the 2 swords and raised his head to witness the scene of Sachi's head falling to the ground. The good memories of the past came to mind, and Bista, who was unable to accept them, shouted helplessly. Boom. Just when Erza was about to attack again, an extremely strong, breathless pressure, as if the mountains were tilting and the ocean was flooding, permeated the entire place. All of Marine's movements were stopped subconsciously, and even worse, he was knocked unconscious on the spot. This is exactly the domineering power of the white-bearded conqueror, the king of the sea. Sons, it's time to go home. 2 people who have been fighting all their lives cannot do the rough and fine operations like Senju Hashirama. After all, there are specialties in the art industry. In an instant, the earth shook, as if it was the end of the world. Seeing Whitebeard's life-burning last blow, Uchiha Madara decided to give the strongest blow to show their respect for the strong. Soon, with the efforts of Senju Hashirama, the rupture of the G1 branch was finally stabilized. This scene made even Sakaski and Kuzan, who were in the same camp, look at it with suspicion. Whitebeard's calf muscles bulged. He jumped onto the square of the G1 branch with a bang, and shouted loudly. Then, the Whitebeard with a determined expression loosened his clenched hands and turned his fists into claws. Then, as if he was grabbing something with his hands, he struggled from top to bottom. Looking down from a high altitude, it is as if there is an invisible and dexterous craftsman, using silk thread to continuously splice and mend pieces of broken cloth. Unlike the torn sea in the base, the wooden golem made by Senju Hashirama, who has an astonishingly tough material and almost endless physical strength, and the blessing of Susanoo from Uchiha Madara, doesn't care about Whitebeard's huge range at all. Skill attack. Sage art wood style deep forest creation. The extremely large range itself means that it is difficult to achieve the damage level of a single target skill. Advertisement. Batang shocking slash, buzz. Only thick roots like dragons were seen, constantly connecting the torn apart G1 branches. The white beard who took off his cloak took one last look at his sons who had suffered heavy casualties. His eyes were full of grief and anger. Because the ice surface was destroyed, the Moby DK, which was immobilized, became free again. Several division captains shouted with tears in their eyes when they saw their father looking like he was about to cut off his queen. Through perception, Whitebeard is like a funnel, unable to stop the dissipation of life. Among the pirates I have fought against, no one can control you. I, Madara, am willing to call you the strongest. Hashirama, use that move. However, Senju Hashirama, who is also a marine, could not watch marine die tragically in front of him like Uchiha Madara. La, is that Senju Hashirama? I remember you? Dad. I am a remnant of the old era. There is no ship that can carry me in the new era. Looking at the G1 branch that was still wrecked but had generally recovered, Whitebeard stood among them, laughing loudly. In an instant, the entire frozen sea level and the G1 branch square seemed to be neatly divided and fell into pieces. Uchiha Madara, who stood tall on the majestic giant, looked at Whitebeard's all-out, overwhelming blow, and his tone revealed his affirmation of him. Earthquake. What's more, Whitebeard's attack was more like breaking up and saving someone than hurting someone. Due to the excessive use of the power of the shock fruit and the forced use of Conqueror's Haki, Whitebeard's life breath has begun to fade irreversibly. La, I don't need anyone's approval. Maybe Kuzan can rely on the frozen fruit to barely freeze the torn base, but he can't do the almost miraculous suture like Senju Hashirama. Therefore, Senju Hashirama on the wooden golem suddenly put his hands together and used this super wide field control skill. Chapter 225 The era of Whitebeard has come to an end. Sage Art Wood Style Senju. The majestic wooden golem, which was already 100 meters high, instantly rose again. Its height even made it impossible for people on the ground to observe it with the naked eye. Behind the majestic giant that penetrates the clouds, hundreds of huge arms stretch out like branches breaking through the ground, like a peacock spreading its tail, which is extremely shocking. The pair of wings behind the powerful armor are like armor, attached to each arm. After using all his strength to create such a huge Senju, even Senju Hashirama, whose physique has reached S, felt a little tired. If it weren't for the triple blessing of immortal body, sage mode, and the essence of the ancient tree of life, plus the unique abilities brought by wood style itself, an ordinary S-level physique would never be able to reach Senju Hashirama's level. Domineering, majestic, and transformed into a Buddha on top. After Uchiha Madara took over the control of the real number Senju, an extremely powerful conqueror's domineering force that seemed to defy all the heroes in the world spread from Uchiha Madara. If Whitebeard is a heroic, tolerant conqueror's domineering spirit, then, Uchiha Madara is the only conqueror's Haki in the world. Although he is obviously domineering, he makes people surrender to him. Boom. As the fists and knives collided, a surge of air pressure shot into the sky, causing all the dark clouds above everyone's heads to be dispersed. With one blow, they were evenly matched, pity. Boom. 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 Whitebeard only has one sword, but Senju, as the name suggests, has as many as 1,000 arms. Under the indiscriminate bombing, the entire base was in a mess. Even underneath the base, there is a fixed root system created by Senju Hashirama using deep forest creation. But under the domineering and fierce Buddha on the top, the damage was even greater than that caused by the Whitebeard earthquake. This power, Mr. Garp, is no more than that. The power of Senju is astonishing just by looking at it. Kuzan, who had hid in the distance early, stared dumbly at the powerful Senju in front of him, who was destroying it even harder than the enemy. His tone was full of shock. Advertisement, grass. Relying on the silk thread, Doflamingo barely left the square before the powerful Senju attacked. He had lost his proud eloquence and could only use the most primitive words to express the throbbing deep in his heart. He swore that he would never dare to talk in front of Marine again. This big guy is much more powerful than Pika from the stone fruit. Hancock felt a sense of crisis when he saw the giant for the first time. He gently rubbed his violently trembling heart and rejoiced that Senju was not his enemy. Even Gildarts couldn't help but feel a little ashamed when he looked at the masterpiece of his colleagues. Without activating the 8th gate's gate of death, he thought that he would not be able to withstand the combined stunts of the two. Daddy. On the Moby DK, Marco, who was rescued from under the ice by his younger brother, looked at the white beard that turned into powder together with the base square, and couldn't help crying in grief. In this battle, the Whitebeard pirates suffered numerous casualties. Not only did they lose nearly half of the ordinary crew members, but even the captain-level experts were beaten down to only 6. If it weren't for the fact that at the end, the powerful Senju's attack range was too large, causing Erza to leave early, there would probably be no one except Marco, Josie and Namul, the captain of the 8th Division who jumped into the water. Bista, Halta and Izo had no chance of surviving. It's just a pity that the famous scene about the fruit of face, I don't know if the red hair will have a chance to say this. This is not the saddest thing for the Whitebeard pirates. Tokai, Shimotsuki Village. When the time comes, Roger, Golden Lion, Whitebeard, and Red Earl will form a new 4 emperors. However, it is questionable why the world government only reproduced the Shichibukai and not the serifs of these veteran strongmen. Was it because the technology at the time was not up to standard, resulting in insufficient genetic samples being stored, or there were some technical flaws? Or, the real strong man is not so easy to copy, just like an inferior version of Wood style, the master architect, Yamato. By the way, since the world government can reproduce the serif card Shichibukai, can Orochimaru also be able to create the Sea Demon Ace Legend Pirate? Meteor Volcano. Buzz. Forget it, I'm not engaged in scientific research. When the time comes, I'll leave it to Orochimaru and let him worry about it. He won't lose his hair anyway, it makes sense. Sakazuki, who had recovered from the shock of the powerful Senju, looked at the remnants of the Whitebeard pirates who had gone away and snorted coldly. Advertisement facing Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, the ultra-standard combined powerful equipment Senju, which can be called Kaido ++ super heavy tank, there is no way to fight. Huh, don't think you can run away. Across the distant coast, Shanks stared seriously at Senju, who still had a strong sense of oppression even though he was far away. For a moment, there was only silence. Then, his fists turned into lava again, and huge lava fists smashed towards Moby DK like a volcano erupting. A flying slash came from the rear of the Moby DK, preventing the tragedy of destroying the ship and killing everyone. Hey, the era of the King of Face has ended before it even began. What a pity. According to Akainu's temper, they will definitely not show off their reputation to red-haired people. As for pirates, there is basically no face problem. It's still a step too slow. What makes them most sad, angry and desperate is that. What a terrifying power, Madara and Hashirama, these two good brothers, are such a perfect pairing. Just a swordsman like Erza who has high attack agility and a fragile body. Died in battle. Through Senju Hashirama, who has the best viewing angle, Muxue watched this battle. The scale was smaller than the battle on the top, but the cruelty, visual effects, and intensity of the battle far exceeded the battle on the top with actors everywhere. Just the fact that Whitebeard is nearly 10 years younger, the use of the extremely powerful Conqueror's domineering spirit, and the super standard application of the shock fruit are enough for Muxue to feast his eyes on. Don't be ridiculous. Shanks is just a disabled swordsman who is good at swordsmanship with his left hand but only has his right hand. It's a pity that such a heroic hero has left the scene. Seeing the magma fists falling like meteors, the captains of the Whitebeard pirates were helpless. They were already seriously injured and could only watch the magma falling from the sky. In this regard, Shanks had no other choice but to try his best to help them stop the actions of Kaido and others, which was a token of friendship between Whitebeard and Roger. In this battle, the Whitebeard pirates have lost their position as the four emperors, and may even be swallowed up by new pirates. Seeing the sharp decline in the number of people, the near disappearance of familiar faces, and the despair-like expressions of the Whitebeard pirates, Shanks, who came a step late, murmured to himself. As for going back to fight Marine, their captain, their father, their most beloved Whitebeard. Chapter 226 Resurrection of Killing, February 1511. This month has been the biggest event since the Great Pirate Age began. After the dominance of rocks, the three-legged confrontation with Roger and the Golden Lion, and now the division of four emperors, a figure in three entire eras, the white-bearded Edward Newgate, who was revered as the strongest man by the world, died in battle. Died in the battle to attack the Marine branch. This incident made the entire sea shake. At the same time, Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, who shined brilliantly in this battle, are once again remembered by the world. That tall giant that reaches into the sky has refreshed the world's understanding of Marine's power. Among them, the one whose name has been talked about the most is Senju Hashirama, who forcibly patched up the entire branch during the G1 branch battle. According to rumors, the current Marine Fleet Admiral is very optimistic about Senju Hashirama. In that kind of chaotic battle, he still had the heart to take care of the whole place, which made many Marines look at him with suspicion. What's more, Senju Hashirama is regarded as Marine's new generation hero. Garp, a hero of the older generation, killed Rox, the strongest pirate on the sea at that time. A new generation of heroes, Senju Hashirama, killed Whitebeard, the most recognized pirate on the sea today. Because of this, the number of Marine recruiters in various places has increased a lot. However, although Marine's results were outstanding, it also suffered a lot of losses. First of all, due to the destruction of Whitebeard and the last wave of attacks by the powerful Senju, the entire G1 branch has basically been declared scrapped. It will take a long time to rebuild it and put it into use. Also because of Whitebeard's last wave of powerful offensive, many Marines were unfortunately killed. These are all elite Marines who can ride in the New World, and each of them is a good hand. It can be said that after this battle, Sakazuki completed the first step in his attack on New World, but it was only the first step. With the loss of the outpost and the lack of a large number of elite grassroots Marines, the attack on New World had to be temporarily stopped. Of course, in addition to these objective reasons, the most important thing is that Sengoku forced Sakaze to return to Marine headquarters. After a round of criticism and education, the Warring States period temporarily transferred Sakazuki to the Sabaody Islands as a guard on the grounds that the branch was still under construction. Kuzan, who was relatively calm, was responsible for the reconstruction of the G1 branch in New World. The brilliant Senju Hashirama was assigned to the Marine Recruit Training Camp by Sengoku and temporarily served as the Marine Recruit Chief Instructor. Advertisement Uchiha Madara was also assigned to the Marine Recruit Training Camp to serve as Senju Hashirama's deputy. After all, Uchiha Madara's character is too cold and arrogant, and Sengoku wants him to have more contact with energetic newcomers, hoping that his character can be somewhat softened. As for Erza, she continued to stay in the G1 branch and cooperated with Kuzan in the repair work. On the one hand, this is Sakasuke's request. On the other hand, Sengoku was also very relieved about Erza. Erza's sternness and cruelty were never directed at friendly forces. Every time she swung her sword, she attacked those vicious pirates. Therefore, even though Erza is a member of the so-called Hawks, Sengoku still values her very much and uses her very much. I am also happy to let Erza and Kuzan have a good relationship. After all, Erza is still young, but Sengoku is already quite old. No matter whether the next Marine Fleet Admiral is Kuzan or Sakasuke, he hopes that the others can help with their heart and not act in a shady manner, so as not to affect the deterrence of Marine. New World, Fishman Island. It is one of the many sheltered islands under the Whitebeard pirates. On top of a giant battleship with a black pirate flag, Shiryu, holding a blood-red darkened demon sword, stood on the bow of the ship. His pupils had almost completely transformed into scarlet, filled with negative emotions such as frantic fighting, bloodlust, and madness. It is completely unlike a person with a normal mental state and a normal emotional state. Shiryu just stood there motionless, exuding a terrifying intimidation from all over his body. This is different from Conqueror's domineering, upright intimidation, more like a devil from the abyss, vicious and terrifying. "Hey, Captain, Fishman Island is ahead." The long-nosed Katrine Chome walked up to Shiryu with her trademark laugh and said softly. Unlike the Thunderstorm Pirates, whose members are all villains, they were just established and in the early days when people's hearts were floating. After almost 2 months of running in, everyone was treated submissively by Shiryu. Advertisement: they have all kinds of flaws and are considered villains in the eyes of others. Compared with Shiryu in front of them, they're just like good babies. Shiryu, who holds the darkened demon sword, is like a fish in water and a tiger among sheep in the new world where Marine is unable to defend. It was okay at the beginning, but I don't know if it was because I was afraid of the intimidation of the 4 emperors or for some other reason. Shiryu only picks out some pirates with little background to attack. Then one day, Shiryu, whose eyes were full of scarlet, attacked without any scruples and reached the first country in the new world. Not only did he crazily slaughter the royal family and state soldiers, but he also frantically killed every living creature in sight. No matter whether they are men or women, whether they are humans or animals, even children learning to talk, or old people about to kuchiki, Shiryu is like a madman, killing mercilessly. It can be said to be, truly, under the magic sword, all living beings are equal. Since Shiryu's temperament changed drastically, in just 1 month, the Thunderstorm Pirates wiped out 3 entire countries. If it weren't for the recent news that has shocked the world, and the fact that the island is located in the New World, there will always be countries destroyed and reborn, so it didn't attract too much attention. On the contrary, because the souls were devastated and blood flowed into rivers, people in the past called it the legendary devil who came to the world. In this regard, the other members, who were originally inhumane, did not say anything. In addition to being shocked by Shiryu's ruthlessness, I am also afraid of Shiryu's power. Probably when they were just released from prison, Pizarro, Daimei and others could only feel that Shiryu was very strong, but they were confident that if they joined forces, they would definitely fight Shiryu more. But now, as more and more countries are destroyed and more people die at Shiryu's hands, his aura becomes more and more gloomy. It even gave them the feeling that even if the 4 of them joined forces, they might not be able to defeat Shiryu. For them who are walking on the edge of life and death, trusting their intuition is very necessary. This has led to them now, everyone is honest, as long as it is something Shiryu orders, no matter why, they just do it. The only strange thing is that these 3 countries seem to be very poor, so they have not harvested much treasure. They don't care about this either. After all, countries in the New World are always facing pirate raids, so it is understandable that gold and silver treasures are rare. Chapter 227 Despicable, New World, Fishman Island. The headquarters of the Whitebeard Pirates, boom. Damn Marine. Blackbeard Teach, who escaped that day, finally encountered a ship attached to the Whitebeard Pirates after successfully escaping. After several twists and turns, he returned to one of the stations belonging to the Whitebeard Pirates. As a result, I heard the news that Whitebeard was killed in battle. Suddenly, Teach, who was shocked beyond measure, was in chaos. Originally, according to his plan, he was to lurk in the world's strongest pirate group, waiting for opportunities to find the dark fruit, which is known as the strongest Logia fruit. The result was unexpected. In just 1 week, his biggest supporter was gone. What a twist of fate. Teach, who was filled with grief and anger, didn't know what to do for a moment. After all, the first half of his life was a huge gamble. If the bet succeeds, you can develop your ambitions and become emperor. If the bet fails, then I will honestly be a white pirate for the rest of my life. As a result, Teach, who now has no confidence from the dark fruit and no chance to obtain the Whitebeard shock fruit, has no ambition to awaken the Conqueror's domineering spirit, nor does he have the powerful fruit at his side, so he simply cannot take on the role of 4 emperors. Da Ren can't compete with those powerful generals who have been famous for a long time. Ah, run quickly. Devil. Just as Teach was thinking about the future, there were sudden commotions outside. In this regard, Teach's already dark face looked even more gloomy. Ever since the news of Whitebeard's death spread, pirates have been coming every now and then, trying to take advantage of the situation. They don't even look in the mirror. Even if Whitebeard is no longer in charge, the remaining Whitebeard pirates are not just cats and dogs, enough to interfere with them. Boom. Teach, with anger boiling in his heart, kicked open the wooden door, preparing to teach these blind pirates a lesson. Blood, killing, evolution, eternity. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement Shiryu, who was covered in blood and shimmered with scarlet light, laughed like crazy while listening to the whispers in his ears that sounded like demons. Every burst of laughter represents a life that has lost its heartbeat forever. More, I want more. Shiryu, who had slaughtered all the people and animals with life in his sight, had a red light in his eyes, and the corners of his mouth even reached the corners of his ears. It was really weird. What's even more terrifying is that Shiryu's originally normal right arm began to swell and dry up after 2 months of running in. The appearance looks like old tree bark or granite. It looks lifeless, but it is solid and powerful. Between the textures of the skin, there are faint red lines, constantly emitting a deadly red light. With the emergence of the mutated body, Shiryu's physical fitness has also been greatly increased. Judging from the system's attribute panel, Shiryu's physique is infinitely close to S, and his strength and agility are basically stable around S. After all, not every swordsman follows the fast attack style. Coupled with the strange abilities of the darkened demonic sword and the flesh and blood magic that makes you braver as you fight, Shiryu is now basically as powerful as a general-level warrior. Thunderstorm Pirates, Shiryu of the Rain. Teach, who had steel claws on his hands, looked at Shiryu who was killing everyone there, and his words were full of fear. He thought he was some blind little thieves, but now he saw that they were actually the most vicious pirates from the legendary Impel Down city. He is actually a big fat sheep with strong blood. When he heard someone calling him by his first name, Shiryu turned his head, and through his scarlet eyes, he felt a strong force of blood. Although it is not as good as Bullet and Redfield, it is no weaker than Waldo who escaped with them. In this regard, Shiryu, who was no longer what he used to be, had eyes full of longing for Blackbeard's body. Damn guy. Teach, who originally wanted to take a step back, suddenly became furious when he saw that the other party looked like he was going to eat him. He admitted that he still couldn't defeat General Marine, nor the other leaders of the Imperial Group, nor even Marine's 3 monster-like alternate generals. But this does not mean that he is a weakling who can be manipulated by anyone. Armed Iron Claw. Teach, who was angry in his heart, dodged and shot towards Shiryu with a whoosh like a very fast cannonball. Clang. There was a powerful and heavy collision. The blood-red darkened demonic sword easily blocked the steel claws as black as ink. Impossible. A trace of surprise flashed in Teach's eyes, and there was also surprise in his tone. Advertisement He clearly remembered that the guy named Shiryu in front of him had a bounty of less than 1 billion. How could he be so powerful? You know, even among the Whitebeard pirates, except for Marco, no one can beat him. Now, just anyone can stop him so easily. Ha 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 ha, if you have some strength, take one of my moves. Death Sword Slash. Feeling the considerable power coming from the blade, Shiryu grinned excitedly and laughed. Then a red light appeared on the blade, and an evil and deadly aura came from the darkened demon sword. It spreads all over the body. Not good, because he was a little shocked in his heart. Teach couldn't dodge, and a wound was severely opened on his chest. Along the wound, the bright red blood gradually turned into blood mist and was sucked into the sword. Strange blood. Atrox's voice was filled with surprise and satisfaction. This is the first time since he came into the world that he has come into contact with such special human blood. It feels like kind of delicious. Damn it, when I find that fruit, I will make you look good. Teach, who was holding the wound, looked at Shiryu's ability to absorb blood and secretly swore in his heart. Take one of my moves. Teach took out 2 black spheres from his waist and ran towards Shiryu. Through perception, Shiryu was completely unable to detect the danger from these 2 unknown spheres. Base. Just when Shiryu was about to chop the 2 spheres into pieces with a knife, a fierce white light flashed, making Shiryu's eyes wide open. He was so stabbed that he couldn't open his eyes. His already red eyes became even redder. Damn it. Shiryu closed his eyes, cursed loudly, and then took a stance, preparing for Teach's sneak attack, but he didn't feel the murderous intention for a long time. When Shiryu opened his eyes and looked at the dark smoke, he was suddenly a little stunned. That's right, the 2 spheres Teach threw at that time, one was a flash bomb and the other was a smoke bomb. These 2 can be said to be model weapons without any regard for martial ethics. For Teach, who has endured for decades, he can use any means to survive, and he never cares about other people's evaluation of him. You only have 1 life, but if you die, you are truly dead. After recognizing Shiryu's strength, Teach immediately thought of retreating. After all, he knew that the Thunderstorm Pirates had a few guys who were equally strong. If he was exhausted from fighting here and didn't even have the strength to run, that would be terrible. Chapter 228 It will freeze. In this way, with the death of Whitebeard, New World directly began a melee between all parties. Kaido, who was the first to guess the ending, led the 3 disasters to annex a large amount of the Whitebeard pirates' territories. However, because he felt bored, Kaido changed into Qinglong and left the battlefield. However, Kaido's departure cannot change the defeat of the Whitebeard pirates at all. The 3 disasters headed by Natsu were completely unstoppable. A large amount of cash Bailey was collected by Natsu. Only the gold and silver treasures that could not be recharged and needed to be liquidated were collected and prepared to be liquidated before recharging. No one has an opinion on this. After all, that was Natsu. With his strength, even if Kaido comes, he may not be able to win, and others will definitely not dare to have any opinions. Except for the beast pirates who attacked first and gained the most, Shiryu and his friends gained the most. After all, they attacked everyone they saw, whether they were members of the Whitebeard Pirates or those who came to plunder the Whitebeard Pirates, they were all killed by the sword. Suddenly, the name of the sword demon Shiryu also spread in the New World. As for Marco and others, they returned directly to Whitebeard's hometown, the Sphinx. Prepare to concentrate your efforts to protect this last pure land. Fortunately, Marco's strength, although not as strong as Whitebeard, is enough to deal with other pirates who are not from the Imperial Regiment. What's more, the Redhead also promised Marco that if he encounters any trouble that cannot be solved, he can come to him. If Whitebeard was still around, Marco would definitely refuse proudly. Unfortunately, today is different from the past. Marco, who knew his own situation well, finally accepted Shank's love. Perhaps, at that moment, Marco realized the importance of power in this sea. Of course, this turmoil mainly occurred in the waters controlled by the Whitebeard Pirates. Other places were relatively calm. New World, the waters near Guanji Island. Kimimaro and Lorraine, the initiators of this war, or the Fuse, were still sailing on this sea as usual. Captain, ahead is the legendary island of Balkamoa, the hometown of Vegapunk, who is 500 years ahead of the world in wisdom. It is said that this is an island that has winter all year round and is covered with heavy snow. Captain, please don't open your chest when the time comes, or you will freeze to death. Advertisement. Lorraine, who was still giving a good introduction, suddenly changed his attitude as he was talking, and he came to Kimimaro mysteriously and said, it hurts, I know I was wrong. Captain, let go quickly, it's going to fall, it's really going to fall. Lorraine, who was pinching the pain point with Kimimaro's backhand, burst into tears and screamed pitifully. It can be said that those who hear it are sad and those who see it want to laugh. After the happy interaction, the two came to the machine island. Lorraine, wrapped in a cotton coat, was blowing hot air and rubbing his hands. It could be seen that he was really cold. Normally, with Lorraine's physical strength, he should be able to withstand abnormal temperatures, but looking at the way he was huffing and rubbing his hands, you knew he was really cold. This may have something to do with the devil fruit that Lorraine consumed. After all, the snake itself is a cold-blooded creature without an internal temperature regulation system. Once the outside temperature is too low, it is likely to become stiff and unable to move. Therefore, normally speaking, in winter, snakes need to enter a state of hibernation to relieve the temperature pressure brought by the outside world. However, Lorraine is not a real snake after all. Perhaps because of eating the animal devil fruit, the blood factors in his body have changed to a certain extent, resulting in a certain degree of abnormality in his own temperature regulation ability. Change. Get dressed. Looking at Lorraine, who was shrieking from the cold, Kimimaro took off his big cotton coat and threw it to Lorraine. Sage art dance of early fern. However, according to Kimimaro's Gundam-S physique and the blessing of various special physical talents, he has quite good resistance when facing low and high temperature environments. There must be a big treasure hidden behind this door. Because this island is in winter all year round, there are very few green plants surviving on the entire island. Back off. Generally speaking, such buildings hidden underground are either classic shelters or ulterior experimental sites. Under the attack of the sharp-boned spurs, a small hole appeared in the door. This extra-long cotton coat was specially prepared by Lorraine for Kimimaro. After glancing at Lorraine's position, Kimimaro closed his eyes slightly, and then black lines suddenly appeared on his face. After a while, the two finally saw the scenery except the snow. The white-boned spurs on Kimimaro's hands were instantly wrapped by countless white bones, forming a huge bone awl. The bone awl was covered with black lines similar to his face. Advertisement. The entire building is made of dark blue metal, and the pitted gates fit together tightly. At least, the heavy snow on the island will not affect Kimimaro at all. If Lorraine hadn't paid attention to his steps and tripped over the uneven edge of the gate, the two of them wouldn't have been able to see that there was such a large building hidden under the heavy snow. After all, no matter how cold-resistant a plant is, it cannot sleep in the snow every day, 365 days a year. After testing the hardness of the door, Kimimaro had a sense of proportion. Boom! The bumpy door in front of you can actually block the captain's casual attack, which shows that its material is extraordinary. Looking at the huge building in front of him, Lorraine said in amazement. You know, since Lorraine followed Kimimaro, he has never seen an enemy or building that can block his captain's bone spear. Captain. This is an oval-shaped hole covered by heavy snow, like a bomb shelter. Captain. Do you think there might be some big treasure hidden inside? Feeling the remaining warmth on the cotton coat, Lorraine looked at Kimimaro with only a layer of purple kimono with some emotion. Gone. This made Lorraine on the side stunned. Here we come, Captain. After hearing the order, Lorraine immediately retreated a short distance away. Glancing at Lorraine, who was in a daze, Kimimaro said lightly. Captain, this thing looks like a hiding place or a laboratory. Boom. Kimimaro, who had no interest at all, after hearing Lorraine's words, his eyes flashed, his arm was instantly wrapped in bones, and he rushed to the door. As Kimimaro and the two went deep into the island, the depth of the snow also reached from the ankles to the knees, and gradually deepened towards the waist and abdomen. Lorraine, who was wrapped in a cotton coat, quickly followed. Looking at the marks on it, it must have been a terrorist attack. Chapter 229 Strange Log. The hard door made a loud noise when Kimimaro unleashed his strongest attack. A huge pothole large enough for several people to pass through appeared in front of them. Wow, Captain, you can also transform, how cool. Seeing that the door was penetrated, Lorraine ran over and looked at Kimimaro, whose black lines were gradually fading away. His eyes flashed brightly and he shouted in a very surprised tone. Obviously, Lorraine, who saw Kimimaro using Sage Mode for the first time, was completely attracted by the aura blessing brought by the mysterious black lines. Let's go. Glancing at the excited Lorraine, Kimimaro said lightly and strode towards the cave. When the two of them walked into the cave, they saw darkness. Lorraine took out 2 flashlights from her arms. Under the dazzling beam of light, the dark blue metal wall glowed with a cold light. Not only the door, but all the walls on both sides of the passage are made of the same material. It seems to be a place with very good protective measures. Continuing to walk forward, the two of them soon came to a place similar to a hall. It is also here that 3 forks appear. There is a small sign with a sign in front of each fork. But for some unknown reason, the logo on the brand has been blurred and cannot be seen clearly. I can only vaguely see that there were some traces of color on each brand. On the first sign, you can vaguely see traces of a red circle. The second brand has green traces, and a specific shape cannot be seen. The last sign is black and looks like a stick figure. Just as Lorraine was staring at the sign and struggling, Kimimaro strode directly into the first passage on the left. Seeing this, Lorraine no longer struggled since she couldn't see it anyway. Soon, after passing through the passage with dark blue metal walls, a metal door that was many times smaller than the entrance appeared in front of the two of them. Kimimaro summoned the bone spear, tested it lightly, then entered Sage Mode again and broke open the door. Wow, this looks like Dr. Evil's laboratory. Lorraine, who was born in the East Daxia Sea and read comic books since he was a child, looked at the various mysterious instruments in the house and the bottles of mysterious liquids and let out an exclamation of surprise. After all, this was something he had never seen with his own eyes in his life. For him, who had been educated since childhood, this kind of decoration full of scientific knowledge deeply attracted him. Do you know these things? Kimimaro walked to a glass bottle, looked at the blue or green liquid inside, and asked lightly. Well, Captain, I only read comic strips when I was a kid, so I don't understand these professional things. Hearing Kimimaro's question, Lorraine hesitated for a moment, replied speechlessly, and then quickly added as if he remembered something. However, you wait while I do some research first, maybe there are some experimental logs left over, that's what I read in the comics. Advertisement, okay. When he heard Lorraine's plan to get lucky, Kimimaro didn't refute. After all, he doesn't understand these professional things. Lorraine looked around and touched here and there, and soon the entire laboratory was turned over. Found it, finally, in a cabinet. Lorraine turned out a notebook similar to experimental notes. July 7, 1271 in the Haiyuan calendar. Today is the starting point of the dream. After 3 years of exploration, I finally found that power. Open black lens bracket in the center of snow. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, permanent. Ice. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. That is the power of God, a power that mortals cannot reach in their lifetime. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, and I will be the great father who leads mankind to become gods. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket, supreme and great priest. Close black lens bracket, handwritten by Pumathu D. Ross. After reading the large expanse of notes on the first page of the experiment notes, both Kimimaro and Lorraine were a little confused. Because large areas of writing on the experimental notes were blurred, only some words could be seen vaguely. However, when they saw the year 1271 on the date, Kimimaro and Lorraine both understood. After all, these are things left over from more than 200 years ago, and some of them look good. However, the strange thing is that the non-smudged handwriting can be seen clearly. In other words, the smudged handwriting definitely did not disappear due to time. As for the specific reason, it is unknown. With confusion, Lorraine continued to turn to the next page. July 7, 1272 in the Haiyuan calendar. It took a year to finally use the essence of the deep sea to build this world-leading laboratory. It is truly a magical product of that era. Even hundreds of years apart, these metals still have such strong hardness and toughness. Close black lens bracket. Then, the next step is to collect experimental materials. Open black lens bracket, supreme and great priest. Close black lens bracket, handwritten by Pumathu D. Ross. Open black lens bracket, supreme and great priest. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket. They're all lies. Yes, they're all lies. Close black lens bracket. Keep watching. Advertisement, so this metal is called the essence of the deep sea? Who knows? In other words, this thing looks like the delusional diary of a mad scientist. There is nothing related to experiments at all. It is all outrageous dreams. I don't know what the mental state of this person was recorded. Handwritten by Pumathu D. Ross, but what was that era? You know what, Captain? Lorraine asked, looking at Kimimaro who was staring at his notes. Lorraine closed the experiment record and sighed. When it comes to the records of this day, Pumexio D. Rose's words became more and more crazy, and he didn't even leave behind the arrogant self-proclaimed priest he had before. Open black lens bracket, I am the creator of God. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, I don't believe it, I don't believe it, close black lens bracket. March 7, 1275 in the Haiyuan calendar. Open black lens bracket. I am the priest. I am the creator of God. Close black lens bracket. Captain, do you think there's something wrong with this guy? Open black lens bracket. July 7, 1277. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Ha 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 ha. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Now, no one can stop me. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. April 1st, 1287. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. I will definitely succeed. I am the future priest. Close black lens bracket. When the experiment was first conducted, how many people died at your hands? Handwritten by Pumathu D. Ross. Open black lens bracket. I will never give up, you. Close black lens bracket. It's just that a few people died, nothing to be surprised about. A mere celestial dragon who dares to call himself a god is nothing more than a bunch of pigs. Open black lens bracket. Supreme and great priest. Close black lens bracket. Lorraine frowned, pointed at his head, and said speechlessly. Unfortunately, I have almost used the materials and have to go out again. I hope I won't be found by those bastards. Open black lens bracket. Damn. 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 Close black lens bracket. All right. Open black lens bracket. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 230. God. Although there is no information in the experimental records and notes. However, this did not prevent Lorraine from collecting all the well-preserved reagents. At that time, if you just find a black market and sell it, it will be a lot of money. As for whether the medicine is useful, never mind his business. Captain, let's go check out the other two houses, maybe we'll find something useful. Put on your backpack, Lorraine suggested. After a while, Kimimaro and others entered the second laboratory with a green trace sign. Kimimaro followed suit and opened the door again. What comes into view are various large cultivation warehouses filled with dead plants. Obviously, this should be the experimental material mentioned by the mad scientist. Unfortunately, due to insufficient energy supply and the passage of time, these plants have already lost their vitality. In this regard, the two of them were not too disappointed. After all, it was something from hundreds of years ago. Whether any good things are left depends on fate. However, Lorraine, who didn't want to return empty-handed, still searched every corner. It's a pity that this long-abandoned training room really seems to be just a training room with nothing special about it. Unwilling to do so, Lorraine could only follow Kimimaro away with a little reluctance and continue to the last place. Boom. After Kimimaro opened the door, he walked into the laboratory at the lead. He suddenly paused, but soon continued to move forward as if nothing was wrong. Because the environment was a little dark, Lorraine, who didn't notice Kimimaro's little movements, also walked in. FK. Lorraine looked at a pair of shining eyes staring directly at him in the shadows, and suddenly exclaimed. After calming down, he took a closer look and found that they were a pair of eyeballs soaked in a jar. Then, Lorraine looked at Kimimaro aside with a slightly resentful look, as if he was fine. Captain, you didn't even remind me, are you scared? Hearing Lorraine's resentful words, Kimimaro glanced at Lorraine and said lightly. Advertisement, afraid. How could it be? I just didn't pay attention, how could I be afraid? Hearing Kimimaro's rhetorical question, Lorraine was like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, and her voice involuntarily increased a lot. Then look for it. Hearing Kimimaro's words, Lorraine could only try not to look at those strange eyes and search her heart. Overall, this room feels similar to the second room. The only difference is that instead of plants, people may be cultivated here. All kinds of strange stumps and broken arms were soaked in mysterious liquid. After hundreds of years, it still looks as fresh as if it was just cut out of the body. Hey, I found it. Suddenly, Lorraine found a dark blue safe from a drawer. Captain, look, there's a safe made with the essence of the deep sea. There must be something good in it. Lorraine held up the small safe in her hand and shouted excitedly. Well done. Taking the small safe from Lorraine, Kimimaro nodded and praised. Then, Kimimaro's arm turned into a bone spear with black lines, and he carefully penetrated the side of the safe. In order to avoid damaging the possible treasures inside the safe, Kimimaro poked carefully for a long time before finally opening the safe. Inside the safe is a reagent bottle containing golden liquid and an envelope. Lorraine took out the envelope and opened it. The handwriting entered is the same as that written by the previous one named Pumice D. Ross. Open black lens bracket. Hello, late comer. Close black lens bracket. Presumably, by the time you read this letter, I may no longer be in this world. As the name suggests, you will awaken your divine power, escape from the mortal world, and transform into a god. Even with the blessing of special abilities, it took him several months to achieve his current strength comparable to that of a general. Perhaps you were curious about the crazy words in the diary I specially left before, but unfortunately, I won't tell you here. Ha 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 ha. Open black lens bracket. December 25, 1287. Close black lens bracket. Open black lens bracket. Stupidity and madness are really just a matter of thought. Close black lens bracket. Looking at the words recorded in a rather arrogant tone, Lorraine's head was full of black lines. If I succeed, then, you probably won't be able to see this letter. Ha 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 ha. Advertisement. When you find that the more you know, the more you don't know, that feeling of powerlessness will make you crazy. Close black lens bracket. The implication behind these words is that he looks down on everyone except him. Oh, by the way, if you don't have the so-called Conqueror's Haki, or the power known as Devil Fruit, it's best not to use it. Why? I guess you won't understand it even if I tell you. After all, not everyone is called Pumi Shu. D. Ross, ha 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 ha, close black lens bracket. As for failure, I am Pumice D. Ross, the inheritor of the Great D, and I will never lose. Apart from bragging about myself, there seems to be no useful information here. I discovered the secrets of this world, and I even found the legendary road to becoming a god. Unfortunately, all this is too shocking, even I can't accept it, close black lens bracket. I don't know if this guy is really as capable as he speaks in such a loud tone. Keep it. Furthermore, even if this potion is really as magical as that person said, he will never accept it if the price is his life. Perhaps you think I am a madman, or you think I am a fool, then I can only say, you guessed it right. However, when Lorraine looked at this tube of golden reagent, the powerless picture suddenly flashed in his mind. Looking at the words on the letter, which seemed to be left by someone with an abnormal mind, Lorraine was speechless for a moment. Ah, this. After thinking for a moment, Lorraine stuffed the potion in his hand into his breast pocket and hurried out. A little confused, Lorraine subconsciously turned over the back of the letter. Kimimaro doesn't believe in the awakening of gods, nor does he believe that relying on so-called potions can gain the power to reach the sky in one step. Open black lens bracket, so I chose to go all in. Close black lens bracket, open black lens bracket, inheritor of D, close black lens bracket. Kimimaro didn't take the potion, just said something lightly, then turned and left. Of course, the consequence is that the vitality may be exhausted. After all, becoming a god is not that easy. Close black lens bracket. Captain, what do you say? Lorraine handed the potion to Kimimaro and said. Unexpectedly, there was a small text on the back of the letter. I named this tube of reagent, Awakening. Close black lens bracket. Looking at Kimimaro's back, Lorraine wanted to throw away the potion. After all, it was a fatal thing. Open black lens bracket. Congratulations, you have discovered the legendary big treasure. Close black lens bracket. So, what does this guy named Pumexio D. Ross, who claims to be the inheritor of D's will, have to say?